wine timing a little bit,
Yeah,
perhaps?
having a little bit of wine
A little bit
time.
of wine time.
Excellent,
We haven't,
lads. Time for some morning coffee.
We haven't updated your emotes yet this morning.
Oh no! What do we have? We have the hold. It's kind of
It's the theme of it right
relevant,
now,
I
isn't
think.
it? Hold. Can they get into phase 3 every pull? Can they make meaningful progress through a phase? Hold.
And what do we have here?
I don't think it's time for... These are the
No, we don't want despair.
emotes that
Oh,
Jordan drew yesterday.
It was funny because I was
Very,
just
very
sitting
nice.
there in the classroom with my colouring pens and just
Yeah, it was so wholesome.
drawing
I don't think we
pictures.
need disparage. We're hopefuling today.
No, I think
it's
can
Blalatath.
have Blalatath.
And you guys know what they say. If you see Blalatath, you type Blalatath.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's one of my favourite competitors.
Yeah.
I see Blalatath. I type Blalatath. There you go.
Yeah, I see Blalatath. I type Blalatath. I see a ready check.
Oh.
And I see a raid leader. Now they have
I see a ready
unleashed.
check. I press no.
I always push yes even if I'm not ready.
Same.
Half the time you push yes and then you say, wait, I'm not ready.
It's also almost an automatic response,
Yeah.
right? The ready check goes out, you press ready, and then the pull timer comes up and you go, why are we pulling? I'm not ready. And then
Yep.
what you said ready on the ready check, and you're just not aware that the ready check even went out.
They have unleashed the jailer tech in which Mirrors raid leads phase 1 and phase 2. Yesterday, Mirrors was raid leading phase 1, and then Scribe would come in to get them through phase 2, which was a difficult sticking point yesterday. Today, Mirrors is raid leading phase 1 and phase 2, and Scribe is only coming in for phase 3. This is really good for them because not only does it create this atmosphere and environment of normalcy because Mirrors is the raid leader on farm, it also lets Scribe continue to work on strategies, positioning, planning, and planning out his raid leading when they get into the last phase to try to help them all through what is still relatively unpracticed and unfamiliar. We see Nice Memes doing his little hero play, jumping off the platform with a blur in order to reduce the likelihood that his big circle will hit his friends, increasing his uptime a little bit instead of having to run far away on the platform. We've seen that mess up one time as he went falling in that Starforge flashback, but other than that, he's been executing it so well.
That was a little bit of a funny moment. It's always, that they could be doing this boss for 234 pulls, and then one pull out of all of those, the next pull, you just have something happen that's never happened before.
Yeah, it's funny when someone falls off the platform. I don't care who you are. That's
No.
just good content. That's always comedy.
Yeah. Yeah, it is funny, especially if you're a demon hunter.
Yep.
You just
Although I
kinda-
think it's good when it's anyone. The first few times I saw that happening, I wondered what was going on because I couldn't tell it was Nice Memes, but it makes sense that it would be a demon hunter or maybe an evoker, someone who can glide back on. Boop, popping over that Nova. This is a lot going on, but it's well practiced and good to see we're not losing people because this can be a very difficult phase. After 230 pulls, it looks much easier than it is. Particularly in regards to the damage coming in. We're coming up on that 2-minute and 20-second marker after this upcoming set of blades, where they have kind of the wombo combo of phase 1. And the positioning and movement they do here is highly choreographed to the point where it looks like a dance, but took a long time to work out. We're going to get this round of toxins, 4 different bombs going out all at the same time. They're going to be placed in front of the raid, so that they can bait these roots behind the raid, drop the silk off of the bombs, then run as far in front as they can get to bait these blades off of the bombs, so that they can then safely get in the bombs and pop them as the Nova comes out at largely the same time. A huge concentration of mechanics occurring in a very short time.
Yeah, as we are going into the intermission, conserving as much space as possible at that point.
Oh no, that was tragic. We lost our hymn. We have Ryson popping Divine Hymn there because we have a 4 stack of the Frothy Toxin into a 4 stack of Lingering Toxin into a rest, and Ryson pops the Hymn there, which of course not only channels and does a huge amount of healing, but also then leaves a hot and a healing buff on everyone in the raid, but he only got 1 tick of it there, dramatically reducing the healing that does. Luckily, however, Evoker's around to carry the healing anyway.
Yeah, they are doing such a huge amount of healing as well. If you're just looking at the meters, with Velo being on 2.5 million healing, they are absolutely pumping this tier as the shield is just about to break, but they unfortunately need to do it before that grip in. That was very, very close.
Yep,
But
we
it looks
missed
like
the
something
damage
went wrong.
check. Yeah, something did go wrong. Mini making his way to the top of the DPS chart on that pull because he goes from middle of the pack damage to top damage on the shield. Every single other person in the raid having to flee from the shield. Mini just blasting that Breath of Sindragosa. I'm not entirely sure what went wrong there. They may have been, in fact, I kind of want to go over to the analyst desk and check. We talked earlier about how important it is to find more damage on the boss, and they're currently using potions on the shield, which in terms of boss health depletion is kind of a waste. I wonder if we just tried not using potions on that shield in order to get through it and miss the damage check by a little bit. I would be surprised if they were optimizing that damage at this point, but it might have to happen sometime. So that would make sense if that's what happened, because they're currently trying to only get 2 of the yanks, 2 of the pull-ins, which, you know, do escalating damage each time. That third one, executing them. You can live through it. Early in their progress, they were getting 3 and living through it, but to do so, you have to use things like Aura Mastery and Rallying Cry that you're trying to save for phase 2 instead.
Yeah, so if they can move the potions off of the shield, that's again going to add towards the boss health. And as we keep saying, they need to get that boss health out from somewhere. Liquid on their best pull being at 15%. Again, a large amount of boss health. So if they can move their DPS pots off of the intermission, that's going to go towards quite a lot of the rest of the fight, right? The boss health.
Yeah. I wonder if they're what I want to do is I want to hop over the desk and see if what happened with that set. Maybe they use potions or not. And I'm also curious what they're saying. So maybe we can have a little bit of listen in with Wave and see if they're doing some DPS optimization, talking about potions, or figuring out what's going in that last phase.
This is where we start. To start here on the left, bro.
I mean, I should have health potted before.
Fine, Mike. It happens.
And ready to dodge the push, guys. And then we have roots into blades. Follow your king. No one follows your clicks, eh?
Yeah, I don't want to dodge on the edge because then you get fucking knocked off.
Yeah, same.
It's not taking command today.
I don't care. As long as I don't die, who cares?
Yeah,
I need
that's
to
true.
drop on the next set of
Lot.
roots.
That's fine, we can kill you.
Go under the boss.
These roots are easy to kill, I think. So
Okay,
just be under the boss.
go under the bus.
Waiting here. Then we kill Hopeful's root before we run away, guys. Killing Hopeful's root, tuck, and then blades coming. These are a little bit your laner. Good. Very nice.
Tap and push.
Good dev, all good.
Das war wer war.
And then blades coming up again. Blades coming up again.
At the pocket.
And Matrix coming up here. Dodging blobs into blades. Blades getting ready. And we have nice roots. Ready to leg it, and blades after. Blades coming up here. Box and positions coming up. Make sure to go to your marker if you can get it. Ready to leg it over. Good blade baits coming up.
What the fuck?
All on range, bro.
And watch the blobs, guys. Watching blobs. Watching blobs. Damage in 3, 2, 1. Now you can rest Sol after. Getting ready for the grip. Grip going in 3, 2, 1. Now anti-pass pod. Rest Sol. Watching first wave.
Did you lose your cooldowns? Or no?
Second wave.
No.
And third wave. Ready for the grip. Person is here. Grip coming up in 2, 1. Now. Go die.
Once again,
Come on,
guys.
Marco.
But Velo as well. Say something if you need something. Say something.
I
Well, I don't know why you die here, but
didn't press. I don't know.
we need to fix your reminder or
Wait,
something,
but-
I guess, so it's more clear. I don't know.
The narco tank the
I
wave.
don't pressing.
I just go global.
Let's not overthink this. Let's go again.
Hey, what happened to Sol though? Oh, he stood in
Can
the
I have
garbage.
healer evoker take my trigger from now on? Actually, is that possible?
The trigger.
Yeah, trigger cross on the quadra. Because I changed my cooldowns, so I want to have cooldowns around that time. And before I made space by setting a turtle behind, and I really don't want to do that during my cooldowns. Yeah, that's
It's
a bit
2 minutes
awkward.
to line up better, right? You need to pre-fire.
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean that
And
makes sense.
Any healer that is
and
not
I
doing
think
anything?
it's all the evokers in mine.
I can do it.
Or-
We're gaining a
Hello,
2 minute on
Jonas.
second
I'm
platform
not sure
this way,
who is
right?
soaking cross.
No, that's.
Yeah,
Velo
on
said
the
you can
second
do it.
platform. Cooldowns.
Boom. Velo, you're third. Cross now, like this one here,
Yep.
right? Just so you're aware. Yeah.
You
That's
know, I guess you guys just go out with the big circles or what? Who knows? I guess which direction to go.
Soul went.
I mean, you shouldn't go. I think you should just hover even further behind, towards where we're going in intermission instead of where I went, because mine is between
Yeah, so that's
two
the,
pools.
the open
I was
area,
just
I guess.
hitting immunity.
Oh.
We're gonna get
Trick.
healing is not gonna get griefed by this, right?
No.
No.
I'm thinking about that's why I asked. But
Okay. That's it. Pulling.
One person needs a druid buff.
Ready for the baits. Good baits. And then we're legging it here into blades. Blades coming up.
I got diamond.
Oh, looking good. And ready for blob bait. Blob waves. First wave, second wave. Baiting here. Into roots. Legging it, blades coming up.
He's almost deaf.
Blades coming up again.
You know, connect.
And matrix coming up. Dodging the blobs, and blades coming up. Blades here into pools. Good, we can resume. And then we're legging it into blades. Blades coming up here. Ready for toxin positions. Make sure to go there if you can get it. Ready to leg it over. Baiting good blades.
Velo, your trigger cross.
Yo.
And we're dodging blobs, guys. Damage in 2, 1, now.
Right.
Grip going in 3, 2, 1, now. Bear spots, shuffle to the left. First wave. Second wave. And third wave. Ready for the grip. Defensives. Grip in 2, 1, now. And shove it to the left. First wave. Second wave. And third wave, you're really slow. Watch out. Pushing, all good. Nice. Amazing clicks getting ready. Watch the boss, guys. Watch the boss. Watching boss. Display in 3, 2, 1. Now.
Ready?
And Servo Mini getting ready.
Oh, nice move, you dead.
Display in 2, 1.
Oh my god, and now
now.
I troll.
Ja. Har vi med Robin?
That is 3
What the
mil.
fuck?
We don't
What?
have.
We can't raise Robin.
Oh.
I think it's over.
Never mind.
What just happened?
He overaggroed the Guardian.
I got
and then
aggro
forgot
from the
bubble.
Guardian.
Going up here. You guys wait on the other side.
I'm waiting
Yeah.
down here, bro.
Yeah, let's wait down here.
Yeah.
I'm going in for the horde.
Canex and Wolf going in.
Oh, I got potted up and die. Interesting.
Fine,
No
guys.
kick?
Just jump off.
No kick?
And she kicked. Died to gate. Didn't enter, Hofen.
Oh, I didn't enter the gate.
It was
I
my
could have
fault.
entered
Continue,
twice.
nice moves.
Oh no, I see nice.
All
moves
good.
dying
You're
twice
one of
in
the best,
fight.
Robin.
Must be his
Fella
fault.
run, fella run.
Yeah, Robbie, top 2 tank in here.
Thank you.
What the fuck?
I wanted the wrong target. I thought it would have aggro anyway, but he really blasts, I guess.
You can play dance dodge the oust.
Yeah, I should have.
No, that's a great call.
It just hit me for 12 mil as well.
Yeah.
Use your external backer next time, yeah.
They should bring that back, yeah.
That would be insane. Then the class
Actually,
would be good.
Dankest thing ever, the dodging boss mechanics with play dance.
Yeah, it was fucking crazy.
It was fun in PvP too.
Why is this class alive?
Look at damage meter. He was batting like crazy.
You know he sent everything. I mean, Nice Move's dead and Kush really pops off.
What did I do? I just came back. What?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
He did so much damage because he's so good.
Yeah, when Nice Move died, you just ramp gonna meet there.
It's actually when we don't have damage on first platform, I can do a lot more. Your ascendance is trolling me so hard. I'm literally AFK in 10 seconds on my cities.
Oh, nice.
You need to shift this ascendance. It's so useless
Yeah, where do you want me to press it?
on the boss.
Last phase.
I am pressing it last phase.
Väsiska.
No, but it's actually so. I'm literally
I'll hold
AFK
it,
10
Kush, yeah, but
seconds
if
on
you
my
ever
cities.
lack damage, yeah, then I want you to fucking eat your own shit on stream. Man.
Okay, we try one pull. If you
Right.
lack damage, I'll
No,
eat
I'll
my own
hold it now. If we ever lack damage, you can actually eat shit.
Yeah.
man.
Aren't
I
you
will-
gonna lose a use if you hold it?
Yeah, of course. The use of Kush can do more damage.
Oh,
Yeah,
you will lose a
that's so-
use in last phase.
Yeah, we're
Then-
lusting on my blood. We're lusting on my ascendance, guys. You're not lusting in 7 minutes anymore. Yeah, it's on
We're
my
gonna
ascendance.
change
Why
it.
don't you hold your cooldowns, Kush?
We're gonna change that last anyway. I can't. If I hold, I don't get another use in last phase.
But you're 1.5 minutes. You can actually just hold and only use in last phase on like instant when you land, right?
Only, I mean, I do that anyways. It doesn't matter. That's what I do already.
You hold them.
What would
That's
you
fine.
rather
I'm, not
lose?
gonna,
I'll hold.
I'm just gonna not use my cooldowns at all, is what you're saying, and not.
That's what I'm doing now.
Yeah, but you're gaining something. I would just.
Holding for 3 minutes.
I would gain nothing.
Nice moves, guys.
I'm ready.
Your
I'm ready.
aesthetics.
Rising, you good?
Yeah.
Pulling. Let's go.
You're Swedish. You're supposed to be smart, Lex. Come on.
If the CEOs
Okay, now.
come in and ask why we lack a damage cushion, I want you to take full responsibility.
I will. Yeah. I will. Yeah.
No, I mean, he doesn't need to have to. I will rat him out.
Rat.
Yeah, I will say you're griefing the DPS.
Alright, don't worry about it. I'm soloing that phase.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Thanks.
Kush will link a picture of Skitter damage this pull.
Really important damage.
Yeah. I usually do a lot. Of
Through to the blades. Blades coming up.
Now I troll because of you.
Oh, but
Det är manager för bra. Men
And dodging double ops. First wave. Second wave. Baiting. into roots. Legging it here into blades coming up soon. And blades coming up again.
Chasing that boomkin.
Yes, sir.
And then we have a matrix. Watch the blobos. Blobos here. Into blades. Ready for blades. And we can rush. Roots.
Am I getting ping?
The mage friend died.
And
killed him.
moving blades coming up.
Get fucked.
Something got hit.
Oh fuck.
No, what the?
Good, she dead.
Death or good.
We're actually
His
in same
spell is so troll.
Oh, it's a blitz hit class.
So great that it's also in last phase, guys. I'm so hyped.
Talk some positions. Make sure to go properly.
I
There's some jogging going on here.
And we're gonna have a shit bait.
Beautiful. Going,
sure.
guys. Good baits
The bait
coming up
is
now.
whatever, dude.
Too much yapping.
Veil across.
And then we're dodging blobos. Very important. Dodging blobos. Damage in 3, 2, 1. Now.
Look at the wild, please.
Ready for grip. Going in 3, 2, 1. Now. And scooching over DPS spot. First wave. Second wave. Third
You save
wave.
me on next grip, Robin.
Personus. Grip here.
ITD? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine. We don't need them. Let's blast. First wave.
Ja, det zijn je cool clicks.
Oh, I'm holding.
Second wave.
It was Chris has said, but
No,
no,
we're fine. Third wave. We're super fine. Yeah, let's get it, guys. Amazing clicks getting ready. Dodging the blue boss. Dodging blue boss.
Oh, back up neck. One was late.
And
Wait,
this
yeah.
was, sorry. Yeah, well, I was trying to look for the
Big
display.
cross.
Spicy.
With the last first platform?
I think so.
I think so, right?
Probably.
holy fuck.
I lost a little bit late, so it carries over. Second.
Yeah, that sounds good. Servo Mini going first. Dispel 2, 1 now.
And over here.
And Revis and Hopeful. Dispel in 2.
Whoa.
Boom.
Didn't go for portal.
I lost no one
Don't.
important. Continue.
Don't need to dispel.
Snapping.
Snap.
Send stiff there.
Oh, I sent
Wait.
us here. We lost.
Oh,
We can clean
Skip
both
progress.
and their share health. That's a crazy snap.
I need Chris in the channel to explain my assignments.
bro. Yeah,
I
exactly.
need Chris in here right now.
Where's Chris, dude? He died with faint up. Unreasonable. Chris,
Wanna mute?
explain real quick.
I mute quick.
Yeah.
Getting,
cast from
let's get it, guys.
Ooh. Yeah.
Ready to stack up good. Real good. Get in there. And then we have roots. Into blades coming up.
You go.
Yeah, I don't know. How did you
Fine,
get
Russ.
lived up? Press me.
No, it's
Yeah,
I'm
Narco.
off as well.
Narco fell off.
Just-
But guys, we said this, yeah? Just run.
I'm not
Run
gonna
and
stack on
follow
this one. I'm
clicks,
doing
yeah?
my own thing.
No,
You just
don't,
don't
no,
dodge
no,
on
no,
edge.
you
So
cannot
crazy.
do your own thing.
You just
No,
run,
I will
yeah.
just stay behind and do my own thing. Like I tried to follow here, but then I wasn't fast enough, and then I hesitated and I died. I don't know. But I mean, that's
You
okay.
just-
That's nothing about
You
it.
just follow and go around the boss. But don't do your own thing, I'm pretty sure. That sounds like a really bad idea.
I just think following the king on the first one is awful.
I said it. Just don't dodge on the edge.
Yeah, you just don't dodge it. Yeah,
Curve
just
towards the
run.
middle so you don't get fucking knocked off.
Yeah,
Wait, from what do you get knocked off? From the toxin or what?
the toxin.
Yes.
Yeah, it's talking the coming in hot.
Serve it like a schnauzer.
Wait, checking.
Yeah, it's just imagine when this boss is dead. I can hibernate for like 4 days.
Only
Yeah,
The
four.
gods are waiting for you, bro.
We just need to lock in for like one more day and then we fucking kill this.
One more
dog.
day.
Guys, just kill this boss and you can all update your maxwell, guys. Isn't that Pope?
Yes, and then we start boosting as well because we're
I
bankrupt.
think I'm
so-
reading all the progress.
Pulling.
Fucking go.
I'm so ready for boosting, guys. Let's go.
I think we can kill it today. Fucking
Dude,
right.
boosting's always
Yeah,
cap.
of
People say it
course.
every tier, it never happens.
Yeah.
It is actually cap.
All the people are like, let's boost, and it never happens.
Oh, of course.
It's a bit different.
But this boss is easy today. Mike said we can kill today. Let's get it.
Fucking go,
There's
boy.
just started streaming with 10k viewers. Doing some fucking legendary quest instead of boosting.
That, bro, that was me, yeah, guys. That was fucking lit.
This boss is gonna drop a druid legendary.
It's
Okay,
That's
Blaze
what's
coming up.
Warlock legendary next.
So diamond.
Well, this boss is gonna drop legendary.
Here, let's help the
Yo.
stir. Huh?
If so.
So are you making it?
You have to talk there, bro.
Yeah, we have
Yeah,
3
why isn't he
stacks.
saying anything, bro?
It's
I'm not
fine, it's
looking at
fine.
that.
3 stacks, dodging blobs. Just heal us aware. 3 stacks. Wheel, wheel. Ready for the bait. Into roots.
I heard a little bit more.
And then we have the blades coming up. Stuck on the king.
King.
And blades coming up again. And Matrix coming up here. Matrix here, touch the blobs, into blades. Blades getting ready. And then we have pools. Into roots. After these roots we leg it into blades. Legging it here, blades coming up.
Best sound ever.
And toxin positions. Make sure to go there if you can get it. That's a jogger from the range. Good. Ready to leg it over. Leg it over. Legging it over here. Good baits. And then we're dodging the blobbers. Dodging blobs here. Blobs. And damage coming in 3, 2, 1. Now. First grip going in 3, 2, 1. Now. Prepare spot, shuffle to the left. First wave. Second wave. Third wave here. Person is coming up. Grip. Grip in 3, 2, 1. Now. Cover to the left. First wave. Second wave. And third wave. A pump here. Good. And watching blue ops. Masting clicks going through. Blue ops. Ready for discipline 2, 1. Now.
Big
Blue
cross.
ops. Committing, of course.
You're holding cities, Flex. Fast.
Yeah. I lose the
Let's
healers
go,
here, no damage.
Getting ready. Servo mini. Discipline 2, 1 now. And hopeful reverse. Discipline 2, 1 now. Going up. These are fake timers, right? These are real. And Canex Narco coming up. Discipline 2,
I'm so
1
fucking-
now. Fine. Resim. Kush, nice moves coming up. Maybe someone back up Kush. Someone needs to back up Kush on my side.
no,
Solid's
Resim.
going. Yeah. Discipline 2, 1 now. Yeah, push before, guys.
Take quick.
Different person here now as well.
Yeah. It's me first.
This Kush.
Yeah, it's me.
There's Kush.
Kush and
Yeah.
Frago.
And healing me. Oh,
Kush
I'm
going
responding.
early both. Nice. 2002, 1 now. And Ginger Wolf go on this timer. Watch
Cross
Wolf
kick.
orbs when you come out. Dispels in 2, 1 now.
How is there always orbs when you come out? The price attack.
Same, actually.
Ranged or standing over there.
Then focus,
Yeah,
guys.
no, it's fine on Ginger. You guys go in. Okay, range on the red pillar basically, and tanks spawning the things on the star pillar. Remember to curve the boss around and get to the star pillar where the boss is on the edge of the room. Put the boss on the edge of the room.
Mm-hmm.
Range almost touching that cross pillar. Boss will curve around here. Yes, perfect. I'm baiting the pools and running soon. Running. Control the ads good. Okay, big ads spawning soon. And we're spreading for the blades a bit. The blade formation now. Okay, next portals will be on between star and cross and star pillar with blades. Blades coming too between. You go far, Sarah. Watch the blades though. Good. Star pillar. Nice. Okay, handle your ads. Watch the orbs. Remember your essences. Yeah. Yeah, good. Portal in 1. Take the portal. Okay, blades coming under you soon. Watch the blades. And we're going here, ranged, behind you, next to the poop. And again, the same thing. Control the ads. Blades under you soon, watch it. Very tight room here. Blades. And shackles go to green, circle, and in between the two. Green, circle, and in between the two. I don't know. Oh, fuck. Yeah, you got it. Okay, watch blades soon under you. Start killing everything and interrupting. Blades. Next portal.
Kill the close one.
Yeah, next portal is between circle and green and
Don't be
green
desert.
pillar. Between circle and green pillar, guys. Blades now. We go between circle and green. Wolf, yeah. Between circle and green. Okay, it's fine. Just a little bit less space.
Okay, I misunderstood. Sorry.
Yeah. Alright, get ready. Pick up all your essences. And taking portal now. And shackles going on blue, diamond, and in between the two. On blue, diamond, and in between the two. Blue,
There's an
blue,
essence
blue.
under the
Oh,
boss.
sorry, I'm trolling.
It is over
That's a
here,
blue
right?
pillar. Yeah. I trolled. Yeah.
And we would cleave these down here.
Yeah. It's fine. You can kill them later. It's okay. Beta pools, though. Beta pools.
What do you mean?
Control the ads. Watch the blades under you now. Blades under you. Okay, next one's
Which mechanics?
on blue, diamond, and in between the two. Decide for real. On move the rate a bit about
Bounty and spellbook deliver.
on blue, diamond, and in between the two.
I don't know who to give external from. Doesn't show.
That's fine. Just watch the blades. Keep interrupting. Keep interrupting.
I had to give external, but I didn't get the gloves. That's
This
fine,
portals,
Malcolm, please.
this portals between blue and diamond pillar. Diamond pillar is Gingy. Diamond pillar right behind you, Gingy.
Bad news. Out of range.
Okay. Yeah, sorry for the bad call, guys. I was confused as well.
Yeah. Let's swap the Lost over to this one. Second one is easy now.
Okay. Relax a little bit. Relax. Yeah,
I'm
we
fully
will do
chilled
this.
out, bro.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to quickly look at is where the people are dropping off their souls. On the after the second gate. I think it's not happening.
Yeah, it's a
good.
disaster for me to drop that one off, actually. I don't think I can do it. Drop that one.
Why?
And not where you want to do it, at least.
Yeah, but what is the reason?
You can watch my problem.
Yeah.
Don't think they're up yet, or maybe.
It's just
They're up.
impossible to get there.
Ah,
I
they're
mean,
up. Yeah.
I'm using cloak for it currently every time I'll get you. Don't have cloak.
So the plan here is to have the 3 shackles on the left, right, where one was, and cleave them with the ads, correct?
Oh,
And,
I think we wanna. I think they will die before the ads, bro. The suction
Yeah,
becomes really strong when the ads even spawn. Yeah. I don't know.
On that 8-minute wave, can I get like some externals or something? Because I want to stand in the middle and start blasting insta. I need to dot everything. Dying otherwise, I think.
Man, we don't really have externals for you right now. Yeah?
I can give you power shield.
That will help.
I can give you a tag as if you want.
Just press the macro and believe you have an external. Fucking send it, bro.
I mean, actually, that's a good
Make
point. If people press the macro, the fucks the plan of it, actually. I suppose. It's whatever, I guess. People just live somehow.
I mean, I can bear from this royal condemnation maybe too, but it's just in my cooldowns. Like as I'm setting up all my blast, like I will solo this fucking wave.
Nice memes.
What's the
Did you have to did you have the shackles in the end there on blue? Purple?
Yeah, on purple.
Okay, so the assignment is wrong. We had double purple there.
Yeah, the assignment is wrong. It's getting fixed.
Oh, okay. That's known already. Okay.
Is it the second wave of the gods you're talking about, Cannings?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can-
I will see if we can maybe do something there. Hang on.
Isn't the first one wrong as well, Roger? For shackles?
We can't, Cannings, sure, yeah. Actually.
I
You could get like the
Because,
rescue or something.
I had
No,
this
it's
one. I told me to go to
fine.
blue.
I will
Yeah,
just
that's
go
wrong,
bear
yeah.
farm.
All shackle assignments are fine. You already reloaded. Forget about it. It's all good. Sure. I just forgot about it.
Who is wait, where did you drop your soul?
What do you mean?
Oh, you just took it late.
I took it late, yes. There was a lot of other things going on, so I dropped it late, as you can see. Yeah, there it is.
I was actually shocked you made that. I don't know how you made it through that portal. Or did you transcendence or something?
No, I transcendence. I don't take.
Ah, that's why. Okay.
No, like.
Yeah, Bush could take his one super late as well if he's gonna
But
blink
then I'm
anyways.
AFK for 10 seconds in his face.
No,
That's all there is.
no. You would just hit the boss. You wouldn't go there.
Yeah, you
hit the
take.
boss.
I'm taking mine during the ring when the
And-
boss is in the middle. yeah.
Exactly. When the boss ports to the middle, you guys can melee this, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, you can
when
see
the
me
boss
on the right
goes to the
side.
middle, you just leg it to the side, And now
Yeah,
you pick it up.
Actually,
I guess
yeah.
I could, yeah.
Look, are you seeing my screen share real quick? I'll have the exact timing. Look.
Yeah, I was watching it.
Oh, okay. So here goes. You will just follow the boss. Follow. You're still hitting here, Gad. This portal is supposed to be here, by the way. It was wrong. So you'll be safe here. You hit the boss. And then supports to the middle now. And now you start strafing while hitting here. Pick up your soul, shadow step out. And then all of the shit will be done. Yeah. Like you took it now.
You'll have like 15-second timer now.
Yeah.
But how's it gonna let us later? What happens then actually?
Yeah, you'll still you can stay here, keep hitting here while all of these explodes. The
Now 10.
shackles. Yeah. The shackles are going there. And then you go and drop it off here now.
3,
and then you get dragged.
2, 1.
I mean,
Now you blow it up.
Well, the only issue is here, if you can see, go back. Wait, who the fuck am I watching, man, at this point? I don't
It's
even know.
me watching Roger.
Yes, yeah, okay, so if you go back, you see my soul 1, yeah, that I just dropped. If he can get condemnment while he has the soul, it will be shambles, yeah. But I don't know if that's possible. Yeah.
What? The shackles, you mean?
Yeah.
No,
condemnment,
you
yeah,
can't.
the shackles.
I've never seen this happen.
Okay, then it's fine, yeah, because you see how late I dropped my soul, and that is exactly what you said.
Yeah. But isn't it bad that you drop it at this late, because we kind of want to move?
Yes, I will take it a little bit earlier, but I didn't have roll charges, bro. I swear, I need like 5 rolls at this point.
Wait, you want to drop them in the front here and in the back, right here? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but hold on. I do want to say one thing. Here, I see 3 souls. Where's the 4th ray? Where's the 4th evoker one?
Did you pick them up? Go back
I mean, there's
a little
3 in melee. I guess those are the me
No, there's 3 melee and 4 in range.
But
That-
where's
that
the
is
last
dead.
one?
Mason is dead, so that might have something to do with it.
No, look at he's laying on his as a corpse. You can see it in
No,
the,
Mason,
in the
did
video.
you pick it up earlier?
Where the fuck is the last one?
You can see my corpse.
Wait, let's go back. Did we all pick up the souls?
I mean, otherwise would have wiped.
Yeah, we all have, yeah. You can
I mean, where's the
have
last soul?
Mason's POV either.
Going like Mason or Frago PV, someone in range, yeah.
No, I wasn't. I dropped on my portals, but yeah.
Sol has a good POV, dude, I bet. There you go.
Holy.
No, leader in Africa.
Yeah, but this is the other wave.
Yeah, now.
Okay, what game is he playing, guys?
These are 6 of them. Where's the 7th?
Eh?
I mean,
did we lose one?
Yeah, it's still alive.
What?
I think
On the
there's still an
previous
ad.
wave?
oh, this is after portals.
Oh.
You lost one, yeah?
Oh,
Maybe 2 are stacked.
Oh, this look. No.
Oh no, there's a new one. Bro, what
And
the
this
fuck?
is Mason. I can just decipher it. It's fine. Let's just.
Okay,
pull,
let's put
Yeah, okay. What I wanted to say though,
Mini
if you
feast.
look at my screen real quick, yeah, the idea is that these should be more to the right, yeah. Like the idea is we have 4 of them here.
We're all on the wrong spot. I don't know
We
if
need
that's
feast.
We need feast. We're on the
Yeah,
wrong
there we
spot.
Yeah, we get it. You're hungry, nice memes.
Yes,
It's
yes.
Okay, bro.
And oil
No,
up.
you need the gains.
And I need to fucking repair myself.
It was the pull timer for
Also-
the feast.
I just died to the Royal Condemnations with Wall and Dark Picture. I was 50% before, but you know.
Like, there's really. I think there's not much to heal when we pick up the souls anymore, and the healer workers always pick up the like further ones because we are not really in boss shrines all the way. I mean, for now it doesn't matter, but there's something to heal. I think that.
Then you died. Let's have.
It's a second death.
No, a second death. I was low, I guess.
Was this the second way, chains where you run to the wall?
No, that is the blue-purple middle one.
Yeah, the third. The third chain?
The verge.
Yeah.
Are we not gonna eat anything actually? By the way, like I'm actually.
Yeah, we have breakfast.
There's breakfast downstairs, bro.
Yeah, but I'm in the seriously, like I'm actually dying.
I mean, it was a 200k overkill with Dreadful Presence, you know. I guess so if it's clean, I live
Yeah, we get more of
I mean, we had a healer dead for like 30 seconds since.
Oh, okay. Yeah, true. Let's see what's dead.
That means we can 3 heal, guys. Get another warrior for rally.
Yes.
Yeah, we
Get it.
Bruh.
Which guy weighs? Or were you one of those edge guys, yeah? One of the sub guys? Yeah, you must have.
Can't find Sarah.
Isn't
Oh,
that-
you had the royal thing. Ah, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I
Isn't he supposed to be the
Yeah, yeah.
turret on the wave, or did I miss? Was that the next one?
What? No, he's
What?
on. This was the third wave, right? You
I
got?
went to blue. Yeah.
Yeah, that is not the middle, though, is it? Right, I'm not looking at the picture.
The middle?
Which wave of change is this? The third wave?
Third.
Third, okay. And you
Yes.
were one of the side ones, yeah? You weren't in the
Yeah,
middle?
he was on the side.
Okay, then he shouldn't get an external.
Also, the Dark Pact as late as possible, yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
It got sucked up by other shit. But I mean, you never got topped anyways. Just...
Yeah, Dark Pact was like 500k or
But when we go for the kill, we can't Dark Pact Danville here anyway, well? He needs to save something for the essence.
That's Healthstone angle.
Yeah. Let's Healthstone into Healthpod into shouting up the heal me.
Dude, I'm so excited when we brought last pull.
I don't think the essence does that much damage, bro. I picked one up earlier and I was hard shitting.
Yeah, I mean, problem is here that all the adds casting as well.
Yeah, of course. If that overlaps, then it's a bit much. Yeah.
You should really just use your second spell book,
We
yeah.
just pop some rescues or something will happen, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. We just need to get the...
Are the externals right now working? Because Zatsi did TD someone, I think, right?
I sacked someone as well. I think I sacked.
I mean, I got
don't
the
know if that
GS
was correct or
assignment.
not.
Did you sack who you were assigned?
Okay. On the first portals, did Zatsi, do you have anything? Please only respond to what I say one by one. Yeah?
I did not know.
Okay. On the second portal assignments, is that when you popped your externals, Robin and stuff?
I don't remember. I'm gonna double check. But I did sack clicks. I think it just glowed on the raid. I don't know if it called external or if it was.
On the second check, I got assigned to sack and I got the second Robin.
Yeah. Okay. Second one.
Yeah. Second shackles. I got assigned to Gingy.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So the second one was work, the first ones don't work yet, and we can do something later on, maybe for the third ones, pop the rescues or something, we'll see. It's fine. Just go.
Did you die through sack clicks?
One by one.
No, I died on the first ones because I guess I was just too close to them. I was just hitting the close to them.
Okay.
And then I yanked and I got the second one.
Let's get it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the third shackles that's between blue and purple, right? Like just making
Yes.
sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Will never happen again.
I mean, I heard your call, but I was like, maybe I should just have gone with it on that part.
Oh, I turned brain off. I just see
Ah,
markup off
stacking up.
I go there.
Exactly.
That's what I mean. I just went where the image was.
And roots.
You
Getting
do
ready.
have a reminder on your screen as well.
Legging it into Bloodus. Remember to dodge inside Medis.
I got well.
Okay, go.
So you don't get maged.
GG.
Who made
I
this,
would have
guys?
been off.
Who
I would have been
matching
off.
each other?
Yeah.
I didn't do anything. I just stood still.
Yeah, you only blinked in
You did
0.5
great,
Using the
Mark.
blob wave.
That wasn't
First
me.
wave.
Please. Wait a
Second
moment.
wave. And then we're baiting. Into roots.
To play Solar Harvesters to my Dark Pact is 5 me instead of 2.
Then we're legging it into blades.
Old man talking to himself.
Yeah, sorry.
There you go.
And then we have blades coming up again with toxins after.
Oh, triple stack.
Oi, oi, oi.
Holy
Christ.
fuck, bro.
Healers need some work, I guess, yeah? Let's see how it is. And then we have the Matrix. Watching for blades. Blades coming up here. And then we're legging it. Blades coming here. Into toxin positions.
Can someone else trigger purple here? My weaker stopped working. I shall do it.
Yeah. Get to your positions. Ready to leg it over. Legging it over, guys. Good blades, baits.
How much damage this shit does.
Right, it's every
And
point.
then we have the blob dodges. Don't kill me. Damage in 2, 1. Now. Ready for first grip. First grip in 3, 2, 1. Now. Push your left, DPS pot. First wave. Second wave. And third wave. Ready for personas. Grip coming up. Grip going in 3, 2, 1. Now. And dodging waves. First one. Second one. Third one. Dodging the third one. Dodging. Watch out. Very nice. Amazing clicks getting ready. Dodging blue balls, guys.
A little bit weaker here, let's see.
Dodging blue balls. Dispel in 2, 1. Now. Very nice.
Grab here.
And then we have Servo Mini coming up.
Yes.
And Dispel in 2, 1. Now.
Sorry.
And Hopeful and Revis. Going in 2, 1. Now. Pushing here.
Stopped.
Going up.
Give me
And
countdown.
Canex Narco in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dispel in 2, 1. Now.
Yes.
There's a fucking pull there, however.
And Nice Mims Kush. Ready.
We Dispel Ryzen.
Yeah.
We push here. Or maybe not. Sol Frago getting ready. No, we're good.
It's good. I'm back
Late
as well.
timer. Yeah.
Instead of Frago, someone else will go. Run quick. Sol and Wolf. Say if you can't make it, Wolf.
I got it. I might die though.
You get
Okay.
You got it.
And Dispels in 2, 1. Dispels. Watch the orbs. And GG and Ryzen need to swap. Really weird.
Yeah, it's fine.
Big cross.
Yeah. GG and Ryzen going in. And Dispels in 2, 1. Now.
You have to dispel value, yeah.
Watch the knock now.
All good.
Okay. One thing to try out is pick up your essence when the timer tells you to, okay? Not earlier. Don't pick it up at like 3 seconds.
Don't have res.
At the one. Yeah, we don't have res, I know.
This is not for the tanks, by the way, or Kush. Okay.
Yeah. Can I get topped here?
Yeah, I'm just walking.
I remember
If I
drag
get
the boss to the edge first and then...
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Fading. And
I have to
moving.
watch.
Control the ads
You
after.
need to turn back, Robin.
Yeah, no, I can now.
Control the ads. Blossom. Big ads spawning soon. And blades under you soon. Blades. And portals is between star and cross and star pillar. And watch the blades during it. Watch the blades between star and cross and star pillar. One of you needs to go star pillar. Good. Okay. A little bit too much clockwise, but watch the orbs. Remember your essences. And taking portals soon. 2, 1. Spreading good, and then watching the blades after. Spreading first, and blades under you now. Okay, lining up on the wall range. It's fine. You can pop the small ads a bit further. It's okay. Baiting first. Running towards the inner side range a bit. Okay. Blades coming soon. Watch your feet, and the shackles will be on circle, green, and between the two. Between circle, green, and between the two. Wolf is between circle and green. Or maybe adjust. Okay. Plates under you in 2 seconds. Watch it now. Next portals will be between circle and green pillar.
I watched
Tell the
pick up
range
an
now,
essence.
chat.
Yeah. On the back
Between
one.
green and circle and green pillar. Travis is green pillar.
We need one extra
Oh,
essence.
you are
Back up on the left,
swapping.
the one.
Gingy, you need to
Okay.
pick up an old one.
No, come on, you and Emilio now.
I take blue.
Yeah. Pick up the essences now. And taking portal in 2,
No roar.
1. And next shackles is blue pillar. Blue pillar, all of you. Go, go, go.
I have a late pick up.
Blue pillar.
Someone just blew up in melee.
Yeah, they all went to blue.
It's not the pillar.
It's
That's
indeed
blue.
not a pillar, guys.
Fine, it's fine. Can play.
Okay, controlling the ads.
I mean, I should have bring it to Menace.
Yep.
Whatever,
Good
man.
control.
Yeah, let's look at it quick. It seems like there was it a misunderstanding or was it too far to reach? I'm not sure.
I was
Misunderstanding for me, but
Hello, welcome back. We are getting that consistency in phase 3, almost back to back now, getting those little bit of placements sorted out, their strat that they have cooked up, ready to place the shackles in the right place, get the acolytes down with their cooldown assignments. There is so much damage going out in that final phase. We also have the ads to absolutely annihilate every single target being a priority target, but getting you through it, I'm OK Mage, and I'm joined by the wonderful Jessie. Jeeth, hello, hello.
Thank you, thank you. Although I've been thinking about renaming.
To Jenny from the block.
Yes, actually to OK Jenny. The okayest Jenny on the block. We did get a new best while we were on our little break. We listened to comms for quite a little while there, which was really, really nice. We got to hear their strategizing and planning and the good spirits that they're in right now, because today's a new leaf after yesterday where they did struggle for a lot of the day. But today they're just really consistent getting to that phase. A new best of 27.3%, down 6-ish% from the 33 from last night.
Oh my god, I didn't even see that. Good spot. We have had our new best pull. That is excellent to see, as we have only just started our day here in Cologne. So that is fantastic to get some of their best pulls in this early on.
Yeah.
We had a little bit of a regression yesterday, but that's fine. That was yesterday's problem. Today we're on pace.
Yeah, we're on pace.
Good
We're doing well. We're getting into phase 3 almost every single pull, which is exactly the practice and consistency they need, because it's so difficult. It's an incredibly chaotic fight. We're often painting these broad outlines of, okay, so now we have to kill spiders and now we have to kill acolytes, but all the time there's all this other stuff happening under the hood with webs constantly splashing around, making it much more difficult to position for those things, and of course baiting the puddles in the right spot so you don't get overwhelmed later without space. So they're refining all of those strategies, and it's really, really good to see. Actually, while we were on our break, I went down and talked to Julia for a little bit.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I did.
Our lovely personal chef here at the SK Magenta facility venue.
Indeed, all the players in love with her. She says that it's always easy for her to be the most liked person in the building because she's the one feeding them. She's done a really great job. She's been working 3 weeks straight, ever since the first, production started showing up here, to set up the facility, coming in every single day to make all of those meals. And I was talking to her about like some of the logistics behind it, ensuring they have all the supplies they need, the ingredients, of course all the cleaning, plates and silverware, on top of actually preparing enough food for everyone all day, every day. And there's some big guys here that need a lot of feeding up.
Yeah.
So it was a big job. I did I raised the proposition to her if she wanted to potentially come on the show and say hi to our audience, because I know how much you guys would enjoy chatting with Julia. She said maybe. She said she's a little bit worried about her confidence. More of a behind the scenes girl. But I think everyone would love talking to her. So everyone, some hearts in chat for Julia. If we can get enough hearts in chat for Julia, and I can show her how appreciated and loving our community would be. I can't actually do it. Hold on.
Am I like a total millennial
Does this not
for
look like
doing
lungs?
it like that?
This is just lungs. Okay, okay. Oh! Okay, hold on.
Oh, they're not going into a pool yet, guys. Don't worry.
Wait, those are binoculars. I'm making a heart.
Oh,
Look,
right,
it's good,
sorry.
right? How's that?
That looks fantastic.
This is the first ever heart I've made.
I think the cool kids...
How do you do it?
No, that's...
This is the goggle thing, right?
That I...
Here. You do the hand on the head.
So welcome to Boomer Hour with Jordan and Jesse.
Boomer Hour. I'm like, I think more than half a decade older than you.
No.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I always forget.
How old are you?
21.
Me too.
There you go. But we are raising money for Games for Love, a wonderful charity providing help for children in hospitals, providing distraction therapy, and also having some amazing scholarship and internship programs for them later on in life as well. You know, they could spend their crucial educational years in hospital dealing with something terrible, so not only can they get through that tragic time extremely comfortably, but also providing the means to get them kind of rehabilitated back into the everyday world as well after that.
The great thing about that charity is how they've kind of grown and developed in response to the need that they've seen, right? Nathan, we talked to Nathan on stream a couple of days ago, and you guys got to meet him, which was fantastic. And he talked about how he developed the charity because his own son was going through a lot of hospitalization with a genetic disorder. And as they've, continually said, okay, we're just going to adapt to what everyone needs. They go to a hospital and they say, what do you need? You need video games, we'll get them. Consoles, we'll get them. You need to learn how to operate them, we'll train you. You need to have repair, we'll provide it. And then as those kids start aging and beat their condition, perhaps, they've missed school, they've started providing those scholarships in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, internships, training, connecting those kids with those resources in a really phenomenal way. I did want to we said this last evening, but I want to say it again because some people saw the broadcast where Nathan said that his own son had been suffering, and that's why he started the charity. He forgot to say, and I think it's important to let everyone know, his son made a full recovery. Currently, like a state taekwondo champion. His son can beat up all of us, right? So full recovery, Giga Chad boy.
What an inspiring
it's such a great story,
yeah.
and so they're constantly growing that charity, and you guys have raised so much money already for it.
$31,700 so far. Thank you so much for all of your generosity. $1 enriches one child's life. You are absolutely fantastic. We had a $1 donation an hour ago from World's Caster. Who could that be?
Oh, I think there are several casters that cast League of Legends. None of them particularly notable.
Could be anyone,
None that
really.
I would have heard of.
Hey chat, let's get an early morning pee-pee poo-poo train going. Now we know that can only be one person.
Yep. Wait, who? Mike?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was
Mike,
labeling things
Mike, a big
around
fan
here.
of pee-pee poo-poo.
Notoriously a big fan.
Yeah. Things you know about
Aw.
Mike. Hates cats.
Hates everything cute.
Hates cute stuff. Hates his son.
No taste.
Yeah, no taste. Likes, British food over world cuisine. Doesn't like Italian food. What doesn't that man hate? It seems like it's an exhaustive list.
Meat and gravy.
Yeah, meat and gravy. I can't actually do
setting
a British
myself
accent.
up here.
Anytime I try to do a British accent, I just sound pretentious.
Do you?
Yeah.
Wait, what's your British accent?
Give me a subject. Give me an entry. Be British.
Fancy a cuppa? Do you want a cup of tea?
Oh, I would really enjoy a cup of tea. Could you pour it for me?
Ooh, that was pretty good.
The only accent I can do is the
Pour
British
it
person.
for me.
Indeed.
You know what, Jesse? Indeed, I will.
It is indeed raining again. We have no sun here.
I love it. Like, that's so good. You know
Thank
what?
you.
Sometimes when Americans do an English accent, I often hear Australian, and
Yeah.
I can understand why. Because sometimes I'll hear an
Because
Australian
it's the
accent.
better version of the English accent.
No.
What you were
Crikey.
saying? You were saying you hear an Australian accent.
Yeah, because I think they can be a little bit similar sometimes.
Yeah.
There have been occasions where someone has an Australian accent, and for a second I think they're British.
Even
And
you?
Yeah, even me. So I can understand,
My big problem
struggle.
is, playing games as we do, right? We get exposed to so many different people from so many different places, all with their own unique accent. And I've heard people speak English with accents ranging from, Mediterranean, South African, Australian, Asian, Eastern European, Northern European, Scottish, and Irish. And by far the most difficult to understand English on the planet is Scots English.
Yeah.
Someone who's been speaking English for the past 2 years from Bulgaria is significantly easier to understand than a Scot.
Yeah, I feel like there are so many accents, and yeah, a lot of them are quite difficult. Sometimes I struggle even with Irish accents. If it's a very thick Irish accent, I do that thing where there's just like no thoughts, just
just smile and nod,
yeah,
boys.
and I'm like,
Smile and nod.
it's the 4th time I've said, "What did you say?" and I still didn't catch it, and I'm going.
Yeah, I was talking to someone from Scotland at one of the races to World First, and I like a week before I had hurt my foot. Okay. And so that was in the background, right? I hadn't thought about it for a few days. I was sitting down with him, and he said, "How's the food?" I was like, "Food was fine. You know, I had the pasta. It was pretty good." He's like, "But how's your food?" Bro, I don't know what you mean. Your food
is fine.
It's the foot. What are you talking about? Can't understand what you're saying. Yeah, now I know. Food is foot in Scotland. I don't know why, but apparently it is. What I will say, you know, the British have more accents per square kilometer than any country that small has any right to have. You have more regional variation from village to village than we have in our entire continent-sized country. Why?
So true.
Why? You have to do it on purpose.
We just, you know, every village needs its own unique identity.
Yeah, because of course you want to be able to know if the person in town is a foreigner.
Exactly.
From the valley over.
Yeah, especially if they're from the north. What are you doing in the south? Boo. Yeah, we do have so many accents, especially a Newcastle accent or a Liverpudlian accent if you're from Liverpool.
Say that again. Liverpudlian?
Yes.
How does
so
Liverpool
from
turn into puddle?
I don't know. That's just one of those things.
If it
Liverpudlian
evaporates,
accent.
a pool could become a puddle if there wasn't enough rain and all the water evaporated. Liverpudlian?
I don't know
Here's
why
the
we
other
say
issue
that.
I
That's
have
one of
with
those
England.
things that I've always said that I've never thought about.
Much like all of your other words. Why do you spell a word with 14 syllables and 30 letters and then only pronounce a quarter of them? Worcestershire.
We
is
drink our
Worcester.
teas. We don't pronounce them.
It's not just the teas. Oh, did I tell you that story about the lady who lost her teas and her lunch?
No.
When we were going to Manchester for the Race to World First in Final Fantasy XIV, I had to ride a very long train because the main train that went downtown was gone. Everyone was packed into this like city metro, and it was very tight quarters. So I understand what this poor lady was going through. A woman threw up all over my feet.
Oh.
So she did lose her lunch. But then because she was British, she also lost all of her teas. She looks at me and she says, "I'm so sorry. My anxiety got a better of me." I'm like, "Lady, are your teas all over my feet right now? Where did they go?"
She just threw
My
them
anxiety got better of me.
That was also a good British accent.
Thank you,
My
thank you.
bottle of water.
A bottle of water is now
classic.
all over your foot.
Your food. That's
food?
very rude. Oh,
Yeah.
I remember
that was
telling-
my introduction to Manchester, and by all accounts, that was accurate.
So, yeah, that was the first time in your into the UK as well. So your entry was being puked on public transport.
Which is what I
you
gather
know,
most of England is like.
Yeah, it's a very regular occurrence. So I'm glad you're getting the traditional welcome. But we have had some donations. We had a $100 donation last night from Jax
goodness.
Gallio, which is an incredible amount of money. Thank you so much. This is my favorite time of the race when both guilds are neck and neck. These moments right here are why I love the Race to World First.
What a great point.
Completely agree.
Let's see, how often has this happened? So there was a Midgesil where both guilds could have killed the boss at any
that
juncture.
was such a tense
pulling
time.
side by side. It was
Ooh.
amazing. Then you also had Castle Nathria, where Liquid was so clearly going for that kill, so I could cut short their splits to dive in there and go for the Hail Mary and try to do it again. And they were pulling side by side in the last phase as well. Those moments are so exciting.
Oh, so exciting.
Last night it happened again with both
Yeah.
guilds getting a personal best, Echo getting to 33, Liquid getting to 30 or so at the same time on the screen. It's phenomenal. I love it. And that's going to happen again later today, right? I don't think Echo's killing the boss before the end of the day, if then. So if they play well and are consistently getting to phase 3, when Liquid gets up in several hours, they're going to both be blasting, trying to find that last 15, 27% to slay the boss. It's going to be the best timeline for Race World First fans?
Yeah, absolutely. I love the race as a whole. It is my favorite event. Liquid have been playing out of their minds, been doing a wonderful job this tier. As always, you know, they are such a heavy competitor, as are Echo, and both guilds kind of push each other to be better. If you have, you know, one clear winner every time, one side could maybe get a little bit confident or kind of slack a little bit. So it's nice that they have each other to kind of push to the limits of what everybody's capable of achieving in this game. And even Method are hot on their tails
They're
as well.
blasting. They're
They
in phase
are
3 now.
annihilating this tier. Yeah, staying up till I think 4 a.m. before the reset, getting Silken Court down, which again was another one of those moments of the race that was just a spectacle of, are they going to get it? It was pure cinema. It's
incredible
been so
to see
exciting.
that perseverance, that diligence, you know, the grit to get it down. We actually have 4 guilds all working simultaneously on Queen Ensrek here in the second reset. 3 of them in phase 3. The Asian guild as well in phase 2. Hot Pot Heroes doing phenomenally well. Them having the item level advantage over the other guilds as well. So an incredibly competitive, incredibly hot race. Just the best timeline for Race World First fans, you know, who just enjoy that close competition and the uncertainty, the wild, you know, speculation about what's going to happen, who's going to win, what's going to go down. It's so much fun.
Absolutely. And even if you have a team that you're rooting for, I kind of just enjoy the race again as an event. I can't believe that this is a total community-based event that's put on, raising so much money for charity, and also getting to see the best players in the world be pushed to their absolute limits. It is indeed so wonderful to watch and see them get to the very, very end. I very much enjoy it.
Yeah, me as well. Do we have some more donations?
We
come in?
do.
We
Would
keep
you like to
procking
read
some?
some? I'm
Sure.
hogging the iPad
not
very
at all.
much.
But you read them so beautifully. Everyone
your
prefers
English
them
accent.
in an English. Oh, should I read them in an English accent?
If you
I'm going to
want.
assume that if it's not marked as read, it is unread. I don't know if some of those were.
So I've
there's-
decided to choose Chaos, where sometimes a donation will come in at the top, makes me laugh, so I read that one. So I tick it, and then there's all the ones underneath.
Can I turn it this way? I like it.
You know,
better
some
this way.
people go in order, right? Some people will look at the donations from bottom up, and tick. I just pick and choose.
Yeah, so some of these are from a while ago. They may have been read again, but if they're funny, I'm going to read them again. I don't mind.
Some of them were from last night, and
Yeah.
we didn't get the chance to read them on our shift last night.
And if a caster mistakenly failed to mark it as read, I'm just going to read it again. You get the double value from your donation. And, you know, we appreciate the money. So either way, RatJam777
Oh,
sent
classic.
in $10 with a little bit of pun, and I will try to do it justice. But it's an Irish pun, and Irish accents are impossible. Why are there only 239 beans in Irish stew?
Why?
Because one more, and it'd be too farty.
Oh, that's so good.
Love that.
Well
Anonymous
played.
with $10. If we all donate $1, there's a chance we get to see Preach get a spider tramp stamp, and we also get to help kids. I don't think Preach is getting a tattoo. At $40K dollars donated to the cause, Nagura, Medic, and I have all committed to getting one of Sam's tattoos placed on our body, the Team Spider or Team Crab. I don't know that Preach is committed to it, and I really doubt the man who is married with 2 sons will be getting a tramp stamp, although that would be fun.
That would be wonderful.
I was teasing Chad about the possibility that I would
Do you
indulge
think
in
you
a
are
small of
gonna
the back.
get-
I will get a tattoo.
Do you think you're going to get the tramp stamp?
No, right.
Oh.
That would be fun for about an hour, and then it would be
Oh, no.
regret for the remainder of my life. You know, if
Wanna
we
try
if
and
we
avoid
do
that.
if we do a tattoo, I think shoulder is the best place, right? Because then you've got the sleeve you can cover it with. It's easy to look at my tattoo. You know, you can show it off while also keeping it covered without having to be like, look at the small of my back. You know,
Yeah, can you imagine I got
pulling
a
that out
tattoo,
on
just,
stream.
start
Yeah, just
lifting your
bend
shirt
over in front of stream. I don't think that's
Hey,
the
look.
play.
Oh no.
I'll keep going through a few of these while we're in phase 1. Every little while we'll go through and explain exactly what's happening in phase 1, but anyone who's been a fan of the race has probably watched 240 times thus far. Let's let them get through. Chorizo, which is great food,
I love chorizo, yeah.
sent in $10 saying a request for Roger. Next time he needs a
Oh.
code name, can he use chorizo so I can help the players from my sofa, keeping it food themed?
Ooh.
An excellent idea.
Yeah, we could suggest that as
Typically, he uses fruit.
Yeah, so he regularly will name, a mechanic, or if they have to pay attention to something, he'll give it a fruit name. Is that the law behind that, Jesse?
Yeah, there is some lore behind it. I remember it was the dragon boss in Nyalotha. I think it was Valiona or Vexiona or some, I don't know, one of those names. Big dragon. Would fly beams down that you had to dodge, and only one lane would be safe. There was a lane by the door, there was a middle lane, and there was a lane on the opposite side of the boss from the door. And it's easy to say door side, and it's easy to say middle, but we didn't know what to say for the other side opposite of the door. Roger said, well, I'm going to stop saying that. From now on, that's pineapple. Pineapple means the opposite side of the boss from the door. That's the shorthand. And ever since then, Roger's code naming everything. We've had the banana strat on the Nexus Princess boss as well.
Yeah, that was so I thought he named the strat banana, but I think was it that banana was the code to press the macro?
Yeah, but not banana. I just said banana.
Banana.
The banana strategy was to indicate that it was time to press your macro, because on Nexus Princess Kaiveza you had a private aura. The weak aura couldn't detect you had that debuff. In order to signal to the weak aura you had the debuff, you had to push the macro yourself. Banana was keyword for everybody push your macro.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things that kind of makes sense, right? Because I feel like macro in the moment in a raid fight is not going to stand out as much as someone randomly yelling banana.
Banana.
Yeah, and then you definitely know, oh, that's a bit jolting, like wokage. I know what that means.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun for chat too. It is funny because we had an abundance of bananas in the facility there for a while. Lots of fresh fruit.
We had such a huge bag of bananas. I remember running around as if it was my picnic with this massive bag of bananas.
Yeah.
I went to Mike on stream and I was like, Mike, do you want to go on a picnic? He was like, sure. I said, okay, I've packed chat a nice packed lunch and just put all of these bunches of bananas on his desk and just left him with it. And he was like, wait, hold, Jordan.
I was
ran away.
I was being a little bit mischievous, as sometimes I am. And once when the girl was really focused on reading something on screen, I pulled out a banana. I snuck in and just ate it in front of her, waiting for her to notice. That was fun. And then I left a banana on the couch for someone next to find. That was also funny when they found that.
Oh, no.
A little bit of sneaking with the bananas.
Banana in the couch.
There are plenty. We did just have an intermission wipe there, so we can continue going through all of the amazing donations. Keep sending them in. Puns, jokes, stories, your favorite boss, your favorite moments, your favorite casters, whatever it may be.
I wonder, does anybody have a noob story? I feel like this is
Noob
something.
story?
Yeah, I
I
feel
have so
like
many
this
noob
is.
stories.
Oh, I'd love to delve into your brain, but I actually brought up my biggest noob story a couple of times throughout this race, and I'm wondering if anybody else has a noob story to make me feel better. No, I'm kidding.
Surely
Just
no one has
because-
ever been as much of a noob as you.
Yeah, I can't be the only one.
Okay, so Katrina recently started playing WoW.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and I have some noob stories from her that will raise the hairs on the back of your neck. She, okay, I'm going to tell one. Katrina, being my wife, lives in Denmark, played Final Fantasy XIV for a long time, has never played WoW before. She wanted to know what was an easy class to play, and everyone knows the correct answer to what's the easiest class to play is...
Hunter.
Correct. So I told her to play Hunter. Everyone knows BM Hunters have no buttons and that they're very, very easy. She messaged me and she said, you said this was easy, but I keep dying. And I'm like, okay, so what pet do you have? She sends back, huh? Pet?
Oh no!
She was playing BM Hunter with no pet.
Oh, that may be a small
It's a little bit of a
explanation.
problem.
Yeah, you know, the BM Hunter's pet
really
dealing most of their damage.
It like highlights how much we take for granted.
Absolutely.
From the knowledge base that someone new just doesn't know.
Yeah, because you wouldn't know that. You don't know that all your damage is coming from your pet and that it's really important. I think as a new player, you may think, oh, you know, hunters get a pet. It's like an aesthetic thing. You can go around and you can capture pets and you can collect all these different ones and put them in your stable. You kind of feel like it's a feature.
That kind of confuse you a little bit.
Yeah, I can totally see how that can happen.
And then also, she thought that anytime she picked a talent, it would automatically go in her bars. And these bars have tons and tons of buttons. During the tutorial, right, you fight that first target dummy, and then it puts a new button on your bar and says, use this button 3 times. So she's like, oh, they're just going to always give me my buttons. So she was spec'd into things like, oh, you know, kill command, but didn't have it on her bars.
Oh, which is one of the biggest executes, right?
Like it's like a rotational button for them, right? I think just every few seconds you're pushing kill command. So the struggles of a new player, but now she's completed her very first ever Mythic +2 key yesterday.
Was that the key that we did?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know
You
that.
did a key
that
with
was
her.
her
was her
first
key.
key. Oh,
Yeah.
that was a really fun key as well.
was fun.
It's been really
Lots
cute,
of new
actually.
players.
Yeah, all of us kind of in the caster room, playing together. Even Medic before he left, because he had sadly had to leave because he is casting for Worlds, kind of a big deal. We miss him very much already. But he said, oh, you know, can we still do Mythic Plus? Because that was something that we would all do. We'd hang out and do some Mythic Plus a lot when chilling in the caster room.
Yep, losing Frago in the intermission, no reds available. Keep an eye on that. Chimmy sent in $10 a little while ago with a pun for you.
Oh.
Where do poor Italians live?
Where?
In the spaghetto. Not sure that one deserved the giggle.
See, I always feel like the more absurd, the better. I enjoyed it.
Yeah. Do you know my favorite? Favorite's the dad joke.
Oh.
Yeah, I've told it a couple times. Have I told you?
I don't think so.
I don't know why I like this one so much. It resonates with me. Why didn't the farmer like his stepladder?
Why?
Because it wasn't his real one. It was his stepladder.
Oh!
Thank you for that, making me feel better.
No, I just like had a total blank moment of like, wait. I get it now.
Yeah, thank you. The charity laugh. I appreciate it.
It's not. It's actually a very good joke. I was too dumb to get it the first time.
No, not at all. Not at all.
I have a really absurd dad joke. I've told this one before.
I want to hear it.
What do you call an elephant in the North Pole?
I don't know.
Lost.
True. Fair enough. What do you call an elephant standing in custard?
What?
Invisible. Think about it. Have you ever seen an elephant in custard?
No.
They're all invisible.
Oh my goodness. Wait, we'll learn new things every day.
We had a $25 donation from Anonymous. No comment, no name. 25 children help. Mic drop. Giga Chad.
Thank you very much.
So much. $25 donation from Anonymous saying, love the Race World first. Great job as always to every caster player production team. And most important, the chef who makes the food. Julia downstairs working so hard.
Aww.
More hearts for Julia.
Yes.
We want to get her on the chat. I think that would be so fun to talk to her for a little bit.
Yeah, I've taken so many pictures and little videos of her food. She is amazing. And it's very exciting coming into the venue every day. We've had wonderful breakfasts, you know, with some fruit, overnight oats, and some wonderful little bowls that she's been making us.
I love the overnight oats. They're so good.
They're so delicious.
Yeah.
And with like little chai seeds, and we had some scrambled egg this morning. She has been doing a wonderful job, and she bakes fresh cakes every day. We had some beautiful banana bread the other day. Yesterday, she made chocolate brownies from the WoW cookbook.
Yeah, they've been using the WoW cookbook for a lot of the meals, which is so sweet
That
and
is
really cool.
so sweet, because none of them are WoW players. So they, you know, when they heard there was going to be a WoW event, they went and purchased this WoW cookbook and have made us little snacks and cakes from the WoW cookbook, which I thought was very cute.
It's so cute, and it really shows their passion for, you know, feeding gamers here at the SK Gaming Magenta facility, as they've been doing for a while, and now have this influx of World of Warcraft players. She told me that, you know, she's really having a great time, enjoying all of the conversations, enjoying meeting everyone, but wouldn't mind if we, you know, fucked off and gave her a break. She's been
yeah,
working
this is
for
nice
3
and all,
weeks
but
straight.
I want a day off. So can you leave, please?
And
Can you kill the boss?
She's Australian, so no holds barred when it comes to...
Yeah, no, you are very correct. The Australian way. It's funny because I had a little bit of a conversation. Sadly, this is going to lead to a wipe. We're keeping our eye on the pools, so you're not missing too much. We want to be getting back into phase 3, so we're keeping an eye on the screen as we fill your ears with lots of nonsense. In the meantime,
that's what I'm full of nonsense. I have to spew it out constantly, or I'll pop.
Me too.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, I cannot. It's like the few times when we have to sit on the couch and be silent. Silent challenge is apparently impossible.
Yeah, well, I mean, you had the nonsense overflow yesterday into this beautiful art. Look how talented she is. These emotes are so glorious.
See, this is what happens when I have nothing to do.
So
I will find something.
Hold.
Hold.
Love that.
Okay,
hold.
are we still blalatathing? Actually,
yeah,
you know what
we need to
think?
put up hold because we've had a couple of phase 1 wipes for a little
yeah,
bit.
so maybe, or do we have worm?
Yeah.
Hold
on. We had another donation from Metal MMO. Question to Jeeth, as the next world first healer, general heal aficionado. Why bring the paladin here? because of triage healing or another freedom, wouldn't it be something like please don't laugh a third evoker because of rewind and Zephyr? So you're absolutely right that a third evoker would do significantly more HPS. Zephyr is really, really good. It's a phenomenal piece of utility, and evokers have phenomenal utility in general. They are doing a lot of things under the hood to keep people alive, including some more of that Twin Guardians tech that we saw come in so clutch on the Princess Kaiveza, right? Evokers grab each other or some other vulnerable person right before big hits like the 4-stack of Frothy Poison going into the emission, or the rest in the intermission, giving a big shield to both of the evoker and the other player. That stuff has huge value. Zephyr does as well. Great cooldown. But you are absolutely right. You can't just heal this raid with 4 evokers, even though the evokers are doing 20% more HPS than any of those other healing specs, because evokers have, right up there with Discipline Priests, arguably the worst spot healing in the game, the least consistent ability to say these 4 people are in danger of dying and they need healing. Evoker can blast everyone with a huge engulf, or 2 huge engulfs, or even 4 if they use stasis and do phenomenal HPS, but they can't say these 5 people over the next 15 seconds each require an enormous amount of single target healing to stay alive. A Paladin can. So you need people to bring that triage healing. That's why this healing setup is so common right now. 2 evokers, a Holy Priest and a Holy Paladin. The evokers doing the bulk of the raid healing, the Holy Paladin and the Holy Priest doing the bulk of the spot healing, that triage healing. That's so important because, as we've seen going into that last phase, when you have 7 people carrying around that Acolyte soul, they all need attention or they're going to die.
Yeah, so they'll need the spot healing, especially, as well as the coordinated kind of unavoidable damage that's going out at that point as well, with the ads having a little bit of a shield, can't be interrupted until that shield is broken, so you will have some of those casts going off at the very start. So, yeah, you kind of need a mixture of both, right? But yeah, the freedom being such a key thing
True
here.
as well.
The Silken Tombs that go out in phase 1, as you'll be seeing, they are kind of mitigating every single set. By breaking out with Escape Artist from the Gnome racial, Freedoms from the Paladin, Tiger's Lust from the Monk. There are various ways that they can free themselves, as they don't really want to allocate the damage into those Silken Tombs and trying to get as much uptime on the boss as possible. Any resources taken off of the boss going to be very detrimental later on.
Yep, so you see here.
Yeah, there you go.
Go ahead. Yeah,
No,
you were doing great. Yeah, I mean, there it is, right? Every single raider is popping Freedom, Escape Artist, Dream Breath, you know, something from the Evokers, whatever you need to, shape-shifting its mechanics to get out of those roots without ever allocating a single point of damage to them, which is such a good point, as Jordan said, because all of that damage can go to the boss instead. Also, that becomes necessary. They might have done that for damage optimization anyway, but it becomes necessary because of the overlaps.
Yeah, because you'll get these routes into Venom Bombs, which is this exact overlap right here. So every single time they have to make sure they're breaking out so quickly.
Imagine if they were killing roots while also trying to bait the blades, evade the blades, and get in the bombs.
Yeah, it's just too much to expect, right?
Yeah.
You'd have to allocate so many cooldowns to breaking out every single set of Silken Tombs. And again, that's damage then and resources taken off of the boss HB being such a key factor in this fight.
Yeah.
We've seen to the end Liquid playing out of their minds, seeing to the very, very end of the fight, and still having 15% health left on the boss, which is not abnormal, you know. You want to go through the fight, you want to be learning it, finding your feet, coming up with the strats, cooking it up where they're going with every single step.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then finding the damage after. So that is quite normal, but still, there's damage we can't really take off of the boss to put on every single Silken Tomb when we can kind of mitigate it with the various things we have at our disposal.
Absolutely. We see so much utility, a lot of individual player utility being shown during this phase, this intermission doing so much damage. Unfortunately, it looks like we may be getting the third rest. Oh, they did beat it, so we're going into phase 2. But you see, for example, Narco's popping a bubble and then placing Sacrifice on Ryson so that Ryson can live through that grab. Thaner also using a Blessing of Sacrifice. So the Paladin's providing huge utility with very high survivability themselves, and then able to place a buff on someone else so that they can live. You see that second rest, that second pull-in, everyone needs something. You can't live through it with just healing. So everyone's either popping a personal or getting a benefit from the Paladins with Blessing of Sacrifice, or an Evoker with that time dilation, which is such an extraordinarily powerful cooldown. We do have, for the first time in a little while, a phase 2 pull. Canix is going to be on the floor for the next 30 seconds until we get the next combat raise. We also lose Zerwo, so a little bit faltering here as we try to get through this first platform and get to platform 2, which is probably the hardest part of the fight until the last phase.
Yeah, because they'll have so much damage going out, as well as very particular positioning. They're getting dragged in by the webs. They're having to dodge the orbs. They're having to dodge the beams that are going across. As well as on this second platform, the healers having a lot of gloom dispels going out across the raid, dealing raid damage every time they're dispelled, dropping a pool on the floor when they're dispelled. Every time a player goes through this portal, also getting an additional gloom debuff. So it is very, very challenging.
Yes,
Try not to
absolutely.
get yanked off of the edge as well, ideally.
Correct. And that happens very frequently as well, dropping webs under the feet. We did commit the Bloodlust here to try to get through this into Phase 3. It's more important to get into Phase 3 to practice it, even if you don't have Bloodlust to get through the scary overlaps there, than it is to lose the pull entirely. So with 2 DPS dead, now 3 with Gingy dying as well, they did commit the Bloodlust in order to try to push through. Unfortunately, the more players you have dead, the more it starts to cascade. You don't have damage for all of the ads, and someone messes up going through the Shadow Portal, so we lost the pull. But back into Phase 2, which is good. We need to continue working on that consistency, and as we get good pulls, we'll call those out. But keep your donations coming in. We got $10 with a heart for the support staff.
Aww.
Love that. We'll be sending that straight down to Julia to say, look, chat loves you. They want to talk to you about all the amazing dishes you make.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be very interesting to see what she thinks as well. Must be quite a thing that we've been here for such a long time and the event is still ongoing. I remember I spoke to my nan yesterday, I gave her a ring. And I said, how are you going? You know, are you coming home yet? Oh, you've been there for such a long time. Trying to explain to them kind of how it all works. It's quite a lot. Like, no, nan, they haven't killed it yet. She's like, what's so hard? Why don't they just kill it? Yes, thanks, nan.
Yeah. we got a $1 donation from Schematic chiding me. England has so many accents because of how old our country is. The Angles settled mostly in the Midlands in the east, the Jutes in the Kent and along the south coast, and the Saxons in the area south and west of the Thames. Americans wouldn't understand, because of course everyone knows Americans are a singular entity from only one location in the world with no reason to have a homogenous sounding language at all. Actually, British history is so fascinating because I think it might be one of the single most contested pieces of land on the planet, right? You had the native Britons get conquered first by the Romans, so you have an introduction of Latin as the Romans there. And then the Romans flee because, what's his faith, Constantine or something like that, wanted to go be emperor in the east, leaving the native Britons with that influx of Latin. Saxons, Jutes, and Angles start conquering them, bringing their language over. Then they subsequently get invaded and conquered by the Danes, bringing that language over. And then they subsequently get conquered by the Normans, bringing some French influence in the language. Of course, your language is a chimera because you just can't stop being conquered. Have you tried not being conquered?
What if we like it?
Maybe you do. Although you did turn around and then take over the rest of the world in vengeance. So, you know, turns out how it turns out.
Get wrecked.
We got a $25 donation from Zlobulbliblus.
Love that name.
Can you say it for me?
Zlobusblibliblus.
I think that is, in fact, a British name. Saying, for the Horde.
Boo! For the Alliance. Are you Team Alliance or Horde?
Okay, so it depends on how you mean.
What do you play? And what do you prefer?
I play a dwarf.
Okay.
But I prefer the Horde,
Boo.
except that the racials suck. Dwarf is just so good.
It is.
It's so good. You know that dungeon, I think it's Stone Vault, where they throw a cog at you and you're silenced for 3 seconds?
Yes, I am very, yes.
Yeah, as a mage, I'm sure you love that when it lands on you in the middle of your cast.
Yep, casting a Glacial Spike takes 10 minutes to cast it, get silenced just as it goes off.
One of the ways Dwarf is so good, you can just Stone Form. If you're the healer, I can cleanse you, although I'm not going to bother. You could have kicked it. You're your own fault. But if I get that debuff, I'm screwed, right? Just Stone Form it off and you're fine. There's so many examples in which Stone Form is so crucial and so amazing. I wouldn't be at all surprised, by the way. Obviously, they're doing a lot of race changes here to get gnomes for the escape artistry and remove the roots. I wouldn't be surprised if Dwarf wasn't the next best, because with Dwarf you can self-dispel your own Gloom Burst in Phase 2 at a propitious time instead of waiting for a healer to spell. I'm not sure what other valuable racials there might be.
I wonder if Shadow Meld works on the tomb. I don't know if that's possible, but I know that it works for the last boss in City of Echoes, where you go into the shadowy puddle
Yeah.
You're kind of rooted and consumed by a blob that stops you from getting dragged into the boss. And if you shadow meld it or invis it, it frees you.
I think that
But
works.
I think it's because the ad is targeting you. You're kind of consumed by it.
Yeah.
If you
they lose targeting.
so it kind of frees you.
Same reason that like a knock-up ability works. It disrupts their cast, and feign, I'm sorry, from the hunters works for the same reason. But that is a good point. I have seen some mages opting to drop Shimmer for regular blink, because if you get grabbed by the Silken Tomb in phase 3, shackles come down, you're rooted and slowed. If you touch it, you get turned and stunned. But you can blink out of stuns.
Yeah, the base blink breaking you out of stuns, exactly right. But you do lose the extra charge that Shimmer gives you. Opting for ice flows instead. I don't know how much value that's
What does ice flows provide?
So you press ice flows and your next cast is castable while moving.
Pretty
but
nice.
It's good, but well, for Frost, it will definitely have more value for Fire and Arcane. I think it was very valuable for Fire last expansion because you'd hard cast the Pyroblast, which is a long cast. You don't want it to get interrupted, so you could ice flows it. It's
Can
good
you
for
push
shifting
it
power
in the
as well.
cast? Or can you start Pyroblast and then flows to continue casting your Pyroblast while moving, or do you have to preemptively
So
flows?
you press it before and then it's your next cast, but there is a
Okay.
little bit of tech with ice flows where you can kind of overlap it and kind of squeeze extra charges out of it.
Interesting.
So there's some tech to it. But it can devalue with more haste because
Right.
the faster your cast, the less distance you're going to cover with ice flows. So, you know, if your cast becomes 1 second cast, you're not going very far. So you're not going to really cover a significant amount of distance that if you get any mechanic, usually Shimmer can take you that distance, right, to deal with the mechanic
Well,
as
thus
opposed
far,
to micro movement.
We have seen our mages sticking with that Shimmer, finding a lot of value from that. That might last until one of them gets hit by the Silken Tomb, and they're, you know, I want to blink out, but I can't.
Perhaps.
We'll
Yeah,
see.
I feel like Shimmer's so good because of the web dragon and also in
There are
the
no
final
dragons
phase.
in this fight.
Oh,
This
no.
is a
no,
spider fight,
sorry,
not a
this is
dragon fight.
Spider expansion.
Yeah.
Not dragon expansion.
I'm sorry, I have to make that joke once a day.
You should make it every day. Every time.
Every time someone says dragon. It's funny because I've bullied Mike so much with this that he now says drag in.
Emphasizing.
Instead of dragon because he's so
in.
scared I'm going to hit him with that execrable joke.
Oh.
Bahambaba.
I thought he was going to say bah humbug then.
Bahamut
Oh.
sent in $10 saying, and this is for you, Jordan.
Oh.
I swallowed some paint the other day.
Same.
The doctor says I'm going to be okay, but I feel like I died a bit inside.
That is so clever.
Thank you
well
for the
played.
joke.
That was great. I love that.
Anonymous sending in $10 with another joke. Where do bad rainbows go?
Where?
Prism. It's a light sentence, and it gives them time to reflect. That's
Oh
good.
my
That's
God, I love the
amazing.
little tidbit. Oh, that was great.
That was good. It had a good punchline and a good follow-up.
Yes.
10 points. Marlon sending in $10. What did the constipated mathematician do?
What?
He worked it out with a pencil.
Oh, no.
I almost didn't want to read it, but I mean, it's almost wholesome because he's solving the problem, but also, wow.
Huh?
Huh. Indeed. All right.
That was a good one.
OP sending in $1 in order to send in this this pun for you. Why did Queen Ansarek start to learn Python?
Why?
She wanted to improve her web design. Of course.
That is a great joke.
That's a great joke.
Really enjoyed that one.
That one's
Very
good.
clever.
Oh, here we go. Just for Julia, anonymous with $1. Giga Chad makes the team in
Aw.
Caster's amazing food. Giga Chad ensures they have energy and sustenance. Giga Chad refuses to elaborate. Giga Chad, that's Julia.
There we go. Copy
Amen.
pasta.
True. Does such a great job.
Yeah, she's lovely as well. I really
Yeah.
enjoy coming in and chatting with her, even though she's very busy.
She is. It's funny because when I was
I will
going to
chat
ask
to her anyway.
I do too. We don't have any fobs as casters, so we can't get through the doors. So I
Yeah.
plaster myself against the door. She sees me and comes let me in. And I'm like, how much time do you have? How busy are you this morning? And she looks at me like it's a trick. Why?
What do you want?
I'm not going to commit to not being busy depending on what you're going to ask me. She is indeed very busy. Anonymous sending in $25 saying, Julia. Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Numa 5000 sending $1 to say, loving the race world first and everything that comes with it.
Aw, big
Very
save.
kind and big agree. Schematic hitting me with $1. That's the one that had criticized my description of English accents as being too varied for the geographical location which they are constrained, saying simply touché. More of that French influence, I see. Decadence, giving us a $10 joke. 2 parrots are sitting on a perch.
Right.
One turns to the other and says, something smells fishy.
Okay, that's good.
why are they sitting on a fish? Love those puns.
That's excellent. I love it.
Another anonymous $10 donation saying, let's go Echo Chicken Burger.
Okay.
I was wondering what a chicken burger is.
Is it not just a chicken burger?
What's a chicken burger?
So instead of a beef patty, it's chicken.
Is it ground up chicken?
I mean, I suppose no.
Okay, so
I
it's
think,
just a
like,
chicken sandwich.
You could have but it's in a burger bun. But also you can have like buttermilk chicken burger. So it's kind of like, I feel like no matter what I say, it's going to end up being a chicken sandwich.
It's a chicken sandwich. Why do you call it a burger? It's a burger if it's ground meat.
Burger bun.
It's a bun.
It's a burger bun.
It's a bun.
It's a burger bun. That's what makes it the burger dressing.
No, what makes it a burger is ground meat. You have a hamburger that's ground up beef. You have a turkey
There's
burger
no
that's
ham in it.
ground up turkey. That is true. But got him. I would just call that a chicken sandwich. But I think it's not uncommon to call it a chicken burger. But it sounds so weird to me because it sounds like you're grinding up chicken, which I suppose would be fine.
Yeah, I mean, you can get...
People have turkey burgers.
Like, yeah. I suppose you could. I mean, it's a bit like a big chicken nugget in a burger.
Nuggies are nice.
They are very nice.
Why ruin it with a bun?
I love adding calories.
I mean, so do I. But I'll just take another beef patty and skip the bread.
That was like when we had a burger buff the other day.
Yeah.
And Medic said, oh, these vegan burgers, they're so good. You can barely taste the difference between them and the beef burgers.
Fact, they were identical.
But he just took 2 beef burgers, which is why they tasted very similar.
I did have one of the vegan burgers.
Oh, yeah?
Actually. And they were quite nice, but you could definitely tell the difference. It was not beef, right? You can tell. But it still tasted good as long as you don't go in expecting it to taste like meat.
Yeah, I suppose there's 2 things to that, right? Where some people who may be vegan may not want something to taste like meat.
True.
But then also some people still wanting to enjoy, a burger is always a good thing, right? It's similar to like nuggies or these kind of traditional things that you have that are meat. So having a version that's meat-free so you can enjoy it no matter your diet is also very nice.
Yeah.
But I can understand the argument for both sides of, I don't want it to taste like meat. That's why I'm a vegan.
Right.
But also, I want to be a vegan. I want to have this diet.
Yeah.
But I also want to eat the more like traditional meals, if we can call it traditional. Still enjoy those kinds of meals that we've had anyway. Just have it more catered towards my diet.
Absolutely.
Or,
Yeah, some people go vegan for various reasons, either because, they don't like the idea of consuming animal flesh or animal welfare or their own health. And depending on those reasons, you might want to have meat substitutes to make that idea more attractive to them. Julia is having to deal with the fact that there are a couple of vegetarians here among the players, so she is making sure that they have their options as well while providing meat to those who want that instead. So keeping that flexibility, adding to the burden of cooking for this enormous number of people and players, but doing a fantastic job as always. And it's a huge upgrade. In previous races World First, we've largely existed off of catered food, which depends on the quality of the local restaurants. And we've had, pluses and minuses, highs and lows there. But this time with Julia, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, we've had some beautiful meals. We had a very nice, it wasn't risotto, it was orzo rice. Or I think it's actually a pasta.
It is a pasta, yeah.
Yeah.
With some salmon on top. It was lovely.
It was lovely.
We've had a nice helping of fish, right? We had a sauteed whitefish a couple of days ago on some rice. And then we had the salmon pasta yesterday, which was lovely. Looking like a bit of a phase 1 wipe here.
Yeah, if you are tuning in, we had some very, very strong pulls early this morning, getting into phase 3 quite frequently throughout their morning. We are having a little bit of regression here in phase 1, which is you know, it's going to happen. No progression is linear. You have those ups and downs. That was always the way. But we do want to see them getting back into phase 3. But having their best pull today, phase 3, 27.3%, I would say it's not too doom and gloomy yet.
No,
so I think it's been a very successful day so far.
Absolutely. That's a great start to the day, right? Getting right into phase 3, which they've achieved on their third pull, getting into phase 3 3 or 4 times in a row, getting a best pull of the entire progress that early in the morning. And of course, they have many, many hours of progress ahead of them. So an optimistic beginning to the day. We got another $25 donation, again saying chicken burger.
Chicken burger.
So people out there are agreeing. Another $25 donation saying nothing, Omega Giga Chad from Anonymous. Keep them rolling in. All of that money going to a fantastic cause and earning you entertainment as well. We've had some great shows already. Whose cast is it anyway?
Oh, you did such a great job with that.
Thank
it was
you.
so enjoyable.
So did you guys. It was really, really fun. Some amazing jokes coming out from all of you. Operation Medic was a really good time. You and
I missed that live. I watched the Starforge flashback and I was hysterically laughing.
I was dying laughing. Make sure you check out the Starforge flashback for Operation Medic. It was so funny. And then we had the cosplay that we did already. You and I were on a team.
Oh yeah, it was Nagura, Medic, and Alex, and then it was me, you, and Mike, and they opted for a Queen Ansarak cosplay, which, to be fair, was
a nice
very
cosplay.
good. Yeah, I like the legs that they did.
It was recognizable.
Yeah.
Right? Which is all you can ask for when we're working with cardboard and trash bags. That's how scuffed it was.
Oh my goodness, the caster room was an absolute mess. We had total arts and crafts the whole day because we was working on those cosplays all day, especially Medic and Alex working for hours.
Yeah, it took them a long time to make those legs.
We completely trashed the caster room.
Meanwhile, you and I put on a box.
We did.
But it was a really good box. We put a lot of work into it.
Creative. You came up with the idea and it was fantastic. The Great Vault. Oh, let's dress up as the Great Vault. We just had one of those secret lab huge boxes that the chairs come in. Put you in that.
Did you know I went back and watched that and we got a little bit flamed on the catwalk. Chat was like, all they did was put on a box. This is terrible. But then when we came in here and Preach started pulling out the prizes from the vault, then chat was like, okay, never mind. This is actually pretty good.
Hold, chat, hold.
Yeah. Don't pull the loot too soon.
We made all the little trinkets. You made a neck. We made a little sword.
Yeah, you made that sword. But then he thought it was a staff.
Oh, yeah. Back, foul demons.
Preach a caster at heart, I guess. It could have been a dagger or anything. We've been struggling a little bit at this kind of point coming up in phase 1. So it might be worth talking briefly, it's been a while since we talked about the fight, about all the things that can potentially go wrong at this juncture where we go from phase 1 into the intermission at around the 2-minute mark. We're about 1 minute in, so I do want to potentially call that out and hopefully get everyone through alive, because everyone knows if the casters are casting it, it helps the players.
Yeah.
They're less likely to fail if we bless the pull.
Agreed.
Yeah.
If we start paying attention, that's when things go really, really well, and we give them our energy.
Exactly.
So
you say great things like, there's no way that any of our players will get hit by these green swirlies.
Yeah,
they're
playing
too
so
good.
well.
The web blades are going to be dodged by every... This is why
Nothing
people hate us.
happened. Nothing
this
happened.
This is why people hate us. Guys, it's a coincidence. There's no such thing as caster curses.
It's a coincidence, Copium.
Copium can't have anything to do with it. Zero accidentally initiating
no
a ready
way.
check. But here we are.
Ready check?
Here we are at the really bad overlap. And I want to describe to you everything happening under the scenes because it's actually quite difficult to deal with this. We get the 4 toxins all at once that need to be positioned ahead of the raid, followed immediately by roots that they want to put behind them by the previous void zones. And then they get blades, which they have to bait forward off of the bombs so they can go back and get in the bomb safely without getting hit by the blades. Pop 1, 2, 3, 4 over the bombs, 1 second apart, which is a lot of coordination in itself. And then they're dealing with this huge 4-stack of the frothy poison.
Yeah, going into the intermission, this is one of the most terrifying moments because you have that damage rolling, you get a big pulse of damage going out as well, which has proved to be quite... Why, you almost don't notice. They've got that down to a T.
Yeah, we saw a huge number of utility going out. Time dilations on a couple of players. In fact, Ryson got a spell warding bop to protect him so that he could him safely without having to worry about the damage. Everyone coming through alive thus far. Now we're going to get another pull in. This one doing escalated damage. So again, you're going to see everyone popping personals at enraged regen on Revis in order to survive this. A blessing of sacrifice going out from Narco and Thaner as well. they did a good job dealing with that. Now the last thing they need to do is finish off the last 5% of the shield before the third yank. This one looking quite good.
Yes, they successfully move on through to phase 2. Very, very nice. We want to be getting back into that third phase. We had quite a lot of pulls there today, so it's fantastic. Just getting as much practice as we possibly can, knowing where they're going with each part of that fight. The webs that shackles that shackle everybody. It is also distributing the damage between the waves of ads that come onto the third platform, making sure they can hit them off as fast as possible. Oh no, what did I miss? What happened?
Mini! He's just adjusting his damage meter, and of course now he's topping because he adjusted what the damage meter was showing in the middle of flying. Of course, you know, he's already been knocked. Let's adjust our damage meter to show relevant DPS. Production doing a great job. What they're doing here from production side is rotating toward each player that's going to be going through these portals. They showed Hopeful's POV as he went through a portal. Unfortunately, losing Thaner and Soul and Click. So we're 3 players down coming onto this platform, including a healer down. Zotzi's going to be solo healing, the hardest healing part of the fight.
Yeah, not only they're solo healing, but also with the amount of gloom touches that are going out, that is another dispel that they don't have available, and that still does a lot of damage to the player who has it. Taking damage down onto them, making sure that they are also interrupting the portal as the battle res goes out on Thaner here. And they move on through to the third and final platform. A few players dropping a little bit low, but they're trying to stabilize as they move on through. Come on, let's get another phase 3 pull.
Absolutely. You can see on the right-hand side, Queen Ansarek is casting Acidic Apocalypse. That's the time limit for getting off of this third platform. 25 seconds remaining. We missed a portal, unfortunately, which is going to be the end of this pull. They're just struggling to get back into phase 3 to continue that progression. Of course, the post-wipe toxicity. All right, why did the early deaths occur? What happened? And unfortunately, typically those are going to be individual errors.
Yeah, I feel just because Zoe unfortunately went down there, but also he has had a rough time this tier. He got quite a serious injury, very severely burning his hand in this raid tier. I think it may have been Heroic Week, but I can't remember the exact timeline. But he got a very, very big injury of his hand. I can't imagine having to playing this well as Zoe always does, and also having to deal with a very difficult raid tier, playing for this amount of time with a severely burnt hand. He is doing fantastic.
He is one of the most reliable and longest lasting members of the team, one of the officers managing all of the DPS. Although he almost ended up as a healer a long time ago.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, a long time ago during the farm on Janatir going into Eternal Palace, this team lost a healer and was having Zerwo re-roll healer, getting paladins ready when I joined. And saved him from that fate worse than death. That was an alternate timeline in which Zerwo ended up as a healer main, but he is still on that Warlock blasting. We have a couple more donations to run through really quick. Anonymous sending in $25, keeping that total ticking upward toward $35,000. We may hit that 40 grand, which is just phenomenal. So thank you so much.
There's so much money raised.
There is.
Oh,
it's
my
incredible.
goodness.
A pun, which I heard yesterday, $10 in from Also Zen. So, but I heard it. I'm going to ask you, what do you call a Resto Druid fighting in tree form?
What?
A combat log. Yep, there it is.
Okay.
A huge donation coming from Anonymous with $512.
Oh my goodness.
An enormous contribution. That's 500 children aided. Really appreciate all of the generosity from all of you. Of course, the big ones, but also the little ones. However much you can afford, it all contributes. We were told by Nathan that every dollar affects a child. So we're currently at $32,471, just $2,500 away from our $35,000 goal for the Nerub-ar, an enormous sum for which we are very grateful.
Yeah, that is a fantastic donation. Every little helps. If only every one person donated $1, that goes such a long way. As we're saying, $1 enriches one child's life who is in hospital, battling through whatever illness they may be suffering from, and also providing the let's say aftercare with the the sponsorships and the internships available for them later on in life, having missed out potentially on those key educational years. So it is a wonderful charity, fantastic cause, and we very much appreciate everything and anything that is contributed.
Yeah,
$32,000.
Amazing. Thank you all so much. I have been told by Mitch that there are some comms available. We could potentially listen in for a little while and hear what they're talking about, which is always interesting. What are they focusing on, getting that inside view as opposed to what we see on the outside load? So let's have a little bit of a listen in with Wave, everybody.
Briefing, I think. Like, even though you can outplay it, like, why, like, you're just forcing, like, hopeful soul, like, half the group to just walk for 3 seconds because you don't bait it.
Yeah, I think the idea of this would be that you just never bait across, like Kanek said. And
I mean,
you
he
always
just
bait on the side he
teleports.
jumps
I
to.
mean, it's literally teleport into insta beam.
Yeah. I mean, he always does that. That's why I pre-stand a little bit. You see my picture, yeah? I pre-stand where he TBs there to bait him, yeah? So he aims to the left, and that's normally what happens as well.
I mean, of course, I understand, but like, I think it's extremely easy for the range to dodge this beam.
Can we just mute fast for the last time?
No, wait, finding keybind.
It's free every fucking time.
Is it our side kind of good usually, or feel like?
I don't know.
I mean, we cannot change it.
Mechanic is...
Nobody here gets it.
Yeah, usually it's good, but I don't want people to, you know, as we get further into progress, to relax on this.
No, I mean...
We're gonna die on this.
I mean, like, Evoker's always, like, playing on the front of the platform as well. I don't know, but I guess we're not close to that, obviously.
I'm just stacking up, guys.
Amazing.
And blades. No, looking good. And watching blobs here. First wave. Second wave. Getting ready for the roots. Into blades. And blades coming up again.
Need help on the next routes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can just kill.
Or spellboard.
Oh, sure. That works. And Matrix coming up, guys.
Oh, Satsu, right? Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blades here. Blades going now, the dodging. The roots after. And legging it, blades coming up. into toxin positions. Ready to leg it over. Legging it over here. Good baits. Oh my god, it's over.
Oh, no.
What happened to the Transcendence, actually? I placed it there before.
I mean, we did Yapra quite a while. Maybe it's timed out.
No, no, no.
Put it before.
It was in the middle. I'm so confused. What happened? I have to check this 1 sec. Just res up. I was even checking it. Ah, oh no. Okay, it's fine. There was a little bit of a phantom keybind going on. Right, check. My bad. And pulling.
You were low
and just taking up.
That's baseline.
Oh, bro, come on. I saw the purple grass.
And then we have blades coming here. Then get ready to dodge the blobs. First wave. Second wave. Baiting here. Into roots. And blades coming up. And new blades coming up. And we have the matrix coming up here. Matrix coming here. Watching the blobs. Watching blobs and blades now. The beautiful roots.
May Steam do something. I'll spell with you, fuck it. I'll spell with so.
And blades coming up.
Bugged. Gonna have to pop on first, servo.
Okay. And then we have the toxin positions. Make sure to go there already. You can get it. And we're ready to leg it over. Legging it over here. And then we're dodging the blobs.
Until sacrifice.
Dodging blobs, guys. Damage in 3, 2, 1, now. Ready for first grip. Going in 2, 1, now. DPS spot. Dodging first wave. Second wave. And third wave, getting ready for grip. Person is here. Grip in 3, 2, 1, now. First wave. Second wave. Keep on blasting. Third wave. Dodging the third wave, we're good.
I mean, I don't know. We can maybe do it with my late coolers. What do you think?
You're gonna be fine, bro.
And made it
Now watch
clicks.
the orbs. Watch the orbs, and here as well. Watch the orbs again. And the spells in 2, 1, now. Watch the orbs. And last orbs.
Yeah, I thought it
No.
closed, careful.
I haven't coolers in 20 seconds.
This should be fine. You might just get the last pull in. Careful mini next. Watch the skull pull in. And the spells in 2, 1, now. Hopeful Rebus next. And the spells in 2, 1, now. This last pull in we cancel easy. Fate timers here. Running up. Mechanics Narco next. He has the pop. And the spells in 2, 1, now. Nice memes Kush next. The spells in 2, 1, now. Push the pull in. Going up. And real timers coming up. Now. Range don't be too close to this and watch the orbs. Skull and
Hit him
Fragile.
med
And the spells in 2, 1, now. Watch the orbs. Ninja Wolf
Alltid till
next.
nu, men...
Just Ninja Wolf, watch the orbs. And
Big cross.
spells in 2, 1, now. Kick. Okay. Watch the knock. Good fucking job. Don't get knocked off. Insane moves.
Reminder, Annex, not on the first ones, on the second
Rebuff Fraggle.
wave you pick up.
Oh, yeah, top me here. Yeah.
Okay. Pulling the boss to the edge. Ready for pull baits. Good control on the ads. There's some big ads and blades coming. And blades under you now. And portals going between star and cross and star pillar. With blades. Blades under you now. And basically where you are.
Perfect.
Yeah, let's dodge
Now
the
go to the
blades,
right.
go back. Yeah. Watch the knock, watch the knock. Okay. Yeah, watch these balls. And portal in 3, 2, 1, portal. And soon blades under you after this. Blades under you now.
No, rest me.
And we go bait range slowly.
One picked up.
Okay, be in bait position.
Wolf the gate.
Yeah, after we bait. You can play the blades here if you want. Blades coming first. Blades under you now. You can gate over if you want. Watch the shackles coming between circle and green. Circle and between circle and green. Right. Blades coming soon. Under you now.
I could have gone one to green.
Portal also going between circle and green pillar. And blades with them.
You could have checked the ranges.
Portal between circle and green pillar now. Knock. Okay. Look at any essence backups you need to do.
Panics, you will die if you pick up. You cannot pick up.
There's
You've
more
already
here.
picked up.
Back up then.
You can get GS.
And back it up. And get enter. And spread. Good. Shackles to the blue pillar. Heroes rescues at sea. Blue pillar guys far.
Under.
Yeah, when you run in with the shackles, sir.
Oh.
I think you
looking
should just
gloomy.
take the gate, yeah. I think the people that died did not take the gate. What? I looked at least.
Did I see it right that Fana died with the royal condemnation and it like didn't insta trigger, but it blew up where his body was a few seconds later?
Yeah, no, all of the debuffs stay when you die on the body. Yeah.
I got an assignment to suck myself though.
That's
That's unfortunate.
That's a rough one, I guess.
That's not the one.
Oh.
They make a ticket for that one.
What did you die to exactly?
I
Oh,
wanted to ask about this actually. Is it possible that I get assigned on the spread at far left? Because like I was on like close to the pillar behind. Then there's like the ops flying towards me if you see like on my vote.
Yeah.
And it just like blocked by the frames. I always have to like do like some LMG last second dodge and it's not ideal. Just like a healer debuff with the frames.
Yeah, sure.
If I was on far left, that would never be an issue.
You wanna swap with Narco?
Where's Narco?
To the left.
All right, chat. Important to note that even though the casters were gone, they still wiped. We deliberately stayed out of that poll because you guys are so worried we're cursing them, but they still wiped. We're not bad luck.
No,
Copium.
I swear, it's not us, but
Yeah.
we were in the caster room saying it was a really good poll with Mike and Alex, so you can blame them as well.
It was a really good poll. We got to a pretty crucial moment thus far that's been a little bit of a stumbling block, right? That second drop of shackles that they're trying to drop right next to the acolytes killed 3 people with the drop. So either they need more mitigation or better movement in order to get far enough away from that so that everyone survives it. They did kill the round of 4 acolytes and they did successfully transport the 7 souls, but then again, that next shackle, we struggled to get them all stacked far away. So looking for a gateway there, we did hear Roger say, we should just gateway that.
Yeah, we're having a few reloads going out, so it's going to be a little bit more of tinkering with the weak aura, but that was a fantastic pull. We had a little bit of phase 1 shenanigans for a few pulls, but it is excellent to see them once again getting to phase 3, and that was a clean pull as well. That was a very clean phase 3. I think they only needed to commit 1 battle res, went into the last phase with 1 additional one.
Yeah.
So, yeah, was a pretty good pull.
Good pull.
And now they're going to work a little bit on their positioning with those third spikes.
I think we're going to have a wine time moment where Roger says, okay, so in order for us, so it'll be partially Roger and partially Potter. In order to deal with the second set of shackles placed next to the acolytes in order to increase cleave, we need to survive that. They do damage based on proximity. 3 people died. So we need to add a Devo or a Mastery or a Rallying Cry or maybe a Stasis with some engulfs or Personals. We did see Personals get sent there. 2 people had time dilations. You can always tell because they get a Monk Stagger debuff, right? That's that time dilation in action. So they have a plan for it. It just wasn't enough. This is where Potter goes back to the spreadsheets and say, okay, where can we get another 10% MIT? Which may be as simple as just having everyone else move away, right? And then we're also going to be going to the wine time for Roger to say, okay, so now after those acolytes die and we're heading to the 3rd round, we need a gateway. Zero, you're going to be putting it from here to here so that that triple set can all be stacked far from the raid.
Yeah, because people are struggling to find their feet a little bit with the shackles. Also, because if you go through the portal, when you come out the other side, you will have a ring around you. So you'll have everybody that went through the portal having to quickly spread, making sure they don't overlap each other. And when you're doing that, you can offset your positioning. If you then get the shackles and you are way, way far away on the opposite side that you need to be to drop them, you can really struggle to get there, especially if you are a less mobile class. So having a gateway there will kind of mitigate any of that RNG of not just praying it goes on somebody mobile, not just praying it goes on somebody who's closer to that area. Having the gateway there is going to very much rectify it and make sure everyone's in position.
Yeah, such a good point because they can't be in the position where they're wiping merely because someone's getting a mechanic they haven't had before. There's so much RNG. 2 people out of 20 get the first portals. 2 people out of 20 get the second. 2 people out of 20 get the third. 3 people get the shackles. You don't know who's going to get it. You need to be ready to immediately perform correctly, even though you haven't been able to practice it before. And that's why they keep having this wine time. Everyone currently staring at their second monitor. See Hopeful, head on chin, staring at his second monitor. Gingy staring at second monitor. That's school time. That's Roger saying, this is what we need to do. Make sure you do it right when we get there so we can get oh no, these expressions.
I can relate to every single one of these expressions.
See, Thanner, that's the studious look.
Yeah,
of someone who
Thanner is
excelled in
taking
university.
that.
You can tell.
Yeah.
That's the look of the melee cartel. I don't know what it is I'm looking at. I may just cloak.
It looks like Nice Memes is just staring at nothing. Just the middle of the monitor.
I mean, he's a demon hunter. What does he need to do? We have seen
That's very funny seeing the difference between the DPS POVs and the healers. Healers intently looking at their other monitors. You saw Thana there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very difficult healing fight. We have seen them also. There's a little bit of stuff happening under the hood in that last phase. We haven't talked about a huge amount because there's so much happening. Every time you go through the portal, you come out with one of those circles that requires a big spread and does a lot of damage. So if you can avoid going through the portal to evade that wave, that saves a lot of damage and space. So we've seen Nice Memes flying over it, the Warlock's teleporting through it, the Mage is blinking over it. Even Reves, I believe, has managed to simply heroic leap over it.
Oh.
If you get a high enough peak. So
little
we'll
bit
be
of-
keeping an eye on the debuffs coming out of that portal to see how many we're actually dealing with. That's a nice bit of mitigation.
Yeah, and if they can use their utility to mitigate as many of those rings as possible, you're essentially freeing up the player space.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's going to be very important. And again, it's a very clever way to incorporate utility into the raid fight.
Yep,
Using
really
those
enjoying it.
mobility movement abilities.
Also seeing them min-max the optimization of all of the DR, right? Zephyr giving you some DR, but also some movement speed being particularly useful for those spread out moments. And then we have the horrible overlaps where you go with 7 people carrying around an Acolyte Soul, ticking down extremely fast into immediate damage from the follow-up shackles. Just a horrifically gigantic amount of damage that they're going to continue optimizing, making sure they have enough healing and mitigation to get through. So interesting to watch, trying to make sure that we progress through the fight, going to wind time it up and make sure that they don't waste any pull that successfully gets into phase 3. What are we?
Pointing at the wine
Oh,
time.
the wine time. Yeah.
I think I got it.
We got signed out of our Tiltify, so I need to get back in.
Wasn't me. I can't be blamed for this
Wasn't me
one.
either. I think I fixed it. I think I fixed it. So let's go through some more of your amazing donations. We're at 32,500. Pardon me. Only $2,500 away from the Nerub-ar, so we can enjoy some excellent, delectable, and not at all disgusting mocktails.
Surely Mike would never.
Surely. Anonymous
he's
sending in
watching.
$10. Y'all got this, Echo.
Ah.
Amen, my American brethren. Y'all. Jack
Hell
Sully.
yeah.
Enjoying the race world first. I missed a lot of it because of work. Always tune in when I can, having a great time. Shout out to casters, players, production, and support staff. All that is missing is Answerk Dead. Go Echo. A great shout out because everyone's working so hard to make this happen.
Yeah. Hopefully we can see a lot more phase 3.
Yep.
As we are going into another pull. Let's get back there. Back-to-back phase 3. Get that progression in. Find your feet in that final phase. And then we need to find this damage because we have quite a lot of boss HP to knock off.
Yeah, we were taking a look at the analyst desk in between these pulls during our little break and seeing what they're doing with potions. Still seeing a large number committed in the intermission, but it's no longer all of them. They are trying to milk a little bit of damage on the boss by sending 3 or 4 DPS potions on pull. Canix and Kush, most notably. Of course, that's going to also set them up to be able to potion again, either on the 3rd platform or at the very beginning of P3. Most of the other players are still potioning on the intermission because we do need to get through that shield in time to evade that 3rd yank, that 3rd pull in rest moment that was otherwise lethal, but already starting to min-max damage a little bit. So it should be worth paying a little bit of attention to the health threshold on the boss coming out of that intermission, that edging closer and closer to a 62% or 61%, whereas yesterday it was largely at 65 or 64. That'll contribute to the 15% that Liquid is missing, for example, so we want to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, I know we've said this a few times, but again, any damage done in phase 1 is going to be a significant amount of damage knocked off at the end of the fight as well, as it's not transitioning based on health percentage, it's transitioning based off of a timer, making damage throughout the fight extremely valuable. The boss will spend the intermission and phase 2 immune, so the damage dealing phases are going to be phase 1 and phase 3, so very important, while also having to dodge the extraordinarily fast, rapid amount of mechanics that are being shot out at them at every point of this fight, as you can see perfectly shown here.
Yep, with a rallying cry going out as well as a bubble in order to survive that. Good heads up play, although we'll be missing that bubble later. Narco normally sending the bubble in order to Blessing of Sacrifice someone in this upcoming overlap that we get 2 minutes into the fight extremely difficult. But whatever you need to do to live, we need to get through these phase 1s. And though they've done it enough that it looks easy, it isn't. It's still quite hard. They just need to play very, very well. Symbol of Hope coming out to reset everyone's personal, because we're coming into the terrible overlap that does so much damage in such a short time.
Yeah, you'll have the 4 Venom Bombs, the Silken Tombs going out at the same time. Need to make sure they're freeing themselves as soon as possible and getting into position to detonate the Venom Bombs in a way that doesn't overlap with each other, as we do unfortunately lose a few gamers.
Boom.
And everyone explodes.
Everyone explodes. There's a little bit of a cheat code to knowing how phase 1 is going. One person dies, they messed up. They stood in a Webblade, or they stood in a big pile of poison goo. A portion of the group, 5, 6, 7, 8 players dies. That means they didn't jump over the Nova at the correct time, and they got clipped by the Nova. Everyone dies means that they ran into that debuff that Jordan first called out a few days ago when we saw this fight for the first time.
Oh, I remember, yeah, when we first saw Queen Anthrak, yeah, we noticed that there was, on Mythic, there is a 1 second delay before you can detonate the other Venom Bombs. On Heroic, there are 2 puddles, but you don't have to think about when you're popping them. You can essentially place them next to each other and just pop them at the same time, get over the Venom Nova. But on Mythic, you do have to be a little bit more, you do have to pay attention to timing a little bit more, as there will be a 1 second delay. If you pop 2 within that 1 second, they'll deal massive raid damage, as you saw. Completely took out most of the raid.
Wipe. Yeah. They actually, if we pay attention to the people who are assigned to pop those bombs, they have a weak aura that pops up every time a bomb is popped. The next person gets a weak aura saying, "Don't pop," for the time, that 1 second duration of that debuff, to ensure that they don't send it during that. But a little bit of a mistake there, obviously caused by people that were supposed to pop the bombs having died, someone else doing it and going off the trigger a little bit. Since chat is so sure that us paying attention to the poll somehow curses it, I have a couple ideas. This poll, we'll just ignore it and talk about the donations. Next poll, we could try reverse caster cursing and just like curse, cast nastily. Talk about how terribly they're doing, how likely they'll get hit by everything. I think maybe that would bless the poll.
Yeah, we should do some science while we're going through phase 1 for the 252nd time.
Let's figure out the nature of our impact on the polls here from the couch. Eddie U sent in $5 saying, "I'm playing War Within every time I eat Greg's." Okay, I lied. He said Taco Bell, but I wanted to throw it onto the British instead. But the fact you laughed made it plausible. Anonymous sending in $10. Thank you for the money. A great aid to the children who need it. Zaviro, $10. By gamers, for gamers. Can you explain which players are new in the raid compared to the last Race World First?
Ooh,
Yeah.
so we actually have quite a few players whose first time in the in-person Race World First. We have Wolf Disco's first time, Minnie's first time, Canex, Hopeful, Thana, and
Nice Memes.
Yeah, Nice Memes as
Yeah.
well.
Um,
So it's all of their first time at the actual venue, the in-person Race World First event.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we have picked up several trials after Midgersil that have been playing on farm for the past few months, getting ready for this expansion, several of which are in the raid. One of those being Hopeful, a North American player who joined Echo after the last tier, currently in the raid at the moment. Anyone else that's new in the raid at the moment? Nice Memes, I believe, joined the previous tier.
Yeah, Thana joined last expansion, was it, in Aberrus? Was
At
that his first trial?
During the Midgersil farm was his, or I'm sorry, Thaner was before in Aberrus, you're correct. That was his trial. Famously playing a Resto Shaman and having that Ankh hero moment.
That was such a good moment. It was on, what was that fight?
It was the...
with you kind of detonate the mines and you have the ads going out trying to activate the mines across the fight. And the boss was so close to dying and he onked.
Everyone died. He onked right as the last person died, and the boss died to dots and his last lava burst as him the last person standing. The hero moment every shaman dreams of.
And every paladin.
Yeah, if you can bubble and finish it off. That actually happened in our Jaina kill in Limit. Our world third Jaina kill after Method killed it twice in a row. Where our shaman, Siori, onked right at the end and another person was bubbled in order to finish off the boss.
Very cool.
Hero moments are fun.
Yes.
We have a $10 donation from Anonymous. Thank you very much. Emile Dulin. There are two kinds of people in the world. One, those who extrapolate from incomplete data.
Who would do that?
Not
And
me.
And then that also is a double joke because there's nothing else.
Exactly. A good one. I appreciated that. Then we got a $10 donation in from The Rat.
Oh, no, not again.
How many devs does it take to change a light bulb?
7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7,
You'd
7.
think so, but in fact the answer is none. They'll nerf the darkness next patch.
Oh.
Very
I like
nice.
that. That's very clever.
Keep sending those jokes in, those dad jokes. All right, so what is the next iteration of the caster curse? I think that we simply, reverse curse it.
Okay.
Reverse curse it. So here we have another set of web blades coming out. None of the players in this raid sufficiently skilled to evade these dastardly blades that strike so quickly that the human eye can barely react. Somehow through pure luck, they managed to evade it, but not to worry. Another set of blades coming in back to back, an incredibly horrific overlap that is almost impossible to succeed.
Yeah, they are not dodging very well here as this is going terribly.
Proven
placing
by
those
Mivoka going
balls
down.
in a very bad position.
Yeah, going into these bombs with one person too few, and
okay.
of course. Okay, let's
All right,
not do that again.
Maybe we shouldn't.
Not going to do that again.
So far, everything we have tried has ended in miserable failure.
If we say they're doing well, they wipe. If we say they're doing badly, they wipe. If we read donations, they wipe. It seems like chat probably wants us to.
Well, the only time they did well is when we weren't casting.
Caster's overrated. Caster's overrated.
All right, what are we trying? Are we trying to be very positive next pull? See how that.
Oh, you know what we should do? Instead of casting with like excitement and verve, let's just
Deadpan.
be very
Or
bored.
jazz time.
Yeah, we're gonna jazz time the next pull.
We're gonna
a little bit of
maybe
ASMR. Maybe
go
we can
into the
pull up a
next
little bit of
pull.
jazz. Very calm, very cool. In fact, we can emulate Scripe and Mirrors as their raid leading.
They have very wonderful raid leading.
It's true.
It's very relaxing.
It is. I worry sometimes that people are gonna fall asleep when they're just carefully saying, "Okay, now we're gonna place the shackles. No urgency.
Whenever
nothing to
you
worry
can,
about."
Get over to the other side.
Indeed.
Place on blue.
A nice little ready check coming in from Mirrors, making sure that everyone's prepared for the pull. No pressure. It's not like there's a race to world first going on.
No, it's not like we're in
Take
a race.
your time.
Make sure you're ready.
The evokers, of course, all not ready. Look at him. He pinged them because the 3 evokers weren't ready. And once he pinged them, they responded, "Yes, boss. We're ready after all."
It seems like the evokers are rioting.
Yeah, those Drakthir. Isn't that what they're called? Dragons?
Yeah, they have been a MVP class this expansion so
true.
far. The preservation, doing so much healing, devastation, devastating the enemies, and of course augmentation.
Of course, they have
gliding
glide,
buffs.
so you can't drag in a dragon.
That's very good.
Thank you very much. All right, going into a nice calm pull here. No mistakes, only happy little accidents as we successfully evade those blades and go into our first round of bombs. These are very chill, very calm. You have an entire second in which to wait and pop your bomb. Very calm, no worries for anyone.
Yeah, and now all you have is a little bit of raid damage. Just get everybody healed and topped up.
Yeah.
Dodge the blades. Make
Yeah.
the pulls.
We
in your own time.
delicately pull the boss into the previous pool of poison to drop the next poison. Poison on poison action. Dropping our webs in here, you see some Emerald Communions being used to mitigate the damage of placing those so nicely. Really artistic positioning you can see coming out from the raid as we enjoy this moment.
Very delicate dodging of the blades. Just making sure in your own time that you spread out for the toxin. Find a space whenever you can.
Yeah, there's no rush here. 3 toxins, each needing to find their own spot in order to have the correct positioning for this bump. Because, of course, if you're the 3rd one, you have to wait 2 seconds more than the first 2 in order for that debuff to expire. You need to be further away, but that's easily done by these excellent and calm gamers.
Yeah, making sure they're taking those big swirlies out, not clipping anyone. Can be nice and slow.
No rush
and
at all.
relaxing.
Very relaxed. We have that lingering poison, but that's no big deal. It's only 3 stacks. Dealing with these blades, a hopeful tuned in the poison, but he's a mage. He can get out
plenty
whenever
of time.
he wants. Ticks for 1,000,000 damage per second, but that's nothing to worry about. for
No,
hopeful.
that's just 1 heal. No big
Indeed.
deal.
Correct. Symbol of hope coming out to reset everyone's personals. Hopeful being warned he needs to pop mirrors here to mitigate some of the damage coming in. 4 bombs here, but if you can handle 3 bombs, you can handle 4. Well, we have a little death there, but it's no big deal. We have a battle res for just such moments.
Yeah. And what is life without a bit of death?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, unfortunately, with Minnie having died, everyone has 5 stacks of the frothing poison, but that just means the healers have an opportunity to show why they belong in Echo, pumping even more healing here, dealing with the 5 stacks. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, you know, they take extra damage here with these circles around them. But it's alright. There's still a lot of damage going out anyway, so they're going to be popping CDs. So what is a little bit more damage while you're making sure you're using cooldowns on cooldown? You know, getting dragged in. We do lose another damage dealer, but it's no big deal.
It's fine.
We just have a shield to break.
Yeah,
in
they
your
know
own
the
time.
boss is hungry. She's trying to cast Devour and Predation, so she's taking a little nibble on the raid, and they're indulging her by feeding their essence to her and sating her appetite. Really considerate of them. Very, very nice.
Well, they got further.
They did. They did indeed. Unfortunately, Minnie going down there is actually really, really impactful, because he's the only player in the raid that can sit there and blast on the shield, completely ignoring all of the yanks with Death's Advance and AMS rotations. So he is by far the highest DPS on that shield. In fact, he typically goes from the bottom of your meter all the way to the top just in that intermission. Him dying there meant that they couldn't get through the shield. Very impactful.
Yeah, they have carefully allocated and plotted out every step of this fight. Even when we was looking in the logs at where they were popping their DPS pots, for example, we had it varied. We had some people popping on pulls, some people popping for intermission, some people popping in phase 2. So they have very carefully allocated their resources. So depending on who you lose, that can be very detrimental. As you're saying, with Minnie dealing a large portion of the damage on that shield there, going to be very significant if we do lose him in comparison to someone who's not necessarily popping cooldowns. Although that shield does need to go down, so
it does.
It's a bit scary.
Here's a question for you.
Oh?
How's your Kekona accent? Or, okay, we can do this one of 2 ways for our next caster curse. Either I can be British and you can be Missouri.
Okay.
Or you can be super British and I'll be super Missouri.
Don't worry, love. I could do an American accent.
Let's do it this way first and then we'll reverse it. So you do super British and I'll be super Kekona for this pull.
Okay.
All right? I'll bring us in. Here we go. It's pretty easy for these folks. It's not a big deal. They're going into the pull, dealing with the first set of mechanics. It's just 2 bombs here, which they know how to handle, even though they're commies. Don't deal with bombs that often.
Oi, mate, get in your right circle. Shank ya.
Shank ya? Of course you'd shank. You don't have firearms. We got the First Amendment, the right to keep and bear arms. No bear arms in here because Robin on his druid got benched. He's a paladin now.
Yeah, we don't care about that. Just give me a cuppa.
A cup of what?
Cup of tea.
Cup of tea. We drink coffee. Throw your tea in the bay where it belongs.
No, we claim that as well. I've just like come back into my normal accent.
Yeah, which
Oi,
is
mate,
already super British.
what are you talking about?
Yeah,
You
well,
having a giggle?
I ain't giggling. This is serious business. We're trying to down a boss here.
Dodge these blades.
Yeah, just knives. They don't have a right to keep and bear arms, so they got no firearms, just blades, which are easy to deal with. They ain't threatening at all. Going into another round of 3 bombs. They got to get the timing right in these, though.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, brother. Oi, make sure you bounce over these at the right time.
Yeah, you got that 1 second delay here. Touching those balls that are going across the platform.
Warlocks are popping Dark Pact in order to survive this moment, which is a particularly difficult overlap of damage, but it's not to worry. The healers have it under control as we head into the next set of Silken Roots.
Yeah, get them blades out of here.
I have to cough the American out of my throat to continue.
Oh my, I suppose we gotta dodge some mechanics here.
Indeed, because we're coming up on the most particular and difficult of all of the overlaps of Phase 1, where at the same time they're going to have 4 bombs, also need to simultaneously place their routes over here by the previous void zones, and then bait the blades far away from those bombs so they can return to the site from whence they came.
They got so many blades to dodge and explode the venom bombs. Oh my, how they gonna do this?
It's no problem with the amazing healers we have on this team. They're going to easily deal with this 5 stack of frothy toxin ticking on everyone until Velo dies and ruins our whole bit.
I think our cursed accents are also not working.
What can we do?
All right, chat, if you have any suggestions.
All right, I think next time we need to be like...
All right, Angie casting.
Very Angie casting on the next one.
This is bad.
Let's see what chat thinks. We got $5 saying, what did the caster say on the poll where the boss died? Nothing!
I was sent to the floor, actually, for the Silken Core kill.
Yeah.
I cast a curse it, was sent to the floor, and then they killed it.
Yeah, figures. Of course they win when we're on
appease
the
the
floor.
chat gods
Listen,
with the floor.
if angry casting doesn't work, we'll do a floor cast.
Okay.
All right. We also got $10 from Crapsy, who said, I just woke up, and the ASMR casting makes me want to sleep again.
Oh.
Well, that's unfortunate. We're trying to keep you interested in the show. If you do sleep, just don't turn off your phone, because you got to get those channel points so you can earn some more delves.
Yeah, and you can steal all of Roger's loot.
How are we going to do angry casting? I'm just not a very angry person.
No, me neither. I feel like out of everyone.
We needed Mike here.
Yeah. Oi.
All right, I'm gonna summon some rage for this upcoming cast.
I'm kind of excited. I'm gonna just let you take the wheel.
But we need anger from you too. We have to both bring the anger.
How to angry?
How to angry? How to do it? Chat, help me out. They're getting a ready check, and I'm trying to figure out how we're gonna do this. I need to. Mitch saying, just think about being here for a month. I feel like maybe we just need to channel the production. If we channel Sam and Mitch, we can channel some anger because they want to go home. Stop trolling.
Kill the boss.
All right, we can do it. We can do it. Finally, another pull coming out from this somnolent team, which never pulls on time. Don't they know there's a race to world first? But all right, fine. I guess we'll pull now. Finally.
It's not like it's a race or anything. Why are we taking so long? Why do we need 15 seconds of pull timer, huh?
Yeah, I don't know why Robin hasn't popped his personal yet. He's been dying so often to the liquefy. Somehow manages to survive against all expectations. Mirrors with the healing absorb. Wonder if it'll come off. Don't know. Maybe they'll get a heal.
All tanks have to do is press taunt anyway. Like, what's so difficult?
Nothing. It's easy. Why do you think that Robin's the lowest item level in the group, ruining their item level, making Echo look like they have no chance to win because they're lower item level than every single other team on the boss?
Yeah, all we have to do is go into the Venom Bombs and get knocked over the Venom Wave.
Yeah, it's very simple. Just do it correctly. I can't
I feel
imagine.
like we're channeling chat, actually. What's so hard? This looks easy.
Well, it is. Just dodge the things. It's only 2 unavoidable
kill
mechanics.
it.
It's simple, and you've had 255 attempts. How can you get it wrong again? I am so disappointed. If you don't make me pull this couch over.
I will turn this whole race around.
Well, they won't turn it around, that's for sure. They've been trolling all day. What we need is for them to actually turn it around for once and send a pull that makes sense. I'm so disappointed.
They have dodged these blades so many times. It's the same thing every single pull. How difficult is it? Not very. Put the bombs in the right place. You've even got markers.
There
Literally
are
being
markers. Just walk to
babysat.
the marker. If you have a square, you go to square. It's not that hard.
The square goes on the square marker.
The square goes in every marker.
Every marker goes on the square marker. Maybe that's the confusion.
All right, now we just have a 3 stack of frothing poison. The healers should probably be able to heal this because they can't heal a 4. They've shown that
That's their
over
job
and over
anyway.
again.
Just heal it.
Just push a heal. If I see you casting a living flame on the boss one more time when someone's ticking down, that is over. I don't know why you're laughing. This is a big deal. We're trying to win world first.
Yeah, we are in a race. we need to get to phase 3 because they had a whole entire day of trolling yesterday, so we need some significant progress for today. Excuse me.
I don't think they're going to be able to manage. They're just waiting for Liquid to show them the strategy on the final phase. They're not going to do anything until Liquid wakes up. And can Mini do some damage, please? He's not on the meter at all. Where is our Death Knight? At the bottom, of course.
Yeah, it's almost like, you know, he's holding cooldowns for something. Don't know what, though, because you need to do damage at every start portion of this fight.
You've got a battle res for the last 30 seconds, Mayvoker. Why haven't you accepted it yet?
Where is the res?
Madge late. They now have 5 stacks of Frothing Poison for the second pull in a row because someone was dead when they were supposed to soak the bombs, which means that this is going to be even harder for the healers to heal, and they can't use any more difficulty because they can't heal anyway.
They don't even have to move. They're taking a Warlock gate. What are they doing?
Nothing. It's the Halo doing all the healing. He just pushes one button and it bounces back and forth, and it's all smart healing. They don't have to pick a target. The weak aura glow is showing them who's in danger. Oh, good Guardian Spirit, Rice, and it wasn't like you had a blue glow showing you exactly where to put it.
This is terrible.
It's so bad. They're all at half health and no damage has occurred for at least 10 seconds. Another pull-in coming in 3 seconds. Maybe they'll beat the damage check.
Oh, they just managed to break the shield. How long are you taking? Again, it's not like we're in a race or anything.
Yeah.
Maybe you should think about popping some DPS.
Boss at 63%. It's supposed to be half over at this point, and we're only at 63%. They have no shot whatsoever of killing the boss in the last phase, if we even get there.
And these are just ads. How hard can it really be?
Yeah, you see Clicks at half health with a dispel coming out that's going to do 5 million damage. Can you top him? 1 heal on the shaman. Thank you.
You don't even have to really angle yourself here. It gets you right up to the platform.
Imagine
you don't have to
missing
think
that knockback.
about it at all. You're being told when to go into the portal, so just go into it.
There's literally weak aura on screen. Revis, go in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Then go right.
It tells you what to do. Run out, dispel, follow the instructions. Imagine this being the case in the hard game in vanilla.
Yeah, you have to manage your one button in vanilla as well. There's so much to do.
Focus your ad, hopeful. Focus your ad. How many times do you have to tell you? Because you have to get your kick. At least Kenix can manage to get in the portal when he's bopped and immune to the rest. Imagine a boom
Don't
cannon.
even have to deal with the mechanic because you're just mitigating it.
How can you fail this as a druid? You have most mobility. Just go into cat form once in a while. Use your shapeshifting.
Even the bridge is being built for you. Can they spoon feed you
Imagine
in
if
any
this
more?
was actually difficult and you had to get knocked between every platform. But Blizzard watering the raid down to cater to subpar washed raiders. It's disgusting. Here we are on the last platform, which if this was difficult, would
There's
be
only
the
3
third
phases.
of 10. Yeah, imagine struggling with just 3 phases. Can we count to 3?
No,
Nope,
apparently not.
Going to the last phase again. Finally, trying to do a little bit of damage here. The boss at 63% because our damage is pathetic.
More damage out on the boss, please. The boss isn't even doing anything at this point.
It's AFK. You have 20 seconds. Oh, it's such a hard game. We have to dodge things all the time. Meanwhile, nothing is happening and you're literally AFK. They say it's a hard boss fight. We're standing around for 20 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. See, still nothing happening.
Because it's so easy just moving the boss over to the edge to spawn these spiderlings, which is a great pad opportunity. Oh, warriors do so much damage. It's so hard to push Blade Storm.
Now we have to do extra damage. Oh, my.
Oh, no. My wallet's too small for my 50s and my diamond shoes are too tight.
Oh, no, I must spin and deal loads of damage. Oh, I'm just casually doing 1.52 million damage.
Here come 3 ads, and for some reason we have to actually stop hitting the boss long enough to DPS ads, which makes every single raider bitter and angry because they can't be bothered to walk 3 steps to do damage to an ad.
They are blasting, though. Okay, no, we can't stop. We are
it's
giving them good luck.
Horrible. They're doing so badly. The boss is only at 50% heading into this Frothing Gluttony. I wonder if they'll manage to pick up the 3 souls that they have to manage, Robin, Mirrors, and Ryson, and maybe not die this time, Robin. Stop feeding for once.
Yeah, they don't even have to play this mechanic because you can just blink over it. You can just dash over it as a demon hunter. What is there even to do?
Of course Shinji gets hit by a blade. He's so washed. I hate him. Ugh.
Bait.
Now here's where
baiting.
Robin dies again. See it coming a mile away. He gets the infest. Spiders coming out. Binding shot landed. At least the hunter knows how to play the hardest class in the game.
As they are absolutely annihilating the next set
No,
of
they're not. That was
spiders.
pathetic. And here comes the shackles. Oh, they do so much damage. Just walk away, man. It's proximity damage. Dotsie can't even manage that. No battle reds available. We're 3 healing the rest of the fight, which these incompetent healers will never manage to do.
Yeah, these have been nerfed as well.
It's been nerfed. That's such a good point. Those have been nerfed. Blizzard trying to feed these players the kill and they can't even manage, dying to a nerfed ability. Pathetic. Now we have 7 souls. Oh no. Oh no. Less than half of our raid has to play correctly and pick these souls up. Can't manage that. We're going to die instead. Banner jumping off the edge rather than pick up a soul like a proper raider should.
I refuse to do the mechanic. As they will need to make sure that this soul is picked up before
but they can't.
blinking away.
Look at them bleeding out, unable to recover from a simple setback. I'm sorry. Do you have 2 dead healers? Use a health potion for once.
No, I popped it on pull so that the logs show that I'm using it.
Because
I am a good raider. That was a fantastic pull. I feel like the angry casting definitely sent them to one of their most productive pulls in a little while. So, yeah, pat on the back, Jesse. Now, this is exactly what we want to see from Echo. They are getting very, very good progression here. Back to back, almost, with some Phase 1 shenanigans. But getting into Phase 3 that consistently, seeing it that many times already at the start of our day is extremely positive. Starting the day off on a very, very good foot. It is wonderful to see them getting back into Phase 3, practicing it. It is so much cleaner in comparison to when we saw Phase 3 yesterday. Largely figuring out where they are placing the various mechanics, the baiting the puddles, placing the shackles, which adds the having to nuke down and what cooldowns are assigned to each wave as well. So that was another fantastic pull from Echo there.
Could not disagree more with your ridiculous whitewashing of the situation. To get into Phase 3 again, congrats. It's not like you pulled the boss 256 times and failed to do it most of those efforts. Then they get to the same point where they drop the shackles next to the ads and die there every single time. Why did you hire Potter if he's not going to put a defensive there? Why are you dying there for the 4th time in a row? And again, we get those 3 shackles, failing to gateway them away, not stacked up. How's Revan supposed to do any damage when you're not placing the ads together for Cleave? It's pathetic, and I'm sick of it.
I'm leaving. Ooh, they mad. Ooh.
Mordalin sent in $10.
Oh, thank you very much.
Saying, this is my first year watching the Race World First, but I'm really enjoying it.
Did you enjoy the Anki
Amazing
casting?
work by all the teams so far, and thank you to the casters for the great commentary.
That was great.
All right, Zakin sending in $10. Next experiment. How does it affect the pull if instead of casting Jesse is reading poetry or excerpts from a romance novel? We're not going to find out. I'm not going to do that.
Well, you know, when the first Venom bombs go out, that can be their first date as a group, and then getting knocked up together. Okay, maybe we shouldn't. Okay, maybe no romance novels.
No, stop, please. What the hell? Sevi saying do some golf casting, but I've never watched golf. Crapsy, the previous guy who had sent in $10 saying I'm falling asleep because of the ASMR, sent another $10
now
to
awake?
say I'm awake.
I'm awake now.
Wokage. Thanks, casters. All right, hope you guys enjoyed that.
We are trying a variety of styles to see which one is going to give them the energy.
All right, so next one we said we would do it on the floor.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Floor
I feel like we did a
casting.
great job last
We
pull. They had their most
did.
successful
It was a great pull. So that means that we just have to continue being angry for the rest of our shift.
It's exhausting being angry.
It's actually so hard. I feel sad. I feel bad.
Me too. I'm like, they're literally the best players in the world, playing out of their minds. No! Trash!
Production's like, thank you. We've been feeling this for the last 3 days, watching them troll. I just want to go home to my family. Some reloads coming in, fixing the weak, Aura.
Yeah. And back to the ASMR casting.
No, I think I want to yell
grading.
some more. That was actually kind of fun.
Yeah. The good thing this whole building is soundproof. Otherwise, Potter, who is sitting just the other side of it, would have heard you.
I think maybe he did anyway. Yesterday I was talking to Potter and I was like, why don't you just tell him to stop sucking? And he was like, I would never say that, Jesse. I thought you knew me better than that. And I was like, oh, it was just me treated that way.
Aww.
Just a little joke. Potter and I, when I joined, we were healing together in Ashara's Palace. That was the last tier. The second last tier he healed. He healed the Ashara's Palace with me, both on Paladins, Palibros, and then again in Nyalotha. Nyalotha was his last time he actually healed in the game because Nyalotha chased him and Scripe and Roger out of the game and into the external team in order to up Echo's game.
So how long was Potter playing before
Oh, goodness.
the stepping into the...
long time.
He's one of the long-standing players.
So this team, the core of the team with like Scripe and Potter were playing together as far back as the team actually being known as, I believe it was Rapid Eye Movement, a largely German guild that then stepped in and formed the Method Core when the Future part broke off way back in WoD and Legion. And then they started playing with Roger, brought in some new players, and then again Echo then split off and formed their own guild. So Potter's been with the team for a very, very long time. Like, I think that he went to Scripe's wedding and everything. Like, they're actual IRL friends. Been playing together for years.
Yeah, it's very nice, the history of how long they've been playing together. We've got members of the team like Roger, Perfecto, who have racked up, I think, about 17 world firsts. That is an incredible amount. They are, I think, they hold the most world firsts of any player in the game.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's 17.
Yeah, it's ridiculous how long
huge
they've been
feat.
doing it. And if you think about how young they were and how old they are now, a lot of our performance makes sense now.
Hold on a minute.
It's so impressive to have 17 world firsts. How many years did it take to accrue those? Of course, it's even worse for chat, right? How many of you were playing in WoD a decade ago?
Oh, despair. It was
When did
been
you
10
start?
years since Hellfire Citadel. We're going to summon Alex again.
Don't do it. When did you start? Was it Legion?
I played properly in Legion. Technically made my character in WoD.
Was it a mage?
Yes. But I leveled, not really. I boosted my character, maybe leveled 1 level, and then didn't come back until the very end in Hellfire Citadel. Then leveled it to max.
Did you play in Hellfire
And then
Citadel?
didn't play. A little bit, yeah.
A little bit? Okay, let's have...
At the very, very
let's
end
channel
of the
Alex.
tier.
What boss did you play?
So I did a little bit of Mythic. Where did we get to? It was before Gorefiend. I think we killed the first 4. So it was Hellfire Assault, Iron Reaver,
Yep.
and then it was the boss that was in the...
In the pools?
Yeah, and you had to...
kind of a
there was the
rocky boy.
swirlies that went out
Yep.
across the whole platform, and you had to quickly assign every single person
Yeah.
to soak a different swirly, and you had this elaborate, like, mapped out weak aura thing.
Back when you could use in-game representations of the physical space.
Yeah,
and
that was that was a
that
wild time.
which is good.
Yeah, and it's funny because like at that time, it's so foggy because I almost felt like a little budding MMO player who's just not really aware of what's going on and stuff like that. And then when it got to Legion, that's when I started to pay a lot more attention. And Nighthold was my first proper raid tier. That's when I then started playing properly.
That's good.
And then on that, and then I was hooked at playing every single day.
Every single day?
Every single day.
Actually,
Yep.
unironically?
Actually, every single day. I played every single day of Shadowlands. I didn't miss a single day. Every single day of Shadowlands.
That, I understand so much more about you now.
Yeah. I didn't play every single day of Dragonflight. I still cleared Heroic. I still did relatively high keys. Not title keys, but relatively high. But I wasn't playing every single day. I took a little bit more of a back burner, and I was playing other things, which is very healthy, right? I mean,
Yeah, of
it allows you to appreciate and not burn out and not get too sick of one thing. But I did really enjoy playing, every day. And I've been really enjoying the War Within, but I definitely have a much healthier relationship with the game now, and I feel like it makes me appreciate things a lot more and also enjoy my time rather than being miserable,
Well, I also
which is
think
what
that-
I caused myself to do in the end.
I also think that they've dramatically improved the game than Shadowlands. I mean, I think Dragonflight was a much superior version of Warcraft over Shadowlands, and I think that War Within is even better. They've really turned it around, I think, because I also played every single Blade
I was
going
to say, so you... Oh, did you?
Well, I mean, yeah, it was the Race World first time.
Oh, of
so.
course, yeah, because the Jailer was your last hit, so you would have played the entirety of Shadowlands. So how was that from a Race to World first perspective when the game already felt a little bit... Not just...
It was
still cute though.
The worst of times. No. It was so bad. I had to do Torghast every day, and you couldn't even mount up in the maw. I don't know why. They said they wanted it to be hellish, but I thought it was a video game. I didn't think we were supposed to actually suffer every single time. I pushed my mount keybind and it said, "Your mount does not respond to you in the maw." I had to walk. It was so bad. And then they had this whole stupid system of soul binds that you had to swap between and farm reputation conduits in, and it was so terrible. And every faction had a different power, and some of them were fun, but some of them were optimal, and you had to play what was optimal regardless of what was fun. And the ripcord, I did the ripcord method, just pull the ripcord. I won out of Torghast. It was so bad. I was so stuck in Torghast for 12 hours a day so I could have every single soulbind maxed out for the Jailer progression, and then of course splits, and more splits. I couldn't take it. It was awful.
That sounds terrible.
My name is Anduin. This is what Anduin is actually doing in the Shadowlands.
You're channeling your inner Anduin there. Somebody made a meme that I saw in our Race War First Discord where Grim came on the couch. Oh, Kush having a good time. When we was interviewing Grim, and I was sitting in between you both, and somebody thought it'd be a great idea to just put a thought bubble above my head, which is brave, so there's usually nothing in there, and just a blah. So you two were having this back and forth, this conversation, and I was sitting in the middle of you with the blah above my head. I didn't think it was that obvious that it was indeed what I was doing.
Yeah. I think it was good. I see blah, I blah.
No, I really enjoyed Mythic Plus in Shadowlands, though. I did really enjoy the dungeons, and this may be a bit of a curse take, but I was quite happy to see Necrotic Wake and Mists back. I know it's not been too long since we did those dungeons, and I fully understand why people may think it's too soon, right? We had the whole entire expansion of Shadowlands with those dungeons. You don't have that regular dungeon pool update as we have now. Since Dragonflight, every Mythic Plus season, you have half of the current expansions dungeons and half of previous dungeons. So you didn't have that in Shadowlands or any of the previous expansions. So the Mythic Plus pool was strictly the dungeons of that expansion every single season throughout the entirety of the expansion. But I did really enjoy them. So I was quite pleased to play them again. But yeah, I know that some people may think, no, we already played these. Give us some other ones.
It has been interesting seeing how they've kind of adapted those dungeons for the current season and expansion. Obviously, a lot of the Shadowlands dungeons had Covenant-specific stuff that they've turned into like race or class-specific stuff. For example, in Mists of Tyranid Scythe, I think, druids can, or herbalists can open the vines to get you the mushroom buff, or take the shortcut, or click on the res mushroom and things like that. I like the fact that we are purging covenants from the game.
So I liked the concept of covenants.
Stop.
Before
Mute
they
her.
No. Before they put player power to it.
Yeah.
If it was purely an RP choice where you could align yourself with a certain aesthetic that your character or yourself wanted, strictly from, an RP perspective.
Yeah.
I thought it was an interesting concept. You have your own kind of I really enjoyed class halls in Legion. So having Covenant halls where you can align yourself with whichever one you wanted to, I thought was a very cool concept. But then they tied player power to it, and it wasn't a choice because you then would pick.
One was the best one.
One was the best one, and it was very important.
And then when one was the best one in one situation, and another was the best one in the other situation, and you could not change.
So Mage was also very much suffered because at the start, I think all three specs wanted a completely different Covenant. And as the expansion went on, that was also the case. And then depending on whether you wanted to do Mythic Plus or raiding, you also needed a different covenant. So not only were you locked into a spec, you were also locked into an area of the game. So it was extremely restrictive. As somebody who enjoys both Mythic raiding and Mythic Plus, it was very frustrating.
It was. Yeah, a lot of players did quit during or after Shadowlands, but that we've had a player resurgence coming out of them into Dragonflight, into War Within, and it's been great to see the game turn around. I want to read a couple more donations really quick. We have Dagamaris. Raiders work better when being flamed. That's why we have raid leaders or raid flamers. I agree. But in all seriousness, I don't actually agree. Positive attitude is very important.
Yeah, you get the most out of people from, well, you get more out of people from with sugar than salt. That's the saying that but you know what I mean. You get more from sugar than you do with salt.
Okay.
I'll figure it out.
Interesting if true. In all seriousness, such a great charity. Gaming has helped me get through some of the hardest times in my life, and I know this is a worthy cause. That's great to hear. That was a $50 donation.
Wow.
And we really appreciate, obviously, everyone in chat. You're only here because you love games. We're only here because we love games. We know how impactful games can be on our lives, even in relatively light-hearted and trivial ways for us. Very meaningful to these children, and what better community to raise money for them. Pharaoh, Jordan understood my unwavering faith in the heart of the cards, trusted I would draw the OK Frost Magician. Yet fate did not align with her hopes, so she forged her own mage to fulfill what destiny did not. Explain?
I love Pharaoh Tem from Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, I don't know what Yu-Gi-Oh is. But that's okay. We don't need to have a lecture about that.
Right, we'll
set
fix
aside
that in
your
the break.
shock. Set aside your shock. We need to say thank you to the amazing sponsors who make the Race to World First possible. So stick around, and then after this lunch break, we'll have some more rage casting, I'm sure, coming your way.
Gaming is all about senses. How it looks. How it feels. How much it really takes to win. And how fun it is. Bring them all to life with metal posters from Displate. Shop now at displate.com.
Shopping, working, and relaxing online can attract various digital threats. To improve your protection against them, just turn on NordVPN. This cybersecurity app will block web trackers and malware-infected sites. It will also encrypt your internet traffic without losing a smooth connection. Choose NordVPN and get the exclusive Echo deal now. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Welcome to the studio.
I actually have some really exciting news. Hey everyone, welcome back to the stream.
We covered a lot today.
Do you ever find yourself at the PC thinking about your health? You're ready to make a change, but you either tried and failed before, or you simply feel confused about where to start.
At Gains for Gamers, we've developed the Inner Circle, a system designed exclusively for gamers who want to shed fat, gain muscle, and become overall healthier without having to grind it out on the treadmill or skip those snack breaks during gaming.
We've already helped over 1,000 gamers. Gamers like Casper, who dropped an amazing 80 kilograms in just 40 weeks, allowing him to fit his favorite clothes once again.
And let's not forget about KP. He's been adding on some solid lean muscle mass while also reducing his body fat percentage. And those two are just the tip of the iceberg.
So if you're ready to get in shape without having to compromise your life or gaming, then visit gainsforgamers.com and use the code ECHO for 30% off.
Hey everyone, my name's Asmongold, and I'm excited to tell you about my company, Starforge Systems. When we founded Starforge Systems, we had one goal in mind: make the best computers possible for playing video games. Now, I don't personally play video games, I just react to TikToks, but wait, this is not true. Like, I do play games. Who wrote this? I play games all the time. I play Diablo, New World, and... Well, I don't just watch other people play those games. I also play them too. I play them all the time. You know what? I own this company. I don't have to take this shit. I'm leaving, and the logo is a hammer.
Sup, bruv? Here's the beans. How about some beans? Good time. Oh, yeah! Beans on toast! Oh, my beans, boy. An entire tin. Oh. Why are they in the middle?
That sounds disgusting. There we go.
It only took us a few moments before we came in before we were already talking about things. I do love discussing beans. It's an ongoing thing. All right there, guns, give us your beans. I punch it in the kidneys, I punch it in your beans. It's the baked beans banger. I'll show you your beans, but I won't show you your spoon. A single bean! Oh, yeah! Beans on toast! Apple beans, big beans, good for your heart. Ooh, right now, man.
There we go.
get it right. 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 Can you ever get it right? Get it right. 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 Can you ever get it right? Get it right. Get it right. Get it right. Get it right. Can you ever get it right?
But
I think that was funny.
first we need everyone here. I saw Mike got like 2k avoidance more by just equipping some items from his inventory.
Hey guys, everybody equip avoidance. Fuck it. I need a Beeline helmet though with avoidance.
Oh, that's a bit embarrassing.
You guys, I have the blanket on. The
There's
jacket.
no way, it's hot as fuck.
What?
Oh,
Bro, look at me.
there's no way you're sitting like this. You must be fully bugged.
Should I check again?
It's time to log in, boys.
And here's I'm in.
Oh, He's not logged in, yeah.
That's embarrassing.
Can we mute?
Yeah, pulling, I guess.
Actually,
GG Pumpers at the vault with me.
Wait, what?
You haven't taken your fucking loot
I
yet?
have the vault.
No, at the Guild Bank vault.
We spend milestones now?
I need like half a minute.
Mages are picking their
Oh,
boats.
mages are
Yeah, the
so
mages.
Waiting for the sun. Waiting for the sun to go down, to go down, to go down, to go down. Waiting for the sun to go down, to go down, to go down, to go down, to go down. Waiting for the sun to go down, to go down. Waiting for the sun. 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 Waiting for the sun.
Hello, welcome back. We had our lunch break provided by the wonderful Julia, who has joined us on the couch, who has been making all of the wonderful food while we've been here. Hello, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
It's very, very nice to have you. And I'm also joined by the wonderful Nagura and Jessie.
Yep.
Hello.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
I've
That's
been.
all I'm going to say.
That's all you're going to say.
Yeah.
I've been trying to get Julia to come on the couch since day one when I first said, hey, maybe you want to come up and say hi to the people who would love to see some of the amazing work being done kind of behind the scenes to support the production. And this morning I went down and hassled her. I said, are you busy? And she said, why?
I need more context, please.
It's always when people ask you, like, do you have time at that and that day? And I was like, tell me what it is first.
No,
and I'm going to tell you about
first,
it.
and then I'll tell you the favor I need.
No.
That's it.
Yeah. Today we had fish tacos
Yeah.
and a berry crumble, which I did not eat downstairs, so I can enjoy it with chat. Chat, you can enjoy vicariously.
I ate it already. It was very delicious.
It looks
I've heard from everyone.
delicious.
that
We had
it's
some
the
ice
best
cream
dessert.
as well.
Thank
I
you.
skipped the ice cream.
Oh, you skipped it?
I did, yeah. I wanted the berry crumble though.
Oh, yeah.
Which you made yourself.
Yes. Yeah.
Is it oats on top?
Yeah, I like putting oats in the crumble. It's a little bit more filling, a little bit healthier.
Yeah, definitely. Now everyone's gonna be eating and no one can talk anymore. No, because I ate a berry crumble earlier and I was like, because it looks heavy, but when you eat it, it's not like too sugary, which is something that I like because I like having dessert a lot. And if I would make the dessert very like sugary and very like, then you know.
I mean, you've been making a dessert for the guys pretty much every day, I think, right?
Yeah, it's part of the deal that we offer. Yeah. Yeah.
How long have you been working here in the facility?
That's a complicated story.
We love complicated stories.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So I first came to SK in 2021. I was contracted to them by another company, and then I left them at end of 2022, and I came back 6 weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
So half of the time that you've been back has been helping us.
Yeah.
Without the day
I haven't
off.
fully settled in.
How long will you continue after this project?
Oh, yeah.
Has this turned you off of it entirely?
No, not at all. I love these events. They're always good fun. Like, I like gaming as well. This is not my style of gaming, but I like comfort games.
Like what?
I like Don't Starve Together. I play with my friend a lot.
Oh, I played that game.
That is a good game.
That's a fun game. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no. I'm happy to be here. It is hard work, but I do love it. So.
You've been doing it ever since, I guess production showed up 3 weeks ago almost, or fully?
Nearly a month.
Yeah. Every day.
Yeah, every day, you know, providing the wonderful breakfast, lunch, dinner, but also you've been doing snacks for the team as well.
Yeah.
Which has been wonderful. And you got inspiration from the WoW cookbook.
Yeah, so the fish tacos today were from the WoW cookbook, but I did my own little spin on it because they use deep fried fish and I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Deep fried fish for 30 people is a lot of oil.
Yeah, and I don't have a deep fry big enough, so even if I could, couldn't.
I also don't know how deep fried food would be before 9 hours of progress. Might not be the best for that. How much thought do you put into what you're deciding to prepare for the day in terms of like, you know, make sure that energy and nutrition and everything is good?
Well, I have always been interested in nutrition, and now I am studying it at university.
Oh, that's great.
So that'll, I get to use my knowledge there and try and apply it, but then I still try to do something fun and try to appeal to picky eaters as well, so that's always a good challenge. And then there's other dietaries and things like that come into it. I don't think I spend that much time planning it. I try to make sure I have all the ingredients so I can be a little spontaneous as well. If things do go wrong, I have some backup plans. And so it's a lot of creativity and a lot of trying to, figure out logistics, as I keep saying.
Yeah, because none of the meals that you prepared, like you repeat. Like I think we've got different things all of the time. At least since I'm here.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
And I was impressed by that because I can barely cook different meals for myself like 7 times a week. So
yeah, it is hard.
Especially if you want to hit certain like macros and nutrients and have meet all of those goals, right?
Yeah, I don't focus too much on that. I think at the end of the day, all food is nutritious.
Yeah.
So and you can also have fun. You can eat donuts and still be considered healthy. So.
You talked a little bit about those logistics. How much is happening behind the scenes to put together a whole table full of plates of food for 30 people 3 times a day?
Oh, it's tricky sometimes. Sometimes like I'll order 10 packages or something and maybe only get 6. So then I have to figure out how to stretch it. But then I always try to make sure that there's like tinned beans or something like that I can just last minute add in and it won't disrupt. But then some people don't like beans, so
in this
swing and a miss.
No. Well, I know you're also cooking for a couple of vegetarians, and I think maybe someone in the first couple of days said no spicy food and things like that.
I can't really do too much chili. I have a great allergy in my skin. So if I do, it's usually comes in the form of like curry paste or something like that, because I can't touch it. But I don't know. Sometimes,
Well, alongside the meals that you've been prepping and the snacks, you've also been making lovely ginger shots every day with a variety of ingredients and beautiful smoothies that you've been making every day.
Yeah.
And I remember I spoke to you the other day of, what's in this ginger shot? And you was like, I'm going to make it a little bit more spicy. And I felt validated because I've been saying the ginger shots are spicy and everyone keeps laughing at me. Like everyone's laughing at me every day.
Sorry.
Ginger shots aren't spicy.
The
hot chip
ginger is a bit spicy.
Ginger, it's not spicy. It doesn't
Have you ever
burn
had
your
a
tongue.
ginger tea where you put like fresh ginger in the tea and then you just leave it in there for a while? It's spicy.
But I do.
You should try it.
I can give you just straight up ginger juice if you really want.
Is that good for me?
I don't know if it's good for you, but
You think it'd be spicy? I've cooked with ginger, right? Like I did a roast pork that was like rubbed all over with a ginger paste. So I mean, I know ginger is good and it adds a certain pungency, but I would never just think a ginger shot was spicy. Spicy is like burning your tongue, not just a edge on the taste, if that makes sense.
it's not spicy like chili.
Exactly.
It's spicy
it's edgy, but not spicy. It's like wasabi. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's all spicy.
You think water is spicy?
Yeah, sparkling water is spicy.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, especially when you're not expecting it.
Sparkling water ginger shots.
Oh yeah, let's just put chili in it as well. And you know what else we should put in? The hot chip.
Yes,
hot
just
chip
grind it
challenge,
up.
ginger sparkling water challenge.
Flaming hot
Anyway.
Cheetos.
Julie, I wanted to ask about like the players, because there's obviously a lot of people here for our event, and we've been here for a long time. And I guess there's some people who hang out in the kitchen, and I guess you're making friends at these events and stuff. What do you think of like working with gamers, like when it comes in regards to food? Because you told me that some of them are maybe a bit picky, which, you know, happens. I guess it's also in other areas as well. But that gamers generally tend to be a bit shy sometimes, and they just don't tell you that they don't like a certain thing. What's your experience with that?
Oh, it happens. I just address it and let them know that I'm now aware of the issue, and try to keep open communication with them so that they know what they can and can't eat, or, you know, what products I'm using, if they like it, if they don't like it. Yeah, I just try and be as honest as I can, where I can. Yeah.
Yeah, because I can see how it's difficult when somebody, like, let's say they don't like corn, and you make something with corn, and instead of telling you, no, I actually don't like corn, they just like try to like secretly like throw it on the floor or whatever.
Wait, is that why there's corn on the floor?
Oh no! Mad's not liking corn. That's
I wouldn't be
God's
surprised. But yeah. No, I think sometimes people don't love onion as much as I do. I have to try and remember that one, but I think onion's perfect for everything.
I know some of the players sometimes complain about mushroom too, every now and then.
I'm not the biggest fan of mushroom, but I will eat it.
Yeah, I think mushroom tastes really good. I feel like most people's objection to mushroom is the texture.
It's the texture. I don't like the texture that much.
Yeah.
Have you run into that?
So many times. We've had to do a hard ban on mushroom risotto.
Oh, I love mushroom
Yeah,
risotto.
same.
It tastes so good.
Yeah.
It's
But
delicious.
then they get mad at the little slivers of mushroom being
yeah.
kind of texturally unpleasant to them, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've also been, I don't know, I've actually been exposed to new food since I was here. There was the kohlrabi vegetable.
Yes.
Which was really nice. I'd never had that before. And
Oh,
then
I hadn't had that before
those
either.
little, I thought they were cherry tomatoes at first.
Oh, the physalis.
Yeah, I
Oh,
had never had that
they are
before.
good.
Those
Yeah.
were really nice.
they're nice.
They put them on the cheese tray, right?
Yeah. I've only ever seen them on like cocktails.
Yeah.
As decoration.
We were discussing this at lunch the other day. It is mostly just decoration because so many people don't like it.
Really?
It is edible. You can eat it.
I like it.
But yeah, most people hate it, and then you get kind of side eye if you're eating it.
I've been chowing down on them. You actually
Yeah.
bought extra because I like them so much.
Yeah, I ordered
and now
them in.
now I hear, oh, they are edible.
Well,
I mean,
technically.
they're really sour, but
I love them.
Very
They're
nice.
so
I like
good.
them too.
Yeah. They were the best part of the cheese platter.
Yeah. Oh no. Actually true.
Ironically
And the
true.
grapes.
Yeah, the grapes were great. The physalis was good.
The bread.
There was also cheese.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we really appreciate your time. It's been wonderful having you here, taking care of everyone in the facility. It's also been such a wonderful time to introduce you to the viewers who have been curious about the amazing dishes they've seen posted on Mirrors' Twitter every single day that you've been preparing. How happy will you be when we're gone? And you can actually have a break.
One day off.
I'm looking forward to a day in bed with Netflix.
Yeah.
I don't blame you. That should be nice. Can we get a round of applause and hearts from everyone in chat for Julia, our amazing chef here in the facility? And we'll throw it over to a listen in with Wave so she can get back to work making dinner.
Oh, no.
Back in your cave.
Get back in there. Yeah, dinner coming
Thank
up.
you.
Thank you all. A little listen with Wave.
Warps are a bit more dangerous.
Oh, the flow, they look the same. What?
Do they? I'm gonna just take with Ultra. I feel like they
look the same.
I'm investigating.
And we're getting ready.
good. Yeah. Dispels in 2, 1, now. Ready for now.
Yeah.
Portals after that. Not saying where you need to go. You know. Blades coming as well soon. That is not where you need to go, man. Okay. We just abandon this area. We play everything like we were one ahead now. I knew not calling this would be
yeah,
shit.
why did we not call it?
Because apparently I'm lost in the sounds and I shouldn't call it. I knew it was bad as well. I knew
I only know when, because I had the far portal. I'm like, I was like, okay, I'll just go to this thing feels right.
Yes.
Like, but I was like lost in the room.
I mean, the only problem was not your calling, it was the infinite amount of reminders and big messages covering.
And we're back. Well, it turns out Scribe should be calling that.
Turns out raid leading is helpful because if you don't, people fall over dead. That was a great poll. Julie came on the couch and blessed that poll. Got into phase 3. Praise
100%
Julia.
blessing.
Yep.
No,
goodness.
but Julia is so nice. I love her.
She is so nice.
Yeah.
She's very funny too.
Yeah, it's so nice to get some insight. I like it. She has like I'm not sure if you guys like noticed, but she has like a very dry humor.
Mm-hmm.
I love that about her. She's great.
She's really funny, and she's from Australia, so never holding back.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah.
Yep. So that was fun. I enjoyed having her come words.
That one.
Yeah, that was great. The way that she did the thing on the couch with the talking and the stuff.
Yep, I enjoyed that part too about.
We've had a pretty good morning here at Echo. We've been working on Queen Ansarek all morning, getting into phase 3 relatively consistently, running into new strategic issues such as placing those shackles next to the acolytes in order to be cleaved down together. That causes a lot of raid damage. They need to live through that. We want to see a pull where they've fixed that problem, because the big wall of the fight after that third round of acolytes is dealing with the double frothing wave coming in back to back with about a minute apart, and both times needing to transport 12 souls and running out of people who can bear those souls without dying to them.
Yep, definitely very difficult, and there's just so many overlaps happening, so many things simultaneously. I mean, it just looks stressful even just watching it, right?
I mean,
all of these daggers coming through, all of these assignments as well. It's funny because I listened to them earlier this morning, and they had like a formation on how they're supposed to put down the webs, like the tethers, and Scribe just called blue pillar. That's the formation that they have to go. It's like, and then they all went to the blue marker and stacked up
instead of the
yeah. And then afterwards Scribe was like, all right, so what do you guys want me to call so you understand this like formation?
I know what they should call. Take the gateway. Just put a gateway to the place you want those 3 and take it. I don't know why that's not happening. I'm sure I'm missing something.
I think they actually changed it afterwards. I think Roger Brown said that we should take the gateways, and people agreed, some people didn't, and they had this whole discussion. But yeah, it was funny that afterwards Scribe was like, he was like understanding immediately. He's like, okay, so what do you want me to call? And then afterwards he's like, I'm gonna be honest with you, from an outside point of view, this looks very easy, and I don't know why. I don't know know why you're not getting this.
It's true. I mean, I know Scripe misses the days when he used to actually play and be one of the better players on the team. Misses that opportunity to show off his gamesmanship. But it is funny to sit on the outside and be Twitch chat.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, have you tried not getting hit by the blades? Oh, okay, guys. So we have Proc Rogers Treasure Trove with a 4 million channel point goal, which means we're going to draw 2 prizes for 2 winners.
Wow. So I can draw. Can I draw both?
If you'd like to, yeah.
I'm thinking about it.
Okay, I don't mind.
Actually, no, I want this to be a competition. And whoever draws the better prize
You're
wins.
so competitive. I've learned this about you recently. You're so competitive.
You didn't know
you want to win everything.
You didn't know I'm competitive?
No.
I was a reasonable first player.
So was I, but I'm pretty chill.
That's true.
Right?
Actually, yeah.
But I was a healer.
Mostly. Yeah, I guess healers aren't as competitive.
Yeah, they're just there to get carried by the rest of the team. They're not doing anything important anyway. If they mattered, they'd be playing DPS with 4 different damage meters on, showing the different points of interest, all of the different ads they're topping on at the same time.
I had like 3 different details windows open. No way. I had 3 different details windows open, and none of them were healing done.
Of course.
And my chat is like, "Can you put healing done on?" And I'm like, no, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
It really doesn't. In M+.
Correct.
I'm like, it's completely irrelevant.
I mean,
and then I have to have this whole conversation. So at some point, I just gave in, and I'm showing healing meter now for no reason.
No, it's for the 2 healers who watch your chat. Sometimes it's interesting, right? If you're doing really high key pushes and you want to know how much HPS is required to heal, a plus 26 prideful. An
it's
HPS
just nice
meter
to see
does
like
matter.
a big number, basically.
I mean, people get happy brain chemicals from big numbers. That's true.
That is
I turn off. So I play without meters and with the numbers turned off.
Yeah, but you're weird.
Jesus. Not holding back at all. Healers don't matter. You're not competitive, weirdly. You're weird, not showing numbers. All right. Continue filling in those channel points. The only thing you can use channel points for is Rogers Treasure Trove. When you reach 4 million, we're going to draw 2 prizes. Whoever draws the superior prize is the winner. The other one is an unmitigated loser, not even worthy of being on the couch. Going to go floor paw and cast from the floor in Angry Voice.
Yes. And who determines whichever prize is better?
I guess chat. We have to poll.
Yeah.
Which prize was better, left or right?
Yes, we will do that in the end.
Jesse.
Yeah.
Although,
I like it.
What if they're just choosing their favorite caster and they want the other one to be on the floor, and I lose just because you're so much more popular than I am? I feel punished already.
I mean,
then I'm still the loser.
Yeah, exactly.
I get it. Either way, I'm the loser. Can we do push-ups again? I got to win that.
From that day onwards, I was just doing push-ups every day. Like the only thing I do at the gym is like,
in 1 year's
I'm
time,
gonna beat him next time.
In 1 year's time, we come to the next race for first care. It's like, I don't know, we could do a push-up contest again. If you want, it's no big deal. Meanwhile, she's been training every single day for that moment, doing push-ups with her boyfriend standing on her back.
You can sit on my back if you want.
We're gonna do the push-up contest. I'm gonna get down, do 20, then you're gonna start doing one-handers.
Handstand push-ups.
You're so competitive. I love it. We did get a donation while we're sending in the treasure trove points. Keep those points coming in. You can't use the channel points for anything else, so send them in right now. We're also still collecting money for Games for Love, and we got a donation relevant to Jordan and I's conversation earlier when we were talking about covenants.
Oh.
So I want your opinion on this comment.
Yeah.
Jeeth should read this. Sent in $5, saying, covenants were the best thing ever added to WoW. Your thoughts, Nagura?
That opinion is objectively wrong.
Correct. Based and true. That opinion is, it's foundationally wrong, right? It's not even wrong, right? It's like outside the realm of possible,
It's just wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is in every single way objectively incorrect.
Even if covenants were, like, if you could choose them freely from the start, I still wouldn't have liked them.
Why not?
I just think it was too convoluted. Like, it was way too complicated to figure out what you want to play. Like, even, because sometimes I feel like they do this on purpose to make sure that there is no, like, strict thing on what you want to do.
Yeah.
But still, I feel like Blizzard sometimes doesn't understand that people just want to play the best thing. And sometimes that being easy is not a problem.
Right.
Because people don't have the time to, like, try different things around, right? A lot of people just want to log on, get the certain talent set up, and play the game.
Play the best thing and have the best chance of success.
Yeah.
Right, without having to math out 4 different covenants, each with 3 different soul binds, with a multitude of different power traits and nexus nodes that increase your power in certain ways that are hard to quantify with the addition of legendaries. I agree, right? You want to be able to say, okay, what's best for this circumstance? And of course, it's good to have like interesting choices and things that are different to different circumstances. But I want to play what's best in Mythic Plus right now without thinking about it or running a complex simulation model across all of these different options.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
And people like do research, right? And then if they... That's why usually people go for these like tier lists and for this like wishy-washy kind of guides that they find on these websites, because they tell them what to do, because the real guides, they can't tell you what to do.
Yeah.
And that's problematic, right? Because people they don't want to do research for 5 hours before they can play the game. Yeah. So yeah, that's why I didn't like the covenants. Even though thematically, I think, like, obviously I personally don't, I'm not sure if I said obviously, but I personally don't care that much about like things being like thematic, and because I'm not a lore person, so I'm also not like a class identity kind of person. Like, I don't want all the classes to be the same.
That's weird coming from the most famous boomkin on the planet.
Yeah, that's me.
It's true. I think that is unironically true. I mean, you played Boomkin so long and at such a high level, you know, prominently in raids and in Mythic Plus and everywhere else. I think it's interesting to hear you say that you don't really identify as a class.
Yeah, like I think I mainly just played Druid because I really hate playing alts.
I get that.
And I hate keeping up my alts. Like, even at the start of a patch, I can level them, but then they will inevitably fall behind. And then I don't want to switch them anymore. Even if another class is better, I do reroll sometimes. Like, I played Warlock, for example, when it was really strong in Shadowlands. But it happens so rarely just because I don't have alts ready and I don't want to gear them up.
Yeah.
So I just stick to the class that I play, as long as it's not absolutely horrible, which rarely happens. Like, let's be honest here, almost always specs are viable. Right?
Yeah,
so
for the vast majority of content. Maybe in the truly edge case of the, you know, top 3 guilds clearing a raid, or the, you know, top absolute level of keystones being pushed, maybe a spec won't be as viable, but outside of that, you typically can. Unfortunately, having a little bit of a problem in this phase 1, so we can keep podcasting because we lost the healer, got the battle res back, and Gingy's down, so we're going to die soon.
And make sure you're using your channel points. We still have Roger's treasure trove that has to be unlocked.
If we're making this competition about who draws the best prize,
yeah,
who's drawing from which prize pool, we need to do some complex simulation craft in order to find out
so
which of these is likely to still have the best prizes.
I think we should, or we just pick whatever team we are, because you're Team Spider and I'm Team Spider as well, so maybe we just both take Team Spider.
We should rock, paper, scissors over Team Spider so we can have another competition and see who wins and loses.
Let's do it.
Okay, we're going to do it on 3.
Okay.
What are you doing with it? 1, 2, 3 will be how we do it.
Okay.
Yeah? Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm the loser. And you're Team Spider.
All right.
Wait, should I hold it while you draw out of it?
Yes.
Okay, so you hold the crabs.
Yes.
Because they're going to reach it soon. We're at 3.5 million. We need 500,000 more channel points. Redeem the channel points. This is what it's for. We have so much loot in here from all of the amazing sponsors. You have Corsair headsets, keyboards, the amazing mice that they have as well, the merchandise from our merch store, XClam merch, displays, NordVPN codes, pets, mounts, Elgato stuff, a mythic boost being offered by Roger.
We haven't drawn that one yet.
Yeah, it's still in here somewhere. And of course, the life-size Roger body pillow that you see there as well. That's available for one lucky winner somewhere in these envelopes.
Is this a joke?
No.
Because
are you hoping to win that one?
That would be so funny. I would love a life-size Roger body pillow.
How much would you love it?
It would definitely be in my office in the background on stream.
That would be amazing stream prop.
That would be
just
so
having
funny.
Roger in the dwarven outfit, delving with Bran as a life-size.
But actually, like a cutout would be better.
A what?
A cutout, you know.
Oh, a cutout. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we have finished delving into Roger's treasure trove. We're drawing 2 prizes, one from each pool. We don't need to do any. Oh, we do. We are going to do the poll.
Wow, but then
what's the poll going to say? So we're only drawing from either spider or crab 2 different prizes. We're not drawing both a spider and a crab. Production has vetoed
Wow. Okay, so we have the votes coming in. Make sure you're voting and not writing anything in chat to
Yeah.
participate here
All right,
because
so,
there's
you
a
can put the crabs away.
poll going on.
It's always Team
It's always
Spider.
Team Spider wins. Yep.
Because Team Spider is better.
I agree. We do agree on some things.
We agree on a
Not
lot of
many
things.
things, actually.
Actually, we agree on a lot of stuff. We were talking about Greek yogurt earlier.
Oh, yeah. Greek yogurt is, first of all, it's very nutritious, has lots of protein, very healthy, very low fat. The only problem I have with Greek yogurt is very thick.
Yeah, it's bland and overly
bland.
thick
Yes.
and needs to be thinned out a little bit and tastes better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we discovered that both Jesse and I are eating our Greek yogurt the same way. We take frozen berries. Do you take mixed berries or like a particular kind?
So I have a freezer full of frozen fruit.
Okay.
Typically bags of frozen berries, so it'll be
Yeah.
raspberries, blueberries, and blackberries all mixed together.
Yeah.
And then I'll have another bag of like mixed tropical fruit with mango,
Mm.
peaches, pineapple, and
Nice.
banana.
I should try this
And
too.
then I thaw it in the microwave, which makes the fruit, kind of warm and no longer crunchy. And it also usually puts a lot of juice in the bowl.
Mhm.
And then I mix that into the Greek yogurt, which makes it taste a lot better and thins it out.
That's exactly
and
what
she
I
does
do
the
as well.
same thing. Isn't that wild? I've never run into anyone that does it. It is the best way to eat yogurt. It's so good.
I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
Because buying these, because I do like flavored yogurts, because you can buy it at a store. You can just buy like berry yogurt.
Right.
But why buy the berry yogurt? Because first of all, there's lots of sugar in
They
it.
add so
yeah.
much sugar when they add the berries. And then it's also
It's more
typically
expensive.
more expensive than
Yeah.
just buying frozen berries, which are pretty affordable.
Very cheap, yeah.
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 You are so based and smart. It's actually wild.
So are you, sir.
Obviously, because we agree on such a clearly foundationally true proposition. All right, to
Spiders
nobody's
won.
surprise, spiders win. So what we're going to do is you draw one,
Mhm.
and then I'll draw the next because you won the rock, paper,
Sure.
scissors.
Yeah, okay, let's do that.
And then whoever gets the best prize is not the loser on the floor.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to go with this one.
Okay. That one was a terrible choice. I can't believe you chose that one. All right, Chad, don't
I'm gonna
worry.
try
I
to
got
see
you.
what it is.
I got you. There are no really
Ah,
terrible prizes here.
I think I lost.
How did you do that? Did you fake it?
I
Oh,
saw it. Are you seeing yours?
yeah, I know what it is.
Are you winning?
It's a good prize.
Okay. Yeah.
In a way, we have to be careful here.
Okay.
Because there's a way that you could construe us competing as to who has the worst prize as potentially flaming a sponsor. Oh, that one was shit. I can't believe you drew that horrible prize from not a sponsor we have, that's for sure.
Okay, I'm always. Okay, which one are we doing first?
Well, let's hold them until
Same
after
time?
this poll. Hold
Okay,
them until after
yeah,
this poll,
'cause this
and then
one
we
is
can go
looking,
full
yeah.
screen and show them the chat
I like
without
it.
us even looking.
Yeah.
Although we did both already look at the light and see which one it was. This is actually a good poll. This is another good poll. You can see in the top right that the devoted worshippers are already casting Cosmic Apocalypse. We have 40 seconds to get to the second platform and kill them. We're going into this with everyone alive. We have our first combat res, our second combat res coming up in 30 minutes, and the players are starting their dance of running through the portals. We start paying attention and 2 people
Yeah.
die. This is
They
why
do
they're mad
have
at us.
a battle rest available in 20 seconds though, so I do
Yeah.
think they can continue this. They got Velo back up, and Fraga is going to be able to get rest in 15 seconds on the next platform. They do manage to get through the portals just fine, and there we go. Next bridge is being built for them, but unfortunately.
So about these prizes.
Yes.
All right. We're going to 3, 2, 1
No,
and show
but
the camera.
which one do we show them both simultaneously? Because it's 2 prizes. I don't want to
It's
get
2
people
prizes.
to get confused
What-
with the.
How are we giving those out? Are they both entering the same
same?
code and you're just going to draw the 2 top codes?
Okay.
So we don't have to worry about any confusion.
Okay.
We're going to show both prizes.
Mhm.
Chat will enter Xclam, Spider to win the prizes, and then they'll be given out.
Mhm.
Okay. Are
Alright.
you ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1.
It's the other way around.
Okay. Mine's upside down.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, yours is much nicer. Sorry, but Shadow, like pets in WoW. I'm
You
just
don't
not
care
a pet
about
collector.
pets. Right. Some
Yeah,
people
it's-
do.
Okay. I mean,
Okay,
we could
so
still do a poll,
we
but
can. So the prizes
is better.
are a World of Warcraft Shadow Pet that Nagura drew, and then your choice of either a spider or crab T-shirt from
love
the
it.
Echo Xclam merch store, which is so comfy. Okay, chat. Very important. one time enter !spider in a chat. That will enter you in. If you enter it twice, it gets you banned, you get disqualified. So please be careful. Do not spam. Put one entry of !spider into the chat in order to be one of the 2 lucky winners who will get these 2 prizes. Do we even need to vote?
No, we don't. You win.
I do win. But you won the rock, paper,
But
scissors.
Shout out for the pet giveaway as well. I mean, there's certainly some people that like pets.
There are some people who love pets
You love
and
them.
collect every single one in
Like
the
Roger
game.
Brown, apparently.
Like Roger Brown.
Yeah.
They do pet battles.
Yeah.
Some people enjoy that as like their
Crazy.
primary activity in the game.
Well.
Yeah. You can't just shit on all of their enjoyment.
can.
Maybe they're waiting for that one pet. You can't. You know what? You're so competitive. I would like to see you complete all of the pet achievements in the game.
That'd be so funny.
Yeah, it should be a stream goal.
Yeah, it should be. 100K charity.
$100,000 for Games for Love, and Nagura will, in one stream, complete every single pet challenge in World of Warcraft.
Oh my god.
Next thing we know, you're going to be out there buying Diablo 3 Collector's Editions for that last pet that Roger did.
Oh, can I send it to your house?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah, and I'll hold on to it for 3 years, and the next time we see each other, I'll give it to you, just like with Roger.
Amazing. It all makes sense.
It all makes sense. It all comes connecting together.
So sometimes, do you put granola in your yogurt as well, or is it just
I
berries?
don't.
Oh, you don't at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
I understand why, right? It makes a lot of sense, but...
So for more calories, because otherwise
Exactly,
there's really
more
very little
calories.
calories in it, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't because I'm currently trying to lose weight.
Okay,
If
yeah.
I were trying to maintain, then I would add more granola or oats. Probably oats, I guess.
I sometimes I put granola, and sometimes I even put a little bit of nut cream. So not the... I tried peanut butter at first, but I didn't like it so much. And then I used mandel. What is that in?
Almond.
Almonds, yeah.
Yeah.
Almond cream. Very good. I like that a lot.
I think... so I love nuts.
Mhm.
I think they're great. I think it's like Dark Souls games in the sense that they're all really, really good.
Yes.
But you can still pick a best and a worst.
And also depending on what you're like adding it to.
True.
Right?
So that said, I love all nuts.
Mhm.
They're all great, but almonds are the worst nut.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting. I mean, I also don't like almonds sweet like that.
Mm.
The almond cream, I don't know, it just fits in that yogurt. I don't know why.
I sometimes-
Pistachios are
top
number
tier.
one though, and
Yes,
cashew.
cashew's
Pistachio
also
and
top
cashew.
tier.
Mhm.
I also will add, but when I put nuts in the yogurt, I
Mhm.
just use whole nuts instead of
That's
nut butters.
also good, yeah.
And what I call them, in order to avoid Twitch chat, is nut butter
Mhm.
instead of nut cream.
Yeah, it's weird though because because it is a cream, it's not butter.
Is it? I mean, it's not like butter.
Like I guess you call it butter because it's so it is very like
Because it's
oily,
thick, viscous,
Yeah.
and is full of fat. Because so are nuts, right? So
Yeah.
if you grind up peanuts, there's no butter in it at all, but it's peanut butter.
I'm not sure I like the nut cream.
Me either.
Sorry, that's just how it's gonna be.
All right, fair enough. We have successfully paid little enough attention to the poll that it's not catastrophic yet.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, on the next poll, because you were the loser of the drawing, you have to cast from the floor in angry voice.
I listened to your cast earlier where you did.
Yeah, where we were shouting at them.
Yeah, it was so good. I was crying, laughing. It was hilarious.
It was pretty funny. I'm glad
And
you enjoyed it.
I like how initially Jordan didn't want to say she's like because Jordan is
She's a very positive and sweet person.
Yeah, it's like she has a and I felt like she's super uncomfortable to even say anything that would be. But then at some point she got into it, you convinced her. Yeah.
Yeah, it was nice to see
Yeah.
relieving some of that ancient pressure of not having said a mean thing in her entire life. But then
Yeah.
even afterwards, she was like, did I go too far? Are the players going to watch this and be mad at me? And I'm not laughing at her, right? I'm not sitting here laughing evilly, but it's so sweet how she's concerned about them.
Imagine being concerned about.
I know.
The
Imagine
Raiders.
caring about the players. If they want me to care, try getting world first. Maybe stop sucking for a little while and then I'll care.
I'm just gonna keep going, huh?
Listen, I'm just venting production's frustration at having been stuck here for a month.
Wow, I can't believe production has been here for a month, right?
Yeah, because they have to put the whole facility together.
Yeah. And they're doing a great job. Like the way
Yeah.
they put this facility together is very, very
This
nice.
is, in my opinion, the best facility we've had. This caster set looks
it is,
amazing.
It looks very nice. I'm
It's
a big
also
fan.
very comfortable.
It's
I'm
very comfy.
really trying hard not to pay attention to what is actually a pretty good pull.
Same.
But don't
Now you
mind
said
us.
it, but we do see a bop and bear form on Canex as he does go through the portal to get the magic debuff Dispel, which does a huge amount of damage to the raid whenever it does get dispelled. Another one here on Kush as he does go through. They still have rest available in case something does go wrong, but the ad goes down, and that last
Wow.
bridge, the third platform, is being built.
I don't want to say it, but we have both combat reses going on to the final platform before a phase 3.
Yeah.
That's phenomenal. This is, in fact, a really good pull. There goes Soul. He goes down. So every time you go through this portal, you get the Gloom Touch, which is 2 per portal. When dispelled or expires, it does 2.5 million damage to the raid. 2 means you're dealing with 5 million damage every time. And we're just having some fairly consistent deaths to exactly those dispels. So we need to either delay them or pop more raid cooldowns or have more healing output or something, because we're having some consistent deaths there. Okay. Chat, I can sense it, right? The moment we started paying attention, we said this is a really good pull. They have both combat reses. We're getting flamed into oblivion. But chat, guys, listen. How superstitious can we be? We have no impact whatsoever on how poorly the players are playing. It's not.
There's nothing we can do.
We don't have a secret button.
No, they just had lunch break. They got an amazing fish taco.
Fish tacos
They
with
had
berry crumble.
berry crumble and ice cream.
Yeah.
Ginger shots,
Mm.
smoothie if they want to. Like they had all of the things.
All of the things.
We talked to them even, so they had the pleasure of speaking and conversing with us.
What?
I mean, that should be helping out, no?
Not so sure about that one. Oh, goodness, I'm not sure about that one. Okay, so I have 2 options at this point, because Chad is thoroughly tired of me cursing all of the pulls for the
Okay.
entire morning. I can either cast from the floor or GTFO. And I choose GTFO. We're going to replace me with
All right.
Mike, who is a well-known purveyor of good luck, happy vibes,
Good looks too.
positive commentary, no flaming, no rage, no caster curses, everything you would want in a caster. Let's go to comm so that Mike can swap on for me.
At that point, it's better to delay your cities a bit and then go on the Guardians still.
Just stick to the plan, guys. Mike should know this. How many times have I done something stupid in MDI and it really goes south?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was that bad.
No,
It's
but
more
I'm
like
saying,
I
like
might
whenever
rather
you do
have someone
something
die to
different,
aggro.
you know, like this usually goes not as planned. I know from experience, guys. I've done stupid shit. I have an update. Does anyone else have?
No, I updated this morning, I think.
No, but I've restarted now. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I mean, the Chamber Guardian is very important to hit, since it's not shared HP with anything, right? It's a really good main target for me.
It is this shared HP.
There's no Chamber Guardian on the other side.
Welcome back to the Race to World First here in Cologne. My name is Preach. I'm joined by the wonderful Nagura. My time to join this. Of course, the guys have been saving for us to get on the couch.
Of course.
The race is on. The final boss stands between victory and loss for either of these guilds. Echo trying all kinds of different things. Now, I need you to catch me up, because I've walked in the building 30 seconds ago because of you and your goddamn cheese.
I don't know what happened, but that was the fastest caster. So I thought we were having like a short break or whatever. But then Jesse got up and Mike just sprinted in here, all out of breath. There's like, you and your cheese. And I was like, what is happening? He's like, I'm ready. Now we're in broadcast. I don't know what happened.
After
but
the pull, I'll save it. I'll save it. You were responsible. Alex is responsible. And I have just had it with Germany. I have had enough. I am done with Germany. What should have been such a simple operation just turned into the most
Okay,
aggressive 2 weeks,
please tell
2
me. I'm
hours.
so
You'll have to wait. They're
interested.
pulling.
They're not. They're standing there.
Okay, look. Alex found a cheesemonger's. A proper cheese place.
Yeah.
He said he went for a walk. It's about 10 minutes away.
He told me, yeah.
Exactly. So I was like, you know what? I'll go and get the grey cheese. I wasn't casting till
Oh,
1
yeah,
this
they probably
weekend.
don't
I
make
wasn't
it,
streaming
right?
this morning. So I was like, you know what? My shirt stinks, by the way. This laundry is a scam, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
everybody's just got dirty laundry back that they folded neatly. So I was like, okay, I'll go and do that. This was about 2 hours ago.
Okay.
5-minute walk, 10-minute walk, Alex says.
Oh.
All right, cool. So I head on my little adventure. Go out, got my headphones
is
on, chilling.
Saturday.
It's beautiful out. It's Saturday. It's great.
It's closed on Saturday,
Yeah.
probably.
Well, I didn't find it.
Oh.
He said it was really obvious. So I'm looking in every shop. I'm like, I don't see what he's. I saw a lot of delis, but I didn't see what was going on. But I got all the way down, and then I saw a little massage place.
Okay.
And the beds have been awful.
Yeah.
Right, recently. We've all woken up with bad backs, like, every single day. All right, they're pulling now. See? Told you. You ruined it, you see? I needed more time in this.
It's phase 1, like, we don't have to pay attention to phase 1.
Okay, so I was like, you know what? I'll find out. So I go in, and they're like, hey, can I get a massage? And she's like, sure. Yeah, like a half an hour one. We've got time for that. I'm like, that's awesome. Cool. What a good Saturday morning this has turned into. Baller. So I chill out. She has so much fun. This little Thai lady who spoke perfect English, she was like, wow, your back is like so wide. She like stood on me. She was like, she turned it into a playground. She was having a blast, right? She was having so much fun, and it was awesome. Had that done half an hour later. So now it's 12 o'clock, which is an hour ago.
Yeah.
So I come out, and I'm like, yeah, she's like 30 euros. I was like, cool. And then I got my phone out, and she goes, yeah, we don't take any form of electronic payment.
Yeah.
And I'm like, right. I was like, well, I haven't got any cash. I haven't got a wallet on me.
Yeah.
I was like, can I not PayPal you or something? She's like, no. I'm like, right. So what do we do here? Because I haven't got any money on me.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, there's a bank next door, and there's a supermarket where you can do cash back. I'm like, oh, perfect. That's fine. So I got the bank obviously needed a card, so that was no good. So I went into the supermarket, and I asked the lady, like, can I do cash back? So, yeah, you got to buy 20 euros of stuff before we'll do cash back. I'm like, all right.
Okay.
So I like just grab random
Grape
stuff or
cheese?
whatever. No, they didn't have that. It was a raver, so we know they don't have it, right?
Yeah.
So I just grabbed some stuff that I could bring back, some snacks or whatever. It took me like 5 more minutes to grab this stuff because there was like chewing gum and stuff near there. 20 euros of chewing gum is going to be a lot of chewing gum, right?
Yes.
So I get to the counter, give her all the stuff. She scans it. It's like 22 euros, like cool. And I was like, I need this money. And then I get my phone out, and she goes, oh, yeah, we don't do that. And I'm like, what? I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, you need a card and you need a photo ID. And I'm like, for international cards. I'm like, are you joking? So it's now like 20 past 12. This has been going on for. So 40 minutes till I'm on the couch with you. So I'm like, where can I get some money from? She's like, well, you can't. I'm like, what country is this? Like, what year are we in? So I was like, I go back to the massage place. I'm like, look, I'm going to have to go back to my hotel and come back. And she goes, no problem. She wasn't bothered. She's like, no worries. But it's like 12-minute walk.
Yeah.
So I ran. I ran back to the hotel, but it's now past, and I've got half an hour to get down there, which is about a 12-minute walk, and get back, and get up here to be on the couch with you. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do? So I just said, I'll rent a scooter.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's a scooter,
Didn't take your
rentable
card.
scooters all over Germany. So I was like, cool, I'll rent a scooter. But I hadn't done it before, so I had to sit there, install the app, do all the
app,
business,
yeah.
and get the scooter. Got the scooter, whizzed down there. It's about 20 minutes until I was here. Went into the bank. There was 2 old people who spent forever getting money. It was driving me mad, but whatever. So I got that. And then I went to the massage place. I gave them the money. I said, I'm so sorry, blah, blah, blah. Did that. Come out, got on my scooter, got 10 yards down the road. Battery died on the scooter. It died. It started slowing down. And I was like, this can't be happening because now I've got 10 minutes to get back to the building. So I was like, what? And there was a scooter where it stopped. So I thought, oh, maybe it's detected there's a replacement nearby because it said if you scan again, you can just keep going. So I was like, oh, cool. I scanned it. Nope, different company. And it was like, yeah, that's not one of ours. So it's blazing hot outside. So I got off the scooter and I just sprinted here. Right? I just sprinted here. I ran into the hotel. I like kicked the door in. There's like a door cleaners in there. I'm like, get out of the way. I just grabbed my shirt, got in here, and now I'm here with you. And walked in, and Sam just comes in going, ready? I'm like, yes. Just walking here, sat down. And that's the last 2 hours of my life.
Man, so you had a great time. I know what you're
Who the hell doesn't accept electronic payment?
Yeah, so in Germany, they're really weird because they don't even accept some of the cards either. It has to be like a special...
Yeah.
I forgot what it was.
There was a list.
But they didn't
It was
take my
Deutsche
card
Bank I
either.
used. It worked for my Visa card, but my other card didn't work.
Yeah,
It had a list of
debit
ones you could
cards
do.
don't work like some of them. And because I went to another gym some days ago, and I also only had my phone, no wallet, nothing. And thankfully, like I tried my cards, none of them worked. And then I'm like, and he goes,
Like-
"Oh, do you have PayPal?" And then he allowed me to do PayPal.
They
like,
worked
right there.
PayPal, but not
Yeah.
cards or a phone.
Yeah, it's
Insanity.
so weird.
Germany, you've got to modernize a little
It
bit.
is
dudes.
definitely like Germany is very like old.
Nobody carries cash in
school
the
with this
UK.
stuff,
Cash is
yeah.
like outlawed at this point. It is
Yeah,
full
it's
Mad
right.
Max down there. Bottle
Mm.
caps from Fallout make more sense in the UK than carrying cash.
Yeah.
Nobody carries cash anymore. We are
And some people only accept cash. Yeah, I mean that plays too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, I think that's like a. I think
Maybe
they have
I'm not
to
accusing them of
accept-
anything.
Yeah, so
I'm not accusing them of
possibly.
anything. So anyway, I didn't get any cheese.
But it's funny that they just let you leave. Because you could have just like never came back.
Alex was like, so you went out for cheese. You ended up getting stood on by a lady. A scooter died. You've been up and down the main street of Cologne 3 times now. And I'm like, yeah, that's what happened to me. That's what happened.
So how was it to get some fresh air?
Oh, honestly, up until the payment thing, amazing.
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
my back feels fantastic, actually.
Nice.
She found, this is why I like going to like a professional place, despite the fact the electronic payment thing, is she found my left upper back was ruined. And she was like, you've got real issues here. And then she went at it like a sledgehammer. Yeah, she was all over that.
Nice.
Got it sorted. So you could take over now. I'm
Yeah.
tired.
I mean,
What's happening? I don't know what we're up to. I've missed the last 2 hours.
So nothing too crazy happened. We did get some phase 3 pulls
Mm-hmm.
in the morning, and they didn't get the new best pull in, but they did manage to, get there when we were alive. They saw some of the last phase. One of the funniest things that I thought happened was that they had this whole assignment where they call like a formation the pillar formation, the blue pillar formation.
Like Nazoth style, where we have to all stand in a little pattern.
No, so I think what is going on is that they have markers in phase 1. So it's the same platform, right?
Yep.
Phase 1 and phase 3. And there's so many assignments and so many positionings. And some of the markers that they need in phase 1, they don't want to reuse in phase 3.
Yep.
Because then they will have to like put them correct in a perfect spot again in phase 1. And that's kind of, it's difficult to figure out. So they don't want to use extra markers, and they have to figure out like other things on the floor to like orient themselves and to like tell them where to go. And this blue pillar formation confused people because there's a blue marker, and it's not that blue marker.
Okay.
It's like somewhere else. And then when Scribe called the blue pillar formation, everyone just like walked to that blue marker and they blew up.
I like auto run.
Yeah.
Oh, straight there. Yeah, I like
So
it.
they're just figuring out calls and positionings and markers and all that stuff. Because, yeah, there's so many assignments in the last phase, like so many different exact positions you have to go to. And it's RNG who gets the debuffs to go to those positions. So it's very likely that a person gets the debuff for the first time and they have to figure out where to go on the fly. There's maybe no marker there. And then, it takes some time to figure things out.
It does. And no comp changes yet. There was some discussion about, reordering the comp for phase 3 to provide better, just natural cleave. All sorts of elements of phase 3 are very, very different than the single target phase 1, but they've not made that push, which is really interesting. I kind of figured we would have something different happening today, unless they're doing it a little later, but you'd think they do it at the beginning of the day if they're going to do that.
I do think that a lot of the comp changes that they consider would be for more boss damage. But I think you definitely want to see the enrage first. Obviously, Liquid did see the enrage.
Yeah, did you watch it? It's horrible.
I saw it, yeah.
It's horrific, but it's doable. We were looking at how the DPS trickled off in that final sort of minute compared to what they were able to do earlier on in the phase, and the impression I got was like that the Blizzard, because the nerfs did come in, didn't change the boss HP. Blizzard was like, no, you can do this. We're pretty sure you can do it, and I agree with them after seeing that Liquid pull. So it is on Echo now. It's Liquid's race to lose at this moment, it feels to me.
It's interesting, because I personally, before, yesterday, I said I think there has to be like a special phase or something, is what I said. Because in my opinion, they wouldn't be able to do that amount of damage to the boss. But then I saw the enrage, and I saw the boss is on 50%, and of course there's a lot of optimizations they can still do. And now I'm on the side of I think they can do it, but I do think it's gonna take them some time.
It requires the perfect pull.
It really requires, and really optimization everywhere. They need to do more damage in phase 1. They need to optimize the damage in phase 3. And for them to be able to do this, they have to get phase 3 done cleanly and practice it numerous times. They need to get there, need to reach the enrage a couple of times, and then they can start min-maxing. Because what they do right now when they're in the last phase is they are focusing a lot of damage onto the ads, onto the spiderlings. Oh, they got another grip in. See, I think that might also just be a lot of optimization.
That is optimization, because they were killing that easily with 7 or 8 seconds left yesterday. Do notice that they managed to take the boss now to 62 and a bit going into the intermission, where yesterday it was 64 and a half. They're squeezing that extra little percentage because the boss health does carry over. Something to keep an eye on is that they've managed to push a little bit more into the boss in P1 to try and get that extra bit of P3, shortening the time and length of that phase in order to maximize it. But it definitely looks doable. But it's going to require more than they did on Farak.
Definitely, yeah. There's going to be a lot of min-maxing that they have to do. But yeah, we need to see that end rage, first of all. Echo does need to reach the end rage to catch up to what Liquid has seen. Of course, Liquid asleep right now for quite a long time still. So they have... I feel like this is a time where they can relax a little, right? Because they know, okay, now is our time to catch up. It's still a lot of pressure on them because they need to catch up. But yeah, I think they need to get that consistency in phase 1 and phase 2 done. And then we'll see more. Another thing that you missed is Julia was on the catch.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
She
awesome.
came here. That's really cool.
What did she say?
She just talked about the fact that she, likes working here, how she started...
Oh, she lied then.
Yeah, she lied.
Yeah.
How she started working for SK and like the way she comes up with the foods and all of that stuff. It was very nice.
She's
having
been
her.
using a lot of the Warcraft cookbook. The
Yeah,
brownies we
talked
had
about
yesterday
that
were from the
too.
Warcraft cookbook.
Yeah,
it's
even
interesting.
because we had fish tacos today. Did you eat?
I have not
Oh.
eaten since I woke up.
Man, not even the snacks that you bought at the shop?
No, because I didn't buy them because I couldn't get the money. So I just was like, I'm out. I'm done. And I know everyone was like, English people. And I'm like, all I'm trying to do is get some cash.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm after so little of what is the modern world. I just want some money. I just want to pay someone for a service rendered. That's all I want in the world. I have all these materials. I have all these goods, and nobody wants it. They all
It
want
would have been
something else.
an expensive massage if you had to actually pay that 20 euros in the shop plus that extra money and then
It
the
would have been. It's
scooter as well.
I don't know how much that scooter cost me. I have no idea. I was just like, go. It's the first time I've ridden one.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I didn't use them in Sweden because I enjoyed the walk.
Yeah.
All the team and production were using scooters there, so I don't need them at home. So yeah, it was the first time. So I was like, God, am I going to like end up on the cast with like grazed arm, bleeding on the side of my face, like I've been through the wars to try and get here? But no, it was actually super easy.
It is. I'm
Yeah, they
actually
were
part of
really
a
nice.
scooter
It was
gang,
so
did you know?
relaxing, actually.
Yeah, it is very relaxing.
I'm actually going to planning whenever this race is over or whenever we've got some time is do a little scoot down to Cologne Centre and have a mooch around. I think that'll be a fun little afternoon out to go and do those things. That is something to look forward to because we're going to be here for, I don't know, man. I'm with you a little bit. This last few percent. I mean, we saw with Farak, right? It was like 5%, 3%, 2%, wearing it down. And this is, I think, objectively more difficult to get to that finale point than Farak ever was.
Yeah, we're at 15% N rate. Like, that is a lot of HP. Jesse said it looks very similar. It reminds me a little bit of Sylvanas, where they reached like 65% N rage. And then they did manage, of course, kill the boss. But it took them 3 days from reaching Enrage to being able to make the damage check. And I do think we're in that territory. Well, I'm not quite saying that it's going to take them 3 days, but I definitely think it's going to take a lot of optimization. And I would be very surprised if this boss dies soon.
It's a tough call because at some point Scripe's going to have to make that call that we're locked in and we're going.
Yeah,
it's got
like, obviously they have a
happen.
much better read on this than me, and it is technically possible that they're gonna push today, right? And I'd be interested on Scripe's decision here, like, because obviously whenever Echo would sleep, Liquid kind of just woke up and started their day, and if they think this boss is killable, from the standpoint where Liquid is right now, within the 8 hours that Echo will be asleep, or 9 hours, then they need to push, right?
I think
but
sleep
that's
is
his
out
assessment.
of the question at the moment for Echo.
You think so?
More than a few hours.
Okay.
Yeah. Scripe's going to have to make a call based on how the guys do over the course of this day.
Yeah.
Because yesterday was kind of a bad day for Echo. It's undeniable. They did not get done what they wanted to get done, and they really didn't seem to come alive until like 8 p.m.
Yeah.
Right? They had some really, really great pulls between like 7 and 8 p.m. and pushing it that little bit further, then they came alive. But their daytime play, not the best. Not the Echo we need to see to be the world champions. And then they suddenly came alive. So if that happens again, we're seeing phase 1 wipes here.
And that's not great. They definitely played... They were more consistent before the lunch break. Like these phase 1 wipes that I have here, I'm not sure if they like changed some assignments or something, but... obviously, that is not what they would like to see. They also switched to, of course, Scribe looking at phase 3 stuff and doing other things, while phase 1 is going to be Mira's raid leading. You can see Scribe not even having his headset on.
Roger is awake. I went to talk to him yesterday. I put my hands on his shoulders. He nearly died. He was so terrified. He was. I think he was half awake, half asleep because he's been up all night for the last 3 days.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I think he's totaled something like 10 or 12 hours in the last 3 days total sleep.
No.
To get the boys where they need to be.
Look at the amount of blinking he does. Like I feel like
yeah.
he's struggling to. Like look.
Well, shout out to that Secret Lab Titan.
Yeah.
Right? Look at that Secret Lab Titan coming in clutch.
Oh,
it's
yes.
a comfy Roger.
100%.
Yeah, 100%. Thank God for Secret Lab providing these chairs for the guys. But it's almost do or die time. That's where we're at.
Shout out to Red Bull as well.
For real. For real. I came in, I was just like, give me my shirt, grab one out of the fridge, like, let's go. I'm very awake. That's what matters. Very, very awake, as the guys are here. And they've had fish tacos.
Yeah, fish
Not
tacos.
bad.
It's from the WoW cookbook, actually. She just added her twist, Julia said. Usually from the cookbook, the fish would be deep fried.
Yeah, fish
But she didn't
tacos
do
usually
that.
deep fried.
So she just had the cooked fish. Or
Yeah, she
baked
got.
or whatever.
We made a team yesterday because she had extra salmon, and she was like,
Oh, yeah.
Mike. She's like pushing the tray at me like this. So I'm like, all right then. I'll have a bit of salmon. I'm not going to waste salmon. That's not going anywhere.
No.
I was so full afterwards, though. I wanted to die. I was so much salmon. But it was glorious. We sat there just having some salmon plays to go on. But a Saturday morning, scorching heat. And it is warm in there as well.
It's not that hot, by the way. It has 11
Here.
degrees
Where?
outside.
Oh, it's warm now.
And looked
Maybe
like
if you went for a run
looked
in it
2
like
hours
I
ago.
did.
Yeah, well, maybe if you're running, you're hot.
Maybe you go for a sprint to get back here. It's 14 degrees.
It's not hot.
I mean, I'm from Manchester. This is scorching hot outside. It's blistering. But it's roasting in there as well. The air conditioning has gone down in the SK Magenta facility because we've been pushing it so hard. So the guys currently have big fans blaring at them. And every time they go for lunch, they go in and move the fans around to get all the heat out.
Yeah.
But they're not taking hoodies and coats off. Is Mira still coated up?
Definitely. I mean, Gingy's even coated up too. So I guess if the fans are doing the work.
Yep. Trying to keep the boys cool and relaxed in the facility.
I love moving like from the caster room to the kitchen because you walk past the fence and then it's just like it's like a catwalk. You know, you have all of the air like blowing the hair out of your face. It looks beautiful.
Oh, he did like some windswept look as you walk in. It's like a full Baywatch play. I'm now slow walking towards the kitchen to get the right atmosphere going. I haven't felt that myself. My head's not moving that much. Big sadness. But we did have Zatsi go down here in phase 1, which is going to take... It looks like they've really pushed, even told the healers, like just every bit of damage matters. Get used to it because we're going to need it, which is leading to some of these little deaths. Do not do any overlaps. We can't risk it. It needs to be so perfectly clean, this fight. I think this is going to run up there. I don't know what you think is the most difficult fight ever made. I really think it's in that contention at this point. It might not reach the pull count of something like Unat, but Unat is a bit of a joke compared to what this is.
This boss definitely just so insanely hard. And we cannot understate enough just how much better these guilds get from tier to tier, right? Like even comparing this to something like the Jailer, the guilds are just so much better now compared to how good they were at Jailer. So if you look at something like Halandris, I think that boss would have died much quicker if they would put Halandris in this raid.
Oh, yeah.
So obviously the bosses get increasingly harder and harder and harder. And even Princess Kaivesa, like that was such a hard boss. Like the fact that they even managed to kill it, that ID without the boss being nerfed, that's crazy to me. Like it's just so hard.
I don't think the shield dies, you know, Caro.
I think
it's gonna be close.
Do it.
They have really taken all that is pretty close, and that is a sheer example of where that extra damage is going in phase 1. They've moved some cooldowns off that shield because it doesn't matter. It's not affecting the boss HP. Who cares what how quickly you kill the shield? 62.7 for Echo. Something to keep an eye on of what they're doing in phase 1. But yeah, they were overkilling that shield. If they had all alive, easily. Not anymore.
Yeah, and now, of course, they finish off these ads before that Shadow Gate cast goes through one more time to make sure the portal closes, because the portals are, of course, connected to platforms and the ads. When the ads go down, the portal closes, the mythic mechanic, and they want to have that damage check where they don't get more debuffs. Because we do see Gingy, actually it was Mini that goes through here, gets a Dispel immediately, and it's just so much damage that Dispel. Next up is going to be a Revis that is going through, and of course you have to Dispel 2 because you have to switch the platforms. Then the bridge builds, now they're on the second platform, which is the most difficult part of this second phase here. You have to get through this Absorb Shield, and while all of that is going on, you get yanked. You see the Bob coming through here for Kenix, so he doesn't get yanked too much. He has to get through this the gate in just a moment. There we go, Dispel is going to come in, Bear form being used to make sure he doesn't go down, but with lose the Revis, we have a Belrus available, one Yoink coming through. Last Dispels should be on this platform, Kush. And they look good so far. They did also meet the damage check. So let's see if they can get the last platform done, because they were struggling a little bit on the third platform the last time around.
Yeah, it's still a lot of damage. Despite the fact it's easier than platform 2, you still are at risk, especially with these Dispels when they go through, right? It's a huge amount of raid damage to Dispel. As you can see that one going there.
Wow.
Sol dropping incredibly low, as is Hopeful. And then they have to do 2 of those, like it's unavoidable. It's got to be done. And here comes another one as Gingy goes on through. Gets through there, trying to top the raid. All right, guys, we are on our way to phase 3. They need to play this cool because this phase 3 is not quick. They have to take their time, and there's so many complex movements that have to take place here. Obviously, one of the immediate strats they did yoink from Liquid was to start dropping these pools like on the actual entryway. You can already see the ranged chilling in that corner. You can see Canix and that big, fat, chunky Moonkin hanging out on the right-hand side of your screen. Reves is time to ramp.
There's so much damage at the start you can do to the boss. Like, it's just so much free DPS that they're trying to optimize here as well. Now the ranged are stacking up to bait these pools. You can see bait in 2 seconds. The pools are spawning, and at the same time the tank is getting that debuff, that big circle that you can see where they spawn the spiders. These spiders cannot reach the boss, of course. They're making it very close to min-max DPS on the boss, so they're trying to just have them be so close that everyone can cleave off of the boss and kill the spiders at the same time. But now we get the Acolytes. They have to get through these shields, while at the same time we get the daggers, the web daggers coming through that they have to dodge. They're doing a good job. They have to get through the shields so they can interrupt the Acolytes. And after the Acolytes are dead, they're going to spawn these essences. The portals are being placed now, and these essences are going to have to be picked up by the players and then walk through the portal to make sure that they don't get hit by the ring that is coming in, because otherwise the raid is going to wipe. But they also have to go through the portal last, because the portal actually closes if you go through that portal with the essence on you. And now they have to spread out with those circles. And we do lose now, unfortunately. We do have an Ankh available on clicks, but unfortunately no battle rest for now.
No, it looks like he didn't make the portal. He did not pick up an essence either, which is really interesting. Usually they've been putting it on both tanks, and the tank's taking it multiple times. But Robin did not pick up one. You can see it went onto Maystine and Ryson and Murez that time, but instead they left there. Clicks choosing not to Ankh here, which is interesting. I'm not sure what their plan is there, as they've dropped the rest
they can't continue with now that, right? They don't have a rest for now, so they feel like getting clicks up doesn't really make much sense. Unfortunately, we do see the tethers coming out here, the shackles. They have a new positioning for them, it looks like.
Yeah, that's nice actually.
Yeah,
that is an ultimate cleave fiesta there when these goes down.
So I think the way they're positioning them here is to make sure that they're close to the Acolytes, because this is the situation where the Acolytes, which are 4 this time around, are overlapping with the shackles, and the way they're positioning them is so they can hit both the Acolytes and the shackles in front of it, which is actually really cool.
Yeah, that's a nice difference from Liquid, I believe, is Echo prefers this style, and it's always nice to see at this stage. Now they have to pick up 7 essences and get them through the portal. Yeah, not quite with all those deaths, but another good phase 3 for Echo. We're really, really curious what happened with Robin there. Whether he got trapped in a weird situation, a weird location, or whether he was just scuffed. I don't know what it was. But obviously, not throwing away the Ankh on that pull without Robin taking multiple of those, because of course they have. It was 1,000%. Damage increase is 500 now, so the tanks can take it 2 or 3 times. With, I mean, the third time's going to be horrendous, but
yeah,
it is possible. We've
and
seen
I think
it
it doesn't stack either. So I think when you pick it up the third time, I think you still only take 500% increase, as far as I'm aware. So if you survive it the second time, you can probably also survive it the third time.
Wonder why it doesn't stack. Just a straight debuff. It doesn't.
Yeah,
look
it's just
like-
fine.
You
They
would
probably
it would
think
stack,
it's only
wouldn't you?
tanks that can pick it up anyway.
Yeah.
So no reason to stack, they probably think.
Oh, Blizzard planned it. It's like, we know this is what you're going to have to do. And if it was 3, it'd be impossible. Like, everything they've designed, like the boss, I think the devs, I cannot wait to speak to them. I hope we have a BlizzCon so we can sit down with them. It's like, how much fun were you having in the office? Like, because I can feel them sat there with popcorn, like, you guys wanted it hard.
It's funny because I talked about this yesterday. Like, credit where credit's due. I do think that Blizzard is doing an amazing job tuning these boss fights. Like, you
This
can
is the
talk
best they've ever
about
done.
balancing and stuff all you want. There's like bugs here and there in delves. It's like, oh, indie company, whatever, right? But the devs are doing such an amazing job tuning for the raceable first. Like, it's so difficult. There's so many variables that are going into the damage that array can do, because they obviously can do their own calculations, but they also don't know what kind of combinations the players come up with, right, beforehand. Like combination of talents and trinkets, there's so much different stuff you can go on, and they maybe they don't know exactly how much DPS these players can do beforehand, and then when they see it there, they have to tune things so like exact, because if they tune too hard, then it's impossible, and then they have a huge problem. And then if they nerf it later, and obviously it's unfair, and people are not going to be happy about it. And if they make it too easy, then bosses obviously die too fast. So to hit that sweet spot is very difficult, and obviously Blizzard doing a very good job this time around to this race so far.
For the important thing there is for the race to world first. Like every
Yes,
other guild
obviously
looking
for
at
the
this
race
is
to
just
world
like, Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
This is, of course, for the race to world
Yeah,
first,
get me the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Like, this is nightmare. I don't know how many guilds are now up to Kai Beza, but I imagine it's quite a few, with only 4 managing to actually breach their way through the Silken Court and reach Ansarek herself. Obviously, we are in the 2nd week of Mythic raiding for World of Warcraft for the first raid tier of the War Within. And I'll be interested to see what both guilds think, and Method themselves, when we finish up this race to world first, when they walk out of here. Like, if this is the way things are going, we need to step up our game even more. Like, this is... We're now in no room for error. Maximum puzzle solving. I mean, you think about the level of puzzle solving happening here. Every single step is a new and different puzzle. And if you look at Phase 3 as alone, every movement, it has to be perfect. Every shackle has to be perfect. It has to be dictated by the ads, including the danglers, where the infest is going to be, to maintain this uptime on the boss. Overlaps. We have a portal at the 4th one involving shackles at the same time and blades. So you've got to get all those essences, 12 of them, through the portal while there are blades shooting across the portal at the same time, which one-shot you on top of everything else. Like, absolutely criminal overlaps have got to take place.
Yeah, and the amount of damage that comes in, like, because when you pick up an essence, it leaves a dot behind on you for 15 seconds. It does an insane amount of damage. It ticks for almost 1 million, I think, every second. And it's 12 players that have the debuff. Like, it's so much damage, and then the healers have to dodge the blades while keeping the whole raid alive, and you're probably out of defensives at that point, because the previous part of this phase was already so crazy that you have to use most of your stuff, right? And then, yeah, I don't know how... To be fair, after you get through that ring, there's a little bit of a breathing room before the end rage, where you can just sit there and nuke the boss, right? So once you get there, you can relax and you can nuke, but... Yeah, just getting there with everyone alive is insanity.
And I'm thinking, how many DPS cooldowns are they pulling off things like ads?
They have to pull a lot of stuff off.
You've got to. You've got no choice but to take all that damage. You would obviously like, in any sense, to just get rid of all these dangly ads that are casting all these dangerous spells, and you want to get rid of everything as quickly as possible, so let's DPS them. But as we've seen, the boss HP says that you ain't doing that. You need to let it go. A good example would be the intermission, right? The guys are doing it right up until that 4th dragon, which is causing all that damage. So they've moved DPS away from that, so it lines up within a second or 2. They have to do that for everything in Phase 3. They overkill those ads too much, and especially if it's damage that's not also going into the boss. Like Revez is blade storming, right? He's killing the ads and he's killing the boss. That works really well, but not all classes work that way. It's like, you can't do it. You have to make sure, okay, when is the cast we can still survive? Then we push the damage to just that, as long as we can keep putting more into the boss. And that's the puzzle solving that the guys are doing all the way through this, which makes it so complicated.
Yeah, you also just saw Gingy like mouse over on details, like how much damage each class does to the certain ads, just to see, okay, can we move something around? Because clearly they didn't have enough damage for some of the things. So it's like, okay, we need more acolyte damage. What are we going to do? And then we look at the classes that maybe are doing well and see if can they do more. Because it's interesting because sometimes you'll look at a damage meter and be like, oh, the class that do very little, they should be the ones that do more to them, right? But sometimes it's not the case, right? Because if their class or spec is just not very good at doing damage to them, then they also shouldn't be the ones switching and focusing on them, right? But you have a class like Moonkin Kenix who was topping the Acolyte damage. They should be asking Kenix, oh, can you do more, right? Because he's the one that is that's
his boss
respect
damage
to
is
Moonkin.
insignificant compared to the others.
Yeah, especially in that moment, right? So yeah, they really have to optimize this and figure it out. Again, we do have to reach the end rage first, and we have to optimize like the actual strategy and figure out how to get there. And obviously, damage optimization are happening as they go, but the absolute min-maxing of damage is going to happen later. I also talked to Gingy on lunch break, and he did say that there's so much damage on this fight, like incoming damage is crazy, and a lot of the damage is AoE damage, where avoidance actually works.
Yep.
So he switched to some avoidance PoEs, I think, which cost him some damage. So he's actually losing damage to equip avoidance to survive. And stuff like this, maybe later they have to like go back on again.
Sacrifice after sacrifice after sacrifice is what's needed to get here every step of the way. I want to see the sheets they have after this.
Oh.
I want to see it. I really want to see the sheets and stuff that they've got planned for every single, because they give the raiders like the bare minimum that doesn't involve like the R&D that goes on behind it. And now you can see why the Race to World first scene has evolved over the last 6 or 7 years to involve analysts, software developers, all kinds of things like that. And Alex showed me a really interesting tool called, I think it's called FF14 Sim, that they use. It's not quite applicable to World of Warcraft, but he was playing around with it. But obviously with games, raid encounters that have very tight pattern recognition of what needs to happen is you can kind of just play around with like a 2D version of it to show everybody before you get there. So you could play around in theory with like, instead of having to pull and get through phase 1, get through the platforms, is you can take everybody to phase 3 with a little like flash type game.
Oh, okay.
But literally, like, you're not trying to damage the boss, but you're showing everybody like the movements of where to be. Like, where are we going now? What happens here? You guys get shackles now. Where are we going to put them? Which is something that we might see implemented in the future into World of Warcraft, is some sort of outside software development of that. Of like, okay, let's think about these blaze lines for a second, right, for Farak.
Yeah.
Let's lay it down in a little 2D way with some characters that each of the guys can control, a little multiplayer game where it's like, okay, these are all the variations of blaze. What are you doing here?
It's so funny because a long time ago, you'll remember this, in Black Temple. Yeah, you're old.
What does that mean? Yes. What happened? I do remember the Black Temple, yes.
Yeah, so in Black Temple, there's this one boss where you got a debuff and you had to go to the corner and you would turn into this, like...
Terran.
Yes. Was it Terran? Yeah.
Terran Golfiend, yeah, the ghost game.
Yeah, the ghost game. And then you had the ghost game, the 2D ghost game. And like now in hindsight, you're like, oh my god, they were so ahead of their time. Like,
yes.
This is right.
And thank God, because I've never known, I've never known some of the people I consider the best players to completely shambles at the idea of having 2 buttons to press.
Like, and it was so easy in hindsight, right?
I lost so much respect for so many people because of Terran Golfiend. It was outrageous. Absolutely ridiculous.
People like didn't have keybinds, like, oh, I have to click it, and I don't know how this works.
Do you know what was worse? And you'll remember it as well, because you're old as well.
I am old.
Flame Leviathan. How many first boss of Ulduar? How many people did who were not able to track pyrite stacks on their boss?
It's like, oh, my UI doesn't work anymore because I'm in a vehicle.
You literally have to just keep the stack to 10, and they're like, I can't see it. My UI doesn't work. Oh, I've got special action bars, so when I go into a vehicle, it just disappears. I'm like, all right, turn it all off. Like, I can't play without my UI. I was like, but you literally can't play now. Are you for real? And we had to reassign people based on their UI.
Yeah.
What is that?
Yes.
And what was the big blue dragon called? Where you had to ride the red dragons and
Oh,
stuff?
what a horrible boss.
Malagos.
Malagos? Yeah.
Yeah, you had healer dragons, DPS dragons.
Hated it.
All you had to do was get 5 combo points.
It really wasn't hard. Yeah.
Either press shield or nuke.
It was.
Did you get attacked? No. Then press your nuke button.
It was not rocket science.
Apparently it was.
Yeah, for some people, it really
apparently it was.
It's funny because they can press these like very like complex rotations of their characters with like a million buttons, and then drag in 3 buttons, Can't do it.
Yeah, Frost Nova in Iceland.
Yeah.
Don't
Nope.
get it. This is like mystery tech. This might as well be Merlin's Lost Tome as far as I'm concerned. This is wacky. And Blizzard learned from that stuff, though.
Yeah, they
So, like,
don't do it often anymore.
yeah, if you look at Tindral, they just implemented something everybody already had.
Yeah.
Same kind of deal. It is a vehicle-based thing, but it's like,
Yeah.
okay, we're giving you dragon flying. You can learn it there, so you shouldn't have a problem when you get over here. But if you give somebody a vehicle with a couple of weird buttons in it, they're like, oh my god, I can't play this game anymore. It's impossible because I've got
Or
a really
the-
funky UI.
The Mecha Torque thing,
just
like
what
the
a fun
puzzle.
fight.
I loved it so much. I thought it was really cool.
Yeah.
But then there was apparently people like people that had such a hard time with the game, right? And people were yelling after another, and like you couldn't hear anything. And then some people that were colorblind.
The colorblind makes sense.
Obviously had an issue. And I remember also like the first boss in Trial of Valor? Trial of... There's the 3 bosses
The
only.
3 bosses,
It
yeah.
was
The Frost,
Worm,
the
Helia,
Frost
and the
guys.
first boss.
Oh,
Met the first boss
yeah.
with
So we had Guam, the doggy,
Yeah, and the first boss was
Helia,
called like
and the other. Oh, it was the big guy, Odin.
big guy. Odin, yeah.
Yeah.
And there was an intermission where you get
map shapes.
a shape over your head with a color, and you had to go to the thing. And one of our rogues, I was in Serenity back then. One of the rogues, Nox, he was colorblind, so he had a really hard time because it was a shape, right? But the shape, of course, harder to be able
It
to
wasn't
recognize.
a cross or a square.
Yeah,
it was like some sort of
They were, like,
Nordic symbol.
Exactly,
Yeah.
yeah. So we were making so much fun of him because at first it wasn't hard, right? Like we did kill it very quickly, but when we wiped once and we didn't know that he was colorblind, and he like didn't want to admit it immediately, and he's like, "Guys, I'm colorblind," and you're like, "Oh, we didn't know."
Yeah. Well, that was like similar thing happened in our prestigious guild, Bald, Fat, and Ugly. Well, you had to only meet
Beautiful
2 of the
name.
requirements to be a member because I legitimately.
Oh, 2 out of the 3. Okay.
Yeah, one of our officers went, "Well, I'm not ugly," and he had a problem with the guild name because of that. He said, I'm bald and fat, but I'm not ugly. And then somebody else was like, "Well, I'm not bald." So we made it a requirement. You had to be 2 out of 3 to be a member of the guild. But one of the guys who was playing with us was a Chinese League of Legends pro.
Oh, nice.
And then he keyed up a couple of times, and all his boss notifications were in Chinese.
Yeah.
So from that on forward, every time we made a call, it was the Chinese version. We would shout out to, we're helping him out. We're letting him know where to go every step of the way. He was like, "I hate you guys so much."
It's funny because I actually played with German client when I was.
Do you really?
I was for a long time. My English is actually really bad when I joined Method.
I mean, it's bad now, but you're okay.
Anyway, so
You're like, is he telling the truth? I don't know. We understand the girl, don't we? We're all right.
so I had German client. I joined Method, and then we were doing like it was literally during our race first. We did Chow Fear, and I had to change weak hours all the time because in the past people would make weak hours with the name rather than their spell ID.
Yeah.
If you use spell ID, it doesn't matter what client you have, but if you use the name, it doesn't work in a different client.
true.
Some of my weak hours didn't work, and then my big wigs would shout out the German name, and there was something on Chow Fear where you had like water spout in the
Yep,
last
the
phase
thing
where
under
you'd
the floor.
spawn. Yeah.
Yeah.
And when I had it on me, it was a German name that it said in front over my head.
Like
And
Wassersputer.
Yeah, something like that.
I'm guessing. I'm not trying to offend the
Something
Germans.
like that. And at some point, we were like progressing this route, like we had so many pulls, and we were still. And at some point, someone was like, "Nagura, when are you gonna get English clients?" And it was such a meme because whenever it was on me, people would just say the German name, right?
100%. 100%. That's the kind of banter you need when you're raiding for those kind of hours, though. Like, especially on a
Yeah.
ridiculously annoying boss like that one. It's
It
like
was so
45 minutes long.
Oh, it was so
Yeah,
long.
exactly. It's all in good fun. Nobody's.
Killed it at 8 a.m. I think.
Hey?
Yeah, we
You killed it at 8 a.m.
Yeah, we raided all night. And obviously back then it was we didn't know how far the other guilds are.
Yeah.
And we ended up getting well first, and we were so far ahead, like people didn't kill it for days or even like a week, right? So in hindsight, we were like, we didn't have to stay up until
No.
8 a.m.
But you didn't know. There was some element of
No,
mystery there.
so,
I mean, that was when the race world first was contained entirely to the forums. And you would be like waiting for leaks. Somebody would leak something. Screenshots that were doctored was a big deal. People would release like the health bar with like I've done a recent history of the weird things that happened during the old Race to World first. Like I did Kel'Thuzad, which was a real mess, by the way. Yeah, like the guild that got there first. I'm not plugging my own video, but it's really interesting. Was Death and Taxes. They got to they killed Saffron first, and then they got to Kel'Thuzad, and the boss despawned for 4 days.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow,
And
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the boss just despawned, and they just had a closed gate with nothing there, and they're like, dude, what? Like, we're on the last boss. It's the Race to World first of when it started to become a thing, because raiding in World of Warcraft attracted a lot of attention early on, even in 2004 and 2005. People started to care, especially after Encourage. I don't know if you remember, but the race to Cthulhu
because the opening of Encourage was like a big thing. Like everyone was involved, right?
Yeah, wonderful.
That was such a smart thing from Blizzard back then, even like to have everyone involved. Like even
it's
it was
a shame
like
we
this
don't do
whole
it anymore.
Event.
But I get why they don't do it. The service simply couldn't handle it. I know.
Yeah.
I was lucky enough to be there, but everybody else who was trying to get there, I found out later, they basically the server just crashed for them every time they tried to load in.
Yeah.
And that was it. If you were there, you were there. But if you came a bit late or you found out something was going on, you just couldn't. And then people felt very upset. It's like, I didn't get to take part in this. I mean, but again, if we get WoW 2 at the end of the World Soul Saga, maybe that's stuff that can return. Because Blizzard's obviously aware of how cool that stuff is.
Yep.
And these monumental moments, and been very successful in other games. Fortnite's done it exceptionally well.
Yeah.
With things crashing in and creating this buzz, this aura of something mega happening in the game, even if it does turn out to be like a giant 50-foot M&M rapping for you or whatever. Like, you know, that might not tickle you anymore, but big worldwide events. We've also had it in Destiny.
Oh.
Yeah, we had it in Destiny 2 recently. Really, really good. Absolutely extraordinary live event. And something I've spoke to Ian about is like, wouldn't it have been cool, for example, when Wrath of the Lich King was coming?
Yeah.
Right? Instead of like just the big announcement trailer or the leak that actually happened, it's like zombies started to appear in various parts of the world.
Yeah.
And areas were freezing. Little bits, because MMO players are like rats. We scurry all over the world, in every corner, across all the servers. And somebody will notice, like, what the hell is happening here?
Yeah.
And have moments like that. So I hope to see more of that in the future. But they said it's a case of being able to encrypt it and hide it properly, so that it doesn't just get pushed.
People got so good now at
They're
figuring
so much
things
better.
out.
Yeah,
no,
we're
but
not
they're
even good
better
as
at
we know.
hiding it, but we also get better at figuring things out. Is what I mean.
Yeah, they see it as a their issue, not a data mining issue, because of course
okay.
anything gets changed. Like, you know, you'll have the data miners go, wait a minute, Doodad 1, which is often what Blizzard calls things they're trying to keep secret or whatever, has been modified. So like, what is that? And then they'll bring it up and they'll find the new tier sets and things like that. It's like, oh, there's something here called Mage Armor 3. What is that? And they find this stuff very, very quickly. So for Blizzard's side, it's like, yeah, we totally want to do that stuff, but we just need to hide it better, because we don't really want data mining to go away. It's been a part of the game, a core part of the game for such a long time. And people get very excited about finding out what the new mounts are, what the new pets are, things along those lines.
Speaking of data mining, there has been changes to the boss that were applied last night at around 2 a.m., 1:30 our time. And before I went to sleep, there was one hotfix or one change they made. And I'm in a Discord where there's people that are data mining and that are looking at these changes. And one of them, I'm just going to call him out, it's actually Jundarer. He's a Moonkin Theory crafter, very smart and very good at what he's doing. And he said, oh, wow, there's a change to the tethers in the last phase on Ansarak. And sometimes you don't exactly know what the change does, because it's a little bit like vague on what the change is. And he said, okay, so this change either prevents people from being gripped by multiple tethers, or the opposite, you know, so they can only get gripped by one rather than multiple. And I was like, oh, interesting. And I was like, this was my bad time, right? I had to sleep. And I was like, uh-oh, what if they're hotfixing the boss right now? Like, maybe the raiders should know, because they're also about to go to bed. And it's like, uh-oh. And then I woke up the next day and I saw that there were more changes coming in, but it wasn't anything too major. Of course, we did see the damage nerfs that were applied. So in the last phase, it is the tethers that got nerfed. So basically, the explosion from when you place the tether on the ground, that got nerfed. And one more thing, I think it's the essence debuff.
Yep.
So yeah, those two changes were applied. Of course, a good change, because it doesn't have any like major impact on the progression that was already done by the guilds that are on this boss. But it's certainly going to make the last phase easier.
Yeah, and applying changes like that at that time says to me that Blizzard does not expect this to die really soon. 64.1
They're
for
a bit
Echo
high.
going in here. So not the best pull we've ever seen going into the intermission by any means. But we should also appreciate Nagura's level of nerddom, lying in bed, middle of the night, reading Theory Crafting Discord.
That's my bad
That's
time
too
story.
nerdy even for me. Not doing that anymore. Used to, I was there. I was like, ooh, some change has been made to Doodad 4. Yes. 64.1 on the boss. They have been a couple of percent ahead of this going forward. So it looks like they maybe have just moved a cooldown back to this. We'll actually see as the shield is going down way earlier now. Actually, you see the way, you can see the difference. This is like one person's cooldown shifting. It's like we lost a little percentage on the boss, but we cleared the shield much better. So now we're going up there. Now this so far, without jinxing it, because I know a lot of you have been angry at us casters as if we're responsible for Echo's performance in some way, but pretty clean so far. But they have a lot of steps to do before they can get into phase 3, in particular the platform 2, where we're having many of these massive AoE demolishing damages coming out onto the raid, which are forced. They can't do anything about it. Narkali's dropping a little low there. They will have 2 combat reses in hand in just a few moments once they reach platform 2, but they have 1 right now, but they don't want to use them here, obviously. We do not have, I know some people are asking if we got Robin's POV. We don't. He's playing from home. He's not at the venue. That's okay. We're doing our best to bring everything we can to you. Here we go, guys. Platform 2. A lot of brutal damage. Huge shield. You see that giant purple shield over there on the enemy, and that needs to be brought down. And this can see how low the raid gets, but they still have to AoE everybody.
Yeah, so Bob is being assigned here to Kennex, and Kennex did wait for that Bob to come through. Then he did go into that portal, got the Dispel, Narco as well on the other side. And now we see Kush and Nice Memes following suit with their Dispel coming through as well. And that's it. That's where they have to kill the Ad. And they did. They didn't get that start of the animation of the Yank. So definitely really far ahead on damage. And this Ad doing a really good job as they're now moving on to the 3rd platform. Sol and Frago have to go through. Frago sometimes dies here. So much damage on the Dav Evoker with the Dispels coming through. And that orb, unfortunately, also just in a bad spot. So Frago does go down, and we do have Mason go down too. We have 2 battle rests available though, so if they manage to finish off this Ad without anyone else dying, they can get both of them up, and they did. So now no battle rests, but they have everyone alive going into this last phase. We'll see what they can make with this try.
Interesting choice to lay on hands Wolf Disco there, even though they do have some time here without much damage going on. Just a safety maneuver to, well, Wolf Disco floating around 10%. The lay on hands has been sent to bring him up. Their safety net is gone, at least for a while. So Echo needs to just practice here. Just focus, lock in, get every position correct as Ansarek comes crashing down in front of Echo. Moving off to this far ledge to bait out these pools. More space available for gameplay as this long phase 3 goes on is preferable. There's the Ads locked down. The boss moved away this time. What is this?
Yeah, so I do think that they were maybe changing their strat a little bit to not optimize the damage as much anymore. That's why they also overkilled the shield a little bit maybe, and the boss was so high too coming in. As the Acolytes do go down, maybe they just said, you know what, we need to focus on just getting to the end rage first, and then we're going to start these optimizations before we end up wiping in phase 1, phase 2 a lot. We'll see if that is actually the case, but so far so good. As the Acolytes do go down, the portals are being placed. These 3 essences have to be picked up. We'll see if it's going to be the tanks as we thought it would be. Now, of course, okay, there we go. So both tanks did pick up the essence, plus Ryzen as well. So they need to make sure they go in last with these essences to make sure the portal doesn't close too early. And it looks like they did manage to do so. Now they have to place the essences in a good spot, because if it's too far on the outside, then the next ring will immediately explode it. And there we go. We do have new positions coming in for the next puddles that are spawning in just a moment, plus the tank also exploding and spawning these spiders. They need to make sure Ansarek is far enough away. They did. The ring should be coming out in just a moment. But yeah, they are definitely carrying the boss away.
Webs. It must be for the webs. Nice Memes has gone down.
Getting hit by that web. And now we have that combo where there's the 4 Acolytes plus the Shackle simultaneously. We do see the position of them very close to the Acolytes because they want to get that cleave damage in. And there we go. We get the combo of the daggers as well. Just so much to dodge here at the same time, while also having to deal with the Acolytes, interrupting them, getting through that shield, making sure you finish off these Shackles while you get dragged all over the place. And there we go. We do have two of them down already. 2 more follow. That's the portals for the ring that is going to come in just a moment. Now we have to pick up 7 of these essences. 2 of them are going to go to the tanks that already have a debuff on them, taking 500% increased damage from it. And everyone else has to pick up their essence as well. Otherwise, it's going to be a wipe immediately. So we'll see if they manage to do it. There's 1 more essence. The portal is closing, but it looks like they did get it. So now they have to drop the soul in the correct spot, and they need to spread out, while also the shackles are spawning again. Another huge amount of damage coming through onto the raid. We did lose quite a few players, but at the moment they only have the shackles to deal with and the boss. So a little bit of a breathing room before the small adds spawn in just a moment. There we go. They are on the tank. They're going to be spawning. We do need CC to come through, while the paddles are also spawning on the rest of the raid. And it's looking really good. They need to get that ring out, the CC on these adds. We need more damage before they reach the boss. And it looks like they might be reaching. And that's
Mira's
the next
dragging
set of
it away
acolytes.
really nicely. There it is. The 5 adds are here. The 5 big boys are obviously not going to be able to tackle this with so many DPS down, but a wonderfully controlled fight from Echo there. It's not about the health percentage there. That was all about control and some significant changes made to their strategy since the last time we saw them in Phase 3. I highly doubt they've mathed out that they don't need that cleave, but they went for a complete control fight there. It was slow, it was steady, almost like forget the boss. Ignore the boss.
Yeah, so I do think, I mean, I'm not sure if this is something they want to do moving forward as well, but maybe they just said, you know what, guys, we've been wiping so much with, we struggled with consistency. Maybe we go back on trying to min-max our DPS a little bit less and try to reach the end range. And see how it goes. If we are more consistent with that, then we're going to continue that, and then later on we're going to rework our strategy to increase the boss speed DPS. And it worked well, right? Because they were high on boss HP, so definitely didn't min-max the Phase 1 damage that much. They had overkilled the shield as well in Phase 1, which made us believe, okay, maybe they like allocated some more damage to it. And then, as you said, they moved the spiders further away. They definitely did some, like the boss probably would have been a lot lower if they would have done their previous strategy with the min-maxing,
for sure. That
right?
could have been easily been one of the lowest
could have been a
HP
better,
percentage.
that
could have been that. But that was not the purpose of what they just did. They took complete control, and I think you're right. I wonder if the mentality of the team has been, look, we're trying to like kill this, but we're not ready to kill it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? We're like, we're pushing everything to the point of like, this pull might kill it. This phase is really long, really, really hard, tons and tons of overlaps. Let's take a few of these P3s just to control it. I want you to just understand what's going on so when we go for the blast. Because a lot of those deaths actually snowballed into the overall wipe there. Because, of course, that phase is tuned so tightly. If you lose 1 or 2 players, you're just going to fall behind rapidly on everything needs doing was from the blades.
Yeah.
It wasn't from any of the major mechanics. You could see the shackles were placed perfectly. I don't think we lost more than 1 person to the shackle AoE. Everybody was fine. It was 2 blades that were coming through because that platform is so condensed and so tight at that point. I think that's got what called Wolf Disco, it called Frago, it caught a couple of other people. But other than that, it looked like they were like, okay, we're going to go here, take your time, relax. And then it's almost a pressure off the players to be like, we're not trying to kill the boss right now.
It could also just be a pull where, like, for motivation, right? It's like, let's play it safe and let's get back there, right? And now they know, okay, we can do this. Now let's go back to min-maxing. Like, we'll see what the decision is here. But yeah, we do get a replay from that last point where those 7 essences have to be picked up. You can see the huge animation on the floor. They are baiting the paddles here. And the spiders are coming in. This is obviously a lot of people are dead already. But now we get the blades plus the spiders have to be finished off. And there's just so much going on. And you cannot accidentally pick up the essences either, right?
Nope.
That is something that you have to avoid as well. And now we get those 5 acolytes coming in. The last set of acolytes that they're going to be dealing with.
That Nova,
in combination
so
with the webs as well. Like, there's just so much damage coming through. And oh my god, there's also web daggers coming in as well at the same time.
Yeah, this is 5 adds plus daggers plus the final pickup with those 12 essences that will be on the floor. Also has daggers at the immediate same time that they have to go through the portal. So I would suggest, though, they are about to do mega wine time after doing that and getting the 5.
Maybe.
I think it might be worth us listening to a bit of music. So I doubt the comms are on, but if they are, it's great. And take 2, because if
I
they're
did
doing
want
that,
to
we'll come
shout
back.
out the winners of the giveaway real quick before we go on a listen in, because we do have Malvorf90 that won the pet. Congratulations. Make sure you do have your DMs open on Twitch so we can message you. And we have Damage Inc. 89 that won the shirt.
Make sure your Twitch DMs are open, guys, and somebody will be reaching out to you. But we'll be right back in a few minutes, as will Echo, no doubt.
Like here. And you can still do what you said. It's just like we have the bad baits, let's say, from the first side. And it doesn't matter because we're not going to pop a portal here. We're going to leg it anyway.
Yeah.
It's like the bad baits here didn't matter.
What about keeping the shackles the exact same way? So like instead of like if we're repeating everything, shouldn't we also repeat the shackles? So
No,
because
the
it's different
shackles
timing.
and the ads are not up at the same time.
The second
doesn't
shackles are
matter.
unique.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the
third we're doing the same.
Yeah, but my point is we kill these shackles before the ad spawns, right? That's the goal,
Yeah.
and everyone's alive. So why wouldn't you put these 3 shackles between blue and green in this case, just to maintain the same?
Oh, because the you want to AoE them with the smally ads, yeah?
But aren't
with
there
these ads?
I think
But we're not
that
square,
they're
they're dead before
They're
every
dead before
time.
the ads even
Yeah.
spawn. That's what I'm saying.
Shackles?
Yeah, they
No
are.
way.
We have a long time
Really?
in between, yeah? Look
Yeah, the shackles have quite low HP. If they would be like if they would be tiny in a triangle here, look, they would be all dead here before the ads even spawn.
No,
That's
guys,
true.
guys, no.
Look, they're dead.
What's the gain? What's the gain of what you're saying now? I'm confused.
Maintaining the
No, I'm
exact
not
same
saying-
flow of the fight
No, I don't
every
want to do
single
what
time.
Mike does.
Yeah, I'm
No.
not saying we should do what Mike said, but we should kill those shackles before. That is true.
Yeah, I mean, that's the plan. I mean,
We
Make
could
it
kill it
otherwise.
and then drag the boss back, and then we do the same again, yeah? With the
You see, I have the circle while they're killing them, though. I mean, this is why I want to
or
put
we
the
do
circle.
what? Yeah. We can
where-
do the reverse of the melee.
Yeah.
That is true. I think this does make sense. Yeah. We pop these ones here. Range team would be here, and then.
oh, that's too far. Yeah. You have them.
Why?
Oh.
Yeah. Now just suggest
they just
this,
move
and
it.
I think it's
Yeah,
good.
this is good.
I guess it would be more like here, the boss.
Yes, I
And
mean the
then
shackles.
I mean, the boss will be
here.
on top of the shackles, pretty much. Because Maris is dragging it there. And then the
Oh, the
boss
shackles
will-
are dead. We move the boss on top of the shackles.
Yeah, but we
then
don't
you
have time to-
take it back and here.
Yeah, but we don't have time to move that much. A little bit, yes. A little bit we can move back.
Yeah, if the shackles go where you painted them right now, they would probably not be dead. Yeah.
And then I would turn here and I would backpedal a little bit into the corner with the boss.
Yeah.
Okay, but can I ask, what was the problem with how we did it this time? That this would improve so massive.
It's literally just making it simple so that everything is the same. But I guess it's not the same anyways with the circle.
We're literally flipping it around, and you're saying to keep it
Yeah,
the same.
that's true.
I mean, fuck it. We can also
yeah.
keep this because then it's easier for the ranged essences as well. Like I guess we're now pooping on them here, but
Yeah, can we not put these essences regardless to the middle more, or will this be too chaotic?
I
How much
think
time do
that's-
you have after the portal circle spread to put them?
A couple of seconds.
Okay.
I mean, if you show my POV, I can show you. Right. So this is Monsieur Velo. He picks it up at exactly the timer. The Giga Chat. Annex is a bit late. Fine though.
Don't look at the leftover portal.
Oh, did you not get hit by this orb?
By the way, I do want to say one thing. The people with the debuffs, they have their timer is on purpose 1 second delayed. Describe, yeah.
Oh, the portal.
Okay.
Well, that's why giving that
No,
portal.
That's
Super
a bit.
tight, yeah.
That is
Super
a bit too tight. That is too tight for sure.
Okay, we can change that.
I mean, here even someone with the essence went through before the
Yes.
timer.
Yeah. Someone.
Look here, boom.
And I don't know if the game works exactly like that. I think it
Pretty sure
might
it does.
blow up even if you don't go in.
Anyways, doesn't
Yeah.
matter. But yeah, I mean, you see how much time you have. You explode, and you have 2 seconds. Yeah. Good.
Don't look at my POV during
But
that
I don't
one.
know. I
It was
just feel like
fucking
this
scary.
is fine. Like if the ranged were here, and they just do toop 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 toop.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
this is
let's keep
completely
it like
fine.
this and let the rangers just not poop on the things, and we bring the shackers there, we bring the boss there. It's probably making things easier. We don't need to squeeze it that much.
Yeah. You're right. Right, Roger
Yeah.
overruled us. He's correct. He's speaking the
Great.
truth. We did
bearer.
not listen, but now we know better. The call will be go to the middle of the edge. Okay? Middle of the edge. Range base on the middle of the edge. Okay.
Middle of the edge.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the edge
usually
and
we-
the middle of it.
Oh, the railing, you mean? Okay.
Yeah, the railing.
Yeah.
It's called me jump
you meant-
off.
yeah, okay, I see the confusion.
On the tip, wouldn't it be on the tip?
On the tip, but are still outside.
I mean,
Just ping
outside
it,
tip.
bro.
I don't know, whatever. Yeah,
I
you
mean,
call it.
boys, just
Basically
ping it.
above the essence there, no?
Just someone fucking ping it, bro. It's fine.
Wait,
Someone fucking
why not?
ping
Why
it.
not? Why not just in front of the essences here? Like, you know, always in front, or you don't want to be next to them.
We will ping it.
It's fine. Yeah. I mean, if someone pings,
I
it's fine
believe.
as well.
I believe.
I
someone
believe
will
in the
now.
range team.
Yeah.
Somebody will know.
Wait, say
Right,
again.
somebody
didn't
will know,
listen.
yeah.
Mike
somebody
will
will
ping.
know.
He's got used to pinging. Mike, look at my screen. Yeah.
Yeah.
When we're doing
Okay.
these baits, this is the number 3 baits.
Yeah.
You're gonna go here, to bait,
Yep.
and then run ahead. Okay. And you ping this.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, we did twice touching the pillar, and then the next time it will be in between now. Yeah, the two pillars in the middle on the edge.
People will drop the essences away from that, right? Like closer to.
Well, I mean, they might be. Yeah, I mean, maybe ideally like one step here or something. But even if they
Yeah.
are there, we still bait like this. I mean, you maybe go here, right?
Yeah, we
And
should
you
go one
go
step ahead if there's a
Yeah, yeah.
we can
Yeah.
In front of
change
this.
a bit.
Yeah.
We-
Yeah,
we need-
somewhere here, depending on where the essences are. If the essence is here, go here. Fuck it.
Yeah. If this is a really good, we can go even further back.
I mean, it's just it gives
Yeah.
us more time to pick them up, right? And I guess when we're squeezing DPS in the end, the last set of essences needs to be dropped as close to the inner circle as possible, so we have more time,
you
right?
calm
Before we
down.
die.
Yeah.
But yeah,
This is.
I'm not
you
sure
have
if
been
people
maxing
missed
too much.
Bro, I'm
going-
killing the boss in my head
I'm not sure
right
if people
now.
missed like going the essence of the port like too fast, because I think I died to it like 3 times because of the timer thing. Because one of the essence guys went too early, and I waited for the
Yeah.
later timer, and I died like 3 times before I was supposed to.
I'll make it all the same. What's happened?
Chris is yapping, and he's not listening.
Okay.
I suppose.
Yeah, I posted the latest image as well, so everyone can see. And yeah, just pay attention. The phase 3B, where the circle goes, where the boss goes, where the range, the melee baits are. And then remember, you place a gate again, Wolf or Xero, whoever. And if you took the first one early, you can take this one after Blades. For the
Oh shit.
And you can take the second one after the Blades, but before the shackles. Okay?
Yeah.
That's it.
So like when we're, is there a reason why we're not closer to the puddle? Does it not matter to preserve that space? On
Yeah,
on
it doesn't
my
matter.
ping?
It doesn't
Okay.
matter actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
What matters is to not cuck the souls.
It's because the it's the souls are there, and we don't want to paint over them for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can you look into if the backup pickup essence actually works? Because like this pull, I did not get a backup, and I picked one up. Yeah, I don't know if it's actually working well.
Wait, this was on the second one or what?
The second, yeah.
Yeah, I can look into it.
It was
Yeah,
okay. So I was alive, and I accidentally picked up an SS too fast, so I still had the text, right? But I was, like, copying it before-
yeah.
Okay,
That's
so
the
it's a
thing.
different kind.
That thing is the thing that is a problem because the Wikora checks if you have the debuff of having already taken one and dropped one, right?
So then it's
it
vocal,
doesn't take
backup,
into
call.
account if you picked one up within that. You picked up one right before you were supposed to, let's say, yeah.
Yeah.
And you still had the soul on you, Frago. Yeah, that is the Wikora will not catch that. I don't think it can.
No, that's the communication gaming, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we saved it, but it was.
But the Vigor can catch it though, out if you check the uptime of the essence on the guy.
I mean,
Yeah, it just doesn't. Vickers
Yeah.
can do fucking everything, guys. But
Yes.
Let's send it.
At some point, there is a stop to it, yeah?
Damn it.
Next tier,
Can
you
you
code
feast?
them.
I can't.
You don't know how
I can
much
ask. I can ask ChatGPT about
this boss we've created way too much, guys, for this fucking boss. Yeah.
Let's
You need,
kill it though.
University teaching
Fe-
people
feast?
Vicorology.
Let's
Yep.
get it, right, chicken? There will also be a toilet break very soon, requested by some people.
Oh yeah, we are break.
Oh, come eat.
But first we do some pulls. Come, eat, children. Vigor should be in your face.
Yeah, I'm tabbed out looking at things.
Bennett is not on your face, that is true.
Next pull, at least 20% pulls. Let's go.
Ah, I'm done. That's it.
In my head, it's already 10%.
Wait, any last for the turtles?
In my head, I'm in secret phase.
We had so much sleep today, though.
Like 4 hours.
Yeah, we've actually had a lot of sleep the last 18 days.
18.
Don't the same last
18.
for
Don't
last
understand.
set
5 weeks in expansion launch, yeah.
Is
More
that
like 30, bro.
I'm down for all nighter today.
Make sure you don't burn out,
Sleeps is
though.
pre-patch.
I'm done.
burn. It's time to burn out.
I've been
so much
Chachi
sleep
has
the
been
last 6
kidnapped by
months,
Chris Potter.
This expansion was easy, though.
I can't wait for McDonald's.
Okay, fuck
Oh,
it, guys.
same.
Let them talk. Yeah, take the.
Free break.
Alright.
Wait, what? Who talked?
What?
Bruh.
It's because that's a good kidnapped them.
Yes, Zatsi is kidnapped by Chris. He's not replying, and
Fucking
people requested a
desperate, bro.
toilet break. Yeah.
6 minutes toilet break.
Can
Holy.
access
It's
this area.
it is a shit
That
break.
guy
Yeah.
is.
How fast
wait,
do you shoot,
then
Taro?
it's not long enough. Then it's not long enough.
And we have
6 minutes.
6
shit.
minutes is not long enough
Then-
to shit.
I
Then
need
you're
at least
extremely
20.
How many
Dude, you get
protein
shit
bars are
under
you
a
eating,
minute.
Taro?
What
the hell, bro?
You
He must be
Yeah,
fucking like
I
him
mean,
reading a
I only-
magazine or some shit.
It's once a week, bro. Once a week.
What?
You shit once a week?
You built it up.
and you
Normal
need some-
humans shit 3 times a day.
You need some
Yeah.
protein bars, Xero.
I'm telling you, Nighties, my body has adapted. Every time I go for a piss, I also take a shit while I'm there.
Yeah,
at
of
the same
course,
time.
bro.
I'm not
Just
doing
drop a
once a
quick
week.
one,
Yeah, I'm
empty
telling you,
it.
I've adapted. It's like, if I'm already gonna waste some time to the toilet, I might as well just take a shit as well. Get it out of the system while I'm
course.
here.
Hit weaving.
No point going back here
It's the
later.
same
Take an
I
hour
do.
to take a shit.
Shit, we.
Actually, shit weaving.
I only shit like every third day.
No way, bro. You're planning a bomb every day. I know
That's
it.
when you wipe, Kush, every third day.
Nah, I don't wipe at all.
Nice.
Any day.
It's
Yeah,
good
wait.
though. That's a waste of
He
paper.
only- he shits when he showers, basically, is what he's saying.
No,
You literally clean your ass when you shower once a
Fix,
week.
we got new tech here at the event.
Yeah, what is that? A bidet?
You eat 2 protein bars per day, and then you never need to wipe. Insane.
I can confirm.
Toilet paper.
Yeah, you literally save money by buying protein bars.
I'm doing this at home.
I just shit in the shower and just dump it down always.
I just...
Oh, is that going again?
The waffle stomp.
Too much, bro.
Damn, you guys are disgusting.
You don't do that or what?
That's efficient.
It's crazy, bro.
I've never taken a shit in the shower, guys, I'll have to say, yeah.
I actually did it once when I was a kid.
The most disgusting thing I've ever heard, yeah.
You can brush your teeth at the same time as well.
Oh my god.
Holy shit, really saving
That's
time.
insane, min-maxing.
You squat in the shower taking a shit down the drain while brushing your teeth. The entire morning ruining one global morning routine.
All in one, in and out in 3 minutes.
All in one GCD.
Are you gonna ever stop?
You just keep going.
I'm just waiting here, like, surely this is the end.
Fuck.
There's no end to this.
Peak efficiency.
Just yapping and yapping, bro.
Damn, we run me through all that, guys. That's unlucky.
What do you mean that's lucky? For the ears that of people that will listen.
Kush is a clip farmer.
The gate achievement spam has been fixed. Ain't no way.
Yeah,
There's no
0
way.
likes today.
Yep.
Wait. Diabolus, Overlord, Mother of Chaos, and Pitlord should now attack the target of the spell that summoned them. That's
Wait
fucking
a
false.
minute.
That is false.
I'm gonna try it in the intermission. Or in the...
But that was yesterday.
Oh.
And earlier my pit note was fucking vibing on the immune boss.
Ah.
Maybe the hotfix is not in EU, only NA. But this is the EU post as well. Oh well. I think I'm...
Welcome back. I'm so glad we were listening in on that conversation. I'm enlightened now.
You guys wonder why they mute comms all
Wow.
the time. This is what it's like here. Like that, it's relentless. It's relentless. But good news is the vibes are good in the room.
Yes,
they're
they really
a good
are.
bunch who keep themselves motivated, keep themselves happy, and now you're all a little bit wiser as to how it works over in the Echo Race to World First. It's always awkward when you sit around the dinner table because this is not like during raid. This isn't the precipice of madness. This is every day with these guys,
Yeah.
every single day. Until Dad came in, Scripe's like, I am here listening to
I like how he's like, I thought it would stop at some point, but it just keeps going. It is funny because there's a lot of conversations about shit.
I mean, we've been here
wondering-
3 weeks.
And I'm wondering, like, how much is there to
Oh,
talk
no.
about? Like,
Oh,
how can
no.
there be new conversations just coming up?
Someone's farted.
Oh, someone definitely farted.
Yeah,
it was
that
Kush.
is a Kush
It was
drop.
a protein
It's
fart.
Kush brom. Gingy's unfazed. Be nice. Nice Beeves is preparing for the. You might think it's fun to play in a LAN party with all your mates when you do these kind of things, but it does have pros and cons, unfortunately, that come with being in such close proximity to the guys as they're strapped in. Perfecto seems to have abandoned ship and called it good. Yep, that chair is empty. He's out of there, but the boys can't leave. You heard Scripe, though. 20% or bust in the last phase. Is what they're aiming for. They won't tell us. Look, guys, I'm upgrading the pull situation from Wormsh to Sussy. Because they definitely were Sussy during that pull. Oh, Jordan's made a shambles.
Huge shout out to Jordan for drawing us all of these beautiful emotes.
It doesn't work. There we go. We are upgrading to Sussy. They definitely did some shenanigans there with the Infest ads and the boss positioning. And have we asked Wolf Disco? I asked Just Wait. I asked Nice Memes, and they all just went, I don't know.
Yeah, it's like, oh, it's the
What,
same
you
as
didn't
always.
notice
Yeah.
that the boss was miles away? You didn't notice that? And then Wolf Disco's reply was, someone must have been trolling.
Yeah.
It's like, okay,
Somebody
fine.
probably did something. Also, when you asked him like why he got hit by a blade, he's like, "Oh, I never got hit by a blade."
He clearly got hit by a blade.
He's like,
I
"Not
did call
once,
him a
I
dipshit.
assure you."
Stop getting hit by blades, dipshit.
And he wasn't even offended either. He like
No.
immediately just very calmly applied, "Oh, I never got hit by blades."
Uh-huh.
Like very certain of himself. Like, of course not. Like,
We
why
need
would I
Jesse
get
on
hit?
the logs.
He
Where's
must have been
Alex?
mistaken. Of course, I don't get hit by blades.
Yeah, nobody gets hit by blades. It's
Yeah.
all something. I didn't get healed properly. That's what it was. Yeah. Yeah, it's the guys who are in high spirits. They're feeling good. Again, it's always a weird dichotomy that exists between like the casters and production of what's going on and where they're at and all that. And the guys just don't feel that. They're happy with where they are.
Yeah.
They're okay with it. I hate it. I absolutely detest it, Nagura. I detest it so much. I'm like, kill the boss.
Kush is just reading the dungeon journal. He's like,
What
does
is this
spell
boss?
do?"
Webs?
Oh.
What webs?
Oh, I see now.
That is a classic rogue play. That is an absolutely classic
Like he
rogue
opens
play.
his talents mid-fight to see what talents he's got. He opens the
Mhm.
dungeon journal halfway through progression.
What is this POV? Please
I
zoom
see
that camera
somebody
out.
is still
There we go.
AFK, by the way, as the pull timer's
Nah.
coming in, but...
You don't need all the players for this poll. It's
Yeah,
fine.
good point.
It's fine. Apparently, Chris Potter had kidnapped the healing team to do some stuff, so they took an impromptu break, but we're back. Scripe says he wants 20% in Phase 4, which is fine, because I guess they're calling the intermission Phase 2, which is understandable, but yeah, they want 20%. All right. Let's see it. They did some positioning stuff in the last pull. I have no doubt after a break we're going to see a Phase 1 wipe.
They're still memeing as well. You can see Kush laughing, so I do think that if they're memeing in Phase 1, it's usually a good indicator they're going to be doing well, unless it goes too far. Because
Well,
Phase
nice
1...
can't keep his eyes open.
He's laughing too hard, he's not going to see his screen anymore.
Well, how else? I mean, it might be strange for some guys who don't, some of our viewers here who've never done serious progression raiding, because you don't really find it being this serious outside of Mythic. You know, even there are definitely, and we've encountered them, heroic and normal guilds who do take a very long time to kill a boss. But when you're doing 300 pulls, you're in here, they've been here for 3 weeks, playing 12 to 14 hours every single day. That's how you keep the spirits up. They rely on each other. The mentality and the vibe of the guild is more important than anything else. As Kush has gone down, that'll teach him. Nice me's laughing at him. Shitter. Yeah, it's so important that you have that level of gameplay that you can do this ridiculously hard stuff, especially once you're used to it, but also maintain that balance. And it's... For me, raiding was my night out. You know, some people go to the football, some people go to the pub and see their friends and stuff. But for me, raiding was always a night out with the guys. I don't care what progress we make unless I'm having fun doing it. Never a fan of guilds that are like, no speaking.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, no way. No speaking. Everybody must focus at 100% all. And sure, no, man, we're playing a game. Let's have some fun. I do understand that some people who can't play while comms is like that. We had a few people in BFU who would just mute comms entirely while raid fights were going on, just so they didn't have to hear it. I think they'd only have like, Alex unmuted or something like that, the raid leader. Everybody else could show up. It was important that they could focus up. But we'll see if they get a lower percent. Probably with Kush dying. No, they won't. They have been squeezing more and more damage into P1, except on that last sussy pull.
Yeah, interesting. So I'm wondering if they're all just lying to us, or if they really, if it just, you know, happened to be a try where they got a little bit less DPS and it just happened. We'll see how low the boss is this time around. They're in 64, so it's still kind of high. We'll see how fast they're going to be able to DPS through this shield, because last try it was actually, they were really far ahead on that shield.
Yep.
So we were thinking that they maybe allocated one more cooldown onto the shield, which is very possible. It's also possible that the other raiders, that not everyone's aware of it, right? Because we, of course, do have the analysts in the background. They're switching things around, and maybe somebody just told somebody, hey, use your cooldowns on the shield instead of phase 1, and no one else is aware of this, and that's just what it is, you know?
Oh, Gingy, I think, did he get dragged through a blob there?
Very possible.
Yeah, it's because obviously as a mage, you don't expect him to be close enough to the boss to risk hitting the boss. And he was full health before the drag-in occurred there. That was not the dangerous drag-in. That was the intentional drag-in that they do have to take. They're prepared for that. This is going to be real awkward. They're going to get him back during Platform 2, but losing that mage. He's also the third person to go through the portals, or Platform 3 portal goer. So Echo's going to have to do some adjustments here and losing a lot of damage for these very scary ads. Potentially we see a Lust play.
Okay, they just barely made the damage, by the way, because maybe Gingy was assigned like cooldowns here onto these ads, but they did manage to do it. But yeah, Gingy's supposed to go through the portal soon after, I think after Xervo and Mini here. So we'll see if they do have a replacement coming in. But first we need to get rid of those debuffs. It is Hopeful and Revis now, actually, so they're going to be able to get through just fine. This is the normal assignment. No replacement just yet. But again, just so much damage on everybody, as that Yank is not supposed to go through in theory. And they did manage to skip it even with Gingy dead. The rest is coming up in 10 seconds, so they should be able to get this done before Gingy's assignment is even happening, because it's Kenix and Narco that are going through next on this first portal here on the second platform, which is the most difficult part. They also bloodlusted, which usually
which they can hold in theory, but with Gingy dead, of course, they decided,
Yeah.
let's just send it. We do want to get to that last phase.
Yeah, the Lust play was the correct choice here. There's no reason to throw away the pull because it's not perfect at this point. So making a Lust choice there. They did manage to get Gingy back on his feet, but of course the safety net is gone now, both of them. They will not be seeing any return to that for quite some time. So on this point, this is a change of strategy. This is not going to be a boss HP percent play. This is going to be another control play of phase 3. Practice, 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 practice. Get those reps in. Correct choice, though, to move this Bloodlust to here and allow them to see more of phase 3, which is what we're going to do, guys. This is back-to-back. Oh, there's still damage here, though. We did see, of course, Wolf Disco got that lay on hands last time coming to here. But now they have some free time.
Yeah, there's a lot of time here to just DPS a boss and just get into position slowly. They don't have to rush to get there. Eventually, they will have to spawn those pools. And baiting them, you can see the range slowly move there in between casts while their globals are running to min-max their DPS. And once the boss lands, they're going to get that boss into position as well for the melee paddles to spawn in that very similar spot on the outside, which is that spot that they want most of the paddles to be in. But then after the paddles are spawning, we also get the tank mechanic on now. You can see that huge circle. That's what's going to be spawning those small little spiders in just a moment. The binding shot and the stun totem immediately go down. The ring is not going to be used here, I think. Oh, never mind.
Yeah,
the ring is for actually
now,
for every... Yeah, for every at wave. But now we have the daggers and the acolytes coming in. 3 sets of acolytes here. We do see Kush dropping incredibly low, getting hit by one of those daggers. Did manage to survive, though.
Yeah.
And now we have the portals coming in. So they need to make sure they position the portals properly. People that are assigned to pick up the essences have to pick those up before the rings come through. And they need to make sure they take the portals last. It's going to be both of the tanks and Ryzen that are assigned for the set.
Yeah, what do you think about placing it on Ryzen so early on? It's
like
get it out
it.
the way so he doesn't have to deal with it later.
Exactly. That is, I think, 100% their thought process behind this.
Nice spread. These circles obviously far larger than they are on Heroic as the guys dodge these very dangerous one-shotting blades and then position over for the second bait. They've got very comfortable with this process now. Look how clean and tidy their gameplay is at this point compared to what we saw over the last couple of days when they were getting here, where it was kind of a mess, a lot of panic going on. The CC chain, you can see that Ursul's Vortex going down. Binding shot has been thrown down by Sol. Followed into the Ring of Peace, buying the melee plenty of time. Frago just got caught there by the blades, I believe, shooting across the floor. And now the shackles placed in perfect position. It did overkill Kush, but probably a touch too close, so didn't get his feint on in time. But it allows them to cleave not only the shackles, but these dangly spider boys at the same time.
And look at the damage on the raid. Everyone's just dropping so incredibly low as they deal with those shackles. Did manage to get them all done now, but the acolytes are still alive. They need to make sure they get those done as well before that, before the ring comes in just a moment. The portals are already placed, and the ring is coming in a couple of seconds. They need to finish off that last acolyte. There we go. Now we have those 7 sets of essences that have to be picked up. 2 on the tanks with the 500% damage increase, plus 5 other players that are going to be picking them up. And they need to go in last again because the portal closes. They have to spread out really quickly. There's a speed increase on the raid, probably stampeding Roar to help everyone spread out. And now there's shackles. So much damage is going to come into the raid in just a moment as all of those are going to be exploding. And we do see some people go down, unfortunately, with just so much damage in a raid. It's just so crazy, this combination of abilities.
And lovely amounts of micro going on with the players there. You saw that lovely grip on Gingy, so he could keep casting, take his position exactly where they wanted that essence to be dropped to make it safe, because obviously there's lots of area denial that happens in this phase. So it's very important they have permanent control, running in for the leg sweep, getting some damage on there while he's moving the boss, and then rolling that boss far away as these ads are chasing Queen Ansarek down. They're going to hit the boss, though. Boom, 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 baby. As Miras did everything he could there, swapping over, leg sweep, bit of dam, rolling back, tumbling around the room in order to try and buy them more time to get where they need to be. It was not the 20% Scripe was looking for, but still good. Back to back to back phase 3s, and Echo really needs to keep this momentum going right now in order to push through to this boss. The Bloodlust was not used. Their boss HP wasn't the focus there. Again, more control over the fights. Oh, Demirez is choking to death, which is definitely an issue if your tank chokes on his soda. One request for some help, and he's going back in for seconds, and that's why he's world first. He wipes on his own soda and pulls again. He fears nothing, that boy. He's going again. Look at this. He's racking up a pull count. Look at that. It's 3 pulls.
But yeah,
Oh.
they are on this this point where they start losing players. That's their progress point right now. That's where they have to get past without losing those players. So what's going on is it's after the ring. No, after the sets of acolytes, like after you have 4 sets of acolytes, you get all of this damage coming in from going through the ring. So everyone has to debuff on them. Yeah, you have 15 seconds debuff of this damage, and immediately after the ring, you have to spread out, which is another set of damage coming in from the explosions on everybody. Plus, you get the shackles pretty much immediately afterwards, and the shackles do so much damage when you place them. And it's just so much going on. I think that's the progress point. I actually want to go over to the analyst desk just to check out the logs for a moment to see what people are dying to.
Yeah, send it, Nagura. Get some valuable knowledge for us on what is going on in the... We'll try and bring some intricacies to you. Obviously, our main goal is to make sure you're following along with all the action the guys are doing. But this is a great Echo. This is the Echo we've been looking for the past 2 days, who are just rolling, memeing their way through phase 1 and 2, adapting on the fly to whatever the issues are along the way. Losing Gingy, not great, then swapping the Bloodlust. All right, we're not going to throw the pull away. Why the hell would we do that? This isn't going to be the boss murder pull. Let's make sure we get through it so we can get to phase 3 again, because we might encounter new issues. We actually saw that it was like 160 pulls before we realized that, hey, those webs in those platforms can go off if you delay clicking that bridge for just even a moment's time. So it's well worth them utilizing it, shifting around some stuff. Is it the idyllic? No. But that's fine. It doesn't mean we can't learn. Doesn't mean we can't practice. This fight is so difficult and has so many roads to travel down that we might as well utilize every good one we possibly can. A little bit of a review. Still some people doing some odd things. Was it a lack of healing? Because we saw a lot of people die to that shackle AoE. Kush got caught in that on the way in. Frago got taken out, I think, by the blades. Not much to research there. Just don't stand in them forehead. Not that it's that easy while you're over there, right? But there's all these little things that need to be worked out, because the positioning of Echo, the things that is controlling that area of the fight, all seem pretty dialed in. Everybody knew where to go. It's now coping with the aftermath of doing it. You can put them all in the right places, that's fine, but these things all explode, they detonate, they unleash hell upon the raiders. So then it's up to the healing team and, of course, the personal play of the individuals to make sure their defensives are up, make sure all that kind of thing is happening at the right time, which is where, of course, Chris Potter comes in, managing all those players, and Scribe will be making those calls all the way through for them as they're smiling and smiling. This is the Echo that we've been looking for. The Echo that is making it look like this boss is killable within a few more hours. And hopefully they'll be there. What have you found over there, Nagura? You look, your eyes are dialed in. I can see them.
Yeah, so what I found is that we've reached phase 3 today 11 times, which is great. So we definitely are pretty consistent into getting into this last phase for sure. But I do see a lot of damage from just hatchlings.
That'll be the wipe, right? Because that's when all the spiders roamed in that Mirez was trying to prevent. Yeah, because they explode on the raid.
Yeah. So we do see essence deaths, which is just, you having picked up the essence, the dot, 15 seconds dot in combination with other abilities. Then we have the dreadful presence. That's just the AoE that happens, because, I mean, why?
That's the one that ramps up. It's like a secondary enrage. If you're not sure what that is, the boss is pulsing AoE damage. Even though the enrage will come earlier with the essences, just in case you found some cheese, the boss will still just annihilate you for being there.
Yeah, so the first, let me go all the way back. So we do, of course, had Kush go down the stars from the web blades, and then we did have Gingy get hit by
what killed Gingy?
Yank. It was the rest.
So it was the Yank?
It was the Yank, yeah.
I wonder if he didn't have his barrier up or something along those lines. Like,
yeah,
he was full health going into
some
it.
Defensive,
how much did it hit him for, out of interest?
He got hit. Let's see. It was 11 million.
What?
Well, it was 11 million in total.
Oh, did he hit the boss then? He must have been too close.
No.
No?
So it was 5 million from the Yank. 5.2 million actually. And the threats that are on him, like the thing, just the dot, is 3.1 million that he got. And then he got 1.8 million from just AoE damage.
Yeah.
And he was standing in the toxin a little bit. So the battle on the floor, 870k damage. So it's possible that he wanted to go there on purpose to drop the web there, right? Because of course you do have the area of denial that drops on the floor. So yeah, a little bit overkill there. We did see Frago later on that the web blades whenever he had to go through the portal. But these were all deaths before the last phase. And then in the last phase, we just have Kush go down to Dreadful Presence. We have Mini go down to Conduit Ejections. Abyssal Fragments inflict shadow damage to players in their paths, knocking them away. What is that? Conduit Ejection.
What is it, sorry?
Conduit Ejection. I'm trying to figure out what that is.
Sure. While you'll have a
Yeah,
look-
you probably gonna
While you
pull
have a
out
look at
doing
that,
some
we
research.
are pushing again here. We got the most dangerous part of phase 1 is upcoming. So those blades are going to shoot out. But more importantly, it's the toxins as well. So the toxins are going to get knocked. They have that wonderfully positioned for the blades in order to get over here. We have had Narcles go down in this P1. So one of the combat reses has gone away. But hopefully, ideally, so they can actually have a juicy phase 3, which is what we're all looking for. They're going to have a clean, smooth ride all the way there. But this is incredibly dangerous, as Nagura just pointed out there. These yanks, as the boss drags you into her hitbox, hit tremendously hard. And you should also bear in mind that they're doing constant AoE damage to the raid. One of the most difficult parts for the healers to deal with relies a hell of a lot of individual stuff. You can see Thana with that wonderful Holy Paladin stance. You see Gingy again, and Frago and Mirez, and they're all just going to run in and call this a day. Something odd happening with Gingy there. I bet his gear's broken, you know.
That must be it.
I bet his gear's broken. He's rolling with like half HP for what's going on. Because his health looked pretty stable in comparison to everybody else in the raid there, but that yank just getting him 2 for 2 on the yank, bringing Gingy down in that intermission. But better and better from Echo. A little sip of what is it with Holy Paladins? Do you all sit like this? Look me in the eye, Holy Paladins. When you game, are you upright at all times? 90 degrees?
Yeah,
90 degrees or no
100%.
degrees? That's it. They send it
Has to
every
be it.
time. Jeeth has the posture when he's gaming that is just, it's absurd. Let's have a little look at what happened there. So Gingy chilling with the rest, just the yank damage. Yeah, he looks as confused as we are. Because his health is, what, 85%? 5.2 million.
Very interesting.
Oh, what is the overkill on that? He had 5.3. I think he got overkilled Nagura by about 10.
That is
damage.
very possible.
Yeah. His health literally just dropped to, it's a 5.2 million hit. I think he had about 5.24 million, something like that.
I did
Really
have, I
wacky.
do have some more information on why most of the people died in the last phase on the previous pool. So we did have 5 people go down to just the web spawning, so the tethers. When you place them, it does AoE damage the closer
Yeah, the
you
shackle
are.
explosion.
The shackles, and we had Kush dying to it in combination with some other damage. Mini, Revis actually, Kennex, Maysteen, and Ryzen, they all died to the explosion on top with some other damage. And then we did have Mini get hit by conduit ejections. We now know what that is. That is actually the orbs that are spawning from the portals when they explode.
Oh, yeah,
So
the
Mini
little
did have a
sparklies.
little bit of a mistake there, but all the other people died to just damage from putting down the shackles.
Absolutely awesome. And in good news, by popular request, I believe, we are going to be joined by the one, the only, Mr. Perfecto. Do you want to come and sit down, buddy?
Oh.
Da, 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 da. Here he is, the Perfecto. Has come to join us once again. Wonderful casting session with him earlier, but I'll be interested to know, once he gets settled in there, how you doing, and are you proud of the boys who are in good spirits and getting some big phase 3s?
Yeah, proud of the boys today. Yesterday, it was not a good day for us.
Yesterday was a bit of a clown show.
Yeah, I honestly, I don't know what went wrong.
It was a mental game. It was they were in their own heads a bit, I think.
When I was here the previous day, we were talking a lot about doing some comp swaps and stuff. And then I woke up the next day, and they were not streaming. And I was like, what are these guys doing? They didn't stream for like 2 hours something. Apparently they were talking about comp swaps and stuff
Correct.
like that. But they ended up not doing any.
I'm surprised.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm very surprised.
I think they changed only the Moonkin. Like, Carnix used to play
Yeah,
Feral,
Carnix was
now
Feral.
he's Moonkin. Obviously, Moonkin much better on this fight, in my opinion, especially
Yeah, in that
B3.
last phase. Yep.
It's obvious, right? I was saying it as well, and I know almost nothing about Moonkin. So yeah, Moonkin much
Me
better.
Just fall asleep to theory crafting stories.
Yeah, I mean, I was also saying this boss is gonna die Saturday, guys. I
Yeah,
lied.
Perfecto.
Guys, I lied.
I actually called you out because
Yeah.
I heard you say, "Oh, this boss looks easy. Like last phase, this boss has no HP," and I'm like, "Whoa, wait a second! It looks like it does have a lot of HP."
Yeah.
If you could comp swap right now, obviously it's not based on the players of ability, but if you comp swap right now, what would you think would be your maneuver?
Yeah, that's a great question. Honestly,
Because every time you move some out here, you lose something. That's the point, right?
you definitely. I mean, you could. I mean, I don't want to give out too much because I mean I've heard some whispers. Let's just put it that way. Of what we were thinking, maybe.
1 tank, 2 healers.
No, we did not talk about that.
Not yet. Potter would just leave.
I mean, we did talk about 3 healing.
Yep.
As a meme, I believe.
Yeah.
I don't want to see it. And some other things like, of course, like you can always, like Mage, for example, mages do not play any mechanics on this fight. And they're doing pretty good damage. They can cleave the acolytes quite efficiently. It's definitely a good class that you could bring.
There are some classes here who ultimately kind of nullify nearly everything here. DKs are another great example of that, right? DKs are able to nullify the dragons all the time. They have full uptime on the boss when everybody's kind of having to move away or something like that. DK Mini just stands there like, lol, what mechanic? AMS, obviously, ridiculous on this fight. So many things you could do. The AMZ, helpful?
It's okay.
It's okay.
But I'm not convinced about the DK. It's just the damage profile. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure when he's popping breath either. I mean, obviously, it's very good in the last phase when you're trying to do efficient damage on the boss, like we saw on Ovinax. The DKs were really, we were always popping on the adds, but we're still topping the boss damage. You don't really see that from other classes, to be honest. So it will be good.
I'm thinking, you know, later on we've got shackles stacked on top of the dangling spiders, and we've got the boss right in the middle. All that Ovinax style cleave is there, and obviously you can blast the infest as well. Warrior's also exceptional there. Another rallying cry.
Yeah.
Can't really. They don't have a self break though for the roots. Are they getting the freedoms?
They must be getting something for that. But the thing with the warriors is their boss damage is not that great. I know they look great on the meter.
Only at the end.
But when you're looking how far up they go on the meter after the spiraling spawn, guys, a lot of that damage is on the adds.
Yep.
I'm actually looking at some of the damage profiles here, and the mages are doing so much boss damage in the last phase. Like, I didn't know it's that crazy. Wow, mage is good apparently.
Who knew?
Who would have thought?
Wow.
Who would have thunk it? What about Rogue? What are you thinking?
I mean, Rogue is not, guys. Sometimes it looks good on the meter, especially phase 1.
I mean, he looks pretty good right now.
Yeah, especially on pool. Great class, guys. But on the prior damage, it's not that great. You can't cleave efficiently. And the thing is, Kush also has like insane gear.
Yep.
Like he has probably the best gear in the raid right now. So you're not gonna see much better rock damage than what he's doing right now. I would never pick a second rogue in this raid, on this boss fight. You just can't cleave efficiently.
To really rub it in, Perfecto, because you're sat here and not in the raid right now. Kush currently has the 3rd best gear of every player in the world.
Yeah, in terms of eye level, yeah.
And he keeps farting.
Yeah.
Next to nice memes, which is really not fair. So it's one of those choices, right? Is if you are doing a comp swap in some way, what is the play? And I think that's probably where Scripe is, right? It's like everybody's got a bit of a case, but every single time it's like, well, is that what we need? And we're not seeing Enrage yet, right? We're close, ridiculously close to seeing Enrage, but we haven't quite seen it. Obviously, Liquid finished out their day witnessing the Enrage, managing to get there. It was still a good 15% left on the boss, but it certainly looked doable. From what we could see is their boss damage did trickle down to a crawl for the last minute or so.
Yeah.
And if they get that tidy, which Liquid has been doing very, very well, we could very well see Ansurek fall. But Conswap's on the menu, but they've decided against it for now. What we'll have to see is, what's your feeling? You said it's not going to die today. Do you think this isn't the night to send it?
I think we'll have to see how close we are at the end of the day. I'm not sure if the boss is killable. Of course, one thing I will say is like you can never underestimate Wolfer's Guild's like ability to gain damage somehow. We can always squeeze something out. Of course, we're talking about like 15% here, and that's a lot. We can always squeeze like a little bit extra.
Well, I've seen it a lot here in P1 they are going below 64% again. They have found an extra percentage or 2. We've had some really good ones where they've been to like 62 going into the intermission. So 62.8 actually. So they're almost there on this poll. This is a very, very low boss HP. I know it's only like percentage points or tenths of percentages. But it matters. That's less damage needed in P3. We've had some issues in the intermission for the last couple of polls with Gingy dying. Can we swap to Gingy? Make sure he's going to be okay. He's been in the cluster. He's been fine, but getting occasionally clapped. Kush nearly dying there. The lay on hands was used to keep him alive. As the shield is going to go down. Are they going to delay here? Let some CDR happen. Doesn't look like it. They're just overkilling the hell out of this time. Wait. No, they're not. Actually, they slowed down a little bit. Just bought themselves an extra couple of seconds. We are going into the platforms, which they got really comfortable with. I was surprised, actually. They got very comfortable with these. We might wipe now, but they have overall been very comfortable. I'm placing my safety net.
Comfortable is like a little bit of an exaggeration. I've seen some things today, especially. But they're doing a lot better. I mean, it couldn't really get much worse than yesterday, if we're being honest. But they've been improved. They improved a lot. I think the sleep helped, honestly. And yeah, we will see what happens with like phase 3.
What is it like in the team, Perfecto? Because I've obviously been with you guys for a very long time. I've seen you at your best and at your worst. What is it like when the mood is down? People are failing, right? Individuals are making mistakes. It's not the same people over and over again, which is what we noticed yesterday. It was kind of, we were always joking of rolling the dice as to who would get who would die in a certain phase. To get that mood back and to come out of that sort of like hole that the raid can end up in sometimes, because you've been there.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't, I mean, I don't want to like brag or anything. It doesn't happen too much to us.
Nope.
But it does happen sometimes, especially on the end boys where we are behind and we're not playing great. It's happened like a few times, and there's really not much that you can do. Like, it's not like you can flip a switch and like everything is great again. The only thing that can fix it is like a good pull.
Yeah.
Like a great pull to get everyone's mood up. There's really no other fix for it.
Platform 2 is complete. Revez very low health, as is Mini, as we move on to this less dangerous but still extremely dangerous Platform 3. Echo currently not cursing them, I swear.
In Sol and Frago, this is like a very difficult platform. There's so much damage going on, or it's a difficult portal to take, because Sol and Frago die a lot here because they have to go through this portal and with so much damage going on. This around, Frago and Sol actually dying last second, dodging that orb coming through.
Look at
yes, he will. But there we go. We are on our way to that last phase. Everyone is alive. We do have 2 battle rushes available, which, to be fair, sometimes doesn't matter because either like no one dies or everyone dies, but we'll see. It's definitely nice to have that safety net, as we do have a little bit of a time here where they can just nuke the boss and not do anything else, but they're slowly getting into position to spawn the paddles, because that's one of the first mechanics that is happening here after Queen Ansarek lands. There we go. We have the land coming in. We do have the ranged players in position. The boss is going to get moved to a corner because we have the tank mechanic coming out onto now in just a moment, spawning those spiders on now. They need to drag the boss away, need to see the spiderlings, need to make sure they're DPSing them while also still doing damage to the boss, trying to keep it as close as possible. The ring is going to come out in just a moment from Miras here, and then we're going to see that the 3 acolytes spawning in just a moment with the daggers coming in.
That was much better for that cleave. They've readjusted it now. So they've got what they've been doing is edging the boss over just a little bit, making sure that cleave is still in there and then moving here. So what Echo is looking for this time around isn't the same as we saw last pull. This is still have Bloodlust in hand. Now they're going to probably look to do a low boss HP play. They're going to pick up these essences. We have them on the right people. Ryson, Robin, and Miras have taken them. We'll be using that wonderful monk teleport to get out of there. You can see Gingy Hopeful and Gingy blinking out, which enables them to not get the ring on them. Ryson nearly dying with all that dot damage on him from the essence, but he does super well. The essences are dropped in their appropriate places. Reposition the boss again. We've got Infest again. That's also coming with pools, and then Blades is just 9 seconds away. So we'll see Miras taunt this boss away. And there you can see the absolute blaster trying to cleave as much onto Ansarek as possible, as Ansarek does dip to 42 and the lust is sent.
Yeah, this set of spiders is actually really important to be focused down, because if that one doesn't die quickly, then you have the acolytes plus the shackles while the spiders are still up. So it was very good that they managed to finish off those spiders, because now we have the shackles and the 4 acolytes simultaneously. There's so much damage in the raid. Well, you get dragged everywhere. You have to you have to dodge these daggers coming in, and then at the same time, all of these acolytes have to be dealt with. You have the shields that have to go through. One of the detonations actually goes off on these acolytes because the absorb shield was still up. They are now done with the shield. They still have to finish it off as they have to dodge these daggers, have to drop the portals in the correct position. It's on Kenix and Wolf Disco here did manage to dodge it, have to also dodge the orbs coming out, and now we have to pick out the 7 essences and get them through the portal safely.
Yeah, this is a crucial moment for them. They're in good stead. Mayvoker is going low. Guardian Spirit thrown onto Maystein. This has resulted in a lot of deaths though going through here. All those people had debuffs. The dot damage from picking up their essences was just a little too much for the healers to handle, whether they were missing mitigation or wherever it is that should be in play. They have managed to get the shackles down. The essences did go through, which is wonderful for Echo. So they're going to be playing now as the 5 dangly boys are about to make their presence felt. But unfortunately, Mirez taken out. They're going to be lacking Ring of Peace here. They're going to be lacking all kinds of things. Revez doing everything he can to spin to win. But these ads are still at 50% HP. The danglers are coming, and they've got so much to kill. And we are getting the furthest we have ever seen Echo get into this fight as the next shackles are about to arrive. They still adds up. Unlucky. They couldn't quite get them. Oh, that was a shame. That was a real shame.
This is such a difficult spot. Yeah, this is the progression point they're at. After they get the 7 essences through the portal, there's just so much damage because you get the daggers and you get the shackles so quickly afterwards. And you have 7 people with the debuff on them, which takes for 15 seconds for so much damage. And then you have to dodge and you have to put those shackles down, which does proximity-based damage, right? So everyone takes so much damage, and that's where you lose the players, right? Especially the people that have the shackles on them, because they take damage from the other people that drop the shackles right next to them, right? Because it's proximity-based. So it's just so much damage on the raid.
Yeah, they need to probably move something or wiggle around, because they actually went into that really clean with the 7 essences, but that dot damage just wrecked them completely.
Yeah.
Something probably needs to be in place there.
I wonder what happened to Kus actually, because he died whilst the ring was coming in, and Kus actually steps a mage as well to get less rings. So maybe the mage was out of position.
Could have been far away.
Yeah, because he relies on the mage to actually step properly. And the step has such a short range as well. He might have missed that step there. I mean, it looked like a very good pull up to that point. And I have to say, even with the nerf, it still looks like a very hard fight.
Yeah.
I don't think the nerf made such a huge difference where the boss is suddenly killable now.
Imagine the unnerfed version, in this moment where everyone has this debuff and the shackles. It's so much damage already now, but it would have been so much deadlier before still with the nerf. So that's crazy how difficult this fight still is.
100%, but a new best pull for Echo. That's what we want to see. It's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon here in Germany, and Echo has been performing like we want to see Echo. We've seen them back to back to back getting to that final phase. Slow increments. We've had new best pulls twice now in the last hour from Echo, and they're probably going to be looking to move that Bloodlust as well to the 5 ads that are up. We're going to be seeing that shift later on. They're still using it for the 4 ad progression point because of exactly what you just saw. It's we're not clean there yet. Let's keep it, give us as much preparation time going into it. Soon we're going to see that disappear, and that's going to go to the 5 dangly boys coming down, and then Bloodlusting then to get rid of all the other issues, because once that happens, it's them versus Ansarek. And there's a really interesting point during the quote-unquote enrage where they can no longer go forward. The final ring is going to encroach on them, where Ansarek doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
She just kind of says, all right, send it, see what you can do, and then she wine times in their face.
Yeah.
She really does. We're going to have that Ryglan-style ending.
Because I don't know how much time there is between the 3rd ring and the enrage, but I was thinking there could technically be a possibility where they maybe decide to not even... I mean, I think the damage, they need too much damage for this strategy to be true, but they could say, hey, let's not play the 3rd ring and use just pretend the 3rd ring's the enrage. Because of course the time that they need to pick up the essences and to get everything through the ring, you're not going to be doing much damage during that point anyway, right? So depending on how much time you're gaining until the enrage after the ring, to see if that's even worth it, right? Maybe you just say, okay, 3rd ring's the enrage, and we're just going to commit. Right, because it's very hard to survive that 3rd ring, having to pick up those essences. But I would have to see the time, because if it's if it's more than 30 seconds, then obviously it is worth it to just play it.
What is GG doing? Go! Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. That's what they want. Kill, kill, kill.
So they're in school.
Yeah, this, of course, production tells us they're in school. They're checking because some people didn't go to the right places. You know, like why did those essence things die? And somebody might have said, "Yo, yeah, I'm supposed to use like my my defensive there, but I had to pop it earlier, and there's no way I can avoid popping it." It's all good in theory on the when Potter gives the spreadsheet out, but in practice,
they've been having
not there.
some issues with some assignments specifically in that phase, and also actually orientating in that phase is kind of hard, I think, for the players. Because the entire room just looks so similar. It's hard to actually go on the specific spot that you need to go to.
Need some FF14 practice. You need to know things like True North.
I've never played that game, by the way. But
you should. You would like it.
You think so?
The bosses, yeah.
Yeah.
The raid bosses are great.
Maybe. Maybe that
You don't need to do the rest of it. That's fine. You could do like Roger, where he has no idea what the hell is happening, but he gets to raid. That's all he wants
They
out
have
of it.
like a great gearing system, I heard, in that game.
A simple gearing system.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's
There's none of
kinda
this.
what
There's
we-
no like, you don't need to sit down and get your glasses on and read the tooltip of a trinket, right? Like, I've not found a simple trinket yet in the War Within. They all have some sort of like,
It's true.
one day I hit the boss and then it turned into a toxin. And that toxin then split damage between 4 but not 3 enemies.
To be honest, a lot of the abilities are like that as well nowadays.
Yeah.
Like I read some of the Demon Hunter abilities, it's an entire essay. Like you have to read like 4 paragraphs.
Would you prefer if it said like I-beam, the tooltip is goes bird, does X amount of damage? All right, that's fine.
It does
I can
like
do stuff
X
with
amount
that.
of damage for 3 seconds to all enemies or something. Like that's a great tooltip.
That's a wonderful
great
tooltip.
ability.
I've got trinkets now. I don't know if you guys have run into this. That are something like 15 item levels higher than my other ones, and they're just worse. When I sim them, they're just way worse by like thousands of damage.
Yeah.
And my stupid candle that I found once is like better. And then it's a cast melee trinket. Have you seen that shit?
What is it called?
I can't remember, dude, but it's got like a 1.5 second cast to give you main stat or haste or something
Oh,
like that.
yeah, you mean the serum?
Yeah, it might be.
That was my best trinket actually.
Yeah,
I was
but
using that
casting
on
is
long
melee.
term. It is very
It's
annoying. yes.
crime.
Yeah.
It's a crime.
Yeah.
Blizzard. Crime.
It's when you become the cocoon.
I didn't even click it, dude. As soon as I saw a cast time, I was like, wow, look at this awesome delete.
It's
Get the
cocoon,
hell
yeah.
out of my face. I don't want it. And the boys are right back in. Wine time is over. There's a change in the atmosphere here, right? Do you feel it? You don't
no.
feel anything, you soulless husk.
I'm
There is
not
the
seeing
pulling
the-
more. Wine
I'm-
time is down to a couple of minutes.
I did quickly want to tell you guys what happened at the very end. Of course, a lot of people just died to the shackles exploding. But Kush died to consume. He was consumed by the boss from the tether. So
he
maybe
was trapped
some
in?
shadow step mistake, like maybe the person that he was supposed to step
I think
to
it was
not
a
in
he was
position.
out of range, I think.
And then we
For
have
the
the
step.
2
Classic
healers
rogue
died
defense.
to the conduit collapse, which is the orbs. Right?
That's
With
the orb
conduit
debuff,
collapse,
I
inflicting
think.
Shadow damage within 12 yards.
Yeah, that's what that'll be.
Oh,
That's the actual
oh
debuff
no,
on you,
it's
right?
actually the explosion. Yeah. So
Yeah, so they have
no,
the
when
debuff, yeah?
No,
No?
it's when you go through the portal and it collapses.
Oh, the circle.
Yeah, so it's maybe that a person with the essence maybe went in a little bit early.
Yeah.
And then they didn't manage to walk out of it from the explosion afterwards.
Gotcha.
So both Thanner and Velo dying there, and then Mirror's just dying to boss damage twice.
Yeah, but the
So
healer's
lots
down.
of damage on, yeah, earlier as well. So lots of tank damage coming through. And Nice Meme's getting hit by a ring. Must have missed something there as well.
Really?
Oh,
He
Demon
can
Hunter's
he
lack
can
of
double
ability.
jump over the.
You're gonna go back and meme him. So, about your little double jump.
I was looking at the mainstream yesterday, and he actually fell off on phase
Yes, he
1.
did.
And he goes on mainstream. He was not happy about that. I told him immediately after. He was not happy. He was on mainstream.
He's been doing some great work, though. He is dragging his bombs off the
Yeah.
platforms, so that gives buys way more room for the melee to chill out and do their job.
No, he's great. He's
oh,
great.
Zatsy goes down there, absolutely just over-ticked on damage. So the combat res has been sent. Get Zatsy back up and have those wonderful engulfs, which are, of course, being nerfed on Wednesday. Well, Wednesday here in the EU, Tuesday for the US. If we make it that far, that would be a scary point if this goes to reset.
I don't think so. I guess it's very early. I mean, I say early. We're in the middle of the week for us.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Americans have 3 more days, I believe, until the reset.
Mhm.
You have to imagine something is going to happen to this boss. If it's unkillable, is one more reset of gear going to
I don't think it's unkillable. From what I saw from Liquid, this is very killable.
You really think so?
Yeah, 100%.
I'm not convinced, but I'm always the guy that never believes in the kill.
Just do more damn.
I never believe in the kill until we're very close.
Yeah, it's from what I saw from the times they had left and the little bit of chaos that was running towards the end, because obviously they were hitting the enrage, a more focused. It actually reminded me a lot of N'Zoth, where it was a lot of room control to buy a lot. Because at first, when we did early pulls of N'Zoth and getting to the final phase, the room was filled. It was, you know, the strategic positioning of making those pizza slices wasn't quite there. And as they got better and better, you bought more time, the damage went up, and it seemed insurmountable the first time we saw what was going on there. But like Sylvanas, a bit more here, a bit more there, a bit more there.
But
and it seemed
Sylvanas
to
took
work.
3 days to make the enrage, right? After reaching the enrage for the first time, 3 days later they killed it, so... Yeah.
Spooky, but doable.
That is
They've
spooky.
overcome it every time. And I have to also be a little concerned if Blizzard is like, we do not want this to go to a second reset, and they nerf the HP of the boss, they might be handing a win to whoever gets it first,
Yeah,
which
they
is
don't
not how we
they
want
won't
this
do
to end.
that.
It's always a struggle.
Okay.
In Blizzard's defense, it's always hard. Like, when is the best time to
There
send
is
the
no
nerf?
best time.
That's
In
why
my
I say
opinion-
give us a heads up. Tell us a good period of time earlier, so both guilds can be like, okay, there's an HP nerf coming in, say, 7 hours.
Yeah.
It's coming. Do what you want to do with that information. If you guys want to keep pulling and then send it then, so you're on point, or do you want to rest and then come in an hour early? Wherever it is, but it's coming then. We have to do this. We don't want it to go to the second reset, so there's going to be a nerf coming to the boss HP.
Yeah.
And then it's basically a race to see who has the best pull.
That
once
did
the
happen
nerf's here.
before. It happened in Voti. We knew the boss was gonna get nerfed.
Oh, okay.
I think everyone knew.
Razagath.
Yes, because they wanted us to kill it before Christmas.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
And there was still a lot of drama around that kill. I'm not sure why. I mean,
Well, we didn't know when it was coming. We all,
Yes, of course,
in
yeah.
the room, we were like, they're going to nerf this. They don't want this to go to
Yeah.
Christmas. Because I remember I had to change, because we were basically at Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
And obviously my family was not happy. But it was a case of, the nerf's coming, but we didn't know it came during that poll. Like certainly from the casting desk, and you can watch when you watch that boss kill back, you were like, "Oh wait, something's really weird here. What's going on?" And obviously, Liquid wasn't even raiding by that point, so we did not know when it was coming. That's all I'm saying. The nerf, if Blizzard feels it's necessary, I don't think it is. I think this is killable right now. If they do feel it's necessary to let us know. We have lost Narco though, and there's no combat res available, so they're going to be doing this. They're going to be heading to phase 3. Right. Ooh, Wolf Disco also said that was one extra AoE than they were ready for, I think, at that point. So this is going to be a bit scuffed for Echo. We're not looking for a new best here, so this will be what they'll do for practice try. Lacking a lot of damage, though. Lacking Wolf Disco to be taking down the Danglers and also Narco's AoE. Very useful on the small spiders. So there's going to be some damage profile delays for the guys here. Not to say they can't get more practice in, get more comfortable, and we've seen evidence of that, how clean and tidy the first 2 phases of this end phase are with the dangling spiders.
Yeah, and if they manage to get into that spot where they keep dying, like on the second ring into like shackle combo, you manage to get there to get some practice onto the healers with the defensives and the healing coolers they're using there, that would be ideal. Of course, all of the healers need to survive until then, and they need to somehow have enough damage for these adds. So they might have to allocate more damage to the adds than they usually would. So of course, the boss's HP is going to be pretty high. But yeah, we'll see how that goes as those acolytes are now down. They did deal with the absorb shield, so they can start interrupting those adds now. And we're going to place the portals for the ring to come through in just a moment. And then we'll pick up those essences on Ryzen and the 2 tanks. Going to be the first ones. The tanks, because they're going to pick up every stat, actually, for every ring. And Ryzen, because he's the most immobile healer. So he's getting it out of the way, so he doesn't have to pick up an essence for the rest of this phase 3 here.
Yeah, absolutely. See him spreading out there. Mira's not giving a damn if he gets hit by the ring. He's a tank after all. Hit me! Fana did go down, though, there. Coming back through. I wonder if the essence... no, he didn't even have an essence there. So whatever clipped him or hit... I wonder if he got through the portal. I wonder if it closed before he got through. Could have been a number of things. We'll check out that later as to what killed Thana. But they're now a healer down. This is going to get a little dicey. So we're certainly not moving the Robins down, which is not good.
Now going down to that tank debuff there, which is a lot of damage. Of course, the tank's taking a huge amount of damage in his last phase. from not only having to pick up every essence, but also just the tank mechanics on top of that. Just loads of tank damage coming in here. So with a healer that, of course, also struggling on top of that, maybe some of the defensives from Thenner were allocated for Robin in that moment. Not getting that defensive caused him to die. So now they're going to be wiping in just a moment because Mirrors can only tank this boss for so long without now being there.
Yeah, for sure. It's nice to see Mini's POV there of how much of that cleave Perfecto was talking about earlier just happening all over the place. Even to stuff that feels like it's really out of melee range. That Frost DK stationary right in the middle, bypassing a lot of these mechanics and just constantly cleaving everything down that is possible. But it's a 41%er, bit of a throwaway pull for Echo. Still, again, back to Phase 4, Phase 3, however you want to describe it. The Raiders are calling it Phase 4. We call it Phase 3.
It's a bit confusing.
Yeah.
They call it Phase 4?
They do.
I guess I haven't been listening to TeamSpeak too much lately.
You seen this boss yet?
When I'm on the mainstream, usually.
You might get a phone call soon, Perfecto, to pop in there and replace someone. Do you think you'd be... I mean, it's always awkward when you come in at this stage, right? You haven't had the nearly 300 attempts that these guys have had, but you pretty sure you could slot yourself right in there and kick some ass?
Yeah, most likely. I mean, if the whole fight has been done already, I think you can very easily get a little bit of coaching from like Scribe or someone and just slot right in. Like, it shouldn't be too hard. And obviously you're gonna, as a new guy coming in, I don't think, have I ever been in this situation actually? I'm not sure. But as a new guy coming in, you're probably gonna be playing very safe.
Yeah.
You don't wanna mess anything up. It's not really about the damage so much, it's about like learning the fight, especially first 10, 20 pulls. You wanna learn how you're gonna be playing the fight, and then you can think about optimizing your damage as well.
I guess some people are in the same situation when they trial for a new guild, where they join farm bosses and they have to learn their strategy that they're playing.
Yep.
And then you also want to make sure you play safe and just play a strategy, and the damage is something they can focus on later, and people are not going to be judging you too harshly on your damage initially in the first couple of pulls.
Yeah, it's one of the pieces of advice I've given to people for years now is when you join a new guild, especially if you're going from Heroic to Mythic, a good Mythic guild is not looking at your performance in your trial phase. Like, if you can do a good performance, that's fine. They're actually checking whether you can vibe with the guild, and if you'll ask questions.
And yeah, asking questions and just doing your research, because I think that's like more valuable than you performing like super over the top or whatever. Because as long as if you do the research, I think that is one of the most important things in World of Warcraft is just to be willing to like sit down and actually learn the bosses and figure out your UI and everything. Because the game doesn't have like a super high skill ceiling when it comes to just Mythic rating, right? So the best player in the world will not be doing a good job on a boss if it doesn't know what the boss does.
No.
Right?
And you're not going to compete with someone who's not only progged 300 pulls and killed it 7 times. You're not going to be as good if you've never seen that before. You might be like, oh, I'm low on the damage meter or whatever. Yeah, of course you are. This guy's micro-optimized this fight to the ends of the earth. Certainly with the higher guilds that you go up to. So it's really important that people take that pressure off themselves when they get there. And actually, like, it's about whether or not you fit in, take time, learn what they do. Yeah. Why are you doing this one? Oh, right, okay, you guys do it this way, that's cool.
I would say definitely fitting in, and if I can give a little bit of piece of advice, if you're like a trial in a new guild, you can take a little bit of responsibility as well. Maybe do like a job that someone else doesn't want to do, and you have like some responsibility on you to like do the thing that most people don't want to do, but you can also, like, if you mess up, you can wipe the raid. But if you do it correctly, this is like a great, it's a great performance just for the raid leader and like the people in the guild to see that you can actually like play the game. Because usually a lot of things go unnoticed in this game.
Yep.
Like, if you're doing like a little bit better damage or something, you don't really, people are not really going to notice that, especially in our guild, for example.
Oh, Wolf Disco died to the blades. That never happens.
He was probably lagging or something.
Yeah, it must have been like someone else must have like gripped him into the blade.
Yeah, I called him out in the kitchen. I said, "Stop dying to blades, dipshit." He just said, "I never died to blades." Well, there it is, Wolf Disco. Check the bot, dude. We saw it.
One more tip. I just to conclude that conversation, I did want to say as well. Like, if you make a mistake, just say it. Like,
oh, for the love of God.
I think that is so valuable when I have a trial and they come in to make a mistake and you just say, oh, sorry, that was me. that will immediately improve my opinion of you, like, by a lot.
For
Because
real.
it's so helpful.
Yeah.
When there's so many people in a raid, if people don't say that it was them, then you have to sit there and go through logs and figure out, okay, what did we do wrong? And then it just turns out, oh, this person didn't do what they're supposed to do. And if they would have just said it, you could have just moved on and be like, okay, well, so it's not a problem with the strategy, it's just like this person made a mistake, right?
And it's not even just that. If you find out it is that person, that means two things, right? One, you either don't know you made a mistake, which is worse,
bad, yeah.
or you're not willing to say you made a mistake.
It's also bad.
It's also, there's no benefit in not saying, oh yeah, I didn't realize you guys would do that, or I'm still getting used to this, or whatever. It's, you know, it's a trial or whatever, but I see it now. If you do see it now, I'll ask a question. Like, I'm not sure why we did this. Like, I've killed, you know, especially if it's you're going from, say, Mythic Guild to Mythic Guild, and you've farmed this boss a few times, and people are doing stuff a bit different. Mini has gone down here. This is one of the most crucial DPS in this phase, as they can entirely, obviously that Death Knight able to bypass this whole move away mechanic entirely. This might make them struggle a little bit. They have been overkilling the shield today, so we'll see. They are going to push on, because Mini can come back during Platform 2. But the real risk now is really shield HP. You can see that light blue bar down to 50% on the shield. This is the second yank, or the third yank, actually. And the next one, if it goes off, is really bad news. And they have a lot of HP to do. In fact, that shield is dropping real slow.
Yeah, it is possible that they are actually fine, I think. And I think they maybe have said, okay, Mini's dead, somebody else use a cooldown. Right, so maybe a person that is using saves their cooldowns usually for the ads. They just committed to the shield, which means that they might be struggling here now. We're gonna have to see if they do make the damage check here as well.
God, it's so tight, right? Isn't that tight? It's like one person dies, one person shifts the cooldown, and that makes something 2 minutes later or a minute and a half later infinitely harder.
He's also topping that shield. He's up there with the mages on that shield, and mages and DK, they're the ones that are killing the shield, to be honest.
Yeah. So let's see how Echo do here without that top DPS coming onto the shield as we enter Platform 1. Some people very, very low. The healer's not having quite enough time to get people caught up with the HP. Zerbo getting rescued there and getting sorted. But now it doesn't matter, because we're about to start blowing the raid up. Narcles taking big damage. I did Zerbo again. So they got through the first one. This is fine. Hopeful taking that shield and going to get debuffed over here through the portal. He's dispelled nicely. Raid's looking good, but actually it's the next one that's the spooky one.
I think they yanked,
bye.
So they were supposed to skip this yank. They're supposed to kill the ad before that grip comes through, and they didn't quite manage to do so, probably because of that damage dealers, or because of the cooldowns they had to use earlier, right? Like all of this reallocation of cooldowns. Now they have a rest available now, but still they're going to go into the last phase with 2 damage dealers. That we'll see if they want to continue, but now dies now 2, so I think that is just going to spell the end of this pool, and they're going to go again. But yeah, losing Mini here, really a chain reaction. Not sure who died first. Oh, it was Wolf Disco, right? Unfortunately getting hit by that. Why is there... Oh, I thought it's a damage meter. It's like, why is there 3 Wolf Discos in the damage meter?
He's winning the death meter. He's cheating. He's on it twice.
Calling him out.
Always. Yeah. You've got to call out the Raiders.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's important.
They love that. When they do something bad and you call them out on the mainstream, they love that.
Oh, yeah. Canex actually... Yeah. Canex only actually saw his custom-made graphic yesterday over dinner, because we had to sit.
Oh my god, that was... I was terrified. Seeing that on the big screen. Oh my god.
Because there's a huge screen downstairs in the SK facility. It's insane. It's huge.
Yeah, it's like 20 feet by 20 feet or something. There he is. And he was sat eating his dinner when this came on. He'd never seen it before.
Oh, this is terrifying.
It's actually like a horror movie.
It's great. Wide Canex has arrived.
There he is.
He took it in good spirits. He was like, what in the hell is that? And I went, oh, don't worry about it. It's better than the old one. We had you in a bin.
Was that the first time you saw it?
Yeah.
Oh, oh my god.
Yeah, so while he was trying to eat his salmon. We've never done one of you.
That's a good thing.
You've not failed enough.
Well, I'm not in the raid. It's kind of hard to fail right now.
I mean, this time, but you've been at many races. We haven't had you fail hard enough to become the... Not that Canex has.
You didn't meme him when he didn't get his crystals in like...
I wasn't there. It was an online cast. I don't do the online ones. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I didn't see that. I was casting though. So I should have seen it.
Yeah.
Maybe they could hid it from you while you were on cast. It's better that he doesn't see this. Yeah. We do protect the raiders as much as possible.
Wait, I did that cast. I just realized. I was casting that.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh, fine. Yeah, because you apparently had the is that the race where you had the AC next to you the whole time?
Yes. So I was sitting right. It was actually in the middle of summer. We were in Switzerland.
True.
And it was actually cold. Like I was going to the venue every day with a hoodie on. I mean, it was next to the AC, so I needed the hoodie. But it was actually wild that it was so cold in the mornings. It was like 10 degrees or something.
Well, you didn't come to Voti, right? You weren't there, I don't think.
Voti, that was in.
It was also in Switzerland, same place.
Oh,
yeah.
It must have been really cold that night.
It was beautiful though. You weren't there.
Switzerland might be the most beautiful country I've seen.
It was beautiful. It was absolutely. They had a winter village that we had to walk through every morning with fresh gingerbread baking.
Oh, really?
It was really
nice.
That's called a ninja pull. As a rogue, I thought you would have recognized that. Cheat Death blinded you to the realities.
Isn't that Maestin or I can't see?
It's Maestin, yeah.
How does he ninja pull? It's a caster.
He's because they just charge in mindlessly. Sometimes it happens.
He just like a lower range, you know. You had to walk after the boss, auto attacked him.
Yeah, but while they're dead and while we've got Perfecto here, it's a great opportunity. If you have any questions or anything, or you want to ask one of our seasoned Echo Raiders here, great opportunity to get a donation in, to get a message in. Sorry, you guys have absolutely smashed it. We are so close to the $35,000 goal of the Nerub-ar, where there's going to be some really interesting recipes left by former caster of Echo Medic to build and create, and I'm sure we'll be having some sort of taste test, and that is even ever closer to tattoos, which I believe Nagura has agreed to do.
Yeah, I'm going to get the spatter.
Brave soldier. Brave soldier. But more importantly than that, of course, we are raising money over the course of this phenomenal Race to World First for Games for Love, who are providing distraction therapy to children who are trapped in hospital from various diseases, cancer, etc., where they can't go home. They have to stay in hospital for long, long periods of time. But not only that, when they come out, helping them get their education sorted that's fallen behind for all those reasons. It's a wonderful cause to help for our children who have lost their childhood, essentially, through playing some video games. So if you want to get a message into either us or, of course, the wonderful Perfecto who's joining us, feel free to do that, and we will do our best to get to them. Has any been sent while we've been chilling? I see you refreshing.
We do have a $1 donation by Tobo Cop.
Every day he has a new name.
Really?
There's a feet problem in our audience.
Oh.
I like the story about Preacher's feet fetish with the Thai lady.
I heard that story.
No,
actually.
that's not what happened. No.
I heard that story.
Oh my god. Why do you twist everything into that? It was hilarious though, because she put a towel over me and she put her knees into my thighs.
Yeah.
And then she put her hands into my back and she was going like this. I was actually laughing. It was so fun. No, it wasn't like that. It's a massage.
Excuse me?
I can get you a really good massage 5 minutes from here.
No, I think I'm good.
You don't like a massage?
No.
No.
Not a big massage guy.
I love a massage.
Probably go for that massage too.
Has your back been okay?
Yeah, it's been great.
Yeah, the beds have started to get to me a little bit, and a few other people, but it's waking up with a sore back. But I can get a Thai lady to walk all over you in 10 minutes. I just
You
had
have
it
to
done.
pay in cash though.
Yeah, you have to pay
Yeah.
cash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's Germany after all.
Apparently, this
Yeah.
is normal here. What is technology?
Maybe it's for tax evasion or something.
Sister, why does everybody accuse this very prestigious, wholesome massage parlor of tax evasion all the time?
Yeah.
It's very. I mean, it's a little bit common in Greece. Let's just put it that way.
It's
You
pretty
pay-
common in Germany too.
Yeah.
I heard.
I don't care. I had a good massage.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I'm fine. And there was nothing to do with feet. For the love
I
of God.
mean,
What?
another thing.
She did stand on you. That's what happens. Of course she stood on me with her feet. What do you mean? They have like a thing to hold on to.
I just wanted to say that Devlin just donated, which is a regular in my stream, and she donated $10, and she says, a bit closer to that tattoo. I do not appreciate this, Devlin.
Where are you getting it?
I don't know yet.
You're really hoping they don't hit it.
Yes.
Yeah. One $10,000 donation. Well, all of you do $1 right now and fill Nagura with regret. That's how it is. $1. What's $1? What's $1? To help a child and to ruin Nagura forever? $1?
What do you mean ruin? It's a nice spider.
Well, you said you were getting a giant spider.
It is
like all
a
across your
cute
back. That's what you said, right? It was a
That is
full-on
absolutely
back
not what I
one
said.
as Jordan is running
Absolutely
around the room
not.
stealing pillows. She's going for
Oh,
nap
yeah,
nap
what the
time.
hell
I think that was a
happened?
blanket.
She's
She
getting
stole a
blankies?
blanket.
That's fine.
I can't believe she stole blankies
I think that's
when
from Merv.
she's flaming other people for stealing blankies.
Yeah, but
before.
more importantly, while she's changing the subject, $1 to get a spider tattooed onto Nagura and Medic as well, by the way, even though he has left the cast.
True,
If it
Medic
is met,
and Jeeth.
he's more than happy to get it done. He'll send in evidence of it
And
having done.
Perfecto, right?
I never agreed to this.
Are you tattoo free?
Yeah,
I'm
actually,
tattoo free.
Yeah.
Yeah, no markings on me because if I get arrested, they haven't got anything they can pin me on. You know.
Oh, that's actually a good
no
strat.
recognizable markings.
Yeah.
That's why, yeah.
Yeah.
Good strat, I like it.
It was the guy with the spider on his face.
On his face.
Like, that's what Jeffrey's getting. He says he wants to look like permanent Batman, but it's a spider. Right over his face and forehead.
Put the spider in your cheek or something.
Can you explain that? Not really. Simple dollar can make all these dreams come true.
Oh, God.
And help children along the way. But we have lost Velo here. This is not a good pull. Let's not do this, Echo. Let's not have phase 1 scuffs for the next hour. We don't want that. You don't want that. We don't want it. The combat res has already been used here, so Velo is not going to be a part of this. And that's a lot of healing that is down going onto these platforms with all the debuffs that need healing up.
So they're...
Narco's dead too.
While they're wiping, I just want to say that there's so many donations that came through.
Excellent! Let's get this ball rolling. $1 a piece. $1. You spent more than that yesterday doing nothing. Tattoo.
I'm like in this weird position where I do like that they're donating for charity, but then at the same time, I'm a little bit upset that they're donating because I'm going to get a tattoo.
Yep.
I do not like this.
You should get it right on the end of your big toe. So it's like stash at the end of your toe. It'd be so funny
That
to
would
have a
be
big
pretty
spider
funny.
at the
I
end
mean,
of your
guys,
toe.
surely it's not a permanent tattoo.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you were
No, it's a permanent tattoo.
I was asked.
Sure
You know what
would,
I said?
Not sure I would say
No.
yes to this.
Let's go. We're flying. Let's do it.
Guys, it's a permanent tattoo.
So we have a $1 donation by Sav. They say Spooder time.
Yes.
Anonymous with a $10. Thank you so much. The schedule with the $10. Mike, when are you coming home? Myself and the list miss you.
I miss you guys too. We in Nagura were talking about this today. We hate streaming from here now. Like it's
Yeah,
so
it's-
scuffed. I want to get
it is
back.
very
I've got so
scuffed.
many cool things to do.
Same. We do have a $1 donation by Nerf. They say just doing my bit.
Keep going. Keep going.
We do have a $1.68 donation by Anonymous. They say for Nagura Spider. Steve, $1. Enjoy the tat. $1. Big tiny dill. What's $1? $5 Isaac. Everyone loves spiders. $10 Brackers. Question for Perfecto.
Oh.
How does it feel sitting next to Manchester's #1 clown and feed enjoyer? Yeah.
You all right? What, do you feel uncomfortable? You're like moving away now.
I mean, it's
Have a
great.
look at those toes, Perfecto.
Are you United fan as well?
I don't like football at all.
Oh, okay.
Could
You
not
must be
care
happy
less.
now that Medic is gone and not waiting for you in the elevator anymore.
True. I haven't been meeting anyone in the elevator anymore.
Oh, what time are you there? I'll meet you.
It was only Medic, but I'm coming in late now. I mean, guys, I don't have to wake up early anymore.
Yeah, true. The number keeps going up though, there, Nagura.
$1 by Anonymous, no message. $1 by Kirky, let's tattoo Nagura. $1 by Asilla. Hi there, question for Perfecto. What is your most favorite memory from all the World First races you've been to?
Being physically or like in general?
We can't ask them. It was from a donation.
What do you
Probably
think they
in
mean?
general.
In general. Oh, there's so many. I mean, I guess I could go with most memorable kill, maybe. It would either be Archimond beating Paragon by 1 day, where you were there.
I loved Archimond. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was great.
Yeah, that was a great race.
That's my favorite moment too. Yeah.
And also the race before, also beating Paragon on Blackhand. That was also a very memorable one because our guild was like in samples.
Yeah.
Like after we lost, like Paragon, for those that don't know, Paragon used to be a 10-man guild in MOP. Then they came back to 25-man, or was it 20-man?
20.
20-man in
I think.
Rod.
Yeah.
And they beat us in the first year. We lost, and we lost like quite hard. Like we were playing quite bad that year, and we were really like not in a good place. Like there was a lot of toxicity in that old Method guild. And then we came back and we beat them on Blackhand, so it was like a sigh of relief that we're back.
Yeah.
You know, we're back. And then we beat them on Archimond. So yeah, those two probably the most memorable ones.
And on Black, like I remember this because obviously everything was secretive then, and I remember we kind of knew that the boss is killable, and then Kusnam left to get a haircut because his grandmother's birthday was
That is such
coming
a
up or
Kusnam
something.
thing. Yes, yes.
And I was like, "What are you doing?" I have to.
And guys, that's not just a random guy in our raid. That's literally our raid leader left to get a haircut. Imagine if Scribe right now, like we're about to kill the boss, and Scribe's like, guys, I need to go to the Turkish barber down the street to get like a shave or something.
It was crazy. We still won, thankfully, but yeah.
Yes.
Okay, we do have $5 by Hoopu as well. Thank you so much, all the nations, guys. $5 closer to the regrets. Senior Tostada with the $10. Hello, Preach. I'm surprised you're in support of this charity since you sold out your own daughter to a 50-plus-year-old. Also, 2 for Nagura.
Don't worry about it.
This is so wrong.
No. It was
I'm so
there was a reason.
Okay.
A reason?
Yeah. I don't do these things out of jest. I'm not an idiot.
$1
gonna sell
by
your dog, get
Voyager.
something.
And they say tattoo. $1 by Schematic. And they say, as a northerner, nobody is surprised that you don't want any specific identifiable marks. Absolute crim lords.
Yeah, true though. It's actually the reason my dad told me to never get a tattoo because he
Oh.
said if you ever steal anything, they might recognize you. 'cause
Really? That's
I was
the-
like 6.
That's the advice your dad gave you.
That's the advice my
Son,
dad
in case
gave me.
you're thinking of becoming a criminal,
Yeah.
you should just not get a tattoo anyway.
It's like,
There's so many
yeah, I know. Keep it going.
donations.
She's like sweating now, dudes.
There's way too much.
$1.
I can't read all of this.
Oh, it's going up.
Oh my god. I'm gonna read like some of the big donations. We have $100 by DJ Maybear. Tattoos for all. Also not for the honorable kills, not for the horde, but for the kids. Thank you so much, Maybear. And to all the other people, there's just so many. I don't want to even read them anymore.
What? Allow me?
No.
Oh, come on. The wonderful people out there. You said you would get a tattoo. So we do it.
I didn't. It was a big number, you know.
It's a
Like,
very big number. It's
I was
getting
like,
very
there's
small.
No way we're
It's
gonna reach that big number.
like
you
Answer
know?
X HP, but it seems to be getting ever so close, doesn't it, Nagura? And just like $1.
Just a
We
dollar,
can
guys.
make this happen. Turtley Fish says, "Hi, Mike and Nagura. Please get Mike a clown tattoo. I think it'll look great on
Ooh.
him." Nope.
You would look great on you.
Morbius with 25 big ones to the kids. I'm doing my part to ruin Nagura. Yay! Niley with $10. The best thing about this race world first is seeing Preach blooming.
Don't worry, I'm ruined already, by the way. So.
What is
Don't
that?
talk I don't know what that means, but anyway, we can ruin her more. Great success. Shout out to my boys in Una Familia on Magtheridon. Rock and roll. Thank you, Niley. Composite Armor says, I'll buy that tattoo for $1. Nice Robocop reference. I love it. Underline with $2. 2 more towards that spider. You know what it is, Nagura? Spider time. I'm excited. Sleepy Box. I'm doing my part. Tough God. $10 Sleepy Box. $1 from Tough God. Let's get 40K. I'm doing my part of this $1 donation. Oh, Nagura's getting a tattoo. So's Jesse
Quick
and Medic. but-
interruption from these tattoos. I did want to quickly shout out that beautiful merch that you're wearing.
Yeah.
And Perfecta is wearing as well.
What is your merch?
And I did actually bring it with me in case we get close to a kill. I actually have the jersey with me. I was like, if we're close, I'm going to put on that jersey.
Only then is it worth your time. Get that tattoo done.
But yeah, there we go. We do have that merch store. Merch.acoesports.gg to get to the merch store. We have the extra merch as well to get that link. And we have some beautiful designs this time around with the hoodies and the t-shirts. And I absolutely do love the jersey this time around as well. And also that shirt, very clean. The same as the hoodie as Perfecto is wearing. I like it a lot.
And the jersey, guys, the jersey is very good.
Yep.
It's my like I said before, my favorite jersey we ever had.
Mine too.
I'm
Very
saving
nice.
my jersey for later for kill time. You ready? Take a breath.
No, but
$1. $1 for Anonymous. Smile, Nagura. Hashimo with $10. More for the tattoo fund. Hashtag Spider Time. Adrian with the $5. What the heck is $1 anyway? Mike, don't call me Preach Gaming. Preach Gaming. Big true. Anonymous with another $10. Let's get a face tattoo for Preach. Hard pass. I Want to remind you all, I hard passed on any tattoo shenanigans. Nagura didn't, Jesse didn't, Medic didn't, and now it's approachable. Oh my God, Nagura, it just keeps going up. So you're thinking elbow, spiderweb tattoo on your knee, you know? Mr. Hawk, nice try, with $5. Hi, it's me, not a rat. 8888888 with $5 towards the Nagura Tattoo Fund. $5, $10 from Big Steve. I want to see that tattoo. Go Echo. Juicy. We had Anonymous with another $10. When will the Beast be back on the cast? I enjoy watching him earlier in the week. Medic is gone. Jeeth the Beef. The beef is on later.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Medic
Jeeth
is
the Beef will be on later.
Okay.
Raven Rib from Team Poland with $25. Since Mike doesn't want to accept my perfect games over Steam, I might as well use this money to help kids. Again, thank you, Mike, for ignoring my games. And I will continue to do so as soon as I see any form of weeb activity. Thank you.
Oh, this kind of games.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, like...
I can imagine.
Like... Maid Cat Girl Simulator?
Yes.
Who's playing that game? A lot of people, weirdly enough.
A lot of Echo players, probably.
Yeah. Film with $2. Here's a book for Nagura's tattoo and one for Medic. We're so close. It's like 5,000 until tattoo time. You got to film it, right? Content. You should really be considering color scheme. $1. With $1 from $1. Toe Ranchula. Spider tat on the toe, perfect toe, chef's kiss. Also, thoughts on Classic Plus? Did you play some Classic?
I played some Kata, but not the classic, not the vanilla classic.
Karina's back.
Oh no,
Oh,
Karina.
Karina's back with $100 covering 100 of you for the Nagura Tattoo Fund. They're on break, by the way, guys. So it's a perfect time to destroy Nagura mentally. So that's what we're doing. With $100 from Karina. This is all for Nagura's Spooder and those kids as well. Thank you so much, Karina. Feeling good?
No,
Nope.
the number keeps moving in the wrong direction.
What
Well,
do
it
you
can't
think we
go
can
the other
withdraw?
You think someone's gonna steal from them?
Spend the cash. Spend the cash. Zulma with $10. Hey, I'm in Germany too. I will join you for the spider tattoo. Rock and roll, dude.
Let's go. That is really cool.
Fonzie with the $5. Here comes the spider, both in-game as well as tattoo. Yes. Cloud Spear with $25.
Just keeps going.
Let's get that spider. Big heart. Both in-game as well as the tattoo again. And Dragonfire with 10. I see Dono, I type Dono. $1 from Marajango. Doing my part for Nagura to join the gangsters. You
The spider gang.
100 from OP. Oh,
Wow.
you gotta feel so proud of what your contribution is helping so many children. So many children.
I'm still.
Yeah.
Aren't we proud?
I'm still
Of course.
torn.
So proud.
You
I'm
can't be
torn.
torn. You committed. This is
No,
a
I'm
charity goal.
torn on how to feel about this.
Oh, you should feel happy because children.
I mean, I am. But
What's worse, a child in hospital, potentially with cancer, Nagura, or you having a little tattoo? He's so selfish.
Meanwhile, we both said like we don't gotta do it.
Well, I don't need to. Nagura's doing it on my behalf, which is great. Misfire with $10. I'm a first-time viewer of the World First. I've been enjoying your stream. You guys are funny and have a great time. Good luck, and I hope you enjoy your tattoo. I'm sure you will. You're getting a purple.
thank you. I will. No, it will be black because all of my other tattoos are black, so no color tattoos.
Oh, you've got fish.
I have a fish over here.
Yep.
I have my logo over here,
So
which
you're
by the
very
way are also by
animal-based.
Sam. Sam drew this logo here a long time ago. So if I get this tattooed, then I will have 3 different designs of Sam's
Yeah.
tattooed.
Reminder,
kinda cool.
just $1 from each of you. And Nagura's going to get a wonderful spider tattoo, which she really wants.
So next time I want a tattoo, I really have to call Sam.
Yeah, Sam is
like, Sam,
good
can
at
you
this
draw me
stuff.
up a tattoo?
Asa, thank you for the 10 big ones. It's 10 towards Nagura's tattoo. I'll donate another 25 if Preach agrees to get inked. And I'll give 100 if Perfecto signs up for the tattoo as well. I cannot. My wife would divorce me, and that's not worth. Sorry, kids.
I don't think. I think I'll have to pass, guys. Maybe I'll give the
a small
100.
one, like on the ankle, like here, you know, it would be cute.
You should get it right in the
Is
butt
that where
cheek.
you're getting it?
Maybe. Probably.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Ankle
Or here.
spiders. Won't you feel like a spider's crawling up your leg every night? Think about it.
I mean, no matter where I put the spider, I'm going to feel like it's crawling there, right? So. Maybe somewhere where I can't see it.
It's
on the
going
back.
so fast, Nagura.
Yes,
You're so
oh my
screwed.
Did we just
Get
a
it
massive
done,
dog?
dudes. $5 from Rhythm.
It is a very
Rat
cute
clown
spider, though.
tattoo. No thanks.
Wow.
Martin with $10. Here's 10 for the children and for Nagura's tattoo. Oh, yes. This is a steam train. Oh, my God. One wave with $1,000. Oh, my goosh. I hope these kids can get a tattoo, these selfish, ignorant casters.
Oh my god, that is so generous of you. Thank
they
you so
pulled
much.
the bus. No. Well, yeah,
Wow.
it's okay. I'll say okay. We kind of need Echo to wipe at this point, so Nagura can. Oh my God, Nagura. La la la.
There are
la,
so
la,
many
la,
donations.
la.
Wow,
Each
that
one of
is
these, you can
crazy.
think of the needle going in.
Actually.
Oh, you guys are amazing. This is so good. I actually thought the 40k was not reachable. They were like, yeah, we'll get tattoos. Whatever. Whatever. And now we're looking.
That was my initial thought. I was like, yeah, sure, I'll join you guys.
You better not, 'cause it's about to pass 35k.
To be fair, I also thought that maybe nobody would remember it. But apparently people did remember.
It always seems so out of reach until it's not. I don't think I've seen a better metaphor or symbolism for a Race to World first boss like Ansarek
yeah?
than Nagura's tattoo. Yeah. And now
and it's a spider
within
as
reach.
well.
It is. Why don't you get Ansarek? Get a big ass booty right on your
that'd
ankle.
be a-
Yeah, swing that
That'd
thing.
be very thick.
She knows what she's doing.
Oh,
she's
yeah.
packing heat and she's ready for it.
Mhm.
She's a
Have you
good
seen
old
her
girl.
jam to like the beats?
I have.
Whenever
Yeah,
she's standing
the Ansarek
there.
sussy.
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
doing a sassy indeed.
She knows how to work it. Hey, if you're going to bring that junk, know how to pack it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Get it working for you. As they are working once again on phase 1. They've had a little bit of a breaky break and a little bit of a little moment. Don't worry, I could see all these still flooding in. Don't worry, that tattoo is imminent. Oh my God!
Wow, we actually passed
35,000. It's less than 5k away. It's
That is
literally like
amazing.
$1 from a few people in the
And we
stream right now.
unlocked another huge goal, right? 35,000. I forgot what goal it was.
The Nerub-ar. Medics sent us recipes for cocktails that are
the
based on this
mocktails.
raid.
Yeah, I'm excited for that actually. Wait, or should I?
I don't know. I honestly, like most things that happen with these
Mocktail
charity
sounds
goals.
delicious,
It
but
could
then
be
at the
good, it
same
could be
time,
bad.
there's probably beans in it.
Oh, it's
alright.
fine.
This
We're
class
good.
is so broken.
How is he alive?
He's all good. He's all good as we go into the intermission. We've had so many final phase Plum Echo in the last couple of hours. They've really hit a bit of a stride with their gameplay, and it's been great to see. If they can keep this up for the remainder of the day, Liquid might start to get a bit of a sweat on when they return to raiding later on this evening. Still plenty of hours in Echo's tank before that happens, though. Still haven't beat their percentage, but we have been chipping away at it very, very regularly. All the last 4 best pulls happening in the last couple of hours. And take attention, guys. This is the most ludicrously low boss HP we have seen Echo do so far. 60%. They gained 4%
crazy.
single target boss damage.
Wow, that is actually so much boss damage. I don't know what happened this pool, but they absolutely blasted that.
bloodlusted.
Oh yeah.
They lusted phase 1.
Okay, this is something that's something I actually talked about a while ago. I do think that phase 1 bloodlust is the most damage, right?
Well, I think you can get it
that
back
was-
at the very, very end of the Enrage. I think the fight is about 11 minutes.
You might be able to get it back,
Uh-huh.
But
Yeah.
I believe
We don't
this
have it
might
for the 5
been,
ads.
This must have been a misclick.
I think it was a mistake.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, we'll
Yeah.
see,
I'm
we'll
pretty
see.
sure
I
it was a
don't-
mistake
I
because
don't
they're
think it was
not
intentional.
they're not min-maxing damage right now.
Oh my god.
Well, we'll be back to see if that was a mistake or just a tester right now, because another $100 for Nagura's tattoo has come flying in from the Meister, Kurosaki.
Oh my
100 kids, and the look on Nagura's face when that target is met. Can we get a replay ready on standby for that, please? 10 with a big 10. Let's get that ink ready. Liquid for tattoos.
I didn't tell any of my I didn't tell my boyfriend or my mother anything that I'm gonna get this tattoo because I don't know. I felt
Well,
like
don't
I'm not
worry,
gonna
because
reach
now
it.
Liquid are joining in. Hi, I played Team Liquid, but I also appreciate a good tattoo. Let's rock and roll, Nagura. Yes! This is what we need. We're coming together to spoil Nagura's boyfriend's day. That is unity we can get behind, team. The noise with 25 for the spider. The children are okay too, I guess. Anonymous with, it's getting so close. I love it. The Anonymous with $5. Spider face tats for the children. Benoid with 10. Instead of a tattoo for Mike, can we get an office rat? No. No, we're not putting a creature into the office. It'd be bad. As funny as it would be. Gunther Wolfgang with 10 big ones. Don't spend it all on the cheese. I'm not getting the money. What do you mean, dude?
We tried to get grey cheese and still did
I
not.
got into trouble trying to get the grey cheese.
Is there anybody in Cologne that knows how to get grey cheese? Graukäse. We need this before the race ends, because if I'm going to get a tattoo, I want Mike to try grey cheese. Stop having so much fun.
Because it's not at me for once. It's always at me. For 10 days, I've been abused on this with every donation, and now it's all on someone else.
I feel like we need to add like a halfway goal or something for you to do something as well.
I've
You're
done
having way
so
too much fun.
I've had vinegar squirted in my mouth. I've had so many emotes made.
Oh, you ate some vinegar. I'm going to get a tattoo forever.
You agreed.
That is true.
Yeah, you literally volunteered. I know. Stop trying to turn this onto me. I'm innocent and pure for the first time in my life.
Of course.
Right?
Thus, he has an excuse. He can't get a tattoo in case he needs to change profession in the future.
To a thief. Right? I've got a backup
is
if
true.
streaming goes wrong.
Yeah, what
It's to become a cat burglar.
Do you for me? What's wrong?
I'll have you know, I can get in the safe somehow. We didn't lust. Okay.
So, yeah.
We're rolling misclick.
Yes, it was mostly. And it was clicks. Wow.
Keep it going,
weird,
guys.
because clicks also topped the damage.
Yeah,
last
weird.
try. Weird how that happened. He probably didn't even send it on pool. He had like a bunch of procs like, I'm lusting.
Clicks is the kind of guy that would do something like this.
Yeah. He's a fun dude. If you ever get the entire Echo Melee team in one place, it'll be pure shambles. Like, I think there should be a rule against that. It was bad enough with Clicks and Cushion the same. Oh, they've wiped. That's unfortunate.
Ooh.
Praxa with $2.54 for everyone that is excited for Nagura, but don't forget about Dr. Medic and his tattoo. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
$50
And Jesse.
from Turtle for 30. It's
Way too much
4.5K away, dudes. There's so many of you here. It's $1. Do it. $50 for the Spooder and the Clown. Much love and all after the past 11 days. Thank you so much. Hey, Hannah. Thank you for the $10.
Hannah.
Adore you, Nagura. But the tattoo must happen. Let's
Thank
go,
you,
Echo.
Hannah.
The tattoo is required. Hypno with the $10. The spider is cute. You'll make it look good, Nagura. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. $1 for the tattoo hype train. I'm doing my part. Big Will with the 10. 10 schmackaroos for the gang tattoos. West Coast.
Spider gang.
Yeah, please inform Nagura and Alex about Tattletale, the Furby horror game on Steam. It's terrible. Don't play it. I've played it. Yeah, shut up, Will.
Thank you.
Terrible. Ederax with the $5. Here's some more dollars for that tattoo fund. The kids have been completely abandoned at this point in favor of just a tattoo. I love it so much. Anonymous with $1. At this rate, I have to ask, what do we get at 45K? I'm doing nothing. I'm telling you, I've done my
True,
bit.
we have to think about the 45K
We
now.
should think about how big your tattoo is going to be. If we hit 45K, it'll be bigger. For every dollar after 40K, it'll get larger incrementally.
It should just be like more spiders.
More
Okay,
than
that's-
one. Okay,
No,
Nagura has agreed to a nest of spiders at 45K. All right, a full nest, a web, if you will, a family of cute little spiders just existing all over her until the day she dies. Glorious. Anything else you want to add? You're so generous to these children.
Maybe a crab as well at 50?
Honestly, I just didn't see this in you until now. Your kind nature, your giving soul. Hey, join me, Perfecto.
I don't like you too.
It's almost at 36,000. This is so good.
Oh my God.
And the kids are all benefiting from it, and you're just sat there like, this is hell. Please make it stop.
We haven't talked about phase 1 in a while. I feel like
Sure.
we should be focusing on this pull here. Wow, we did see Kush spawn 3 daggers there in melee. What a great job, Kush. Good job, keep it up. So we do. Of course, in phase 1, we try to save as much space as possible because in the intermission on Mythic, you also spawn these puddles on the floor whenever you get yanked. So they're trying to save as much space as possible, which makes this phase quite a lot more difficult. On top of that, you have all of these daggers and the RNG and where they're spawning, so it's very hard for them to navigate through all of that. And then on top of that, of course, there's an insane amount of damage coming through too, with all of the roots coming out. Also, the roots, technically speaking, the way I think it's intended to be played is to actually kill them. But as you may have noticed, Echo is not killing them. They're using different kinds of tools to get out of the roots. That's why they also have 3 paladins in there, where they use freedom to get out of the roots. They use gnomes as well. A lot of them faction changed to gnomes to get out of that with the racial ability that I keep forgetting the name of.
Escape artist.
Escape artist. Thank you. And yeah, no one is really killing them because they have way too much HP actually. I wonder what a normal guild does for these roots. They can't just all faction change.
I do think Liquid are killing a wave actually. But I can't imagine that ever being worth when you must be losing some type of damage.
Yeah.
To kill the roots. They're like boss damage, right?
Yeah.
So I can't imagine that's worth it.
Maybe there's going to be a faction change discount coming up. You know?
Maybe.
Maybe instead of nerfing the roots, they're just going to say faction change on
Yeah.
sale.
I imagine they will just
Hot
nerf the
deal.
roots. They must
They will
nerf
nerf
the,
it, yeah.
yeah. I think a lot of the bosses, like especially Princess, Silken Cord, and this boss, they will get eviscerated with nerfs right after the race.
Preach is like side-eyeing me this whole time.
Don't worry about me.
Been talking
I'm all right.
about this, and I have a feeling that some big donations came through.
having a
But
really good
before we
time.
talk about that, I'm focusing on this phase 2 that just started. They're gonna have to get through the HP of these mobs. They're actually sharing health, these 2 ads here, that they're DPSing. So technically speaking, they could just all go on one side, but obviously there's no point because you have to get knocked to your platform, and you have to split the rate for that. But they also have to deal with the mythic mechanic here, where they have to go through the gate before it explodes, and 1 second off, they really min-max this to make sure that they don't have to close the gate one more time, because when the ad dies, the gate also closes, which prevents them from having more debuffs that they have to dispel, because it's just so much damage. As you can see, Mini going through now, getting a dispel in a second. Looked like it was a lot of damage, but that's just because they're using a lot of defensives here and there's not too many overlaps going on. But now we have Hopeful that's stepping through, and Revis from the other side. So they're switching positions. Revis going over to the other group, Hopeful coming here. Now the bridge is being built for that second platform. This is where they have a lot of extra incoming damage. It's the most difficult platform in this phase 2. They usually used to Bloodlust here, but now they're saving it for the last phase if they have a good try. If they feel like they don't need it. And it looks like they are having a good try, as the Bloodlust is not coming through. And they did manage to get through this shield. And now they have to finish off the last set of ads as Kush and Nice Memes, I believe, from the other side is going through. Another Dispel. Nice. Alright, so we do finish up the ad. Moving on to the third platform. And this is where we technically should have a little bit of an easier time. But we did see Sol and Frago go down on that last set of Dispels. So we'll see if they manage to survive this time around.
They are doing tremendously well. This is going to be a wonderful entry into Phase 3 for Echo, which we've been looking for the last half hour or so, where they've got ready to go back in. They have 1 combat res in hand. Reves did go down a little bit earlier on. Had to do emergency res him as fast as humanly possible because he was scheduled to take that portal. But Echo, once again, for the 13th or 14th time today, have entered that final phase, and they have a bit of a safety net in hand. They've got plenty of time here in order to allow the healers just to top people up. They have no need to spam heal here because you get all this free time just to blast and blast the boss as Ansarek falls to 60%. It's a long, Long old phase. Now they're going to be baiting into this corner because they have to drop pools, and this whole phase is about area denial. This room is smaller now, although it is the same as before, but it has the hole in the middle where we will see those acolytes coming very, very shortly. So baiting these pools over the side, keep as much of this crap out of the middle as possible, give the guys more playroom because, of course, the big blades are imminent in the next 7 seconds. So any room they can save here as they blast down the small ads is worthwhile, especially because they're going to circle this room. Here come the acolytes at the same time the blades. Mira's looking for that safe spot to drag the boss in between both of them, allowing that mega cleave so they can interrupt these ads. You can see the middle one going down first, and then Mira's is going to adjust over a little bit just to allow the rest one to be cleaved down at the very same time. Maystein a little bit low there, but managed to sort it out. Still has a combat res in hand and still have Bloodlust as a resource available to them. They're picking up these essences, going to be going on to the tanks and Ryson, getting the most valuable players that are needed at the end of the fight out of the way quickly as possible. The tanks will be taking more of the time. Lovely spread, making sure not to overlap predetermined positions from Echo. And now rinse repeat for a little while here. So they're going to be moving the boss over to the ledge yet again. The ranged players are going to be back into this ledge on the backside so they can keep these pools out of the middle as much as humanly possible. These small little spiders spawning from those cocoons, enriching into the world as our melee boys go absolutely ham to get them out of the fight as Bloodlust is sent still here, not saving it for the 5 ads.
Yeah, and these spiders are actually very important to get them done quickly because now we have the overlap of the shackles and the 4 acolytes that are spawning. Acolytes already there, so they did manage to finish off all of those spiders in time. Now still getting a lot of damage from these shackles that are still alive. You can see Thanner has to stay away from his shackles here while the acolytes are being nuked, and the shackles and the boss, everything happening simultaneously here. And this is the next ring coming up in just a moment. The portals are going to be placed, the essences are dropped from the acolytes, and after this ring is what the progress point is of Echo. Let's see if they manage to get through it this time around with everyone alive, as the ring is going to come in just a second. Everyone has to pick up their essences, the tanks, and it's 5 more players that have to pick it up here. They need to make sure that they go through last because the portal closes if a person with the essence steps through, but there's one essence that hasn't been picked up.
I think that was
and
Velo's.
unfortunately, that means that they're going to wipe.
Yeah, it could have been Velo's essence there
So
as Velo went out just before the
That was
essence
very
pickup,
clean up
unfortunately.
until
That
then,
was
yeah.
great. This is what we need. More of this. Very simple error. Is what led there, but back to consistent pulls, guys. Back to back consistent pulls. Couple of scuff ones, but like just going back into phase 3. We're not seeing a downhill roll.
No.
Right? The guys feel in a really good place right now, Perfecto.
Yeah, I mean that shouldn't happen. However, like wiping like that on such a good
Such a good pull, yeah.
What
It is a little bit demotivating when
It is very-
everyone's
yeah.
alive, you have Belarus's, and then, you know, that Assassin's not being
They
picked
have
up.
been playing better, however, today. But they did have some like scuffed pulls in phase 1 the past few tries. But they have been doing better. I mean, we're just waiting for that one pull. I think they're at that time where they need to save the last now.
You think it's time to move forward?
I think they have to play that without like without the last. Yeah,
Mhm.
just doing it naturally because that's how you're gonna do it on the kill. I imagine there is no way you'll just pop the last one like in a weaker wave.
Mm.
I think they need it for the last one. Yeah.
I do also think, like, because people are saying, you know, the essences, how could you not pick up the essence? But there is actually difficulty with the essence pickup because, first of all, you need to figure out which essence is yours,
Yeah.
right? And I imagine it's also difficult to always drop it in the same spot, which they probably have assigned spots where to drop it in.
Mhm.
But maybe somebody drops it in a wrong spot, and now you have to figure out, okay, who takes that essence, and do we have to any kind of backups? And then you have to describe, okay, I need a backup for the essence that is like bottom right, the second one from the
Yeah.
wall, you know, because you don't have enough markers to actually get them all done,
Yeah.
right? So it's very difficult to coordinate who picks up which essence. So yeah, I do think, especially on the third ring, when you have to pick up 12 essences, it's gonna be so difficult to coordinate that.
Yeah, and like I said, they've been having some issues with the assignments in general. And like on a fight like this, you'd never really know unless you look into it whose fault it was.
Mhm.
Because like you said, it might have been like something else that happened.
Yeah.
Just because, yeah.
And maybe it was put in the wrong spot, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And then it wasn't Velo's fault because this person should have had told him. Maybe they forgot or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
or it was an assignment issue. Yeah.
Mhm.
Could have been a great deal of things. The guys will be looking over and overviewing right now. But in great news, you guys have passed 36,000 in the last few minutes, all for Games for Love. You should be some of these. There are hundreds of dollars that have come in. On your behalf, Nagura, you've done exceptionally well in sacrificing part of your body for the kids. As well as, of course, Jeep and Medic also doing this big noble goal. A huge thank you to everybody in the audience that has raised so much money, not risen.
Thank you so much for the $10 by Horus Hersey. That's it, no comment. And we have Jinkies with $200. Thank you so much, Jinkies. They say, hi for Nagura and Preach casting together. Been a Twitch sub to both of you for years. Nagura was how I found Preach and how I got into Racewell First and MDI. Thank you so much, Jinkies. I appreciate that a lot. And thank you so much for being a long-time sub for both of us. We do appreciate you. We have a $2 donation by Oscar. Helping children is nice, but when I also can make Nagura get a tattoo, I must donate. $10 by Anonymous. They say money for the tattoos and for Perfected to join the Nerub-ar challenge. Ooh,
what is that?
The mocktail challenge.
Oh, I'm down for some drinking, my man.
I'm down for some drinking. Let's go. All right, then we have a $1 donation by Sorias. They say, I'm doing my part. So many people doing their part, apparently.
Yeah. Look at what we could do as one team.
$1 by Orgas. Let's get some ink on that moonkin.
Paint the moonkin! Yay!
$10 by Wolfnox. Since I really got a Spider-Man and Peppa Pig tattoo, I'm up for a community tattoo, and I get both the crab and spider. A liquid was Echo Mix tattoo. All should get one. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. We have $100 by Dracos. And they say tattoo for the win. Big spider over whole back. All right, calm down, everybody.
What a great idea.
Whoa.
That might be nice.
You are a thoughtful person. That's what I would say.
$5 by Synex. They say, did someone say spiders? $5 by Anonymous. Preach should finish his beans before he leaves at 40k.
I will eat a tin of beans if you're getting a tattoo. I'm fine with that. I will down them beans. I will drink of the can.
Please don't.
I'll haunt your nightmares.
Unless it's maple syrup beans, that I would like to drink.
Those are real, you know.
Apparently,
that's real. Well, you know what beans need? More sugar. They just need more sugar all over them. That's what the beans need.
Yeah. $10 by Floofy for the Nagura tattoo fund. $5 by Eddie. The tattoo should be as big as Ansric's giant butt.
Yeah.
That's impossible.
Ansric should have a spider tattooed on her ass. Double up.
$25 by Anonymous, and they say, all for the tattoo. Love the energy here. Thanks for making this past few days exciting. Look forward to a close Echo win. Happy for the kids. Thank you very much. $10 by Victor. Maybe a spider web on your finger, so when your hands are closed, you only see the web, and when you extend your fingers, you see the spider close to the nail.
Oh, that's so cute.
That's not a bad one.
It is actually cute.
That is cute. Especially if it's a cute spider. It's a very happy little spider. It's not a horrible spider.
Yeah, it is cute. I actually like small little tattoos on like fingers, but the problem is they fade very fast.
And you do see it every day.
Yeah.
That's the thing. You you don't most of the tattoos you don't see. I mean, no, you've got a few on your wrists, right?
Yeah,
so you do see them every day.
Yeah, I don't notice them anymore.
That must have really hurt, right? The one that's on the forearm?
No, tattoos don't hurt that much.
So they're all fake then?
No, they're all real, but I know people say tattoos hurt them, but I don't know. It's like, you get used to the pain.
So you're just calling out half the audience who
you get used to the pain. Yeah, you're pussies.
I mean, spoken like a true moonkin, right? Yeah, that's some moonkin mentality right there. You bunch of little pussies. You don't know what real pain is, like being benched for 2 tears. That's real. Whoa, perfect positioning from Gingy there. That was extraordinary, weaving those wide peepo globules that are moving through the raid there. The Echo's doing pretty well again. Let's see if they get an even lower pull. We have not seen that phase 1 lust. I think someone, you know what that was? I bet it was mutiny again. Like when you guys mutinied in a Madrasil because Scribe wouldn't let you move the bloodlust, and you all just did it without telling him.
Scribe was actually so upset over that.
Oh, that's so funny.
I like the idea of the players mutinying against Dad. Yeah, you know what? Screw you, Dad.
It's because she was also doing something else. So he wasn't watching us, so he didn't know it happened until afterwards.
Oh.
And actually, when he saw it, first he was upset, of course, but then he was like, actually, yeah, this might actually be a smart idea. And I think we kept doing it after that, right?
No.
I mean-
He turned it back off again.
No, the
till later.
next day.
Yeah, he was. His point was, we are going to do that. We're just not doing it yet. I want
Yeah,
you guys
exactly.
to do something else first.
Yeah.
That that's what's happening now. Yes, we are going to bloodlust when the 5 ads are up, but that's not the point right now. I want you to get used to this. Then we'll move the bloodlust, which is exactly what they're doing. They have used the combat res. Zatsi did go down just over that massive overlap. Bit of a shame because it is very dangerous, very painful. But they have used their combat res already, but they should be fine with this intermission. They went into it relatively healthy. They've done it obviously nearly 300 times.
I just want to point out something real quick.
Uh-oh.
The boss is really high, HP-wise,
Yes.
right? And I looked at the damage meter, and I saw that Kenix is really high in damage. I was like, whoa, this is such a good pull. And it turns out everyone else just had a bad pull.
Yep.
That's why the boss HP is so high.
But the shield's going to get melted. See, it's not even started casting Yank, by the way.
Yeah.
And it's the shield's dead. They are
You're
like
saying
12 seconds ahead.
Canex is really high. I can barely see him on the meter right now.
Well, before the shield, he was first or second even.
Oh.
So it's like,
Before
oh,
that-
everyone else must be doing really badly.
Honestly, before this point, Canex being really high means he's been on the healing meter.
Yeah.
That's the only spec he hasn't played yet, and I don't think he will.
No,
but
the tree
during
is not
this
going to
race-
make an appearance, unfortunately. But again, we're up to the platforms, ladies and gentlemen. We're going up. Whee! There we go. It's not free from here by any means whatsoever, but it is a good sign of Echo's plays today. Consistency is what we needed. This is like a different team than was playing yesterday.
Yeah.
Right? It was weird yesterday. I had a 6.5 hour cast yesterday, and I saw one pull into phase 3.
Yeah,
that was a rough day.
It was very rough day. Especially, like I said, in the morning, they were talking so long, but then they made no changes, and then they had so many hours of no progress.
Oh, Robin going down as they make this approach onto the most difficult of the platforms. The res is not available. This is going into the toilet. This is going full Canex. This is going to be a real shame. Here we
Gonna
go.
rest in 2 seconds.
He's
okay.
full bin.
Yeah.
I like his camera position, however.
It
Yeah,
is
that's he
great.
put it where he is on the DPS meter. That's what we figured. He's put it nice and low.
Have you seen when he had the can of Red Bull right in front of the camera?
Yeah,
He was
yeah.
fully covering it.
Yeah. He was just a can at that
That's
point.
where the X is gone. This is Ken.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we do have more donations coming in. I
Shocker!
mean, loads
Come
of
on, we're
donations.
so close, dude!
We're at 36K. We're getting close to the tattoo. I mean, thank you so much for all donations. You're doing an incredible job helping out all of those children. Such a great cause. Thank you so much for the $5 from Anonymous. We have $10 by the Mighty Red. I think Mike should get a tattoo of Nagura beat me at Hearthstone and many other things with a boomkin above the test. Yeah.
Another legendary moment in our histories.
Yeah. $1 by Astra. They say $1 for the Spider Nest Fund. A $1.69 donation by Raisin. Tattoo for Nagura. 45K, get a crap tattoo as well. $10 by Marcinek. No. Spider Gang face tat for Nagura. Wow, this is getting worse and worse.
I love it. Degenerate.
MVT, we have $1. At 40K, we'll also get a spider tattoo, but we'll place it on Mike's skin instead. $1 by Metal, and they say, Nagura, man, you're screwed. Radar.io even posted about an incentive to get you a spider tattoo. What? Radar.io, why? What is happening?
This is great.
Question for Perfecto. How do you feel about having so much different specs played this tier across all top guilds?
I think it's good, right? Because it's especially the first tier as well, where usually there's some imbalancing happening. So you would assume you would see more of the same stuff coming out, right? But yeah, it didn't happen. I think it's I think the balancing in general, I want to say, like they've done a great job. That's why I'm thinking this boss has to be like close to being killable, right?
Yep.
Because you're thinking Ovinax, great enrage.
Yeah.
We killed it on the enrage. Like it was greatly tuned. Again, Princess, another great tuned fight, and the same with Silken. So yeah, we have to give some props to the devs, I think, with the balancing this time around.
I think there's only 5 specs in the whole game that haven't been played in
That
this
we
race
haven't
to a
seen.
first.
That's insane. Yeah.
Literally 5. It's like
Actually
Resto,
crazy.
Druid,
Yeah.
Disc Priest, interesting enough.
Really?
Yeah, we've not seen Disc. At least in like a serious progression. Like, we
Unholy
haven't seen him.
DK.
Unholy's not made an appearance. Big
Shadow
Shambles.
Priest. 2 priest specs.
Salute our Shadow Priest brothers. Prot Warrior's not been seen. Those kind of things. But it's like it's very few. It's like 5 or 6 specs in the
Yeah.
entire game
Not a
that
lot.
haven't been seen.
But how many guilds are you counting?
2.
That can't be.
All right, 3, I guess.
Okay.
I'm not sure what Hot Pot Heroes are playing, but from the guilds that have reached.
Yeah, the top
Answer.
3.
Yeah, I haven't seen
That's
what
incredible.
Hot Pot Heroes do.
That is
That's incredible. That's
Yeah.
just
Yeah,
from
that
those
is
4.
insane.
Yeah.
And they may have tried Prot Warrior and stuff like that. I don't know.
Before we go into the pool, we have a $100 donation by Felland, and they say for the kids and of course for Nagura Spider, also go liquid. And then we have a $100 donation by Anonymous, and they say more spiders for Nagura. Thank you so much for the $100 donations coming in, and for all the other donations as well, of course. Absolutely insane. There's so many more. Another $100 donation by Karina. Karina back again. She says, and I'm back. Let's go, Nagura. Nest of spiders is a great idea. Also, I feel Mike needs some more suffering, so send the cheese. Having a blast. Let's go, Echo.
I tried to get the cheese. I went on an adventure to get the cheese. I got stood on by a lady instead. It didn't work out. But the effort was there. Thank you, thank you, thank you, absolutely everybody. We do want to focus, of course, on the Mythic Pulse. It is the main reason we are here for this Race to World First, as we are in the dying moments. 10 or 11 long days ago, the Mythic race started, and now only 15% separates victory for Liquid and 27 for Echo. But I have a really good feeling we're going to see a very big boss health drop for Echo pretty soon. We've been consistently getting to that final phase. And if you were here over the course of the progress, you see that with Echo. They crack the code to whatever's wiping them, and then suddenly the boss just gets dumpstered. Absolutely dumpstered. And I feel that is going to be happening soon. Perfecto making the call. Hopefully we'll see the Bloodlust shift to the harder part. They've gotten through that 4th bit. It's not been the technique and the killing that stopped them.
Eventually, I do think they will do it. I'm not sure if this is the pool to do it. I would like to see a little bit more consistency in generally phase 1 before we get to that point, because it's very important that people don't die. It's very important that you have the combat resist, because that is what's going to make the last phase consistent. That's what's going to make them be able to actually push it without the last. So I do think they're probably going to keep lasting for a little bit while longer, since they have these random deaths in phase 1 and phase 2. But eventually, I believe later today, maybe in a few hours, Scribe is going to make the call.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's very good. Again, we were memeing about the Amir Drasil situation, but Scribe knows what he wants from his players, and he knows when to make that switch. It's like, okay, now I'm happy with what you're doing, and until you make me happy, you're not moving the lust. I don't care if you think it's what we need for the kill. This is what needs to happen before we do that. A methodical approach to this progress. Step 1 foot in front of the other to reach the finale, because at some point we're going to be in that position, Perfecto, where we're going to be having like the 5%, the 3%, the 2%. Like the Answer X ending is either going to be the perfect pull and just yoink her, or it's going to be a slow, painful crawl to get to that 0%. 64% on the boss. That is a great place to be for the initial HP out of phase 1. Happy to see that out of Echo. Great DPS as they enter this intermission they're so familiar with. Still dangerous, though. Even though they are comfortable with it, we have seen odd players just get taken out because of this constant raid damage that's pouring out as she's dragging you in. And then she has the huge yank at the end of it, which does massive damage, like 4 million damage onto the players. And you can see they have 4.19 right now, and it's about to happen. It's a very dangerous moment for all the players, but the shield going down, let's see if they slow damage a little bit, or are they just not that bothered. They might just be caring more about reaching that final phase than optimizing too much. Yank coming in 4 seconds, and the shield goes down with plenty of time to spare. The guilds now separate, split their raid in 2, and start attacking these new friends that have joined us here and introduced the portal mechanic. These portals need feeding, and they need feeding on the bodies of the raiders who will be entering into there. But going inside is going to give you that big circle you can see in the top left of your screen, and a very nasty debuff that needs to be dispelled. And then it AoEs the whole raid, and there's 2 of them happening. One person goes through this portal, and they reappear on the other side, and then vice versa. The portal is back. There it is, looking right in the back as these new enemies appear. The guys are going to be working on this, but at the same time, Ansarek is dragging you, keeping you away from attacking her, and if you don't counter that, you get flung right off the platform, and you are dead. At the same time, there are beams. You can see it there shooting through. You'll see that notification on the screen. Bait the beams. It's targeted at a player, and you do not want the beams to be going towards the portal because people are coming through there. And now, off to portal number 2. This platform is the most dangerous. Not to say the others aren't, but this one is infinitely worse with so much raid AoEs happening as well as the portal ones. See Canucks lining himself up, slides on through, comes out onto the other side. He's got a bop to help him be moved off. Goes into bear form, turning himself into a big funky old bear. Gives him more health, a bit more defensive power as we see Nice Meme sliding on through that pool of damage. Keeps himself alive, backing up at the edge for the yank. Platform 2, the most difficult one, dealt with, but it's not over yet. They still have this one to do, which is still very dangerous. Not as dangerous as 2, but still very dangerous, before they head into this final phase, which is the prog point for all of these guilds. Once they get down there, Ansarek needs taking from 63.6 to 0. And in order to do that, it's a long, long road to walk.
It definitely is, as Gingy is taking that last portal, needs to get a dispel, but it's actually just going to fade. That means they're going to take some more damage coming in just a moment, plus that knock, of course, doing a little bit of damage too. But there we are. There's going to be a lot of time where they can just nuke the boss, very calm at the start of this phase before everything starts happening at the same time. They are slowly shuffling to the position where they're going to be spawning those puddles, looking like a good try. They do have the 2 battle rusts available for them as well. They have the bloodlust that they will allocate at one of the progress phases that they're at later on. But first we're going to see the puddle spawn, then we're going to see the tank mechanic create such a huge circle on now, where he then will spawn spiders. Everyone has to walk out of the circle, need the spiders to spawn, then Ansarek has to be moved away, and all of the CC and the damage has to be put into these spiders to make sure they're not reaching the boss, because otherwise they are going to be wiping from the AoE damage that it causes. And now we're going to see the first set of acolytes spawning, 3 of them with that absorb shield on. They have to get through the shield to be able to interrupt them, and then once they're down, they're spawning these essences that they have to carry through the portals, which on Mythic they do not disappear after carrying them through the portal, which means they're just going to linger on for the rest of the fight, so you always have to pick them up on the next set of rings as well. But there we go, we do see the portals spawning.
Yeah, we do. What you're looking for are these big light beams shooting out of the floor. Those are the essences. You can see the players pick them up. And the last thing we want to see in the next few moments is one of those being on the floor as this encroaching ring comes across the platform, because if it touches one of those essences on the floor, it is an instantaneous wipe for the entire raid. Now, that was the easiest one. Sol went down, got clipped by something. He's going to get back up on his feet. That's one of the 2 combat reses that they have available used, so they have 1 more should there be an error. Now they're going to get here. Now, will we see the lust? Let's have a little wait and see here. We're watching. Not yet. Okay, not yet. All right, but
this
here's
is so important,
Revis
though. They need to do
shopping.
so much damage to these spiders, and without the last, it's going to be very difficult for them, because we're going to have a really difficult overlap happening in just a moment. There it is.
There it is.
The last is coming through. The shackles and the acolytes are spawning. The spiders are now down, but they need to get rid of these shackles, need to get rid of those acolytes. We're going to get the second ring spawning in just a moment. These plates all have to be dodged. The portals needs to be placed, and those acolytes need to be dead when the ring spawns. Otherwise, they're going to wipe, and everyone has to pick up their essence. This is where we wiped the last time, because people did not pick up their essences in time. Portals are spawning now. Acolytes looking like they are going to die. So now everyone just has to find their essence, has to pick it up, and get through the portal alive.
Incredible play by Gingy there, getting target with the portal in the middle of the web blades. Managed to use his alter time where he wanted to eventually drop it, then blink away so he was safe for the landing, and then alter time back into position. All essences are picked up. The guys are going through. Now we've got to spread. The tank's taking incredible damage at this point with that huge double dot that's applied to them. 500% more damage as their essences are now dropped.
Much damage?
Now we're relaxed.
Nice.
They do have a combat res. This is the furthest we've seen Echo progress cleanly. The Bloodlust is not here now, though, as they're bringing these down.
This is so good. Frago even got rest up. Frago saved the raid by picking up an essence so far away. Now we do have the spiders. They have to go down. We're going to get the 5 acolytes spawning in just a moment with these blades, and another set of shackles is going to come in as well. So there's going to be so much damage in the raid in just a moment, but everyone's alive. They can make sure they get through this. All right, there we go. The shackles are coming in, and the acolytes are spawned. They have to make sure they survive this burst of damage that's going to come through in just a moment. Maestin and Servo do go down. They have no battle rest available. They need to make sure they're dodging all of those blades while they get pulled in by the shackles. There's just so much damage going on in the raid, and we're going to be spawning portals in just a moment. Look at all of these essences on the floor. They have to be picked up because they're so far outside. That ring is immediately going to explode these essences that are in the back there. They have to be picked up right before, but there we go. So many casts going through from the acolytes because they didn't manage to get through the shield. Everything a little bit going out of control here, but what a good try. This was such a good try by Echo, and look at the percentage of the boss too. I mean, they're getting lower and lower, but this point is just so difficult.
They smell blood.
There's just so much happening.
It's such a combination of things that went wrong there with leading to them, especially with that 5 ads. They didn't have the Bloodlust to provide that massive output to try and take them down. They'd used it on the previous one. I think now we will be seeing that move. Yeah.
Soon, I think.
Soon.
Yeah, because that overlap looks unreal.
Yeah, that's
It's
crazy.
Unreal.
It's absolutely unreal what's happening there, because then you've got those shackles going off. That is huge AoE damage. Took down a couple of players that were ready to go, and then needing to move in, but optimizing their cleave. But look at the smiles on the on the faces of the Echo players. They could not be happier with how this day is proceeding to them. This is what they need to see. And again, when we do see that shift, and they've got that Bloodlust to help them carry all that extra damage in that phase, we will be seeing the boss HP drop pretty dramatically.
And that was the progress point, right? This point after the second ring where the shackles came, that's where they died. But this time they managed to go through with everyone alive, which was ideal. Like they got past that progress point, and now they somehow have to figure out how they survive the 5 Acolyte combo. You have the shackles, you have the 5 Acolytes, you have the blades coming through. And it's just so much. And you need to, while you do all of that, it's not just about surviving. You need to make sure you get rid of the shields of the Acolytes, because otherwise you can't interrupt them, which means obviously you're going to die to the damage from the casts that are just going to go off. And interrupting 5 Acolytes is a lot of assignments, right? And they're really far apart. So you need, and while you're getting dragged too, so that is going to create such a difficult situation. And there needs loads of assignments for it. They also need to pick up the essence right afterwards. So this point of the fight is crazy. There's like a million mechanics happening at the same time. Assignments you need, damage you need to do, healing that you need to receive, and defensives that you have to assign. And then somehow you have to find your essence before that portal comes through, or before the wave comes through.
And there's a lot of essences on the floor.
All 12 of them are on the floor.
A lot of essences.
Yeah, that is the final one, though. That is the last one they need to do before this fight kind of calls it GG on you. It's a very nasty overlap. As they pick up those 12 essences, what you're going to see is the portals will be down, but then we're going to get blades at the exact same time. And those blades are no doubt, without some tricky positioning from the players, going to be over the portal. So the guys are going to be spread. They're going to have all this dot damage from the essences. The floor is going to be filled with blades, and then they're going to have something like 2 to 3 seconds to get into that portal from their spread out positions to get moving while they're taking all that dot damage. And the healers are going to have to keep those players alive, because you need everybody to burn down Ansarek in those following moments, because after that, the ring's going to come. The ring is coming. You can't pick up all the essences, and it's just going to go and just explode into a real shambles of death. But doable every step of the way today, certainly for the last few hours. Echo has put another foot forward, and they're going to be doing some wine time right now. Did you want to do some donations, or do you want to take 5 while they review? What do you want to do?
Whatever you want to do. I can do donations.
What do you want to do?
We can take 5.
I thought so. Let's have a listen in with what they're talking about for this final fight. And don't worry, we'll get back to what you're talking about soon. But go.
Going for roots. Legging it, blades coming up.
Bad pull.
And blades coming up again into toxins.
Good job.
It's fine. We don't need
Oh
to
god,
room.
how you did.
And then we have the matrix watching blobs here, and blades coming in 2. Blades here, into pools after. And we're legging it, blades coming. Very nice. And we have beautiful toxin markers. Ready to leg it over and play it good. Running over. Good base. And we're dodging the blobs. Dodging blobs. Damage in 3, 2, 1. No. And then we have the first group coming in 3, 2, 1. No? Fine, we can eat. Hey, what the fuck? We can pot and wrestle. First wave.
Guys. Let's eat him. Oh, you got it.
Second wave. It's fine, we don't need them, guys. We don't need them. We don't need them. Group coming, personas in 3, 2, 1. No. Let's blast. Sure, we don't need them.
Velo's eating his corpse for money.
Second wave coming. And third one here. Dodge it and push the boss. We're good.
Shitting on the deep wave.
We have it. Go on, go on. First one will be different though, not Mason anymore, but it's Servo now. Servo getting ready. Yeah. And Discipline 2, 1, no. No. We're pushing here, of course.
There's way too many sound effects.
Yeah.
I was not ready for this one.
You should have died there, so.
Deep breaths.
And then we have Canex and Mini coming up. That's very important. Canex and Mini.
Stuck on the side.
And Discipline 2, 1, now.
You're gonna have to bump
cushion,
extra hard here.
Cushion reverse.
I think I'm lasting it with.
Just
Playing again.
Oh, someone didn't go.
Push didn't go.
I mean, I cannot
Yeah.
miss this also.
Yeah.
If I'm on the wrong side, I also don't get Autumn, I don't have CDs, it's all fucked.
I mean, yeah.
Hello and welcome back. Yeah, that was some nice insight to see. We did see them also look at some pictures, some school that we've seen them gone through, because obviously they have gotten to a point in phase 3 where they have to do a lot of progress still. They have to
Echo
figure out
Raid School.
positions.
You guys
and
call it school, actually.
Yeah, we call it school.
Because you all sit there like this.
Yeah.
And you just go to Roger, who's like, oh, well, he's eating the mic, so he's like, oh,
Yeah. It was wild, actually. I
Just
wanted
like
to talk
that.
to him. I wanted to talk to him, but he never stopped talking the
Oh.
entire time we were on break.
Yep.
He didn't stop talking for 1
Yeah.
second. Yeah.
Yep,
He
he
was
just
at
speaks
school.
and speaks. We did find out the phase 4 wipe wasn't to just the damage and things like that, actually. They do one portal was very slightly out of position, and they ended up in the wrong quadrant of the room, and then they all just got kerfuffled from there. They were
I don't
like,
know what to
wait,
do anymore.
where's the marker? And the marker's like, wait, dude, it's on the other side of the room. It's like, well, where do we go from here then? And they're like, I don't know. Send it, do whatever you need to do. But the big, of course, if you've been following today or you're just tuning in, is Echo have had new best pulls every 15 minutes or so for the last little while. It's been crazy, their progress they've made today, tidying things up, cleaning it up, finding their weak spots, preparing for it, and that's where they're slamming pulls at the moment. You can see Mirez is now raid leading them because Scripe and Roger are focused entirely on the end of the fight, very reminiscent of what we saw at the Jailer all the way back. So Mirez is saying, beautiful world markers that I've placed for you all. But in big news... Nagura's tattoo is imminent. And we'll get there soon as several $1,000s coming in for you guys on the way to getting Nagura a wonderful spider tattoo. The next incentive at 40k. But we're going to follow along because they've implemented some changes and they're feeling really comfy. Just had a little chat with Justway. He's like, yeah, the guys are doing well, but it's not good enough. And I'm like, dude, they're doing so well. He's like, yeah, but they went in the wrong quadrant. Like, this is not okay.
Guys, it's great. And I think those wipes will just happen. They also have these wipes, by the way. If you watch their pulls, they're also slightly putting the portals in the wrong place. In general, like I said, very easy to get lost in that platform. Everything looks the same. You don't have a lot of ways to orientate yourself properly, except for the marks, of course. So these are the wipes that you will expect on this fight from both guilds.
Yeah, one more thing to mention is like the raid markers, right? You do have a set amount of raid markers, but there's so many you need in this fight, and that's one thing that the outside like raid leaders and strategists can't help them with. They can't place raid markers for them during the fight. So usually they don't want to move the raid markers. They want to put them in set positions and then orient from there. But because phase 1 and the last phase are in the same platform, they can be it can be misleading, right? You have a marker from phase 1. But now it's in a different spot because you need to move it around. So we did see some of the players, mainly I think it was Gingy and Mirez, that are actually moving the markers around in the last phase and then have to replace them in the first phase because they need so many different kinds of positional assignments. But unfortunately, they did wipe, and while that is happening, I guess we're going to go back to reading some donations.
Rock and roll, Caro!
Because there are so many!
Rock into your hell!
All right, so we have a $1 donation by $1 for the kids, and they say, can you get Perfected to do a commentary through Kush's POV for one poll?
You can do that. More rogue focused, I guess.
Yeah, we can do that, right?
You okay
just
with
a
it?
little bit.
I mean,
Just
maybe.
explaining
Wait, they have a
some
break again.
rotation. Oh yeah, they have a little bit of
Maybe.
break. Short break.
We can think about it.
We will think about it. Apparently.
So that takes several minutes to think about.
All right, then we have $10 by Johnny. They say, dropping this donation to help your spider tat spin its web of regret, Spider Gang. $1 by Talionia. Doing my part for Nagura's tattoo. Come on, guys, keep the tattoo train going. P.S. You're my favorite caster, Mike. I laugh so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Then we have Seaworthy with $10. They say, Brainston beans are 100% better than Heinz.
I don't know. I don't eat
either.
beans, you maniacs.
Me neither.
Apparently, you know, I missed breakfast this morning. Did you miss breakfast?
I missed breakfast
Guess
too.
what it was?
It was beans on
It
toast.
was beans on toast.
I actually thought it was a joke when I first saw it.
You thought they were trolling?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you eat the beans on toast?
I was not there. I woke up late.
So all three of us skipped the beans.
Yeah.
Then we have $3 by Nis, and they say here hoping for a $50,000 full sleeve goal for Nagura. Go Echo.
All spiders crawling up. Imagine how cool it'd look.
I would be
right the way
would
up
it
the arm.
though?
Yeah.
know
You get that. They get the web on the elbow, right? That means you're like a prison officer or something, or I don't know, something to do with soap. But you'll get there.
$10 by Mr. Kip, and they say spread the word. Nagura has crabs.
I mean, just check Instagram.
$60 by Turtle and Fish. And they say, for the spiders, let's go Team Spider, down with the weird moving crabs. Yeah, try next $25. Here we go. I put my straw to the stack. Good luck with the tattoo. $25 by Anonymous. Has anyone suggested a spider crawling out of your belly button tattoo yet?
No, please, no.
I think that would look like a horror show. Look,
would
guys.
look pretty
It's
a very
cute little spider, all right? He's got a little smiley face. He's got a little down with crab sign. Look at it, Nagura. Now look at this.
Cute.
Right there.
But like this direction, looking towards me.
Oh, that
right?
would be amazing.
Not
Every
like,
time
not
you're
like
wearing
this.
shorts or whatever, it's just glaring at you, just staring the whole way. You should get on the palm of your hand. It'd be so good.
Look at it.
Yeah, it's my little spider grabber. And then when you wave at people, he'd be waving his sign.
True.
It's so good.
You could put it on the top of your palm. That's a very common spot.
Yeah.
I will. I will take your ideas into consideration.
Those have all been put in the suggestion pile.
Thank you. $5 by Emmett. They say, keep it up, boys, and we'll be able to get the best quote ever. Aw, you guys made me ink.
Oh,
Finding
he
Nemo.
squirted.
Oh, that is cute.
Finding Nemo was cute.
Finding Nemo is very cute. $10 by Polly. They say, preach. It's not nice to laugh at someone else's misfortune, but I do agree with you. Seeing Nagura's face of disbelief is quite funny.
You're right. It is not funny at all that Nagura is going to get a little cute sign-waving spider attached to her. I can't see the comedy in it at all, especially since when she said yes, it seemed like it was impossible.
$5 by Kaleva. They say, thanks for the entertaining commentary during this race 12 first. Working from home, I have had the privilege to enjoy you throughout the whole race. Here's to hoping Echo clutches this competition. Thank you so much, Kaleva. Yep. It very much is. As we have another $50 donation by Vinshu. They say for a good cause and tattoo. $10 by Anonymous. Just finished my Sylvanas tattoo today. Let's get the tattoo on Nagura too. P.S. You're doing a great job at casting. Been following last couple of days from Indonesia.
We demand pics. Tweet us.
Yeah,
at
absolutely.
Preach Gaming, at Nagura.
Would love to see the tattoo. We have a $1 donation by Bal. And they say, I've always dreamt of getting a glow-in-the-dark giraffe tattoo covering my entire back so I can be naked and huge giraffe during the night. Glow-in-the-dark spider tattoo?
That is hilarious.
That is vile.
That would be so funny at a rave.
No.
That would be funny at a rave.
Do not do that.
That is banter. That is good fun.
$10 by Ice the Blood. Thank you so much.
Metal.
I would celebrate the legendary Nagura with a tattoo. Let's make it come true. Tattooed Spider, $3. I would celebrate the legendary Nagura with a tattoo. And I already had that. Hi Nagura, so excited for you to get my likeness tattooed on your body. And all in service of such a good cause. Just kidding, it's a Kalgar for the Emperor. Just kidding, it's me, the Red. Join in, Mike, you coward.
No, I'm not getting a tattoo. My wife is a hypocrite. She has 2 tattoos and she's very
really?
anti-tattoo. Yes. She says she regrets them to this day and not to get any...
Yeah, you have to try it first and then
True.
figure out if you like them or
How
not.
would you know that you're going to regret it?
I don't really care. Genuinely, I don't really care.
$100 by Barsh. Thank you so much, Barsh. Love tattoos, love helping for a good cause. Love you guys. So I have no more to say than it's itsy bitsy spider #Nagura.
You should get the water spout. You should. You should have a little water spout. I think we could get a scene. Yeah.
A whole scene.
A whole scene. Because it is for the kids. And then you can entertain them by having a scene on your arm or whatever. And then you could get props. You could dress it up real nice. If you really think about it, you're half-arsing it with just a tattoo. What you should do is get more. Yeah.
Again, I'm going to take this into consideration. Thank you
should
for the
do.
suggestion.
These kids are suffering. And you can't be bothered.
Thank you so much, everybody, for donations. But we're going to continue reading some of them later as we are back pulling the bus.
Right. Can we go to Kush? Perfecto?
Oh, we can.
What's he doing?
So right now he's basically waiting for the popper to pop the thing on the important part on this fight actually is with the spec that he's playing right now. He cannot get parried, and initially we thought the other hero talent, which it's Deathstalker, it would be better because it's just better on a pure single target fight. We actually played that on Princess because it's just a little bit higher on the single target, but with Trickster, which is what he's currently playing, he cannot get parried. And as you see, he's in front of the boss a lot. And right now he's getting pinged by, I believe, Nice Memes for maybe saving a Sectec for the ads, but I don't think he does that. In fact, I think Nice Memes is one of the biggest, well, you know, let's just say he might save a few things for the ads sometimes for the roots.
Right.
He does like the pre-sigil into the I-beam. That's a Nice Memes classic, I would say. So initially, we were playing Deathstalker, then he swapped to Trickster for the cleave mostly, because this spec has a Blade Flurry. It's called Nimble Flurry, but it does basically the same thing as Sub. So you basically cleave around your target, your own character. So it's better for like cleaving in the last phase. So here he could pop cooldowns, but he does save them for the first platform. So he is actually doing very little damage. Like if you see damage on shields, I mean, look, he's doing tank damage, guys. Let's just be honest here. He's only sending his symbols in a dance, and that's basically like everything that he's doing. As you can see, the Shadow Blades are coming up, and he's gonna pop that in the first platform. As a rogue, this is quite easy to play around. You can also step the boss, but he's not doing it because he's afraid there's gonna be. You have like a predetermined position where you step basically on this boss. If you click Shadow Step right now, and he might step on one of the the waves.
Yeah, does it like put you directly
instantly
behind it like it used to do?
It does. It's not directly behind it. I'm pretty sure they coded it so you step in a specific spot. They do that in some bosses. And you don't exactly know where that spot is, and so he doesn't want to like step and there is like a wave there, so he just plays it safe. We don't need the damage anyway. And I mean, at this point, you see like he's just saving everything to pop here on the odds.
And he's going to go absolutely ham in a second.
Yeah, exactly. He has Shadow Blades ready, flag is ready. He's going to pop his transmitter. Very interesting trinket. I don't know how many of you guys, if you played it. Have you played transmitter?
No. I'm aware of what it does and how many problems it caused you on Brood Twister.
It does cause quite a few problems. So for the people that don't know, there is 3 things that you can do. You can jump 3. It will tell you jump 3 times, and on the 3rd jump. Oh.
Just as we're watching Kush.
So what do you call that move?
that was accidental.
I think
that was actually
cast the boss, right? After it goes
yeah,
up.
Yeah, he wanted to step, yes.
Yeah.
But I think he got knocked by the thing on the floor, which is quite hard to see.
But the trinket?
I don't think it was. Yeah, I was talking about the trinket. So you might have to jump 3 times and then you get the buff, or you might spawn a thing on the floor. You have to stand on it for 3 seconds. In my opinion, that's the worst because it might spawn on a position where you can't stand. Like there might be like a void zone or something there, or it might be that you have to catch an orb. Now this trinket is insane. Like it's the best trinket in like for rogues and for a lot of the classes. It's like the best trinket they can get, but it's very annoying to play.
Can you track it with a weak aura? Which one it's asking you to do?
Yeah, you can track it with a weak aura, yes, but and it actually always spawns to your right. So you can game it. You can spawn it in a position where it's like free of void zones and stuff like that, but you can't be always thinking about that right before you're popping as well. There's a lot of things like the bandwidth on the brain is like high capacity at that point.
Yeah.
So what's his role now we come here? Because I assume he's not going to be pumping on the smallies or anything like that.
No, I think he will pop cooldowns right here, I assume, but he's not popping right now.
Oh, so he's actually saving. Interesting.
He might be saving to pop with the smallies, like the tank ads. Oh, he popped. Yeah, okay, yeah, he's popping on the boss, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the correct decision, I think, because I mean they need the boss damage anyway.
Any reason he wouldn't pop it as soon as they land if everything's ready? Is it so it can carry over onto the smallies or something?
As soon as they land on this platform.
Yeah.
I think he was just building up a rapture or something like that. Building up some combo points so he's like ready. And here he does like he has like a small symbols left over, so he sent like he sent the secret technique there. And he's not really doing a lot on the ads. He's really primarily focusing on the boss damage.
Not on the acolytes or the shackles either.
I think he will cleave from the boss. He will just cleave from the boss here.
Is it not worth any more throwing like a rupture or anything on those ads?
Nah, not
worth.
Rapture does not do that much damage with the spec he's playing right now.
Okay, Mini's gone down, so that'll be the combat res.
Portals are
used.
definitely not.
Nope.
In a spot that is ideal. I think that's gonna be
I think that might be it, guys.
It's not looking
And there you
great.
see
Yeah,
the shadow
the shadow step on the maids, yeah.
Yes, I think it was Mini that had the portal and died.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense actually. So if he had the ranged portal and died, so if 2 melee got it, you do get a notification whether yours is going to be the melee or the outside portal to go there. But that's how importantly there is not just rogue talk, it's how the damage profiles are decided for these players when you need to just, even though I mean, most of us are used to like, oh, our cooldowns are back, send,
yeah,
right, as fast as possible.
That
does not
the
work
case.
here.
Yeah, no, everything needs to be predetermined, and it's important actually. I want to say for the acolytes, the Monday trinket that does like a lot of damage.
Yeah.
We're actually, I think we're saving all of them for those, especially for the further ads. I think they are doing the same. Like it just makes sense. You can just eat through the shield and then interrupt the ad afterwards. It's very good, like instant damage to save for it.
Yeah. So each of the players is following a similar sort of strategy that Perfecto went through. There is like exactly when it is, and Scribe has a sheet. You're sending here. It does this much damage. I mean, how often during prog are you actually simming very specific types of sim?
It's a little bit, it's difficult to sim like specific parts, especially on a fight like this where so many things are happening. You will never do the damage of the sim, obviously, if you have to dodge like multiple things at once. You cannot really trust the sim. It's like it's just what it is, guys. It's a simulation. You have to take that into consideration and apply. You need to apply logic before you make any changes, really. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know occasionally he's like, okay, I need to know who can fit. What kind of damage can you do in, say, a 30-second window?
Yeah.
And then we need to multiply that by how much health do they have. Okay, probably a little bit more because it's simmed, so it's going to be always inflated in some way. Or it's perfect conditions, which never really line up.
Yeah.
Especially with procs and enchants can skew it off, you know, whether you've worked or anything like that. But it is something we see them do a lot, especially during the gearing week when they're choosing the final roster. Is that a stressful moment when you do the final sim of what your character is? Because we see everybody do it when gearing's done.
Yeah.
Splits are done. Send me your sims. And we see that weird moment where they send it and then they all go AFK. Like it's like getting chosen for being in the play. You know, who's going to get which role.
Yeah, this is mostly for the soaks of the loot. So when we go into the Mythic week, every loot that the boss drops, it's already assigned, let's say, to a person that's in the raid. So this is why we sim it. So the drop optimizer tool, it tells you exactly which is like your biggest upgrade and stuff like that from every boss, and that's what they are looking at when they're deciding like the comp that we're going in the boss, especially for the easy bosses that are basically like we're just collecting loot, like we're not actually going with a specific setup that has to kill the boss. Yeah, so that's exactly what they're looking at. They're looking at, does this person need an item on this boss, and is this person going to be in a setup that we're thinking about for the last boss? Because of course every guild is thinking about we're gonna go with probably like these 22, 23 classes for the last boss, right? You have like a setup that you're probably gonna use. And according to that setup, you have people playing those classes soaking from the previous boss that are just loot piñatas, if you wanna call it that way.
Yeah.
But at some point that stops. Like for example on Ovinax, that was already like, that was the first hard boss, I would say, of the tier. So then you can't really have people that are not doing well on that fight because of their class. You can't have them in because they need to soak an item.
Yeah, you can't carry them through that one.
You need to kill the boss, right? Same with Princess and beyond that, yeah.
Yeah. And I've got curious now we've had Heroic Week this time. We haven't had it for a while.
Yeah.
It used to be, back in the day when we were all youngsters, is that you would slam into Mythic immediately and you would go as far until you hit a wall. And only then would you send splits during the Mythic week. And it would almost like, typically the Race to World First Progress, it would be a case of they would push and push and push, ideally getting to the last boss and like being pretty confident of the comp before they would then go and run splits for those guys. Complete flip now. We just send all the splits anyway, even though it takes much longer, because I remember splits used to be a max 1 day during the Race to World First. Once Mythic was open, it would be splits and maybe some M+ for 1 day or even a late afternoon.
And it was usually like later in the week, like Friday
it would be
or
something
Saturday.
like it would be like when, okay, now we need gear.
Yeah.
That would be it. But until that point, it would be Wednesday, obviously EU, it would open up straight into Mythic. There'd be nothing else. It'd be like, make the Mythic team, go, 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 get those bosses done, and then try and push with the gear you'd got in the previous week all the way to the last boss if you could. We saw that with Jaina. We saw that with several other bosses where you guys went all the way there. But now in the modern era, every time the Mythic week comes out, you can expect your Liquids, your Echoes, your Methods, or whatever are not going into Mythic at all. Like, do you agree with this style of change?
Well, first of all, I think Heroic Week, that was the last time we were going to see it.
Oh, yeah, they've said they're not doing it again, yeah.
There's no more Heroic Week, which I disagree with, but I mean, that's another topic altogether.
Interesting.
I think nowadays, like, you can do, if you need like a person in, it's actually quite like similar to what happened to my DK. We needed my DK in, he goes 600 level, he just gets a split. Like, we can do a split for anyone. Scribe actually said anyone can play whatever right now. You can literally just do a split for a character later in the week if we need him, while they're playing in the Mythic raid. Because they are still playing while we're splitting for the other guy. We have like such a big roster, we're almost 30, 31 people. The other people from the outside plus the helpers, we're just splitting for a guy while
we saw
they
it
are
with Swag,
playing.
we saw it with Coach to get the trinket,
Yeah. So that's very common. That's why I think we just send them early, because we don't want to get to a boss and then be stuck with because of gear. They don't have to go out, do the splits again. it's a little bit not counterintuitive. It's like it slows you down, I think.
It's bad mentally as well. Like
Yeah.
once you start doing splits, and certainly if you're doing a few of them, you're out of the mythic progress.
Of course,
mindset,
yeah, for sure. And people start memeing. It's not as because when you're like in that, when you're like progressing on mythic, you're also very stressed. So when that stress goes, like because you're going into splits, you're like relaxing a little bit, and that's not necessarily a good thing, because you're relaxing. Everything's gonna slow down in general. Stress is good sometimes.
Yeah,
yeah,
for sure. You need that pressure as incentivizing.
Exactly.
Right? The
Yeah.
players play better with that pressure going.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was weird. It was interesting when they said the heroic week was coming by. I was like, oh, cool. So we're going to Mythic on Wednesday then.
No.
Nope.
No.
No, we will not.
We might go on Mythic on Saturday.
Yeah. But you actually enjoyed the heroic week being back.
Yeah, I think so, because you have more time. And time is always great for the race, because usually you're very short on time.
Yeah.
You don't want to be underslept or anything like that. You want to enjoy it as well, because it's a great time.
Yeah, just playing with the guys and just chilling.
It's a great time, of course, yes.
So you say, because obviously when you have the heroic week, you still have to do heroic splits on mythic week, but it's not going to be as many heroic splits on a mythic week, right?
Yeah, and you already have all the gear, like everyone's geared already. Most of the people at
Just
least.
feel better, I guess, going in.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot easier. The heroics are going to be a lot easier, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's no stress during heroic week either, because you can't go to mythic. There's always that weird point with these split runs during mythic week. Is like, can we go to mythic now? Right? How many more? You know. Oh, we've had a nasty Frago death there. He's gonna be down until platform 2 because they did have to send a res already onto Canex, which was unfortunate because it was after the intermission was done. Interestingly enough, just ticking down, or whether he stood in a pool or something along those lines, it could happen. A little bit of a shame that the beam was aimed right at the portal there, but Mini managed to sidestep it and get in and make it work. They'll still be fine here. They have sent the Bloodlust in order to counter this with somebody being dead. Again, they're not throwing away phase 4 stuff, and in fact, we're probably looking to have the 4 ads dead without Bloodlust. So this is actually fine. The next Bloodlust we probably want to see is actually with the 5 ads. So with somebody dead, let's send the Lust early and let's see if we can get to 5 ads without Bloodlust. That's a fine play.
Because they want to practice that anyway at some point, but unfortunately Mirrors does go down. The rest is available now, and to get Mirrors back up immediately, which would mean that Revis and Frago are going to be dead for phase 3 if they get there. So they'll try a little bit longer. Of course, 2 damage dealers, that is going to make it a little bit more difficult. I do think they send the Bloodlust because maybe Frago was the one sending cooldowns to the first platform. It's very possible. And of course, Devastation Invoker doing a lot of burst. They can nuke down a target really quickly. If they choose to do so, as we do have some more people go through the portals, get the dispels in, have to replace some of the players. Now Ryzen and Gingy are going through. Usually it would be Revis, but Revis, of course, being down, can't do it. So we'll see if Ryzen can replace him just fine with all of the heals that he has to pump out as well. But they did, and now we are going to be getting into that last phase with the 2 players dead. Of course, the boss is going to be a little bit higher here. They're going to fully focus on the ads and the mechanics to get to that progress point that we've been talking about. But first, the spider is going to take her time.
You're a little concerned on these little spiders
Yes.
with one Reves down.
Yeah,
a little
that is
concerned.
true.
Ears will be hard without him.
The highest damage I've actually seen on the spiders is actually the warlocks. They're pumping so much damage into these small spiders with Destro.
Yeah, this is about the point when we did see Reves just ramp to the top. That's not going to happen this time. Let's see if it is the Warlocks that managed to take it over as the cocoon is about to burst. And there's all you spiders. Immediately nice memes in. They know they have to cover a ton more damage here as Clix is going in there as well to pump into them and get them out of there. Kush seems to be hanging around a little bit longer than he was previously, where he's usually switching off to the boss very early. But they did lose. I'm not sure who it is, but they're down over on the left there. It is Gingy. Interestingly enough, a strange death to be having at this period of time. They've been very comfortable in this phase for a long time, but of course with the changing shape with players dead, the entire pacing and the flow of the fight is obviously altered, which then leads to these kinds of situations you're seeing here. So this will be a throwaway pull in general. The hopeful there has gone full hood up. That's the locked-in hopeful, which is not even going to bother blinking out of that and just wait for it to be over because they know this is not going anywhere. But that's fine. Still back to this phase. Like, we're not seeing those stupid chain early
You know what
wipes.
he looks like with the hood on and the light that his headset creates? It looks a little bit like it reminded me of Ready Player One. Have you watched the movie?
I did.
Yeah, where it's like they had like the similar headset with like the lights coming out of the side.
Cracking movie.
Yeah.
A star.
Really?
No.
Oh.
I like the book though.
The book is great.
I like the book is
The
great.
movie less so. The movie less so. Well, they'll be getting back up. They'll be getting back in. I imagine we're looking at a quick pull here from Echo. Nothing much to talk about there. Don't die, lol. And then we can keep progressing on. They want to keep this momentum instead of dwelling on little errors like that, especially after such a phenomenally consistent day. Interestingly enough, though, it is lunchtime in half an hour. I kind of imagine they would like to have seen that sub 20% by then, but that's 30 minutes away. So Scripe earlier on saying we wanted that 20% pull out of them. So we'll see. I don't think that's going to happen until that Bloodlust shifts, though.
It's possible. I mean, they might already change the Bloodlust, I think. They might just, if they have a good pull, I think it's possible that Scribe just changes it on the spot, actually. He has done that before.
He's just going to judge it during the pull. Like, you guys are chilling. Don't worry about it. Just hold Lust.
Because we're definitely, I mean, it makes sense. We're lasting like a very easy, not very easy, but like the easier part of the fight. So we're overkilling by quite a bit right now.
Yep.
So we could try not lasting, especially before lunch break, dinner break.
Yeah. And of course, tattoo time is imminent for.
Yeah, my shift is actually over very soon, in like a minute or so. So I'm gonna go through some of these donations that you guys have been just very generous and donating for a good cause for Games for Love.
It'd be a real shame if something used to happen when you weren't here.
We have a $5 donation by Lord-sick, and they say Tattoo Gang and Let's Go Echo. $1 by Bax. They say hi Mike, Bax here. If you won't get a tattoo, can I at least get our Twitter picture locked as Uwu Mike again? Think of the kids, Mike. Think of the kids.
Always am. I don't do this because I dislike Nagura. I'm doing it for the children.
Of course.
We do have a $100 donation by Special Agent Sky. Thank you so much. I appreciate that a lot. Nagura Tattoo Fund, I mean for the kids. Sky, thank you. I appreciate that. $5 by Barakosh Amen. We do have, $5, yeah, at 45K, Spider Tattoo on the chin for Nagura.
Considering all the donations that have just come in, production's just asked, do you want to just hang out for about 20 minutes because they're going for lunch? You've got a lot of work to get done. You're leaving the office half.
All right, I'm safe for dinner. It is what it is. So we have a $1 donation by Sean Luca. They say, if we get 50K, I will get a tattoo of Preach's logo.
Oh.
All right. All right, Sean Luca. It's right there.
Yeah, there's a few out there. You can get some pictures in.
$20 by 21B. And they say, if we get... Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Donating what I can for the kids, nothing at all for any tattoo-related activity. $100 by The Cheats, and they say, fan of the race of first and both guilds in general. Though I do lean a bit NA living in the States, but a good cause and a spider tattoo? You son of a... I'm in.
There she is. she
Thank
waits,
you so
Nagura.
much, The Cheat. I appreciate
Please tattoo me on you.
Then we have $10 by Danny and Jen. And the Spiders Rule, Go Echo, Love You Preach. Another $100 donation by Gentle Mustard Stain. And they say, here to support this great cause of providing face tattoos for casters. Wine time. Thank you so much. $5 by Never Nudes. And they say, here to support this great cause of providing face tattoos for casters. That is not what Never Nudes said. Never Nudes said face tattoo pog. Can't even read the names anymore, apparently. Thank you, Never Nudes.
It's full shambles.
Full shambles indeed. I don't have a hood to pull up. $5 by Crab Corp. Cute Spider. Mike must work for Spider Corp, trying to help them take over the world.
I am sponsored by Big Spider. Yeah. I've got good messaging against that nasty crab company. I'm telling you.
Then we have $5 by Healthy Breakfast. Bring out the Bovril.
Oh, no.
What is that?
It's like a beef paste.
Oh.
It's pure world. You are not helping.
Is it the
UK
British
food
thing?
Yeah, I knew it, man.
It has
Shut
to be.
up.
It has to be a British.
The rest of the world doesn't need to know.
Yeah.
Okay? We're keeping it under wraps and you're ruining it. You're giving away like alien conspiracies at this point.
We have $10 by Anonymous, and they say, isn't tattooing the eyeball the latest trend? A spider on your eyeball would surely be unique.
You can't tattoo your eyeball.
That's how
I
you get
think
blind.
you can, actually.
Yeah.
People are letting other people stick needles into their eyeballs.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it works. Like, I'm not sure. Like, it's definitely not like a normal tattoo.
Yeah, it is definitely not normal.
But
Can we get a Google on this production? Is this a thing? Yeah, Mitch is on the... Why would you let someone stick a needle into your
I don't
eyeball.
think it's a needle that. I don't know. We have $1 by Anonymous, and they say, "Hi, Mike. Hawk here. 88888888888.
My God.
Not
It really
7
doesn't
anymore.
annoy
It's
me. It's
8
just
now.
a crap meme.
Hmm.
Let it die. All right.
All right. We've actually caught up on all the nations.
Ain't no way.
We did?
No, you've not scrolled far enough. Keep it going.
No.
There ain't no way.
We got
Are you
infinite.
ripping off people who've donated to children?
I-
How low will you go? Oh.
Maybe it's
Yeah,
bugging,
viewer warning,
but
guys. We're having a look at this tattooed eyeball real quick, but if it's going to worry, I'll tell you when it's gone.
I don't
all
want
right?
to. Should we show it? I feel like we shouldn't.
I want to see it. Yeah,
Oh,
it's a
God.
needle. Oh, it's kind of pretty, though.
But no,
No, not an all. Not an all. I like those cosmic, actually.
I think you can go blind from doing that.
Oh, yeah, certainly.
You can get the same effect by just being punched.
Decreased vision or vision loss.
Yeah,
Detached
that's bad.
Oh, yeah, this is.
Okay,
just
past that,
no.
guys. That is next
No.
race's sub goal. For 45k, Nagura will have her eyeball tattooed. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, everybody who gave during that. Was so close to tattoos for the casters, Medic, Jeeth, and Nagura for some spidery action alongside. Can we time it perfectly
Velo.
for the death of Ansarek? That will be interesting to see. You can see the lunchtime hunger pangs settling in. Who, Perfecto's on the team, is the biggest whiner about food delays?
Food delays?
Yeah, you know,
not
they don't
going
get
on
the dinner
break
on the scheduled
when
time.
it is.
Oh, I think people don't care that much, actually.
Really?
Yeah. We have so many snacks in the kitchen. I don't
That's
think
true.
What about at
anyone's going
home, though?
hungry.
Because they have to. Are they? What? If you did the last race from home?
Oh, I mean, I don't want to put him on the spot, but like there is maybe one person.
Come
Who's the
on.
hungriest?
It's not about hungers, but it's definitely a little bit extra complaining on the food department.
Can I guess?
Yeah?
I also
Robin.
want to guess.
Not Robin.
Not
but
Robin.
Robin obviously has some deliveries, so he just goes AFK when his food comes and no one's thanking the boss anymore.
Who would be the biggest food
I
complainer?
think.
Yeah, I don't think you will get it.
Are they in the raid right now?
No.
Okay.
Oh,
Have they been in the guild for a while?
Yes.
Okay.
it has to be. Huh.
Flex.
Maybe a little bit,
Yeah.
but not the person I was thinking about. You've played with him.
Is it Roger?
No.
No, pretty old school though.
Just wait.
No. You guys are really...
No.
I
I
told
play
you.
with so many people. I don't know.
Oh, I like this game. I like this game.
Oh, is it Lorgar?
No, he's not in the guild now.
No.
Hey, he's
Thanks
in
for
the
wiping, Echo. We're busy. Who's not in the raid?
Kush.
No, Kush is
No.
in the raid. You're not listening to the
Oh,
rules.
true,
You've never played
true.
Guess Who with you
Oh
again.
my god.
Oh, this is fun. Been in
okay,
the guild for a while, not in the current raid comp. Still in the
Yeah.
guild right now.
Yeah?
So it won't be salted.
Andy.
You played with Andy?
Yeah. Well, not in a guild, but like in a plus.
Okay, that doesn't count.
Okay, that doesn't count.
I'm
Okay,
not-
I was,
You deserve this tattoo. You're
Actually,
so
though,
bad at this.
You had like 6 guesses right now. We're only 30 people in the guild.
I didn't get many pointers.
And none of them are in the criteria required.
Where?
There's only 10 people
Roger.
to pick from. Because they're only people not in the raid.
No, because Scribe's here.
I didn't play with Scribe. Didn't play with Scribe.
Right, who's not here? Let's run the numbers. So
Wait,
Flex
so they're
isn't
not
here,
here.
Salted's not here,
No, they're
Clicks
not
isn't
here and they're not in the raid,
And they're
guys.
not
There
in
is
the
not a
raid.
Did you
lot.
play with Clicks?
No, he's not in the raid.
Oh, it's true. Yeah, I'm failing now. I'm going through who's not here. Revez isn't here, but he's in the raid group. Wallife's new, so it wouldn't be him.
No.
Yankob's new, so it wouldn't be him.
Mm.
Sol's in the raid. Wexy?
No. Didn't play with
You
Waxy.
didn't play with Wexy.
No.
Not Wexy. Who else isn't in the raid?
I'm
Now
trying
you
to
really
think.
forgot him, yeah?
Oh, it's Dota.
Yes!
Oh!
It is Dota, yes.
Okay.
And he's a rage monster?
He-
Like, he
he's
actually
literally
calls you?
raging, but like he's a food complainer in general. He's like, he needs like a lot of time to cook, this guy.
Really?
Yeah, he is always like...
I'm glad he's not ordering out. I imagine Robin is pure Swedish pizza
I
or
mean,
whatever.
he lives in London, so I think ordering in London is like, it's bannable off. It's like 30 euros probably or something.
Yeah.
It's
yeah,
really
I can
expensive in that
imagine.
city.
Yeah, I didn't know he lived in London.
Yeah, he does, yeah.
I thought you'd banned all the Brits from the raid team.
I mean, he's not in the raid right now.
Welcome on the bench is what you're saying. Strong words from Perfecto. Dota confirmed unwelcome.
We love Dota though. Like I really like
love
Dota,
Dota.
and I
He's
love that
great.
he came back because he used to play with us back in We played together in Archimond. He was with us. He was playing Mage.
Shadow will
He had
rise
a
once
long
more.
break, right?
Yeah, he had
I was very surprised when Dota came back.
Yeah, like 2 expansions at least.
Yeah.
That he had a break on, and he came back, and I'm glad he's back.
Still as good as he ever was.
Of course.
Yeah. That's what you find about a lot of players, and why they struggled so long with the healing replacement for Ryzen to be the healing officers. Just couldn't find anybody.
Yeah, the healing in general, it's hard to find healers for some reason.
Healers, it's the hardest role in the game.
It's
at this level, it's by far the hardest role.
Yeah, and I think it's probably just not that much fun to play a healer.
You have to love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the healers love what they do. Like, Ryzen loves what he's doing. I was talking to him yesterday over dinner, like, watching his POV. Can we go to Ryzen for a second? Because you look at Nice Beams laughing and giggling. Ryzen's got a smile on his face, and he's also about to do the most ridiculous plays you'll see in this fight. He's doing so much work than anyone else.
Yeah.
Because his class is completely immobile, and he has to do... Look what he's doing. And at the same time, look at his spells spinning. He is constantly healing during all that work. It's gross what Ryzen's having to do.
It is actually true, like, because I also think that healing is the hardest role in progression rating. The thing with healing is that it's really boring in farm.
Yeah.
It's so boring.
It's like tanking.
Yeah, but progression is so hard because there's so much stuff going on, and as a damage dealer, you look at the boss, you're not staring at your action bar, right? Like, you look at the boss and by looking at the boss, you get the overview of the fight, right? But as a healer, you have to look at your raid frames because it's not always the same. It's not a scripted fight. I mean, most of the things are scripted, but there's some RNG, so you have to look at the raid frames, which then makes it so much harder to keep an overview of what's going on in the fight and looking at the floor and dodging all of the stuff. I mean, you can see what Ryzen has to do here, right?
So insane.
While keeping an eye on the raid, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can never stop casting, which means he's mousing over all those players, the ones that need triage, he's dodging all this at the exact same time. And then he just like wipes the sweat from his brow because he's doing Divine Hymn, which means he doesn't need to touch his keyboard for a
Stands
second.
up.
And then back in. Here we go. Because now he has to do the dragon. He has to gateway at the exact same time. He has to halo here. Now he's getting dragged in, and these guys need to be topped before it happens. Getting himself into position, getting those procs going, dodging the big balls, which Ryzen's quality at. Kush needs some triage healing, so you can see him swapping over to that and making sure they're topped up. And then this huge blast is going to be needed now. Gets it ready, pops it back out again. It's what the healers have to go through here is exceptional play. Absolutely exceptional play. Such a difficult role to fill, which is nice, while Frago and Maystein have also been dropping into that 5th healer role if they've needed it as well. Frago did so much healing in the earlier parts of the fight, but through it as well. But it stresses me out watching Ryzen play.
Yeah.
Well, let's swap to Kush.
Kush is chilling. He's gonna redeem himself now.
Look at that. Oh,
yeah.
So pretty.
But it's so much more relaxed. Stay on boss, dodge things.
Looks so. I never saw Moonkin attack with 2 daggers.
Oh, he was a bear yesterday, which is quite nice. Yeah, he was doing it as a guardian druid. Really nice fun.
hilarious.
But it's so much more relaxed. Like, but so you're right. I think finding healers, like a strong roster of just exceptional healers, is so hard.
It's the hardest thing
Mm-hmm.
to building a roster for sure.
I mean, they need a lot of Mythic experience, right? You can kind of take somebody who's really good and maybe not done that much Mythic as a DPS and get them going if they understand, the idea of damage profiles and stuff.
Yeah.
But healing needs thousands of hours of experience to be able to manage all that movement while still putting out... You still have to put out crazy healing. You can't just relax and, like, dodge the mechanic, then heal. That's not happening. It all has to happen simultaneously while doing the extra work of managing those raid frames and the people that need it.
And you also need like good chemistry with the other healers, I think. So you need to be playing together for a little while to get a feel for each other, and like because there's a lot of talking that goes through the healing camp in order to heal the raid. I don't think I'm talking with Reves, for example, about who's gonna blast the ads. It's not really. It's kind of more straightforward, the damage profiles, than the healing.
And you got trust. A lot of people don't do well with trusting their other healers to do what needs to be done when the health of their teammates is low. And often it'll come down to in Mythic healing is like, you're not supposed to be healing here.
Yeah.
Somebody else is going to do it, but you're stood there and you're looking at health bars like, And you do have to have that level of trust because the DPS of the healers is also baked in. But ladies and gentlemen, with a combat res in hand, Echo, again, are entering this final phase. A screw up on positioning is what cost them so dearly the last time they were here in a good pull. The Bloodlust has been banked. When will we see it? We don't know. Scripe might make a call, but they are in position to have a reasonably good pull here unless they do something a little silly. So fingers crossed, Nagura. We might see a new best here.
It is looking pretty good so far, as they already are in position to spawn these puddles, and the boss is going to get moved into the corner as well, because that's also the spot where now is going to be dropping his tank mechanic that spawns the spiderlings. The boss needs to be moved away by Miris while the spiders are spawning, and the binding shot already down by Sol. We're also going to see some other AoEs to see coming through here with the stun totem and the ring coming out of Miris as well, making sure none of these spiders are reaching the boss. Thankfully, the spiders are going to be coming out in such a long cooldown that all of these abilities are going to be ready again for the next set of spiders. But right now we do have the third set of acolytes that have to be DPS. This one is a very simple set. They've done this numerous times. They're very comfortable with this set. They can make sure that they're focusing the boss still and just passively cleaving them down, as the portals have been placed by the two players, this time in the correct spot, so they're going to be able to get the essences through that have been dropped by those acolytes to make sure that the ring doesn't touch them, because otherwise they're of course going to wipe. And there we go, they are spreading out. A movement speed has been used to make sure those players can spread with the circles, and now they have to dodge the webs and also dodge the orbs coming through from the portals that have been destroyed. But unfortunately Narco did go down. They have a battle rest available though for him, so everyone is back up, baiting in close to the previous puddles to make sure the area of denial is staying as small as possible while the second set of spiders is spawning.
Yeah, it's unbelievably tough what's about to happen next. This is where it gets real spooky. So they're either going to send the Bloodlust pretty soon once these smallies are dead, or they're going to hold it back and see how they cope with this, as these massive shackles are about to explode onto the raid. Very dangerous moment for them. They have not sent the Bloodlust. This is it.
Saving.
Yeah, they're feeling confident that they can manage this. So this will be very scary, as the casts are going off on the ads. That is what they're trying to stop. They have to break that shield to stop these casts coming out. But they have pulled it back.
It's looking good.
They've managed to survive. The ads are still alive. They need to drag the boss over to that final one so it can cleave down by the melee, as the portals are now getting in position. 7 essences need to go through these portals, and the healers have a lot of work to do to try and stabilize this raid in order to go through here comfortably as the raid picks up their essences. I can't see one remaining.
Looks good.
And a lot of dot damage onto the raid, and they have to spread. They did lose Canex, but is that going to be it? As the next shackles
so much
go
damage
down.
going to come through though from these webs that are going to be placed in just a moment. Look at the explosion doing
Okay,
so
not bad.
much damage to the raid. Bloodlust is popped, and now the shackles have to be nuked down. We're going to get the 5 sets of acolytes spawning in just a moment that they have to deal with while they're baiting the puddles. Looks like the baits were a little bit off. Another set of spiders coming in. They need to make sure this CC comes through. Batting shot missing. We do have a ring coming out in just a moment by Miris to make sure they don't reach the boss. The ring is down. There we go. They are going to be able to kill these spiders, and the acolytes are spawning. Now we have to get through these acolytes while the damage from the next set of webs is going to come in. Are they in the correct position here? It looks like some of them are. One of them, unfortunately, a little bit out of position, and that's why they're getting dragged, because they have to put the web close to the acolytes on this set, because they want to, of course, get through these shields. There's one more shield on the 2 more shields actually up, which means they're going to be casting a little bit, while they also get dragged still from this one shackle that was misplaced, unfortunately, in that further space. Yeah, this shackle is just not going to die if it's not going to be placed.
I mean, I'm not saying names, but he was getting pinged a lot.
That was full clown car. I'm not sure it was. It looked like Robin. It might have been
Looks
Narco.
like a
It looked like a paladin.
It was
No,
a
I
paladin,
think
so
it might have
either
been Narco.
Probably Narco then, I guess.
Yeah, I think it was Narco. I was like, dude, where am I going? Have I got a portal? Have I got shackles? What am I doing?
It's so funny you can see the
laughing
pings.
at him now.
Yeah. It's so funny. Actually.
Oh, that was full clown car from Echo. So
But it was not exactly like a proper pull either. You saw they popped the last earlier.
Yeah, it wasn't when they wanted it.
It's because 2 people died. 2 people died, and they just wanted to like get through the fight a little bit. Yeah.
I don't want to take a break, Mitch. Can we listen to comms real quick? I'm just curious as to whether it's just Narco's doing some defense.
It was like the second track was
No, the second track is for Shambus because Servo didn't make it and he got rescued into
was it
the team
only
instead of a
was it
whale.
only Servo didn't make it?
Also
What do you mean?
Nah,
No, it was both Warlocks, I think.
It was both Warlocks.
Yeah, double trouble in the red.
We're not supposed to last them.
No,
we should last them.
I did not have.
Okay, let's go
It was
back.
me.
Yeah,
Third
it's,
ads on shackles free, no?
it's all the things we do. We're talking, but okay, we got a replay from Kush. It seems that the evokers were dragging people, the Warlocks, to the wrong place.
Oh no!
Full clown car. It's Narco. Where are you going, Narco?
Oh, he's
Come
trying
back.
to turn around, but then he's like, oh, it's too late now.
Look at that man on a horse.
There's the ping coming through. I love the ping.
You know, it reminds me of, you know, the old westerns, right, where they put someone on a horse and then they put like a novelty-sized head on them and just send them off into the desert. Look at that.
I want to know who picked this. Like, in that situation,
This
you know?
is nice.
Nice memes, 100%.
But that's so crazy to me. Like, you're in a situation where you're currently progressing a phase, and then you have the time to ping
Yes.
another person doing.
Or
making
it could have been
mistakes.
clicks as well.
Oh, Mirez. Mirez is good at doing some pings if he's trying to get people in the right place. But yeah, they can see there was talking about you're lusting at the wrong place. The evokers are taking us to the wrong place. Narco is just going home. Apparently, he's just like doing laps around the boss.
What was he even thinking? I don't get it.
That was panic. It's
Yeah.
blind panic.
Yeah.
Not sure where to go. He also got 2 symbols. He had a diamond and a blue. Well, the other's got 1.
And to be fair, the previous set of
so that means middle.
webs does go to that spot.
Crap, I know where to put it, Narco. Dude.
But yeah, the previous set goes to that spot, right? It's just it's only the set that coincides with the acolytes that goes there. So he probably just, you know.
Yeah, but
even at the marker, I was just thinking about it there because one was diamond, one was blue, and then someone has diamond space blue. You were in the middle.
You're like Twitch chat right now. It's like, I could have done this.
No, for real though, I could legit done that. Like, no problem at all. Even if I'd forgotten where I was going, but like, oh, okay, there we're going there. Oh, blind panic. That's hilarious though. So still great. It was like nearly their best pull ever, and it was absolute circus. I mean, I was waiting for the elephants to come in. They were about to come. Some jugglers turning up from the middle, but not bad.
It
Funny,
was actually really good. Really good because it was actually the first pull where they didn't last. On that,
Didn't lost 2 people to AoE damage because I think they got 1 extra cast that wasn't interrupted. Probably because the shield went down a little slower without the lust.
Yeah,
that interrupt didn't happen, or it was the shield was still up when the interrupt went through, something like that.
It's fine. Like next pull, they got it. Like I think since they didn't last and they got through it, they're good.
Yeah, they're good.
If the deaths don't happen, like they're good. They can make it to the actual last. That it's probably gonna be on the kill.
I fully agree. That was actually, despite the rough ending there, everything till that point was absolutely crisp.
Yeah.
Really on point, because that's when it snowballs. The ads take a little bit longer to die. Positioning's out of place. We could hear on the comms there is like a couple of the evokers. The warlocks are not in the right place, so this is causing this problem, blah, blah, blah. And this is what they tidy up in these gaps. It's like, all right, everybody be clear. You're going to do this. But remember, this is like step 154 of this fight for individuals to remember. Of the whole people. It's like, okay, this is this one. Because I don't know how many rescues the evokers do. Do you want to check the logs real quick, Caro?
Yeah.
I'm wondering how much healing is being done just by the rescue shield over the course of like that length of a fight. I imagine it's huge. It must be in the tens of millions. Watch it now be like 3. But they're rescuing almost on cooldown because it's such a massive shield that they're applying to people.
Yeah, it's such a great spell. Like you saw it in Princess.
How did you feel about the bananas situation, Banana Gate?
First of all, I don't know why Roger wants to call it banana. He always does this.
He always calls it after a fruit.
He calls the exit of a room pineapple. And I was always like, why are you calling it pineapple? It makes no sense. Call it something that makes sense so people can, at least in their brain, they can connect to the exit. Calling it pineapple just doesn't make sense. Yeah, I mean, I don't like the shape. I thought it was great how we used the evokers there. Generally, I don't like getting rescued. I mean, I was not getting rescued anyway because I'm a melee. But I'm not a big fan of the rescuing. Not a big fan of anything that grips me or like
moves you away from the boss.
Yeah, we're actually joking with Kus about putting on. You know, there's this item where
the neural transmit thing.
Exactly, and you can't get gripped, you can't get rescued. No one can do anything to your character basically. We're thinking about putting that on, but I mean, of course, for progress' sake, we didn't. Maybe that's a farm thing.
Well, it comes down. Sometimes people are a bit twitchy about that stuff and trying to make a hero play. Although you've got things like step or whatever, it's like I can literally get like 3 or 4 more attacks in, and then I'm going to step. I'm fine, dude. You don't need to.
You don't need to. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but they're like, oh, I thought you were going to die. It's like, don't leave me alone. I have fought with somebody who. It's a bad memory. This. But,
no.
I had
story time. Is it the story time?
Yeah. Well, Carol's looking at stuff. We got time. We Legion, Fire Mage, Bracers, massive cooldowns and procs. That's what I was playing, and I got my Pyro proc, and I'd Rune up, Combustion, Blasting, and someone gripped me out of it.
Oh no!
And I was like, "What are you doing? Why would you like?" That's infuriating, right? Because that is like peak DPS. I'm like, "What are you doing?" And he went, "You weren't moving." I'm like, "From what?" So the wave was coming. Like, I'm a mage. I can literally blink through this thing. Don't ever grip me again. He was like, oh, I will do. I was like, are we doing this? Are we? It got really tense.
That doesn't sound like
it was one of those moments where it's a genuine fight, and afterwards everyone goes, yeah, just laughs at you. But what you got over there, Carol? You got some numbers for us?
I do have numbers. So we have rescue shields coming in for that last pool that we did, the 28%, and it's 34 million in total.
Ooh, that is a
rescue
lot.
shields healed, mostly from Maystein. And the funny thing is that Maystein, guess who is using the rescue on the most?
Frago?
Yes.
Yeah, these two have been doing it since
Really?
Silken Court.
They're
These,
just gripping each other.
yeah, if you watch the
And the
Silken Court
warlocks.
VOD, they just they carried each other everywhere they needed to go. It was really cute, actually. It was like two kids going to school together.
This is like the rocks with the tricks, all tricksing each other.
Yeah, every single time. Anything else cool you saw?
Velo is gripping Kush a lot, actually, interestingly enough.
Never seen a grip from Velox on Kush.
Yeah, let's follow Kush and see if where we can see that happening, actually. Where would he want to be gripped? Perhaps if he's got to get through the portal and something.
Phase 2, I would imagine. Yeah, on the platforms.
Ooh, you know why Narco actually misplaced that web? He had he died in phase 2 to a gloom orb, to an orb that he was supposed to avoid, right? And he had to get rest, and I think it had probably tilted him a bit, you know, making a mistake in phase 2, and then he's like, a little bit out of it, and then he misplaced. Oh, he actually died to a web blade as well afterwards. Oh, so he died to a gloom orb, then he died to a web blade.
That is full.
He got rest twice, and then he misplaced.
Oh my god.
That was
That's
like
Munkasteer, right?
Full
That is Munkasteer.
shambles pull for Narco there, unfortunately.
Is Narco a Why I Died storyteller?
Actually, yes.
Yeah.
Actually, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the tale of why I died in the middle of the poll. So you see what happened.
I wasn't in that. Look where my body is.
Yes, that is such a classic.
I've said it a million times because it's
Yes.
true. Like
Yeah.
sometimes that happens, and you're like, dude, literally look where I'm dead.
Yeah.
Like, this makes no sense whatsoever. If you get server ticked or something, it actually
Of course,
sucks
yeah.
so hard because you're like, I'm not even in it. Like for real. Horrendous. But yeah, I would picture Narco as a bit of a story time why I died kind of guy. I'll sit
This
around
has
the
been
fire.
happening a lot less in our guild though. Like back in the days, it was way worse.
It
Like
was
people-
banned, right? Because Derek was the biggest.
Of course.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
like he was like linking Gyazos of like how you died and stuff, and we would wipe, and there would be like fucking 4 Gyazos spawning in on TeamSpeak, and what we have to watch all of them, then listen to what you have to say. Like, bro, relax. Like we can pull again. Yeah. Like,
I do remember Scribe saying, Lorgok, if you tell me one more way in which you die, I'm kicking you. Scribe was so done with it. Always fun stories. When we had Narco in Hamburg, they went for a toilet break. And, Narco tells me he's at the urinal. And Scribe comes in and he's using the urinal. And he looks over at him and he goes, Narco, when I tell you to press Hellstone, you press it right now, yeah? Like, not a second later. I don't care what you do, and I don't care if you got wings. If I say Hellstone, you press Hellstone, okay?
Yeah.
Narco's like, okay, is this really the time? It is. I want you to know I mean it, Narco. You press Hellstone whenever it's
when
ready.
Scribe is on, he's always on.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, there's no break time.
No break time
I
for
haven't even
Scribe.
seen him actually take the snack break for a while either in the last few days. He's just stayed at his PC working things. Gingy dead. I wonder if Gingy is playing a little risky here with his HP, because we have seen him die a couple of times there, and it's been like when he's not at 95% or something, it's ticking him over. But he is back up and going into this with full strength again. Consistent phase ones from Echo. Really nice play all day. And they've got lunch coming up in probably after this pull. Is they're going to be taking their lunch break. So they would like to go out on a bit of a bang, as they know that Team Liquid will be rising and shining in a few hours. The time is ticking away, but this boss no closer to being dead yet for either guild, as Echo rapidly approaches that 300 attempts. So just mainly in the last 100, 150, just dealing with the final phase of this fight, which is the one of the most, I think it's safe to say now, would you guys agree, the most intricate end phase we've ever seen?
The most intricate. I guess so.
Yeah. I can't think of... I mean, previously, that title went to Farak. This is way, way worse than Farak.
Is it?
Yeah.
I mean, Firak, the thing was like you could literally wipe for nothing.
Yeah. You could, but that wasn't that intricate. It was, blaze positionings and the orbs was the biggest thing.
The big thing was the randomness of...
Canex just got gripped into the beam.
Wait, that was not what?
Yeah. Unfortunately, they had to.
That will be a replay for sure.
I hope we have that view. That was hilarious. And then he just smiled like, okay. Yeah, the web grip went off and he just pulled right into the beam.
Oh my god.
Funny. But as you were saying, sorry.
No, that's. Oh yeah, continue. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think we should focus on this pool though, because it's a good pool.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good pull. They unfortunately have to go without Canix here because, of course, they don't have a battle rest. They had to Revis back up. Still managed to get through that ad, it looks like, as they do have one more portal to go through, as Gingy has his debuff. And now we're going to get knocked into the next platform. Again, not going to be quite meeting that, or not having a best pull probably because of that death on Canix here. And Canix actually doing a lot of damage to Acolytes. So not having Canix here might be a problem. They might have to shift some of their cooldowns onto the Acolytes to make up for Canix's AoE damage there. But first, they're positioning themselves for the puddles and for the first set of spiders, which they've got that down pretty nicely now. Like, that's not going to be a point where they're going to be wiping, presumably, unless something goes horribly wrong, or they want to like really min-max the damage and like a spider goes in or something. But other than that, this part of the phase go very well done so far, and they continuously get into phase 3, right?
Yep.
I feel like this is definitely at a point right now where we're super consistent and we continue to get to this phase.
Wolf Disco had nowhere to go there, trapped between a rock and a hard place, unfortunately, and that's more range DPS that is dead that deals with these Acolytes that are slightly outside of the melee range. And you can see the tanks do pull Ansarek right next to the ones that the melee are cleaving, but it is up to the range gang.
As well.
Yeah, this is looking real rough for them. We might see the blood. Well, I mean, we're definitely going to see the bloodlust pop very early, because what they can still get out of this, you might say, why don't you throw it away? Is they obviously based on that last clown car show we had. There's a double jump over the ring from the Demon Hunter. Is they're still not quite right on position. Right, that's what we saw. We saw people just getting a little confused, a little dazed, and needing to orientate themselves. So more reps, more better, especially when you're this deep into the fight. Throwing it away, it's not like they're borderline killing it and there. Any more reps they have here, make this more comfortable, make it more relaxed, make this chaos seem like normality is well worth their time. They're not lusted. Yeah, they're going to do it when the Acolyte spawn, I would imagine, with this DPS down. Yeah, there it is.
Alright, there's the last, there's the Acolytes, and there's the set of webs as well. They're going to be exploding in a raid in just a moment, doing so much damage because a lot of people still have that Essence debuff on them as well. And they're down a healer, so it's actually a very dangerous spot. They didn't manage to survive so far as they're dodging these blades and trying to get through these Acolyte shields with the Moonkin Dad, which probably has been sending cooldowns here or generally on the ads.
Yeah, look at that far one, Nagura. Still at like 30%, so they're having to hard swap to it, and it's kind of lasting a long time. The portals are already out. They did manage to clear it. That was with Bloodlust. This obviously means that the 4 ads that will be coming soon are probably going to win. There's a likely chance of that, but they still want the position to be repeated. This is very deep into the fight now. They're going to have to do this super cleanly later, and they need to do it better than that when they try to kill it.
Yeah, that was probably someone that was dead. That was hard to pick one of the orbs, yeah.
Yeah, a little tricky. A little bit of a shame. Losing a couple of people, not viable on this fight. We're looking, when this dies, I almost guarantee it's so clean that everybody's up and everybody's doing
I think so as well, yeah.
It's because everyone has a role to fulfill. There's no gap for, like, we could lose a guy, it's fine. That's not going to happen.
Especially in the last pool where you have to pick like so many of these orbs.
And the DPS check.
Yeah.
Like, missing a DPS. We even saw that on the re-kill of Kaiveza.
Yeah.
It's like, even though you overkilled it week 1 with Vantus and things, more gear came in. If someone died, it was still tight as hell.
Very tight, yeah.
Yeah, Blizzard has been working their balls off to make sure that the DPS check is right on the money. But for us here at Echo, that is going to be dinner. Yeah, because I skipped breakfast and lunch.
Yeah, it's not lunch, yeah. It's
and that's
dinner.
me and you done, I think.
It is.
We're saying goodbye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you gonna stay on?
We'll see.
So you're gonna have some dinner.
Thank you so much for joining us, Perfecto.
Yeah, of course. I don't have anything else to do, so
every single time. And also remember, $1 gets Carol closer to a tattoo.
Yeah,
it's almost there. You're just like
we could hit it tomorrow,
$3 grand away, guys. But we're gonna love you and leave you. We'll be back in 30 minutes with maybe some interviews and also a refreshed Echo to push into the night. See you in a bit.
Gaming is all about senses. How it looks. How it feels. how much it really takes to win, and how fun it is. Bring them all to life with metal posters from Displate. Shop now at displate.com.
Shopping, working, and relaxing online can attract various digital threats. To improve your protection against them, just turn on NordVPN. This cybersecurity app will block web trackers and malware-infected sites. It will also encrypt your internet traffic without losing a smooth connection. Choose NordVPN and get the exclusive Echo deal now. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
1 in a million, 1 in a million.
Welcome to the studio.
I actually have some really exciting news. Hey everyone, welcome back to the stream.
We covered a lot today.
Do you ever find yourself at the PC thinking about your health? You're ready to make a change, but you either tried and failed before, or you simply feel confused about where to start.
At Games for Gamers, we've developed the Inner Circle, a system designed exclusively for gamers who want to shed fat, gain muscle, and become overall healthier without having to grind it out on the treadmill or skip those snack breaks during gaming.
We've already helped over 1,000 gamers. Gamers like Casper, who dropped an amazing 80 kilograms in just 40 weeks, allowing him to fit his favorite clothes once again.
And let's not forget about KP. He's been adding on some solid lean muscle mass while also reducing his body fat percentage. And those two are just the tip of the iceberg.
So if you're ready to get in shape without having to compromise your life or gaming, then visit gamesforgamers.com and use the code ECHO for 30% off.
Hey everyone, my name's Asmongold, and I'm excited to tell you about my company, Starforge Systems. When we founded Starforge Systems, we had one goal in mind: make the best computers possible for playing video games. Now, I don't personally play video games, I just react to TikToks, but wait, this is not true. Like, I do play games. Who wrote this? I play games all the time. I play Diablo, New World, and... Well, I don't just watch other people play those games. I also play them too. I play them all the time. You know what? I own this company. I don't have to take this shit. I'm leaving, and the logo is a hammer.
Sup, bruv? Here's the beans. How about some beans? Good time. Oh, yeah. Beans on toast! Oh, my beanie boy. An entire tin. Nope. Why are they in the middle?
That sounds disgusting. There we go.
It only took us a few moments before we came in before we were already talking about beans. I do love discussing beans. It's an ongoing thing. All right there, guns, give us your beans. I punch it in the kidneys, I punch it in your beans. It's the baked beans banger. I'll show you your beans, but I won't show you your A single bean! Oh yeah! Beans on toast! All beans, big beans, good for your heart.
Ooh, right now, man.
Behold, ladies and gentlemen, I am joined on the big Master Caster couch by the one, the only, the hero himself, who's been blinking around, alter-timing, making crispy plays during this final phase of Ansarek. Mr. Gingy, how's it going, pal?
It's going good. I'm happy with our progress so far. I feel like we're getting to phase 3 a lot more consistent now. We just had to make some small tweaks here and there with the strategy, but I feel like we got the first part of it down. So I think any pull now, you're gonna be seeing at least us like going through the whole fight, seeing the enrage, and then yeah, it's just about squeezing the DPS and seeing if we can get the boss to 0% before we die.
Yeah, I mean, that is the bit we're looking forward to, and you guys have done that so many times in the past to find every damage. But we've pulled Gingy away just for a few minutes. He's supposed to be on his dinner break right now. But we did want to look at some of the new things you've been doing with Gains for Gamers, and I think you've prepared a little video for us so we can get some intro, and then we'll have a chat about it in a second. So let's take a look at that.
In-game every single day. But at the same time, they're losing the most important battle in their life, their own health and fitness. I've been there myself. I used to spend hours playing games, sacrificing sleep and relying on takeout because it was easy. I was performing great in-game, but I felt like a zombie behind the screen. My body was out of shape, my mind was foggy, my daily energy levels and my confidence was at an all-time low. I knew I had to change, but as I started looking into fitness plans, I noticed a pattern. Most of them force you to change your life to fit their rules. They are restrictive and dictate what you can and cannot eat, how you must work out in a specific way, and expect you to rearrange your entire life around their program. But that approach just wasn't going to work for me. I was thinking I didn't want to give up gaming, follow a strict diet, or commit to a boring fitness routine. I needed a plan that fit me, something that aligned with my lifestyle, my needs and my goals, while still helping me lose weight and gain muscle. I knew that I needed a plan that adapted to how I live and not the other way around. That's when I realized it's about finding a program that fits you, not forcing you to fit the program. Now, if you are where I was, tired of plans that requires you to turn your life around 180 degrees to work, then I invite you to my fitness dungeon for free at fitnessdungeon.com. This isn't just another fitness plan, it's a gamified experience designed for people like us who want to get in shape without sacrificing the things we enjoy. Because I often get asked, Mike, do I really need to quit my gaming and spend hours in the gym prepping meals and cutting out all my carbs? The short answer is no. Take Nick for example. He came to us 20 kilograms overweight, frustrated that he couldn't fit into his old clothes, he felt like crap, and his low confidence kept him from going out with friends. He was worried we'd force him to follow a strict diet and gym routine like other programs had. But Nick decided to join us, and the rest is now history. Over 12 weeks he lost 20 kilograms, regained his confidence, now he's back in his old clothes, and most importantly, he told me, I don't feel like shit anymore. I feel like I've won my life back. I know it's overwhelming with all the misinformation and the challenges of breaking the habits we've built around gaming. But it doesn't have to be all or nothing. It's about making small, sustainable changes that fit your life. And that's the approach and philosophy we've built into the Fitness Dungeon. It's designed specifically for gamers like you and me who want to get in shape without turning our lives upside down. The Fitness Dungeon is a gamified online experience where we'll share a 12-week game plan with you, and this plan has helped over 1,000 gamers lose weight, build muscle, and get in shape without having to sacrifice gaming time, following a strict bland diet, or torturing themselves on the treadmill with hour-long cardio sessions. And just like in Mythic Plus dungeons, if you complete the fitness dungeon within 7 days, we'll reward you with a customized plan, which is a part of our $3,000 coaching program for free. This plan is tailored to fit you and not the other way around. We'll base it around your eating habits, budget, goals, eating preferences, and so on. So, if it's important for you to get in shape and you want to do it with a community of like-minded gamers, then go to fitnessdungeon.com and sign up right now for free. And maybe you'll achieve results like Casper, who lost fat and built muscle, Niklas, who lost 11 kilograms, or maybe if you have an even bigger goal, then like Robert, who lost 76 kilograms. Whatever level you're at in real life, we'll help you get out of the Bronze League. See you inside of the Fitness Dungeon.
It's such a big deal because I know a lot of people when they get into fitness and I think this is actually part of the expectation versus reality, is you get a fitness program and it's really severe because it's important that the people selling that fitness programs get you quick results. Otherwise, people just give up because it's not working for me. So they kind of give you something really hardcore to jump into. Is like, you know what you love? Chicken and rice. You love chicken and rice. So that's why you decided to do it this way, right?
Yes, I think a good program doesn't just get people from A to B as quick as possible. It's about teaching them the foundation of dieting and training and what it does for you, so that once you have reached your goal, you can implement that into your life, right? And that's what I think a lot of the very restrictive diets don't teach you, because you can cut out all carbs and you're most likely going to be losing fat. But then what you see in a lot of people is that they don't learn along the way exactly how to track your calories and eat properly, so that when they're done and they've reached their goal, a lot of times people, they regain the weight back. I also think there's a lot of people that start out way too extreme. They set too high of a goal. And what happens is that, like, okay, I'm going to really just kick ass now. I'm going to go to the gym 5 times per week. And what happens is that they just set out way too quickly. So what we usually recommend is, you know, start out a little bit slow, make some small adjustments. Tracking foods is not necessarily for everyone. You can, you know, reduce portion sizes. For many people, it's also cutting out sugary drinks is a big change. Deep Shades, one of the guys that we rated with, he also has lost over 80 kilograms. And one of his biggest things was just cutting out, like, Coca-Cola and sugary drinks in general. And that made a huge change for him. So many times you don't need to do much, but what we try to do is just help people and give them a program that they can just stick to. And like we said as well in the ad that you just saw here, is that we are making it in a way that it fits your lifestyle, right? Meaning that it's not going to interfere with your work, with the things that you like to do. We're trying to complement that so that you can reach your real life goals while at the same time be happy with your own body and your health.
Yeah, and on top of that, you've also started to expand on the community of people who are taking part in it, who are cross-pollinating each other, giving each other support, especially when you get into the down period, which everybody does, by the way.
Yes.
Is when you're dieting and you actively change something, even a small thing, the cravings come. And you're like, is it that bad, you know, and I'm going to fall back into my old ways and doing all that. But now you've got, like, through your website and through Discord, is people talking to each other like, hey, I've come up with a new cool recipe. Try this out. What did you think? You know, coming backwards and forwards to build those relationships.
I mean, that's why I love it as well, because we have a massive Discord community as well for everyone who's part of Games for Gamers. And everyone can be in there. They can chat. They can meet other like-minded people. And what's cool about it, because we've gamified it, is that everyone is sharing the same hobby of gaming. Many of my real-life friends now is people I met through WoW. So what you see now is that you have these people meeting online and becoming online friends. And before it was just like, okay, they're in this community, but all of a sudden they start typing with each other. They start playing WoW on the side, and they start keeping each other accountable as well, reaching their fitness goals, and they get to meet other people that are in the same boat as them, and they motivate each other. And that's a really, really cool part of it too.
It is. How much of it is focused on, say, diet, which is something people can do anytime, right? Because a lot of people get put off by the fact is, oh, do I need to buy a gym membership? Do I need to, like, start running 2 hours a day? Or do I need to start, you know, something really dramatic to my ordinary lifestyle, depending on where I live? But is it very, it seems like for, you know, the recipe crossovers and all those elements, is like a lot of it, to dropping out sugary drinks, that's just dietary changes that you can do at home.
Yes. So in our app, which all our members get access to once they sign up, we have thousands of different recipes, right? So what people do when they sign up first is that we need a little bit of information about the person, their motivation level, age, what their goals are, how motivated they are, things like that. So we get a little bit of information about them, as well as dietary preferences. What do they like to eat? What do they, are they vegan? Whatever it is. And then we create a program and a diet plan around that. To make it easy. And we also ask people, do you like to cook? Do you want it easy? Do you like to meal prep? We get as much information as possible. And of course, if some people change their mind along the they can just write to support, and then we can adjust the program along the way. If there's certain things that they don't like or certain things that didn't really work out, then we can adjust it and tweak it, because everything's not going to be perfect the first time.
Nope.
But then as you progress, we start making those small changes until you find what works for you, right? Because there's a lot of different ways to train. It doesn't have to be in the gym. It could be at home if you prefer that. It can be doing sports. It can be going for a run. The most important thing is that you find something that you can stick to. Because consistency and just actually doing it is the most important.
And would you say it's, you say you're gamifying it, and I think that's a really big deal, because what I found, certainly when I was doing it, is finding something that's fun. And then you're not in that mindset of like, I've got to go and do this, right? Because we all feel that way sometimes when we're in a health plan I'm supposed to go today, but what I do there isn't fun. And do you work with them to find like, okay, maybe you try this, even if you've never tried it before? I think, things like that you might find more fun to increase activity.
Yeah, that's why we've gamified it as well, because that's what the fitness dungeon is all about, is that you have your virtual character, which is technically you, and then as you progress through the program, as you get better and stronger, you level up your avatar and your character as well, and that's what makes it fun, right? So it's just a little bit extra fun thing to make it a little bit more interesting.
Can you cap?
What?
Can you cap your character?
There is no cap. You can always progress.
Okay, so it won't be like if you're Mr. Olympia or something, you win the game or anything along those lines. But speaking of cap and victories, you've actually only got 2.5 minutes left, but I'm sure we'll get more time to talk later. But I want to thank you for coming on the couch.
Of course.
Exclam Gains in the chat. If you're sat there thinking, you know what, I'm not really happy with how my body is right now, or my fitness level, or just how you're feeling, because getting healthy actually increases your endorphins, makes you feel generally quite happy in the most cases. So check that out. Thanks, Ginger, for being on the couch.
Of course.
If you could go and murder this boss, we would all be very happy.
I think we're going to see Enrage in the next few hours. And yeah, guys, thank you so much for listening to my rant, and Mike's here. And I hope you guys have enjoyed the race so far. And let's just take it all the way. Let's win.
Let's win. All right, we'll see you back in the action very soon, guys. Be right back.
busy. I was not back yet.
It's offline. That's usually not a good sign.
We have feast and a break. No, we don't.
No, I'm not placing a feast.
Let's fucking see Enrage, guys. Everyone alive. Top 10%. And let's see if there's actually a hidden phase.
Yeah, there's 2 hidden phases.
There's no hidden phase. Eon has a cost confirmed.
I actually called Petko and he called Bobby and yeah, Petko told me.
And Bobby called
Waiting for the song.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Race to World First here in Cologne, Germany. I am Alex from Fappel CV. Joining me is the wonderful OK Mage.
Hello!
We're on for a good night. You heard Gingy say it. We're going to hit him Rage Pool soon. I think easy kill. They just got to stop trolling. I don't know about you.
Yeah, if they thought maybe just don't get hit, do damage, kill the boss, I don't know.
I've been talking to the players and given them these suggestions, and apparently they don't like it. So... Hey, it is what it is.
Apparently we're wrong.
I've been reading chat all day, and chat's been saying it. I thought that they'd like want to know.
That's how I learned how to kill the boss.
Yeah, exactly. Me too. Oh, but we are in for an amazing, amazing day. Really, we are, because they've been doing some exceptional prog. They've been getting quite consistently into the last phase. Not as consistently as they could have done. A little bit of trolling here and there, but being able to get into that last phase, getting as much damage out as possible, moving the Bloodlust later and later into the phase just goes to show that they're definitely on the cusp of something good.
Yeah, they've had an excellent day of prog, especially in comparison to yesterday, which was one too many phase 1 wipes. But yeah, we've been getting so consistently into phase 3. We've seen further and further into the fight. Successfully, as you're saying, moving that Bloodlust has been the biggest part of progression today, I feel like.
Yep.
If you've been watching, that phase 3 looks horrendous. There is so many things happening, especially at once. It is chaos.
Yeah, right towards the end of the phase where you come out of that second portal where you've had to take 7 of the essences through. It goes into an infest. Oh no, actually you first have the shackles, then you have infest, then you have the ad spawn, which there's 5 of, and at the same time you have the shackles at the same time, and then you've got to take 12 orbs through the portal. Also, so there's these lines going on, which we haven't even seen that far
Throw
just
some
yet.
web blades in there as well.
Yeah,
Why
it's
not?
very chaotic, but if there's any group that's going to be able to do it, hopefully it is going to be Echo, as we are going to be going later and later into the night tonight. I have no idea when they're going to stop, actually. If they get the boss low, we could certainly be seeing a little bit of a extend angle.
Maybe.
Because if the boss is in kill range, well, you can see how well Liquid have been doing. An exceptional day for them yesterday, getting the boss all the way down to 15.2%, which they could have easily brought way lower. Just a few, a little bits and pieces of some players dying, some players with some incredibly good damage available to them. Unfortunately, falling at that last hurdle, and understandably so as well. Meaning that, I think getting this boss into the very low single digits is more than possible. Whether or not it's killable, we will have to see.
Yeah, it's giving me Sylvanas vibes where you're seeing the end of the fight. Liquid have seen it, as we're saying. They've been playing absolutely amazingly. Getting to the end of the fight, seeing that enrage, and then having to find Liquid's best pull being 15.2% left on the boss, which is a lot of HP.
Oh, yeah.
And it is very similar to Sylvanas in Sanctum of Domination in Shadowlands, where they saw to the end of the fight, and then they had to shave off the HP, and it ended up taking them a few days. I think it was 3 days to work out their damage.
Let's hope that it isn't like that.
No, maybe 5 for us.
I would love to go home at some point this year. That would be wonderful.
I live here now.
It feels like that. As we have been here, we've been here all the way since Heroic Week, haven't we? So this is like, what, day 19?
Yeah, it's day 11 of Mythic, and...
So day 18, I suppose, then.
Plus 7 is...
Yep, that's 18.
6.
7, 7, 7. Speaking of which, though, of chat and how lovely you all are, look how much money we've raised.
I know.
36,500. Well, slightly more than that as well. Incredible. You guys have been so generous. Of course, all going towards Games for Love, an amazing charity helping children who are sick in hospital with distraction therapy, as well as providing them things like video games and consoles and being able to repair those things just so while kids are in there, you know, they have that sort of way of still being a kid whilst they're there. We all know the value and wonder of video games. We all play them ourselves, and being in hospital for large, sometimes years at a time, and not having access to those sort of things that, you know, you can kind of take you out of that horrible sort of space is wonderful, and you guys have done so much for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Letting kids be kids and enjoy their childhood while going through a very, very troubling time. We have had some donations.
Oh,
quite
I
recently.
imagine most of them are to get Nagura a tattoo.
Exactly. So we have nearly hit our $40,000 goal, which is Medic, Jesse, and Nagura all getting spider and or crab tattoos.
Yep, either one of these two wonderful designs by Sam there. They are
Sam
going to be.
Production drew these.
Yeah, they're going to be getting them on their bodies. So at some point, it's going to be awesome to see, and it's all because of your wonderful generosity.
Yeah, and I feel like when opting in, I think Nagura was like, oh, you know, yeah, I'll do it. Not thinking that anybody would reach the dono goal.
Oh.
However, we are rapidly approaching it. So it looks like tattoos are in sight.
Oh, man. I can't wait to see it. It's going to be good. I'm also glad that I didn't put myself in the firing line. I'm scared of getting a tattoo.
I've never had a tattoo.
Yeah, no. I think, it spooks me. I don't know why. I think I'm scared of pain. Also known as just being a bit of a weakling. But there we go.
Also known as a spicy chip. That felt
Those
like getting a
spicy
tattoo,
chips,
I think.
they were pretty...
On my tongue.
You don't want to get a tongue tattoo. And no, please don't show it on the stream, Mitch.
No, yeah.
That eye tattoo thing was mentally
Blech.
scarring. I can't. It's too much. Too much.
We did have a $10 donation from Microwave Steak with Ketchup.
Oh, this is a mic thing. Go ahead.
For the childs. Thank you very much for the $10 donation.
Thank you very much. Yeah, apparently Mike occasionally just,
There's
microwaves a steak, put a bit of ketchup
What
on
if
it.
you put it in a toaster?
Just get to the next donation. I don't think anything good's going to come from this conversation, I must admit. This is full cursed.
This is like last race when I found out that microwaving cereal was not socially acceptable. And I went my whole life not realizing
I don't know why you would do it. It'll just make it soggy.
Yeah, but it's warm.
There's a sweet spot. Pour warm milk on it then.
No, I just shoved the whole thing in the microwave. It's like, you know, when you make scrambled eggs and you put it in the microwave to scramble them.
No, you don't. You can, but...
Oh.
So it's been about 3 or 4 minutes before I've become miserable. It does not take long. All we have to do is start talking about food. Just please no lasagna talk. Of course, we are waiting for the players to come back. They have been on a little bit of a break, so we'll be jumping straight into the Mythic action as soon as we've got some to show you. Me and Jordan are here and ready to go to take you through what is hopefully going to be an amazing evening of raids. So do not fret. For now, I think we have a couple more, or do we not?
Yeah, we do have a few more, so we'll rapid fire it.
Sure.
We have $1 donation from Khadgar. Keep reading Nagura.
Oh, yes.
Wrong person, sorry.
In all fairness, Nagura was going through him at hyper speed. I was very impressed.
We have a $2 donation from Garissa saying, Nagura, if you want a cute spider tattoo, look up jumping spiders. I have arachnophobia, but my significant other talked me into one of those guys. I would never have thought of saying spider and cute in the same sentence, but oh my goodness, they are very cute.
Okay, I was thinking of something horrific, like, 10 foot, like dog size, jumping up out of you, like at you, out of like a bush. But no, they're like the tiny little cute little ones.
They are very cute.
No, they're very. I don't know if production you can get a jumping spider up on the screen. It would, in a little way, just in case people were scared, but they are very, very cute.
They are very cute. They're like little fluffy and they got these big eyes.
Oh, very sweet.
And then we have one $5 donation from...
Oh,
look!
Look at him.
They're so tiny
so
and cute.
Cute. Very cute indeed.
I love how it looks at you so cutely and it's like, I will eat your heart.
I will destroy you.
I will eat you. Cutely.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And then we have a $5 donation from Toby Keith saying toes.
Toby?
Toby, yes.
Very good.
I think that one was for Mike.
That probably was. So thank you very much, everyone who has donated. Please do keep getting your donations in. It'll be wonderful to reach that $40,000 mark. As I don't know if we got the incentive screen on show, because we already have some that are backed up and ready to deliver to you, including, well, we've done Operation Medic, we've done Whose Cast Is It Anyway, the RC Rumble and Scuff cosplay. Don't look up the Scuff cosplay. But
there's an emote for that, Alex.
Oh, no, there isn't. There's a Raider Portraits that is due to come in. We're getting a professional artist to come in and do Raider Portraits.
Yes, I've heard this.
They were here last year, showing us some amazing strategies on how to defeat Tindril. So they're coming in again and to do some pictures of some Raiders. It's going to be fun.
Excellent cameo.
The International Caster Appreciation Day, we're going to be doing some wonderful gift giving. Medic already received his gift from you of the wonderful first mount. And he's left out his gift for whoever he's got it for as well. So we're going to be doing that, as well as the Nerub-ar, which you guys reached, which is just a series of cocktails that are, or mocktails that have a whole load of horrible things going on. Some of them are good, some of them are bad. I think it might be question-based. Not entirely sure of how that works, but of course with the crab and spider tattoos coming up, if you guys can raise another $3,250 odd, then we'll be certainly reaching that goal, and that'll be absolutely fantastic, as I say, all going towards a wonderful charity that we're supporting this summer round. Games for Love.
Absolutely. Wonderful, wonderful cause. Yeah, I can't believe how much money we have raised so far. You're all fantastic. Thank you so much. And for anyone enjoying the race so far, we are very, very pleased to be with you and enjoying it.
Yeah, 100%. So the players right now, if we jump over to their point of view, you'll be able to see them all getting ready and raring to go. After their food break, which was amazing, by the way. Had some sort of chili, didn't we?
Yeah, it was so delicious. Good. I think it was another recipe from the WoW cookbook. I think it was a Dragonfire chili.
It was so nice.
It was very nice.
Yep.
It was a little bit spicy.
Doing the Lord's work, feeding us all, keeping us all good and raring to go. Excellent news. It looks like they are looking at something. Hopefully not cooking for too long. But the problem is that when they go for a break, the minds get wandering into the dangerous areas
into the
void of ideas.
The Zalitas.
Yeah, so of course they did have a few issues, and I don't want to at anybody, but we did have a few issues towards the end of one of our very good-looking pools where we wasn't too sure where we were going to be placing some of the debuffs out. So it went a little bit wrong with that particular mechanic.
Yeah, struggling to find the space in which they are placing those spikes.
Yes, so we've got to be. I imagine that's probably going to be the focus of what they're sorting out right now, making sure that that very last part of the fight, with where they're going to be sending the Bloodlust, is as clean as possible. They may very well be doing some things in terms of aligning cooldowns for it as well, because they have been trying to, not like to the extent where they're playing greedily, but they have been doing things where they are trying to min-max the damage, making sure that the CDs are in the right place, getting that sorted out now, so that we don't get the boss to the last phase and it's on like 30% or something where it's reached Enrage and it's like, okay, now we optimize damage. It's good to do both at the same time so you're comfortable where you're going to be using your CDs every single time.
Yeah, and what's been really good to see as well is every time they have their best pull, maybe not in terms of percentage, but definitely in terms of the flow of the fight, getting through those waves of ads step by step, they take a little bit of a break. They cook up some strats. They have a little bit of a chat amongst them. And then when they get back there, it gets so clean and they get through those prog points, and it is very consistent in that way. Of course, not all progression is linear. You're always going to have those regressive pulls, but it has been really nice to see them slowly but surely working their way through phase 3, plotting it out, everybody getting to their assigned positions, dealing with everything that they have to deal with in that phase, and then moving the Lust ever and ever further on into the fight. So it has been really, really a fantastic day so far.
It's starting to feel like the very beginning of phase 3 no longer is, oh my god, here we go. Well, obviously it is very, very exciting, but in terms of, they could die at any second, it's kind of more of a surprise now if they screw up the first portal or they screw up the very first set of ads. That beginning part of the phase is now kind of set. The second set of ads, still looking a little bit loose, but like still tight enough for them to remove Bloodlust from it. It's when you go out of those second set of ads, after you've taken that second portal, when you've got that about minute to minute and 10 window of just a lot of stuff going on, a lot of shackles, a lot of ads, a lot of infests, a lot of web blades at the same time. It is that is the point that they have yet to pass. But it feels like they've been so close to doing so. And doing so in a way that actually looks pretty clean. So fingers crossed that they're able to do it. That's what they're talking about right now in order to fix.
Yeah, very, very clean. And that by no means doesn't mean that the rest of fight isn't difficult. Phase 1 is extremely intense. And Phase 2 has been a little bit of a pain point at times, still being extremely difficult with so much healing required going through the platforms and DPS, as you want to make sure that you're killing those adds as fast as possible to nullify the amount of healing debuffs that are going out and to prevent the casts that various adds are going to be putting out. So yeah, there is still many, many steps into that Phase 3, but the fact that we've been seeing it throughout today, the fact that we have been getting further and further in is wonderful. As we are still cooking up. What fruit strat do you think Roger is cooking?
Oh no. Just nothing else. We don't need any more cooking, Roger. We're just
pears, mayhaps?
Actually, do you think that they do need more cooking? Oh, well, I'm sure they do. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing it. But it does
they
feel
need
like
to find 26% worth of damage.
Oh, well, they'll get it by getting to the end. Just don't die, forehead. You know what I'm saying?
There you go.
Oh, yeah. No, the spam pool ways that Echo did get quite quick on one of the tiers. I can't remember which one it was, where I was very impressed at the rate in which they pulled. It certainly seems to have gone a little bit more back towards the wine time version of things. But once things are set and they know what they're doing, it's pretty good. You can see the players now eating their feast. The ready check is out. Hopefully this isn't the ready check for the ready check. That'll be pretty sad. That has happened many times before.
Are you ready, though, to say yes? That's a very important question.
Oh, no.
Well, the amount of times that I do mindlessly say yes, and I don't know a ready check has gone out, and that I've also pressed yes.
In all fairness, it's a button on your screen. It's like terms and conditions popping up. It's just like, yeah, sure, whatever. No issues.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's when you have things macroed in, where you are doing things like doing ready checks during the pull. That's a bad idea. I learned that as a raid leader.
We've seen that a few times today,
Oh,
actually.
have we?
Mid-pull, getting a ready check going out.
Are you ready for Phase 2? Well, we hope you are, because we're about to go into it. It does seem like that was a ready check for the ready check, although Canix might very well be AFK. Having a look on Canix's POV. No, he is at his computer, but I think he might very well be looking on the other screen at a little bit of a cook going on. You can see Roger essentially speaking into his microphone. As he is wont to do, getting very close as if he is speaking right into your ear.
Speaking right into my soul.
You see, the closer he is to your ears, the quicker the strategies enter your brain.
Banana.
That is science, and it is 100% a fact.
Mm.
Yep, for sure.
Exactly.
Oh, man.
It's actually been so nice to listen to Merez and Scripe raid leading. They're very soothing.
Totally soothing. It's crazy.
So relaxing.
But to the point
All
where like
calm,
crazy stuff's
collected.
going on the screen and Scribe's just like, yeah, just move from that. And now we can move over here. Careful of your feet. Kill the ads. And it's like, oh man, I'm trying to get pumped. I'm nearly falling asleep here. What's going on?
Me and Jesse tried casting this morning in the Merez Scribe raid leading style, which ended up in a wipe. So we decided, okay, that also curses them apparently. The casting style that ended up working best was the Angie casting style.
Angie?
Yes, we were.
Oh, I think I saw this
casting.
where you were basically Twitch chatting them.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
The Twitch chat casting
Although not
style.
our Twitch chat. Our Twitch chat. Is
They
lovely.
would never. They are lovely.
No, and they've already killed this boss. So if anything, they're just
Exactly.
here to give tips on how to kill it. So I heard they soloed it actually.
Yeah, I heard
Very
that as well.
impressive.
Very impressive. As
dear.
Narco is not ready here. He doesn't seem to have looked at Twitch chat yet.
He doesn't want to pull the boss.
No, I'm not doing it.
It's unfair. It's unfair to Ansarek if we just go in and, unleash Narco, at his full potential.
It's been really nice seeing him in on his rep paladin.
It's rare to see him in on so many bosses.
Yeah. Oh, that as well, yeah.
Yeah, he's been on so many of the bosses. Not always on his rep, though. You were right in saying that, of course, he was playing DK on, Brew Twister?
Yep.
I'm not sure if we did actually see him on Keveza. I can't remember. If he was, he would have been on Pala.
He's played Rogue, I think, in a previous raid here. I think he came in for one boss. And I think
He has played Rogue before.
Lords of Dread, he was also a DK.
He was getting coached, and he managed to do top damage. He came in, did top damage on Lords of Dread, and then just left. His Narco's way. It's normally how we use him, as like a... break glass in case of emergency, damage check.
Usually the button.
It's a one-time use, though. You normally use him on once per boss. So, of course, going overtime on the use of Narco right now. But it's all good. So.
Don't notify the overtime police. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Oh, God, that account was so funny. It might be worth saying, actually, what the overtime police were, because I don't think they're about anymore.
There was one for Silver Moon, which is the realm I play on, one of the bigger alliance realms on EU. Yeah, anytime a guild would go past their raid time, would just get outed, and with the overtime police.
Yep. You get a tweet at you.
Yeah.
Saying, this guild on this server going beyond your scheduled times. That is not good enough. And it just constant. It was very sassy. It was,
it was
a great... it was wonderful. But do you know who else is very sassy and wonderful? Our wonderful Jeeth over on the Macro Analysis desk. How's it going?
Hello.
Good. Yeah.
How are you folks?
Very good. Very excited to see some pulls, which apparently are not going to happen whilst I'm sat here. I feel like I should leave.
Correct.
Yeah.
They decided that while you were on the desk, they wanted to do 3 hours of wine time and wait until you were done.
Can I join them with the wine at least? Down for a wine.
None of you are enjoying the way you talk about
wine
them.
time.
I'm just saying, if we reach $36,747, we are able to allow me to just get very drunk and sit here drinking wine.
That would be such a shame. Yeah. I hope we
If
don't
you're very
reach that
drunk, then you
goal.
can manage a tattoo.
Oh no! Yeah, because that's the exact mindset you should be in when going to make such a permanent choice.
Yeah, you know, permanent life decisions when you're drunk.
Absolutely
What could go
sloshed on red wine. Yep. Oh dear, it is what it is. But it's great for you to be joining us. I assume providing some wonderful expert analysis over on the Macro Analysis desk.
Yeah, I've been looking at some stuff that I can go over if you want, if they're not pulling.
Oh, dude, they're never going to pull.
I'm comparing a little bit about what's going on in Phase 1 with what's going on in Phase 3 in terms of just looking at damage, and I can't do it all right now. I haven't finished the cook.
Okay.
But we can start if we want. We've had a lot of deaths and wipes in that transition period from going into Phase 1 into the intermission, and I kind of wanted to highlight a little bit what exactly is going on there. So let me pull this up for production. Here we go. Here's a chart of damage taken. I always go to damage taken from ability. Instead of by source, because then it actually tells you what abilities are hurting, right? And you can look at the damage and say, okay, this acrid presence is doing a lot of damage. You can actually just go in here and click it and see when that happens.
Oh,
okay?
I see.
Dreadful presence is doing a lot of damage. Those are each phase has its own little emanation of damage from the boss. In Phase 1, she's poison. In Phase 2, she's shadow. You can already see Phase 3 is more dangerous just from the passive damage. It's ticking for an average of 400k per tick instead of an average of 245k per tick. That's just the background damage, right?
That's insane.
If we look at Phase 1, the next big things are the frothy toxins. After each of the bombs, they take stacks of a poison that explode in these big hits, and then they turn into a lingering toxin, dot, following thereafter.
Yeah, you can
and
see
the reason why it's so problematic going into the intermission is that one of those overlaps with these rests. So you see a big spike there. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. This is the 10 seconds in which you get a frothy toxin exploding for an average of 4.2 million per player.
Damn.
Oh my
into a lingering toxin ticking for almost 1 million per tick per player into that first rest, hitting everyone for 2.5 million per player. Post mitigation, that is 27 million damage taken per second, the entire raid taking more than 1 million damage per second. Why are people dying? Because that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that is such a huge healing requirement.
Oh,
Yeah.
and they've got to be up for the task because they are indeed jumping into a
Going
pool.
into a
Thank
pool.
you ever so much for showing us that. That's insane. And I also like the way it's shown on Warcraft logs. Awesome.
Not only do they have to put out that huge amount of healing, but they also have to deal with all the mechanics, right? They have to make sure they're baiting, they are dodging the venomous sludge that is going across the platform, the web blades, and, you know, as DPS, you can find damage throughout the fight, you know, as you're progressing, you're not necessarily going to kill the boss, so if you need to step away to dodge a web blade, you can, but with healing, people need to be topped. You are going to lose people. You can't afford to take that downtime. So there's a lot of pressure as a healer.
In fact, we're sending both stasises there from each of the evokers doing 7 million HPS.
Wow.
Alone, just between the two of them, in order to get past that portion.
Well, let's hope this boss dies before the reset.
The evokers are getting nerfed.
Yeah, that'll be a little bit rough. Oh dear, indeed. So yes, I think it's safe to say, though, that this boss's days are numbered. How many numbers, I don't know, but I think it's quite likely this boss dies within the next 24 hours. personally. Maybe even within tonight, that would be insane. That would be the craziest strong bit of prog that I've ever seen from a group, if Echo managed to take it down within the next couple of hours. But anything is possible. So let's cross our fingers, sit down, and have a lovely Saturday evening watching some prog. And we're going to be doing that with a successful so far phase 1. Hopefully not beginning my shift with a caster curse.
No, that would never happen.
I've never cast a curse in my life. It's impossible.
Same.
Yep.
Well, everything's gaming.
Yep, it certainly is. Oh, man. No,
what a bold statement.
I was trying for a choice of words.
If we try and remain as neutral as possible, then we won't spoil it, because they have had a fair amount of phase 1 wipes today. Actually, whilst you're over there on the desk, Jesse, sorry to constantly bombard you with
that's good. That's why I'm here.
of data. Is there any chance we could have a little bit of a breakdown as to how many times they've wiped in each phase today? I think that'd be pretty cool. To see, because, you know, yesterday was a little bit of a disaster.
That's an easy one. I can send it right now.
Yeah, send us.
We've had 13 phase 1 wipes.
Okay.
11 intermission wipes, 15 P2 wipes, and 19 P3 wipes.
Am I right in saying that the majority of wipes have been P2 onwards then?
Correct.
Nice.
By far.
That's what we want to see.
Yep.
And a plurality more than any other in the last phase.
Excellent. That's exactly what they need to do. Getting that consistently into the last phase is going to be what they need to do for prog here, because, it's not one of those phases where you kind of get into it and it's going to be free. There's some times where, if we just survive to the end, the boss is dead. That honestly felt like how Silken Court was done for Echo, is that if they got to the end and they reached the Enrage, we win. And I do believe the first time we reached the Enrage, we did win, actually,
that
even with people dead. So
even with people dead, yeah.
That is not the case for this fight at all. If you haven't been following along at home, with, of course, Liquid doing an incredibly good pull all the way to the Enrage, reaching 15.2%. Obviously, that's with people dead and stuff. Still, they've still got quite a lot more damage that they could squeeze out, even if it's just a clean pull, let alone with any optimizations that they've been doing and cooking up overnight. But it looks like we're out of the intermission, so we're already into one of our majority points where we're going to be wiping, jumping into phase 2 here.
Yeah, and this is still a pain point, even though, you know, it's just ads. What's the problem? Oh, no, there is so much healing to be done, even in this platform. I was talking about the intermission healing, but these are extremely dangerous. They're on a time limit. They need to make sure that they are killing these ads as fast as possible, as one of them will be doing a group killer cast, if not killed, by the time that goes off. So they're really on a timer. You
can see it on the right-hand side of your screen now where the Kreen and Sarek, it's like kind of like somewhat transparent, but you can see 42 seconds left on that Cosmic Apocalypse cast. That's the ad on the second platform, as you was pointing out there, Jordan, that once the group makes their way up, they've got to break for a shield in order to kill that ad off before that cast goes through, because otherwise, you're right, everyone big dead. So there's a little bit of a time limit on this phase.
Yeah, and meanwhile, you have the extra mythic mechanic, which is the portals that they have to disarm by running through them. It's almost like a cast bar, like an interrupt. You'll be able to see it on the screen as they begin to detonate, and also having a nice little visual. The one person who doesn't have the interrupt.
Yep, the one person who's got friendly nameplates up in order to see that interrupt.
But that's fine. You can see the visual as well. It has a very cool kind of, there you go, the Shadow Gate. Interrupting it by going through it, but unfortunately it does put a gloom touch on you, which deals a large amount of damage to the player and also raid damage when dispelled. And that platform is already kicking out a lot of those healing dispels as well as they make their way over to phase the platform 3.
Yeah, this platform is far from being free. It's easier than the second platform, but there's still lots of things that you can go wrong, especially the incredible amount of damage that the tanks are taking during this. All those little skittering ads each time they bite the tank do increase, leave a debuff that increases the damage that they take. So we have seen tanks fall over during this phase, as well as players who are emerging from the portals, emerging into a really scary situation. But you can see, so far, getting into this last phase, no battle res is available. Unfortunately, 2 players going down leading up to this point. But this still allows us, well, in theory, if no one dies, we don't need a battle res, so that's good. But this does allow us to get a really nice, solid pull in here from Echo. This is their first pull back from dinner. So it seems like the chili buff indeed seems to be working out very, very well, as the boss is going to be landing down. They're going to be dragging her to the edge. A nice little optimization here where when this infest goes out, so we're going to have this giant circle on the tank. When this detonates, unfortunately, Mara's going down. This will leave a bunch of circles on the ground.
Ooh.
And they're baiting it towards the edge. So, as I was saying, It's good that they got to that point. A phase 3 wipe is a phase 3 wipe. I don't know what killed Marez. Maybe he didn't repair, but that was rather sad. I'm not going on the floor. Okay? I haven't even got a way of reading chat right now. I know what you're saying. No, that's not what I didn't press his buttons, but neither did he by the looks of it. He just got one tapped. So, you know, like, what do you want from me?
See, that's the problem when you lose one of the tanks, right? Because you do have the tank debuff and then drops the spiders. And then if you've only got one tank, the tank in the main boss, and then also the spiders, as you can see here. So let's have a look.
So he's on he's on 50% as that cast went on him. So he just got like melee hit a few times, and unfortunately bringing him a little bit too low there. Whether that was a lack of mitigation, maybe he had to use it earlier, or maybe the spot healing or an external was missing. We know it does a ton of damage.
Yeah, the tank hit there did 6 million damage by itself.
So what that would have taken him averagely down to what, about 40%?
That's about 45-50% of his health from one hit of the infest, and needed to be a little bit more top there.
Gotcha. Fair enough.
And interestingly, even though the tanks are getting kind of pounded in this fight, they're not even putting beacons on the tanks, right? For the most part, they're putting beacons on the ranged, who are in more danger most of the time than the tanks, who are doing the vast majority of their own self-healing. Might be worth, potentially in phase 3, where we have seen some consistent tank deaths today, swapping some more healing over to them.
Another task for you, Jesse, if you're down for it.
I would love any task you would care to give me.
Could you look at the damage taken overall by the tanks and see what percentage of that is the essence damage that they take, especially the essence damage they take when they pick it up when they've already got the debuff? Because I overheard Meris talking about how crazy that damage was, but I can't remember the exact numbers to do with it. That would be very cool to see in phase 3. But yes, it looks like obviously whoops happened. They do happen. It was a shame that we didn't have any of our battle reses available. Of course, the tank dying early with the infest, the movement of the boss wasn't on point. Unfortunately, all the spiders spawned on the boss, which means they all exploded instantly, causing us to have that giant explosion wipe. It happens. Oh, this is a little bit of a spicy positioning. We've had spicier ones, so we should be okay. But
managing to deal with it, because you know what makes these players so great as well is not necessarily everything going perfect and maintaining, you know, that very impressive gameplay, but also rectifying a mistake when things go wrong like that. So that was very, very nice for them to kind of fix that small little positioning error there.
Yeah, 100%. As you're, you need to be flexible in that sort of fashion, right? If it's not like, well, it's not perfect, we should just wipe. No, like, yes, we do want a lot of space in this phase, but we can fill in those gaps. You know, we have control of where the swirlies go. We have control, like the green swirlies, that is. We have control of where the webbing's going to spawn from the roots. You know, it's not the end of the world. That we've had some really crazy ones where the circles are almost entirely overlapping, and we still managed to do it. It looked awesome.
Yeah, it did look very cool. It's like a little Venn diagram.
Yep.
Very spooky.
It was super, super scary. But generally speaking, they've got this down to a little bit more of a sort of muscle memory style phase now. Obviously, you do need to be on the ball because there are certain random elements, such as the blades, something that we're struggling with so much with these blades in the first few days. Especially yesterday, we had like a 3-hour period where everyone was just taking turns at just eating those blades to the face, which was one of the major causes of us having that giant, like, kind of lull in prog yesterday. Yeah. But it seems that something's clicked overnight. Sleep buff OP, I guess?
Well, absolutely. I feel like the thing with the web blades is, although they are predictable because, you know, in the sense that you know they're coming out, it is random where they go. It can kind of be baited by players, but with 20 of you in the raid, it's going to select people at random. And sometimes they can overlap in a way that there aren't necessarily easy safe spots, especially when you have overlaps with the venom balls that are going across the room, such as, in a second, making sure that they are also placing the venom bombs.
Yeah, it feels like the venom bombs, although they are very difficult to dodge, I imagine they've started to get into a little bit of a feeling of them because they're loosely placed in the same locations each time, you know what I mean? So being able to see, oh, you know, they always come in this sort of fashion, we can always make this sort of movement in order to get to the safe spot. Of course, they're very difficult to dodge, especially early on, but with as many pulls as we have here, nearing on 290-odd pulls for this boss, it's certainly something that they've been able to just kind of internalize and just get used to.
I was looking at the, obviously, I say this every time because I always feel like I need to give a disclaimer because I feel like people get too, you know, caught up in the pull count. It's just a fun metric to talk about. But it is pretty wild that we're on above 300, especially when you compare that to other end bosses in previous raid tiers.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. Obviously, we had the Jailer, which I think went into this sort of pill range, if not a little bit longer. But in terms of last expansion, Sarkareth, of course, the second tier, in Aberrus. That boss was notoriously defeated very quickly by Liquid, doing an incredible job, but quite a short fight, I guess, allowing them. And I think within their first couple of pulls, they were already in phase 2, which was really impressive, but also kind of like, what the hell?
It was a manic fight. There was so much going out. Very similar to this, but also it was relatively easier to play. Or not easier to play, but it was a much shorter fight.
Some of the players saying here that this is, definitely up there as not the most difficult boss that they've ever done, obviously, but it's a very, very tough fight. Some of the on-the-fly thinking required in order to deal with some of the situations that are thrown your way is very, very difficult to do. Grand strategy-wise, obviously, just, don't stand in bad stuff, go in the portal when you're weak or I told you to, etc. Maybe not that difficult, but it's just like dealing with everything all on top of one another is... This fight certainly knows how to layer on the difficulty and give you some really rough situations.
Yeah, I think that's the key word, right? The layering. There are so many layers to the mechanics with the overlaps and then the really, really heavy requirements, not only from healing, but damage and also utility use as well, which Blizzard have thrown in on more recent raid encounters, which I like. So it very much is a case of testing them in all aspects. So we need to make sure that we are getting this ad down as soon as possible, as these healing debuffs can start really stacking up and hurting. All right, making our way to the third platform.
No res is available. Unfortunately, Fraggo going down during that intermission. We were able, not intermission, phase 2, excuse me. Being able to get him back up with that battle res that becomes available around midway through the, or just at the beginning of the second platform. But unfortunately, yeah, there we go. A few more players biting the dust, not being able to cover the issues that we had. It seems like things have cascaded. We're going to go into the last phase with 3 players dead. Might very well just send it anyway. There's things to practice. There is a damage check, obviously, but some of it can be fixed by the fact of, like, don't use any of your CDs on the boss. We're only going to be hitting ads. Make sure you focus them as much as possible. We might send our potions at a different time. We might be bloodlusting the second set of acolytes rather than the third. Those sorts of things. It's still worth doing. Every single pull in this phase where you can spend some time getting comfy with the movement rather than thinking, oh crap, where am I going next? Oh, where are the next shackles going? You just know where they're going to be going. You already have that vibe, even if... there's 0 chance of them necessarily killing at this pull, right?
Yeah, there's so much to learn in phase 3, especially with positioning. It can be quite difficult because it's also pumping out a significant amount of healing required, and you have the pressure of the gloom hatchlings that need to, be kept away from the boss, for example, so they need to go down as quick as possible, which is going to be very difficult when you're missing some DPS. But the most important thing in this phase is finding their feet, knowing where to place the spears that kind of latch onto everyone, make sure that they're placing the portals in the correct places, and practicing, getting a feel for the flow of this phase in general. So I was just saying, it's still going to be very useful to keep going despite people having died.
And I see how they can deal with some of the more rough overlaps that are due to come up, mainly with those shackles that you mentioned, because, oh, never mind.
Ooh.
One of the ads was still alive when the boss went into the Nova form, which is a shame. But I was going to say, it was on borrowed time anyway, with one of our healers being down, especially Velo on that preservation evoker. Incredibly, incredibly strong.
They are doing so much.
But talking of a lot of incoming damage that needs to be countered, Jesse, do you have something for us over on the max roll analysis test?
Indeed, sir. You asked how much damage are the tanks taking from the Acolyte's Essence, which is a 15-second long debuff that everyone needs to pick up and carry through the portals in order to prevent it from exploding when the wave hits. They have the 2 tanks and Ryson take the first round of 3, and then they have the 2 tanks to take another round in the round of 7, which is as far as we've gotten. We've never carried around the round of 12 that comes later. Carrying around those debuffs after having already done it once gives you a debuff that makes you take 500% more damage from it. So in phase 3, Robin's second highest source of damage from just 30 seconds of carrying around that debuff was the Acolyte's Essence.
Damn.
His number 2 damage taken across all sources was 30 seconds of that dot. If we drill down a little bit deeper, obviously the vast majority of that is the second time he carried it around when it was buffed by 500%. He took well over 1.5 million damage taken per second from that debuff while chaining Ardent Defender, which is a 20% damage reduction, into Guardian of Ancient Kings, which is a 50% damage reduction. If it tells you anything, he had 1 tick go through in between his chaining of those 2 buffs. That 1 tick hitting for 3.5 million damage.
Damn.
1 tick. Ooh. So, and they have to do that again a minute later on the round of 12.
That's so stressful.
I assume on that one they're going to be using one tank immuning and one tank spell warding.
Probably, although you need to be careful because you have to have the boss still mailing you, I guess. No, because it goes in the middle.
I was gonna. Well, not only does she go in the middle, but does spell warding stop the boss from attacking you? Because I know a bop might make her go.
A bop does. I think a spell warding does as well.
Oh,
but,
okay.
But I think she's in the middle, so I think it would be fine. But yeah, you would use a bubble and a spell warding. Of course, Mirrors also has the diffuse magic, able to mitigate that to a much larger degree, and stagger is helping him a lot also. But it is a huge portion of the damage. I expect after the third use, it will be the highest source of damage taken for Robin, because the first one is not a big deal, the second one's a really big deal, the third one's a really big deal. It's going to be his biggest source of damage taken in just 45 total seconds of that debuff having been applied.
That's insane.
Oh my
It
goodness.
is indeed.
Lots of damn.
Lots
they are already
and
doing
lots
so
of
much
damn.
as well. They're keeping the little spiderlings away. They're making sure they're moving the boss in a way that kind of you can cleave from it onto all of the priority targets, which is everything in that phase.
Anything with a health bar.
Everything in that phase is a priority target. Making sure they're getting as much uptime on the boss, the ads, and also dodging the web blades. We saw quite a very good play from Merez. I think it was earlier today, may have been yesterday, where he was unfortunately now had died, and he was trying to move the boss in a way that the spiderlings didn't go into the boss while dodging the web blades, while kiting the boss over to the acolytes in the middle.
Yeah, it was insane.
And also dodging the web blades and trying to get the angle correctly so that the spiderlings were not. It was just mental what they're trying to do.
It's a testament to how difficult that phase is that the web blades become almost an afterthought, even though they're lethal and a one-shot even for tanks.
They really are.
If they're still not pulling, similar to phase 1, I can put up a little visualization for those who learn better visually, as I do, of the damage taken in that last phase.
Sure.
Again, I like sorting by damage taken from abilities, so you can actually see what's doing the most damage. This is also what Potter and Ryson do. Any kind of healing officer out there, so they can see where the big, dangerous overlaps are. So, of course, we have the non-stop ticking damage from Dreadful Presence. And then the next largest source of damage is the null detonation. You can see this is the waves of ads. Wave 1, few ads, easy to kill quickly, they don't get a lot of casts off. Wave 2, an extra ad, they get more casts off. And of course, wave 3, a lot more ads and a lot more cast goes off. Then you have the big spiky damage event of this fight, which is the Royal Condemnation. That's those tethers coming down. You see one tether coming down right before those second ads. Then you have the second tether that they're taking to blue. And then you have the third tether right before the third ads. And you can see those hit really, really hard. 1.6 million damage on average per person.
And there's 3 hits each time that event happens, right?
Exactly. So it's 1.6 per hit. It's actually more like 4.2-ish million from all 3 landing at the same time. It's a huge burst of damage requiring significant mitigation, and they're setting a lot of mitigation specifically for that. This helps you visualize, right? Okay, this is clearly an overlap where we're going to be sending cooldowns.
Yeah, for sure. It's wonderful to see that. I never actually saw it taken by ability before, which I feel is foolish because I've spent many, many hours in Warcraft logs when I was raid leading, doing raid prep. So that is a very useful metric. Thank you ever so much, Jesse, for that. As we are indeed jumping into another pool, 291. Can't help but feel that that's a lucky pool number. Nothing can go wrong. Easy boss dead. It's dead on my screen. What else can I say to try and curse it? If I get them all out now and they survive my barrage of hexes that I'm weaving across them.
Stop your witchcraft, Alex.
Yeah, well, fine. I suppose. You know.
Ain't no way it can go wrong from here.
Oh.
All right, I think we're safe.
Yeah, we're fine now. See?
All right, done.
Can't blame us now. If we get hyped later on and they immediately wipe, you can't blame us because we piled it on at the beginning and they survived it. They
got
tanked
rid of
it.
the juju.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, dear. But yeah, this fight is immense. This is an incredibly difficult encounter. I think it's just worth kind of pointing out how much they were struggling in this phase when they first got it, and now obviously we are still having the occasional phase 1 wipe and the occasional intermission wipe, but they're mainly just due to a small lapse in in attention, just occasionally just when you're playing all day, slamming into this boss and maybe thinking about what you want to be doing, 8 minutes from now on that incredibly difficult overlap. It's very understandable why we are having some of these issues. But yes, no, they are started to make it a surprise when phase 1 doesn't go correctly. Same with phase 2, and honestly, the intermission as well as phase 2. I'm like, when they are in phase 2, assuming they go into it relatively cleanly, I'm kind of shocked that we, have the mistakes when we do have them. Maybe shocked is a strong word, as unfortunately we're going down.
No, this is not our fault.
No, not us.
We did not summon the phase 1 wipe. But even in...
God damn it. I'm shocked, okay?
You did this, Alex. I had nothing to do with it.
I don't even know what they died to, man.
Your curses.
Dude, just move from stuff. Genji and Zoa both finding themselves in a really rough position.
Yeah.
You can see that they're all having a good laugh about it, though. That's so good to see.
Very
the
nice.
morale yesterday at one point was like, you know, Mariana Trench levels of low. It was rough in there, with the players very frustrated, knowing that they can do better, and today proving that they can do better.
Yep.
So, you know, even though we did have a bit of a low time, it's nice to see that if something does go a little bit wrong in phase 1, that we're able to kind of push through that, because sad otherwise.
Yeah, I wanted to potentially highlight some of the individual plays being made by players in terms of damage and healing provided.
Sure.
A lot of people saying, okay, why don't we just bring 4 Preservation Evokers and 20 other rogues, right? Just bring the top of each thing. But of course, when you're putting a comp together, you're putting together puzzle pieces. After this poll, maybe I'll show you what's going on in the intermission and why your Death Knight is such a useful addition to the kit.
That sounds like a wonderful idea.
Yeah.
One thing as well, actually, task for you, Jesse. I love giving you tasks.
I love tasks.
Kush, if we don't mind having a look at Kush right now.
I love looking at Kush.
There we go.
He's becoming one with this NordVPN hoodie.
He's becoming one with the Secret Lab chair, slowly merging with it. As he always does, very, very comfortable in his
ultimate
title.
power.
He is, or he was, Assassination for a pull. Looks like he's gone back to sub. So my question was, why has he gone Assassination, and is it really strong? I think he's answered that because he's now back into sub.
I think it's like when Hopeful was trying out Fire week 1 against the Silken Court for 2 pulls.
Yeah,
right?
okay.
Science, we're pulling this, 300 times. May as well find out if something's good. Never mind, it's not. Let's move on.
Yeah, he might have had a little bit of a chat. They might have thought, having... I'm not sure if sub... Like, at least back in the day, Assassination's burst windows were very, very strong with the way the Vendetta works on that 2-minute cooldown, whereas it's... I'm probably going to really annoy most of the sub community right now and the rogue community, but it did feel that sub had like smaller, more frequent burst windows.
I think you're absolutely right.
They did have Shadow Blades, which obviously did help with their burst. I'm notoriously bad at rogue knowledge, so apologies.
He has some flexibility with moving his burst around as sub, which is a good thing for these different burst windows they need.
I think they're both very burst damage profile specs, with Assassination being on the 2-minute timer and sub being on the 1-minute 30. So I think it just depends on how they want their cooldowns to line up in this phase, what works better.
No, for sure. As dude, what have I done?
I don't think
What
you
did I
can be
do?
blamed for this one, Alex.
No, I was just saying how I was talking about how consistent they were in phase 1, and now it's just generally talking according to production.
Yeah. So I'll pull this up now since we have nothing better to do with you cursing the polls and keeping them in phase 1 all by yourself.
I think I'm next pull. I'm not going to say anything until phase 2.
Next time,
but me and Jesse scienced all of this
we
morning.
We did the science. We know exactly how to make casting not curse them, and the solution is to yell and scream at the players and deride them as being scum and terrible. Then they get into phase 3 every time.
Does being like just sitting here being passive aggressive work? Because I could do that. As
Yeah,
well.
no. No, it's not good.
It's not good enough.
Yeah, just being British won't help.
Damn.
Maybe on the next poll that we get to the intermission in an hour or two, you should pull up Minnie's POV because Minnie is carrying hard in the intermission. Of course, as a Death Knight, he can AMS or Death's Advance all of the grip-ins, the rest, basically allowing him to sit there and do nothing but damage. And I want to pull up this comparison of intermission damage. This is damage to the shield. And he's just gapping every other DPS because he's ignoring the mechanics.
Big
he
damage.
goes in with a Breath of Syndergosa, maintains it for almost the entire duration. We can go into details if you want to see his top breakdown. Breath of Syndergosa doing 17.9 million damage to the shield while he just sits there and pumps through it with it, absolutely blasting that shield, which is why on the rare occasion when we've had him die, it happened earlier in the day, they couldn't get through the shield.
You're right. You're entirely right. That's a good point. Of course, with for anyone not understanding, we will show you when we get to the intermission Minnie's point of view, but using the unique sort of Death Knight capabilities of completely ignoring certain movement effects.
Yeah, it was the same on Razageth. They would just be like, what mechanics?
Yeah, with Death's Advance and Anti-Magic Shell, those two combined, allowing them to pretty much ignore any sort of forced movement from the boss. It used to be very niche and something that there's been expansions where that has not been relevant for any boss entirely. But it does seem like the forced sort of movement mechanic is certainly high up on Blizzard's sort of agenda when it comes to quite a lot of bosses. Like last expansion, we had a lot of them, Razageth being one of them, the Big Ice Spider, Drestagath, question mark. I think that was the name of the Big Ice Spider. Was that not? No, Drestagath's the guy with the hole. Yep. In Vault of the Incarnates, what was the
spider?
Ice Spider called?
Oh, that's going to very much annoy me. Senarth.
Senarth, there we go.
Thank you, production.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch.
Dressagath was that guy in the hole in Nylothar, the one that I never worked out, even months into farm, how the hell that boss works, but there we go.
Was that the worm? Yeah, the worm boss in Nylothar. I still don't really know. I just used to run around and kill things. And
You killed little ads, which would drop orbs that allowed you to nuke the boss. It wasn't like hard, like conceptually, but like in order to, like I went through all the logs and I mapped it out the best I very possibly could. And when we got to prog, the best thing to do was lol, kill the boss and the ads, please. And that's about it.
It ended up being a bit of a nothing.
Yeah, no, well, it was a difficult encounter, but it was. Once again, there was like a variability to it that was hard to read. So instead of getting stuck in the minutiae, you just let the players play and just go free my DPS and slam face, and that's about it. The only thing we assigned was who's picking up orbs when, because you wanted to align the mages with because they were crazy 2-minute classes back then with Combust, obviously.
Yeah, we'd have a little fight and a little scrap of who would be able to deal the best damage on the boss.
Oh, that boss on farm was the worst thing to ever deal with. We very quickly stopped going down that entire wing. Fortunately, you could eventually skip it. And not many people wanted, because, you know, Batham was boosting and things like that. You know, fortunately, not many people cared about that wing of the instance. There wasn't very good gear, because the amount of trolling that would go on, where it's just like, I popped on my cooldowns, about to pick up an orb. Someone just yoinks it from you, laughs at you, and then that person just leaves. It's sad.
Free-for-all on the lower difficulties in Group Finder as well.
As you can see now, though, unfortunately losing Canex. Oh, damn, we lost a few people. Jesse, it does seem you're right. Hour and a half, maybe. We had that food buff. It was an amazing pull. And then it turned out that...
not as good as the boss's pulls.
A little bit of regression.
Hey, yo. Very clever.
Hey-yo.
Very impressed. And production reminded me that I should shut up and not do my job for the first part of the fight. So 2.5 minutes, you just want to sit here in silence? I can.
No.
Can if you want. I could hum. I could do a little humming.
I think the key is that when they start a P1 pull, you need to start talking about HFC. Keep you well distracted for a good 6-7 minutes, and then we get into P3, and you can start focusing.
Is it like throwing like a dog a tennis ball?
It's actually just distracting you. Go fetch. Get the ball.
Look, Alex.
Oh, look, Gorefiend. Like, oh, how wonderful. Oh, man.
Oh, I don't know. That's my favorite thing with Hellfire Citadel.
Oh, no,
it's
don't.
It's become such a big thing now.
Don't start. I didn't even bring it up this time. I think I might
You never do.
I have done a lot in the past. I was in that tier for I'm talking about it again, but I was in that tier for 15 months or something. That was a long tier.
That's a long time. Maybe
actually, maybe it wasn't as long as that, but it was a long time.
No, I think it was. I think it was a year.
Yeah.
Around there. But we have had much shorter cycles of patch content in more recent times, which is good to see.
Things do go quicker in this game, that is for sure.
Speedy go quick.
It does sometimes feel like it's nice to have a reoccurring pace. I like what they've done with Mythic Plus as well. I know not everyone is the biggest fan, but I do like the way that the content, there was different dungeons each time for each season. Allowing you to like go through that discovery period as well. And if you didn't play in like the very beginning of the expansion, sometimes coming back to Mythic Plus later in the expansion was like impossible, because everyone's already had like 6 months of worth of knowledge, and it was so much to catch up on. If you just join at the beginning of a season, it's like what everyone's learning, so it's like a really nice point to like restart. And people play a lot of MMOs like that these days. Of course, you've got the people in raid guilds and stuff that maybe play a little bit more sort of regularly to a bit more of a schedule. But I know tons of people that come, myself included, that come back to WoW when a new expansion drops or a new season starts, a new raid's out. Comes out, maybe clears it on normal mode, maybe does it on heroic with their friends, does a little bit of Mythic Plus for a while. If it speaks to you, stick around. But if not, okay, cool. See you next season.
Yeah.
And, you know, I don't think that's a negative way to play any game.
No, I don't think so, especially in modern times. I think there are so many fantastic games out. I think it's very healthy to, you know, you can choose and play whatever you want and not feel pressure to just, you know, only play one. But I really like what they're doing with the Mythic Plus rotations as well. I always feel like there's so many dungeons that are really, really good, and sometimes it's sad to see that content kind of just die off and you never see it again. You have fantastic raids from Warlords of Draenor, for example, and you also have really, really good dungeons from previous expansions as well. So I think it's really nice that they're making older content relevant. It doesn't always work, because some dungeons weren't created when Mythic Plus was a thing, and it can be a little bit janky. But they do an excellent job of trying to bring it up to speed and take out various things and make it Mythic Plus friendly. I think they're doing a much better job of that.
One thing that I like, if I had any critique of Mythic Plus, would be the difficulty disparity between dungeons. Especially if you're someone who just wants to just generally chill out. Like, the fact that a 7 of 1 key is like the equivalent of like a 10 of a different key, as an example. Always felt that that was, you know, it's fine to have slightly more difficult dungeons here and there, but the overarching idea that it was that much, you know, more difficult, it just feels wrong.
Yeah, some of the
feels like a bit of a mistake.
Some of the timers are very forgiving, so you just have so much more time to get through it, which means that you can make more mistakes. Yeah, there's always that one dungeon. I think, was it the last patch or maybe it was Season 2 of Dragonflight, where it was Shadow Moon Burial Ground, for example?
That was Season 1.
Was that Season 1?
Yeah, because I played that season. I didn't play Season 2. So, yeah, no. Shadow Moon was super chill to do. Like, some of the bosses slapped a little bit. It was like a little bit hard to heal some of the bosses, but not as hard as the equivalents. You're entirely right. The bosses in there were easy. The timer was very forgiving. You know, and there was a good amount of cheese as well, which they did fix over time, unfortunately. But there was some really fun stuff you could do, jumping around outside the bounds of the instance and stuff. All good stuff.
I really like what they're doing with Mythic Plus, or at least the direction they're going in, where they're kind of treating, let's say, gear keys. A break has gone up for 3 minutes, which is nice. Gives them a chance to stretch their legs, as we have been wiping in Phase 1 a few times.
No,
it's going to be good.
Tell you what, because normally we would entertain you throughout the break, but considering we're in some very detailed Mythic progress here and we do not want to miss a minute of it, how about we have a little throw over to the comms if they are available? There might be some people having a little chat. They were chatting during a break earlier, and it was, only to be described as disgusting.
Very amusing, though.
It was very funny. So we'll throw you over to some comms. We'll have a little bit of a listen in with Wave, if not some music, and we'll be back very soon. Don't go anywhere.
Just a wrongly timed barrier. I just slammed it when I got the circle. I didn't have it for the web impact. Took a tick from the grey poop as well. Man.
Let me bury it.
The problem here was that I was just stupid because I pressed the barrier here. This was the mistake. Because now barrier falls off, and then I should have buried here on the impact, and now I died.
Just like, as soon as you started dropping, I instant flag by like insta top, and I expected you to like press something for that.
Break warning.
I was muted. Let's get it. I have heard this boss has phase 2 and phase 3 actually, so we can manage.
Does it? I heard of legends.
By the way, beginning of phase 3, the very first tank nuke,
Can I take a TD there? We don't need it at the beginning, right? There's nothing really happening. The first minute of that phase.
Well, let's call it, and then it won't be there for someone else. Yeah, it's fine.
It's what it is, bro.
Yeah, if it's not there, it's not there. Yeah.
I'm just thinking like the first minute on phase 3 is not really too much happening, or?
Yeah.
It's fine. Yeah. I just a guarantee that we don't fuck up the tank thing. It's only the...
Yes. Yes. That's crazy.
It is broken.
I mean, that's what we did when Isaac gave Brown. Was so...
talking for short bonus, okay?
I
know Poppy because you talked to me.
Let's focus up. Pool's coming up. And then we have these roots into blades. Blades coming up here.
I'll go blue.
And then we're dodging the blobos. Dodging. And then we bait coming up. Bait here. Beautiful roots.
Everything is beautiful.
Yeah. Then we yeah, blades coming up. I like those balls. I love it.
No way.
Another one?
I like it.
Keep it up.
Well,
8 balls.
Why are there dragons here?
We were in a normal position. It's normal position. Right.
Range is too hard for them.
Why is there?
Just stops, bro. It doesn't give a fuck.
In speed?
Purple, you'll see it, hopefully. Good ice figure, I like it. Matrix coming here. Getting ready, dodging blobs. And blades in 2. Blades here. And then we have pools after. And that's all good. And again, blades coming up. All good. And we have the toxin markers. Make sure to go there if you can get it. And then we're legging it over. Watching blobs here. Watching blobs, watching blobs. And then we have damage coming in 3, 2, 1, now. First group coming up. Going in 3, 2, 1, now. And the best cooldowns. First wave. Second wave. And third wave. Person is coming up here, getting gripped. Grip 3, 2, 1, now. First wave, it is dodging now. Second wave. Third wave. Last thing here, dodge the wave, very important, dodge the wave. Good. And Mason and Click's getting ready.
I'm here, watch the orbs. Watch the orbs again. And the spells in 2, 1, now. Watch the orbs. Other side too. That will be next. Spell side. Spells in 2, 1, now. Hopeful Rev is next. Pull in. What the? It's fine. And the spells in 2, 1, now. Click, click. Real timers coming. We rest push soon after this. Okay. Spells in 2, 1, now. nice memes and soul.
Don't take.
It's an easy one, soul. And dispels in 2, 1, now. Watch the pull in will happen. Can we pump it? Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Ignore the gates. Okay, Fragger next.
Like me, Robert?
And dispels in 2, 1, now. Last is Wolf and Tanner.
Interrupt. Nobody's blocking it.
Don't dispel. It's fine.
And
Come to the correct side.
That's fine. We'll figure that out.
Yeah, that is something we should look at.
Okay, I'll ride the boss. Well, you will TD me when it's 2 seconds under the cast. Okay?
Yeah.
Remember, try to keep the boss closer to us in a sec.
Yeah.
And walking, guys, baiting.
Range crossover, right?
Yeah, crossover, please. Big ads coming soon. Blades coming soon. Blades 2, 1, now. Push the blades. And soon portals coming. Where the boss is and on moon. One on the boss, one on the moon. Yeah, watch the orbs. The timer, go. Blades coming soon. Under you now. Go bait range. And don't put the gateway too close, please. Finish the baiting and then gateway. Baiting. Oh, that's so close again.
Yeah, I mean, I can't.
The front one you can take.
I've got
Yeah. Blades coming soon. Under you now. The shackles between circle and green coming. The ads circle
In the
and
AMZ.
green. Go far away range in the AMZ. And the boss will go to green first here. And clap that. You're spreading for blades. Range, you're gonna go more left side. And then you're going back with the boss where the ass is right now for a circle. Yeah. Remember the interrupts. And melee portal is going between circle and green. And the other one on moon. Go. Range kill the far left one.
That's a weak one.
Old one, yeah.
Still picking up blue. I don't get a
I
go
mean,
for it.
just pick up something, guys.
Yeah, you should be picking up.
A bit towards middle left now.
Shackles to blue pillar, shackles to blue pillar, pillar. Stay away from them. Smack. Try the thing, man. Oh, you're.
No, I would. But there's enough time here easily. Yeah, this will be quite easy.
Somebody was definitely to back up, I guess.
Were we missing
Vulcan.
something on the first shackles? Because I survived with 10k HP with all my defenses.
Alrighty, welcome back. It seems like while we were having a little bit of a break, they had an excellent pull once again after they also took a little bit of a break.
Yep.
Got a bit of a stretch, some air, and come back and get another quite solid pull into phase 3. We did have a few dead going into it, but again, seeing quite far into it, learning the pace, learning where to put the various shackles, etc.
Yeah, it was a little spicy. A couple of things went wrong going into that phase. You can see them like complaining like certain ads not getting marked, making it so the kicks didn't go off. Obviously leading to Mavoka going down, Kush unfortunately falling some point during the second phase as well. So going into that phase, unfortunately, already a few players down led to the point in which, well, I don't know, actually. We seem to start having just random deaths whilst we had all healers available. Although of course, having an Evoker gone, that's a good amount of utility gone as well. That might have led to their issues there. But it's good to see some Phase 3 pulls. That break obviously leading us to a little bit of a refresher after having a few Phase 1s which went a little bit pear-shaped, to say the least. So it's exceptional to see. This is exactly what we do need to see, because this boss is on limited time, and there's 4 guilds working on it incredibly fast as well. This boss is not going to be around for too much longer. Of course, Liquid out in front right now on that 15.2%, seeing the Enrage. Echo around a minute away from the Enrage on the 26% mark, as well as Method and Hot Pot Heroes as well, also working on it. I don't think I've seen a race this close on the last boss in years.
Yeah, this is fantastic, because, you know, doesn't matter necessarily who you're supporting, as long as you're supporting the race. That's what's really important, because that's what we all love. And we have a race indeed. It is very exciting watching the teams battle it out as we are ending day 12. Is it day 12 or day 11? I can't remember. Day something.
Day 11 to 12. Yep, there's something going on.
Yeah, as we are nearing the end of our day. We have had quite a lot of progression, but Echo, you know, Liquid's right behind them. Well, in front of them in terms of boss pulls, but with them waking up and starting their day, they are hot on their tails. So come on, Echo. We need that Phase 3 progression.
Yeah, Echo definitely need to pick up the pace. It's certainly happening that, you know, Liquid certainly know exactly what they want to do. They've worked on some damage optimizations as well, so I can certainly see when they start getting some of their strong pulls in, their next very best pull, you could start seeing the boss sub 10%. You could see the boss towards that 5%, and who knows, you know.
Then there's the Mythic phase.
Yep, where we do the whole thing again, except Kaiveza's around. One-shotting anyone below 10%, that of course is in the dungeon channel. You just need to read between the lines. So yeah, no, I think it's safe to say now, at this point, looking at the boss, looking at the time in which it's due to die, it looks to be around a 10-minute fight. I'd be shocked to see a Mythic-only phase at this point. It's also something that Blizzard have generally steered clear of recently, with the entirety of Dragonflight not having a single...
we didn't have any in Dragonflight.
Not one Mythic-only phase in Dragonflight, which was very sad. So... is what it is. It's more important that the bosses are good rather than just jamming some janky sort of Mythic-only phase in there. If that's what Blizzard want to do, then, well, we'll have to have faith, because there's nothing else we can do about it.
And this is a very intense fight. You know, you don't necessarily need the Mythic phase in there, because this entire fight is testing them to their very, very limits. This is an extremely hard, even Phase 1, which they've opted into creating. Usually when you see a fight, the earlier stages being, you know, relatively easy, easing your way into the fight. But in more recent times, I would say, we've had some very difficult Phase 1s. Razageth Phase 1 was extremely challenging, for example. And again, testing them in all aspects, not just tight DPS checks, tight healing checks, but also having to utilize all of the utility across the raid with the ad platforms, for example, and everything else that they have to deal with. It is a lot.
And cheesing their way out of these routes in the first phase. A lot of the guys have gone over towards being a gnome if they do not have their own way of dealing with it. Obviously, if you're something like a druid, you can just shapeshift out of the route, with monks being able to use their Tiger's
Lust.
Yep, that's it.
Freedom from the paladins.
Yep. So a lot of people can cheese their way out of it, but if not, you could just be a rogue, be a gnome even, just with that escape artist on a 1-minute CD, allowing you to break through pretty much most of the routes. Not all of them, but most of them.
Yeah, I think it's every other set.
Pretty much.
Rightly.
Yeah, there's a couple of them which are very, very close together. I think like the 3rd and 4th routes or the 4th and 5th routes. There's like back-to-back that you wouldn't be able to do it all on, but yeah, you know, most of the time, well, they built their entire comp around the idea that no one ever needs to be broken out. They can kind of ignore that as a DPS check, which in itself increases the damage that they can do to the boss most of the time, because sometimes if you have a bunch of ads directly underneath the boss, you can use it to funnel damage. A lot of classes, if you're unsure of the term funnel, it's like if there's a you can just do your normal single target damage to the boss, but if there's a bunch of little ads around it, sometimes you can like splash damage off of those to increase your damage. Say you normally do 100 damage to the boss. If there's a bunch of little ads around it, you actually manage to do 110 or 115 damage to the boss instead. In terms of like being able to scale up with the amount of ads. But generally speaking, because these ads need to die so fast in Phase 1 with the roots, if we weren't cheesing all of them, it would be a full AoE situation, which would definitely reduce the damage that you're dealing overall. So a smart move in order to make it so you can cheese it. Not something that I would be looking forward to as a potential raid leader heading towards this fight.
You could have a whole raid group full of cuddly gnomes, Alex.
Yeah, well, that feels sad. Like, of course you can do it, and like fair enough. But if you have to like pay for a race change in order for you to be like viable for a fight, which is something that we've seen in the past with like Shadow Priest or priests generally on KJ, I think it was, Kill Jaden in Tomb of Sargeras, where you had to be a goblin, you needed some way of dealing with a knockback. It's that same kind of deal. where it would be a little unfortunate if players were forced to do that. But it feels like right now, with the way that the tight DPS check is built for this boss, assuming that it is killable, which most of the guilds are slowly coming round to that being the case, if they aren't already.
It's definitely changing every day. It's less doom and gloom of this is not killable. It's still not killable.
Yeah, I remember the first day that we saw the boss and when we're starting to see phase 3 and we saw what health that Ansarek was still on. It was like, I don't know, man, maybe 30%. Now it feels like maybe 20%, and, well, obviously, it's more like, yeah, no, easy, we can do 10. Maybe 5? And it's like, guys, I think it's just dying at 0, yeah? I don't think there's anything else to it with a 10-minute encounter. The only thing I could even potentially see them do, which I really don't think they are going to do, and to be honest, I don't think it will even necessarily add much to the instance. It'll be a cool thing to see, like to watch as an outside person, and maybe to eventually prog, is that kind of hidden extra boss kind of vibe, but they haven't done that. Oh, when was the last time they did do that? I remember they did that. They did it for Sinestra. Throne of Thunder. I think you might be right.
Was it Lei Shen, and then Raden was below?
Yep, you're entirely right. I don't think they've done it since. So yeah, they've done Algalon all the way back in Ulduar. Then they did Sinestra at the first tier of Cataclysm in Bastion of Twilight. And then you're entirely right with Raden in the Miss Pandaria tier Throne of Thunder. So
that would be very exciting.
That is over 10 years ago since we've had a hidden extra Mythic boss, and I don't really see what Mythic boss there would be for this. It feels like the story is quite well rounded, so I think it's safe to say that when Ansarek is dead, so is the raid, and whoever kills her first will indeed be crowned the winners of this Race to World First.
Yeah, with Queen Ansarek taking quite an almighty KDA in the moment.
No, 100%. But of course, whilst we are waiting for it, if you would like to show your support for Echo as well as get some wonderful goodies, we have some amazing merch, some of which is being shown off here by Jordan, but you can see that here if you head over to merch.echoesports.gg. We have some absolutely wonderful merch available for you, some of which being shown here. Mine currently is not being worn today because I suck and I forgot to wear it.
I love the jerseys. The jerseys are really, really nice. It's the new design jerseys. There's also all of the current race merch, which is the Team Crab, Team Spiders. You can get them in hoodies, t-shirts. They are very, very snuggly, very, very good quality.
We've got some wonderful displays somewhere, which I can't seem to find right now, but we will be able to show you them later, as well as mouse pads. Oh my goodness.
Oh, the mouse pads, Alex.
I'm using the Final Fantasy XIV Savage tier that just went, the Arcadian mouse pad.
They are very nice. They also had merch for that as well. I've got the t-shirts.
Oh yeah.
They are also very nice.
Incredibly comfortable. So yes, do go and check it out, because once the boss is dead, that's going to be pretty much it. You won't have too much longer to be able to get it. Pre-orders are available, though. If there are any things that are out of stock, feel free to pre-order them. We are taking pre-orders on those. So if they don't have it in your size currently at the moment or anything like that, then do get your pre-orders in, because once it's gone, it's gone. And I think there is even a couple. I'm not sure. This was a few days ago, so correct me if I'm wrong. But I think there might be a couple of things from Image still available, such as a Get Ducked hoodie and here and there, which were wonderfully designed. I love those. So you'll be able to check those out as well.
Get Ducked hoodies.
So do go and check it out. They're wonderful. Really, really good. Nice and comfortable. You'll be able to support Echo as well as get yourself
some cute little merch.
Yes, the merch is absolutely fantastic.
Yes.
So do go and check it out. But yes, if you are just joining us, Echo are back from their food break, and we are working on the very last boss of the Nerub-ar Palace. We are working on Ansarek, Queen Ansarek herself, turning out to be a very difficult encounter. Already guilds getting over the 200 pull mark. Every single guild that's working on her reaching over 200 pulls. Liquid on over 300, and still a lot more work to be done for everyone.
Yeah, and if you are seeing the Warcraft logs leaderboard kind of loading a little bit, or maybe not showing, is there just having a little bit of potential too much traffic or some slight issues? So don't worry, don't panic.
I'm
fine.
glad you said that, because I was panicking.
Oh, have no fear.
I was about to run away out of fear, which probably would be good for long-term progress, because since I've come back, the best pulls that they've had where I haven't been engaging with the content that much. And I don't want it to be all about me, but also, you know what I mean? Like, it seems to be all about me, right, Jesse?
Yeah, I think that's true of most things in life.
I'm the main character?
You're the main character. Have you not realized it yet?
How are you only just realizing this, Alex?
Dude, this is an incredibly miserable story, then. Oh, no. Oh, well, unfortunate. Sorry about that, guys.
If we're not pulling yet,
we probably won't be for a while.
We talked about some damage taken. I want to talk about some damage done a little bit. A lot of players.
Damage numbers, that's what we're all about.
Now we're talking.
Now we're talking about the stuff people like. Obviously, you know, I'll pull this up for everyone. Everyone cares about those meters, right? We're looking at overall damage. Why do we have any of these other classes in? Just bring 20 Revises.
Oh, yeah. Well,
right?
if you could fill your raid with Revises, you probably
would.
would.
You probably would. But I'm going to show you why they all wouldn't be playing Warrior, right? Just like with damage taken, you can go through and click on individual ones. And if you do so, you actually start drilling down. You can see that they are popping burst at different times, using cooldowns at different moments in order to address different needs. This is what we're talking about when we talk about damage profiles. We need burst single target here. We need AoE here. We need cleave over here. And if we actually go through and look at individual targets, we'll see that everyone is topping on something. No one is here because they're bad at everything. Every piece of this puzzle has been chosen because they're good at something. So for example, Mini topping on single target boss damage, right? The Void Speaker being taken out largely when it loads. Hello.
Yep.
By clicks. Yeah, Warcraft Logs is currently struggling a huge use for an amazing tool. And we can keep going through and see everyone, including the Evokers. Why are the Evokers here? Well, they're doing really, really good damage on particular mobs at particular times that we need it for. In fact, every single class that's in right now is topping on something. We get to the Summoned Acolytes maybe at the end. Warlocks showing up.
Oh, damn.
Wow.
Right? Those are incredibly important to die. Those are maybe the single highest priority ad in the game at the moment, or in this fight, because if they don't die, you wipe.
Yes.
Guaranteed. Right? The boss just kills you all. Warlock showing up to kill all of those. So going to show a little bit, this is like a surface scratch, the top layer of the comp building that Roger and Scripe engage in when they try to select the right class with the right cooldowns for the right moment to put the puzzle together and have the cook of the comp that'll actually address the fight.
Yeah, no, it's also really interesting to see because sometimes we're just like, oh, someone's died, whatever. Now we know Warlock's died in the last phase. Oh no, that's really bad for when those acolytes are rising up and coming to defeat us all. So no, very good information to have. Thank you very much over on the Macro Analysis desk there, Jesse.
Yeah, it's something we've been talking about throughout the entire raid. It's very interesting, the different damage profiles required. You had Brood Twister, which was heavy cleave, heavy AoE, priority target damage, but also boss damage. And then you'd go to Kai'Veza, which was just pure single target.
Yep.
You had Silken Court, which had burst damage profile windows where the boss is taking increased damage.
Oh, yeah.
There are so many different types of damage profiles required. You can't necessarily just stack one either because you still have to deal damage to other things. Even on Silken Court, you had the ads that really needed to die that would fixate various players. And then shields that you'd need to burst through in the intermission. If there are so many layers, so many different requirements, and even when you look at Queen Ansarak, you have the boss damage, you have so many priority target ads. And in the last phase, the acolytes that are around the kind of inner circle of the room, they're quite spread.
They're
so you can't just pop
spread.
AoE cooldowns.
No.
You have to have, certain damage going out across it. The Warlocks, for example, with Havoc being very useful.
I think it was brought up by Mike earlier. The amount of different class and spec combinations that we've had in this particular raid has certainly been on the upper side. I think only a few select roles not being shown, such as like Resto Druid as an example, not necessarily having a huge showing in any of the top guilds, but a wide variety of classes being shown, which is excellent to see. It also
a lot of representation.
Yes, of course, some bosses though are arguably kind of asking for some pretty degenerate comps with bosses 5 and 6, but it does feel like bosses 7 and 8 with the Silken Court, it feels like when you bring a class to that, they will have something they are good at, which is a really nice thing to have. It feels the same for Ansarak. The only caveat maybe being a little bit that, being able to break out those routes is quite an important facet of your overall composition, but you won't be sad bringing a hunter to that fight. You do want to have them in there because they will be good at one particular job. You want to bring a rogue because they're good at that job, and Revers is going to be crazy on all of the the little spiders and all those sorts of things. So having a generally balanced comp, which is something that most raid teams have, being the required thing for the last boss is generally quite a good thing, it feels like. Unless I've really missed the mark and maybe there's something degenerate going on. But it feels like it's pretty balanced of the things that are going on there.
Especially with all the raid buffs as well that you have to think about incorporating.
Yeah, no, 100%. Well, there's 13 guaranteed spots, right? I think in terms of classes, unless you really have a super heavy, as an example, say that you were doing no physical damage whatsoever, then maybe you could drop a monk. But 9 times out of 10, you're going to have an entire comp with the majority of the raid buffs necessary. A ready check going out, most likely fixing some of the issues that we were having in terms of marking the ads correctly in order to make sure the interrupts could go out. That was something that we struggled with, as well as some of the position and things. I do remember hearing from Skypers like, that's something that we'll be looking at in between the pools. So hopefully that's something that has been fixed. The players indeed do need to slam this boss as much as possible. We need to start seeing some very meaningful prog. Gingy, during our break when he was here talking about Games for Gamers with Mike, saying that we're looking to hit Enrage in the next few hours. They need to stick by that, because not only do they have to catch up to Liquid, it's who kills the boss first, and they need to surpass them. And they need to do it fast, as Ansarek is not long for this world.
Yeah, they can't just match pace. They can't end their day where Liquid ended theirs. They have to overtake. They have to pull ahead. They have to progress at much higher, significant pace. So let's get back into phase 3. Let's see through to the fourth round of ads and get further in, and then try and find the boss damage to go along with it.
Yeah, that last part of the fight there, when we're dealing with 5 of the ads all at once, going into that particular area, taking so much raid damage, Jesse was showing us through the Warcraft logs there. Like, it was incredible how much raid damage is coming out. I assume, obviously, with Chris Potter being here on the outside, making sure that all of the CDs are lined up correctly, that we will be in a position where we will be able to survive that, but we need to see it first. We just need to get there. With the majority of players alive, Bloodlust available for us, maybe even some potions as well. Not entirely too sure where they're using their combat potions at the moment.
Yeah, so we had a little look earlier,
Okay.
and we have different players using them at different times. They're on a 5-minute timer, so you have some players popping them on pull with their cooldowns, which makes sense because the boss doesn't transition based on health percentage, it transitions based on a timer.
Yeah.
So any health that they knock off the boss in phase 1 is going to carry through for the rest of the fight and be less health that you need to do in phase 3. So pop in DPS pots with cooldowns on pull is going to be very useful. We also have various DPS also popping in the intermission, as the intermission shield needs to be broken very, very quickly. That's also a very tight DPS check. And then you have some pots being popped in phase 2. And if they use their DPS potions at the start of the fight, it would then be up for phase 3. And some holding and using in certain points in phase 3 as well. So it's kind of a variety. And I wonder if that's going to change. It's almost like Bloodlust. You have the progression Bloodlust where you saw them popping in the intermission because that was the DPS check and they needed to get through it. And then you take off the damage because they then get more comfortable. They then find the damage. They assign their cooldowns. They don't need that Bloodlust anymore. So I wonder if they will full send on pull, for example, and then have those pots for the last phase as well.
You're entirely right. That is something that you'd do, like using the potions as a form of, well, with a slightly more output, it will make this a little bit that much easier. Combat potions in this game being incredibly powerful, very, very potent tool for the players to be using. And they are only going to get one during combat, assuming that, well, the fight seems to basically enrage just after 10 minutes. So you only get, like, what, maybe 10 seconds at most of a potion right at the very end of the fight, which is not worth it if you just send on send. And I think if you use a potion on the 5-minute mark, you'll probably be doing something in phase 2, so it wouldn't even be equivalent of putting it into the boss. So you can totally see them eventually moving potions more and more into a place where it will increase their boss damage, because that overall is going to be the challenge. It's not getting towards the end of the fight with everyone clean. That's not enough. We can't do that. Like, as an example with, what was it? The Silken Court. That was a fight where if you got to the end of everyone alive, that was generally enough. No, you need to make sure that we're really slamming as much damage as possible. Obviously, Liquid proving that with their 15% wipe. Obviously, not everyone was alive, but even if everyone was alive, I'm sure the boss, what, maybe, even if we're being generous, like maybe 5% or something. If you want to go very generous, you know, they're still, like, and they said so themselves. That's not like bad-mouthing or anything. Those guys doing absolutely incredible this tier.
Playing very well.
Yeah, very, very well. So it's going down more to the fact that there needs to be optimization. You need to be able to shift things away from the pain points. Because generally speaking, going into any tough point, especially when there's ads up, having a ton more output makes it easier. You know, you're able to get rid of the shackles that are causing you problems. Get rid of those acolytes so you know where the essences are going to be. Get rid of the ads on this phase to make it so that you can leave it sooner. All of those things combined, making it so that you are going to be able to see further into the fight, and that's pretty much their main goal right now. We want to be able to see the enrage, we want to get comfy with it, then we need to optimize it.
Yeah, then we need to find the boss damage.
Yep.
No, this phase, you can lose people fairly often. It could be to interrupts. We've seen some interrupts go through. But sometimes when the players who are crossing through the mythic mechanic here, the portals, when they come out the other side, the orbs that are also shooting out across the platform, you can see these orbs are shooting out. Sometimes when they've gone through the portal and they land the other side, there'll be an orb that just clips them when they go out. So it's not necessarily through just fault of their own. It's just every kind of aspect is extremely fiddly. It's another fragile fight as we are going up into phase 3.
Both battle reses
with both
available.
battle reses available.
Okay, this has the potential to be a good pull. I'm going to do my best not to cast a curse this one because there is a lot of things that can go wrong on the way to our prog point. That prog point being when we have the 5 acolytes in the middle. That'll be the second time that we use the portals to dash across that nova that's coming in, that wave that's collapsing inwards from the edge of the room. So up to that point, we've got a lot of things to go over, and maybe you could walk us through maybe some of these early mechanics and what's going on here.
Yeah, it would be very nice to go through a little bit step by step. So they have a little bit of respite at the start, and then the tank will drop off some spiders, which you can see now. They cannot reach the boss. If they do, they will explode and also empower the boss. So it is most certainly a wipe. So we want to be keeping them away and damaging them down. We'll also have the web blades, which they have been dealing with throughout the whole fight, as well as these acolytes in the middle of the room. They'll have a shield and be casting. While the shield is up, they can't interrupt them. So they will have a few casts going through when there's more. But yeah, they want to be breaking the shield, interrupting those ads, and killing them as fast as possible. The reason why you want to kill them as fast as possible, as when the boss sends that shadowy nova wave across the entire platform, as you'll see now, when they're taking the gate to cross this voidy wave, that cannot hit any ad that's alive, or when the ad dies, it will drop its soul, and it cannot touch the soul either. So the players will have to pick up the soul and take it over.
Now actually getting clipped by one of those webbings there, able to survive. So you're going to see the players successfully deal with the first portal there. And we're largely going to be repeating, but this time we've got some incredibly nasty overlaps with the shackles, dealing an immense amount of fall-off damage when they spawn. So as these next acolytes come in, we're also going to have a set of shackles. We're going to try and place them next to where those ads spawn. Everyone else grouping up in this AMZ right now, this AMZ, to get nice and safe, managing to survive that initial hit. So much raid burst damage coming out at this point, and here comes the slam. They are holding their bloodlust though. They're making sure they know that there's something even more challenging than this particular overlap available for them later. So right now, cleaving off the rest of the ads, only a few more available. They're going to have to place these upcoming portals correctly though. This is also something that they've struggled with, very arguably, understandably so even, because look at all the webbing going crazy across the room.
Yeah, it is absolutely crazy. So not only will they have the 3 souls from the first set of ads, they will now have an extra 4 that they need to carry over this wave. Now, as I was saying before, if any of these ad souls hits the wave, it is a wipe. It deals a crazy amount of raid-wide damage, most certainly wiping them. When they come out of the portal, they'll also have to spread.
These shackles are crazy. Can they survive? They haven't done this once successfully yet, and only one player going down. Cannock's going to get quickly res back up here as we're going to be taking out these shackles. Bloodlust is available. This is a tab back in angle, if anything. If you've ever seen anything like this before, this is excellent prog from Echo. They're going to be spawning these upcoming ads here, hopefully making sure that they don't get too close to Ansurek. These spiders are going to be trying to flood their way towards their queen, but they're going to be doing everything to keep them back, doing a nice amount of damage. Nice memes, unfortunately, going down, but a res is available. This is rough. We're going to have shackles as these ads spawn. Bloodlust rightfully used here. Can they place them in the right locations? Let's find out. Oh,
all right.
Damn, we lost too many people there. That's such a shame.
Yeah.
They can keep pushing, though.
This is a really, really amazing pull. This is where their progress point is into this fight. They managed to get the shackles in the correct place, but it does so much damage when they drop, as they are also trying to kill the 5 ads now, ramping intensity, dodging the web blades, placing the portals. They are still going. They only have 3 DPS dead, 1 healer.
Yeah,
it's going to be very challenging.
They're going to be able to push through this, but now they need to be getting 12 essences through this portal. A lot of the players here have that vulnerability. They might not be able to do do it. Zutzi getting brought up as the boss is getting brought lower and lower, already into a new best pull for Echo, both in terms of time and boss percentage. So many webs coming in as they're going to be going through. Unfortunately, one of the essences not being dragged through with that Nova eating it alive and unfortunately leading to the demise of Echo. But what a wonderful pull to see.
We have a new best pull.
Ooh, that's what we wanted. That's entirely what we wanted. That's exactly what we needed to see. If they could get over that particularly nasty overlap with the webbing going out, with them having to transfer through that portal, if they could get everyone through that and survive all of the collapsing AoE circles around them afterwards, the boss does nothing. Just sits there for around 20 odd seconds. You nuke the boss, then you're at the Enrage. We were one mechanic shy of seeing the Enrage right there. That's incredibly good prog. That's what we need to see. You can see a ready check already going out. They might just be sending it again.
No way. No wine time, no break. Going straight back in.
Something's happened. Something's clicked. Hopefully they are able to ride this high and continue to push through because, oh my lord, if they do, we're going to be in a... well, we're in for a pretty good time.
Oh, Lord. She dying.
So, yes, boss going down. I think it was a new best pull in terms of percentage. If not, it was certainly new best.
Oh, look at the
it was.
pull timer, Alex.
That's insane. Yeah, that's awesome to see. But, yes, in terms of duration, 100% a new best from Echo there. So, it's very much heating up both guilds, both Liquid and Echo, working on Ansarek at the same time. Echo, they can feel the fire under their feet. And they are rising to the occasion. Let's hope that they can keep this momentum going forward.
Yeah, their new best pull in terms of boss percentage, although we're not going to be paying too much attention to that. The boss HP going to be something they'll be whittling away after. What we really need to see is that Enrage. We need to see further and further into that phase 3, how we're going to deal with those final overlapping mechanics, how we're going to allocate cooldowns, because those shackles deal so much damage as they took several players out at that point, and they need to plan what they are using in these tension points.
They did really well. The shackles are like a huge pain point for that part of progress, and that was the very last set where they need to place the shackles right next to where the ads have spawning, because of course we've got 5 acolytes in the middle. It's much better if we can just put the shackles on top of them, but unfortunately taking out a few too many players there. But we have seen that same thing where it looks so sketchy. Even the first set of shackles that we ever saw in that phase, it took out so many people the first few times we were there. They managed to assign themselves correctly, they managed to get themselves into good positions and kept things calm and under control, and eventually they made it look chill, you know, it wasn't so bad. This fight, in order to get to the point where she is, you know, going to be on very low health percentages, we need to have that sort of calm and collected, almost farm-like play style, as if you've been killing this boss hundreds of times before. You need to have that kind of play style going into the last phase and through all of those really nasty overlaps. So that's what Echo is looking to do. They need to do it in a pretty expedited fashion.
How exciting,
it's so
though!
Good. I'm so excited for them.
I cannot believe they've been getting into phase 3 over and over and over again, and they have slowly whittled away at it. Every time they've seen a new point, they've kind of stopped, taken a little break, tried to figure out where they're assigning cooldowns, how they're positioning it, the various things that are happening, where they're baiting the swirlies, where they're putting the shackles down, and the cooldowns they're distributing to the various ads, as Jesse was showing us on the max roll analysis desk, even to the point where individual ads can have different people assigned to them, as they do in phase 2 as well. So really, really planning it to the very, very, very crumb of this fight.
You're entirely right. And hopefully they can smell blood in the water. Hopefully it has changed their way of seeing this fight, feeling that, you know, because certainly yesterday there was a great deal of doom and gloom around. Hopefully they know, look, we nearly saw the Enrage there. We're just one mechanic shy of getting to the very end of this incredibly difficult fight after nearly 300 pulls of progress on this. Just seeing the very end, like, you know how difficult this fight really is then.
A pull like that is so energizing.
Hopefully they can ride that wave. Hopefully they don't make too many mistakes. Sometimes Echo have been known, without being too doomer about this whole thing, they have been known when they've got a new best pull to kind of get a little bit overboard and not being able to take full advantage of the momentum. Like, they go a little bit too fast and they end up crashing to a ditch somewhere. But it's, well, we will see how they're able to handle it. As you rightfully said, we're deep into a new pull, working our way through the intermission that has caused them less problems today than it has yesterday, as today's generally been pretty successful when it comes to the first couple of phases. where mainly phase 2 and phase 3 wipes is what we've been seeing. This shield about to go down now, as they need to avoid the next pull-in. They'll easily do that. Only 2% left on the shield. Get a few extra free hits on the boss as she rises up into the sky. And the groups are going to be separating into two little 10-man teams to make their way up to Ansarek in the third and final chamber.
Yeah, 62% on the boss HP as well, so we'll keep a little bit of an eye on that as we are getting deeper and deeper into phase 3. But this fight, the makeup of it is going to be, let's fix how we're handling phase 3 and then find the damage after. It's very similar to Sylvanas, as we were saying earlier, where you see the whole kind of motion of the fight, know what you're popping when and where, how you're dealing with it, and then absolutely annihilating and putting as much damage as you can. So that will be the next prog point. Where are we going to find 25%?
Easy, dude. I left it. I left it under a rock.
I'm storing it.
Goldshire. Just need to head back and find that.
It's in the inn.
In all fairness, they're far from being optimal. I would love to have a little bit through look through the logs, which I'm sure will do at one point. But the percentage in which the boss was dropping once Bloodlust was pulled. Normally, when you pop Bloodlust, the damage on the boss goes up. I'm pretty sure as soon as we pop Bloodlust, all the damage on the boss stopped, as everyone was like, just go kill ads. Don't worry about anything else. It wasn't clean at that point. We were down some players. So just trying to get through that phase so that we could see that final set of portals was probably their primary goal. Boss damage be damned, so to speak. But it looks like we're heading towards the third platform.
Yeah, that is a very good point, because if you're losing players, you may be missing those cooldowns, which means you have to allocate other people. Other people who may be popping on the boss will now have to pop on the spiders, which is going to take a significant amount off of the boss HP as well. So you're absolutely right.
So we've got a couple last nasty little overlaps that Echo will need to navigate here before they head into phase 3. One more portal that needs to be entered, and players need to dodge the orbs, as you pointed out before, as they leave it. It looks like we're going to be heading, Jordan, back in consecutive phase 3 pools. Both battle reses available. This is... something's clicked. This is very exciting.
It's all to play for now. They have that fire lit under their feet, and they are ready to get those back-to-back phase 3 pulls. Both battle reses available, trying to get as much damage out as they possibly can, while Queen Ansarek isn't necessarily doing too much. And now we will be slowly introduced to the mechanics of this fight, as you kind of get a tutorial of, hey, here's some spiders. Oh, hey, here's some spiders and some blades.
The tutorial
fancy some more ads.
It's like a tutorial you'll get in like a Dark Souls game. It's more like, oh, here's a mechanic. Also, you're dead. So they do need to make sure that they're playing these particular mechanics with the respect that they deserve. These web blades in this phase. It's so funny. Jesse kind of pointed it out. They've almost become an afterthought in comparison to all of the other nasty things that are going on. So you're going to be seeing them take down this first set of ads. Oh, that's a rough position that Nice Means found himself in. These portals are not placed as they would like. It might be salvageable. We will find out. Unfortunately, Mayvoka going down. Battle Res available for them. They'll be collecting the essences, ready to take this portal, but it's not in the best position. We'll see if they can navigate this, but it very well might lead to some doom. Nice Memes going down again as being a backup for the pickup on that particular essence, as unfortunately Merez was not able to find that essence. But a res has been sent out. In theory, we can keep going here. This might not be as clean as they want it, but it's what they've got, and they're going to have to deal with it.
Yeah, baiting these swirlies. Again, another phase of space conserving as they are annihilating the hatchlings and making sure that they are CC'd and not going into the boss, dodging these web blades. The ringer piece going out from Merez just to keep them away from the boss as they all get finished off. And now we have the next wave of acolytes, as well as the shackles, which deal a huge amount of damage across the entire raid, making sure they are DPSing down their shields to interrupt the null detonation. Quite a few of them going off, chunking the raid down.
Canucks pretty much reaching single-digit health pool there, managing to survive with that. I'm pretty sure a lay on hand set on him directly afterwards. Paladin's definitely paying off here for Echo. They have to place these next set of portals in a good place. Unfortunately, now going down. No battle res available for him, and there won't be for the rest of this. This may very well spell doom for Echo. Let's see what they're able to do, though. Going to have to collect all of these essences, 7 of them in total, before they traverse through this portal. Got to save these essences. Ever touched by this ever encroaching shadowy wave will lead to their doom. They were able to do that, though. Unfortunately, losing Velo, having to deal with all of these This is rough.
All of the orbs.
Oh man, not
all
only
of
the orbs,
circles,
it's the shackle
the
fall off
shackles.
damage without having their healers there. Mera's right now about to receive a huge tank buster, which is going to annihilate him as well. Excellent to get back into this phase, not being able to get back to the prog point in all likelihood as these spiders colliding with Ansurek, spelling the doom for Echo. But an excellent pull nonetheless. We should be happy that we got back into there so soon after our very best pull.
Yeah, as you could see, Hopeful having a little bit of a chuckle there. They seem to be in high spirits, and that was fantastic from them, getting back into phase 3 back-to-back like that. Absolutely wonderful.
They just need to have those sorts of pulls for, I don't know, maybe the next 6 hours. That'll be good. They need to keep slamming. They really, really do. So it's something that they will be doing.
So nice to see that consistency and how clean that phase 3 is. If you are tuning in now, for example, compared to yesterday, we did have some phase 3 towards the end of their day yesterday, and just seeing how clean it is now, especially the earlier parts of it. It does get very chaotic later on, but that's where they're still trying to figure out where they're dropping everything and get used to it.
A lot of players reloading their clients right now. I have heard that this boss sometimes can cause some lag issues if your client hasn't been restarted for a while, so that might be part of maybe a small sort of ingredient in what caused that previous wipe. Maybe, but they will be getting back in, and they're going at such a high pace. Gingy so focused on this pull that he's even looking at VODs on his phone.
He's getting up the Arcane Max Roll guide just to
see what he wrote before. Yeah, just checking his work. I assume did Gingy write his the Max
It was
Roll
him or
guide?
Hopeful. It may have been Hopeful, but they've all been contributing.
Yes.
So could be both.
Could be both indeed. All players back in the raid right now. I can see a few last players reloading in, as I can see on the multi-view right now. But wow, taking a moment to kind of
my goodness.
settle back down because the hype has been high for a while here. Echo, 2 of their best pulls of the night, back to back after food buff. You know, we've seen 3 very good pulls since dinner. Obviously, they had a little bit of a period where they wiped a few times in phase 1, decided to take a quick break, and then came back, and they've come back with a great deal of momentum, which is exactly what we need to see in order for them to catch back up. So, absolutely fantastic. Excellent news.
Very wonderful news. As they are, they're taking a little bit of a reload. Could be a weak aura.
Maybe a new weak aura. Nice pull, lads. Fancy a weak aura?
Yeah, fancy a reload.
Yep. Well,
Lion time.
As they are getting back into the pool, though, we do want to give a massive shout out to all of you that have donated towards Games for Love, an absolutely fantastic charity that we've partnered with this time. It's all going towards helping kids out in hospital, those in developing countries needing life-saving care, as well as those who are in developed countries that are spending a great deal of time in hospital, not able to, just be a kid for a while. And you guys have raised $36,000, nearly $37,000. So thank you so much.
To the 40,000 casters get crab and spider tattoos, much to Nagura's dismay earlier. Oh, they'll never reach that. It's fine. I'll get a tattoo. Wait, hold on. We're actually reaching it. Very exciting.
Yeah, if you want to see Medic, who's not here with us anymore, who had to unfortunately leave to go to Worlds. Well, fortunately, don't get me wrong. It's great that he's casting Worlds, but he's not with us at the moment. But as well as Jeeth and Nagura, all 3 of them getting tattoos, then of course reach that $40,000 mark. That'd be fantastic.
Absolutely. We did have a $6.90
nice
donation from Zally Toes saying, "Have a glass of red on me, Alex."
Oh, that was
gift
for the
that keeps on giving.
That was the wine charity donation incentive. We've production. You can't. They've donated for it now. I have to have. Okay, apparently you're not allowed to have wine until morale improves. You can have wine as well.
I'm very
Would
happy.
That help? Why don't we have... Okay, no wine for the casters, but just wine for production.
Oh, that would be a fantastic...
I think that would be hilarious because it's like, production, can we see a point of view of a player who's actually in the raid? As Sam and Mitch just full
Looking
AFK.
at Perfecto's desktop.
So if you want production to get absolutely slaughtered, feel free to send your donations in. Oh man, we'll just get a little production cam in the bottom right of the screen so you can just see them enjoying.
Yeah,
for sure. Full rave going on.
jamming.
Listening to the baked bean banger. It'll be one of the two, either rave or full sadness, according to Sam. I'm sure both. You can have a sad rave. listening to some very macabre, sad house music. So yeah, it's all good. They're jumping back into a pool after their reload here.
Yeah, let's get back into phase 3. Get straight back into it. Get to that progression point. We want to see the enrage. We want to know what we're doing for that 4th set, or those 5 ads that come out. It's the 3rd set. You get 3, 4, then 5. I keep misquoting it.
I keep saying, oh, it's the 5th set of ads, but really it's the 3rd set. It's because there's so many ads. Yeah, it's
you
an
get
easy
5
thing to do.
ads, so I think it's the 5th set. So I'm like, no, there's always one less. It's the 4th set. No, it's not. It's the 3rd set.
Yep.
But we need to get back and figure out how we're going to be dealing with those as well. We did have 2 new donations that I will read out real quick while we're in phase 1. We had a anonymous donation for $10. Thank you very much. No message. Giga Chad.
Hell yeah. Appreciate it.
We had a $1 donation from Medic, who is no longer with us.
Oh.
Comment, definitely not regretting his decision.
Oh. That is actually Medic. We miss you, man.
If that is, we do very much miss you. Me and
best
Alex
of luck.
sitting in the caster room, and there's just an empty chair.
There is a chair between us.
Where you was.
It's so sad. It is so sad. We'll be rooting for you. Just to let you know about the leaderboard, there is indeed a small little hiccup with the leaderboard right now as we are getting some of the data. It's just a lot of load right now on the Warcraft logs leaderboard. So we are aware of it. It is being fixed. It's working on it, just to let you know. But the data that is there when it refreshes should be nice and up to date for you.
Yeah, they're working on it.
It do be that way sometimes, as there is a great deal of interest in the game right now, and rightfully so, as well as using Warcraft logs. One of the, if you're raiding without using logs, there's such a good tool in order to be able to improve yourself if you, by giving it a little bit of time, giving it a read, and taking the time to understand how to improve it. It's great. It's fundamental, honestly.
Yeah, it's such a powerful analytical tool. I feel like sometimes people get very caught up on passes, and that almost becomes the only thing that people use Warcraft logs for.
A very useful part of it as well.
Which, you know, is the only reason that I look on Warcraft logs. I love looking at my blue logs.
Oh.
Very important to me. No, I may have got some grey logs as well, so yes, I'm a big deal.
I once received a log that was 0.
That is the most impressive, honestly.
It was not necessarily in World of Warcraft, but and I'll leave it as vague as that. But yeah, on a very important fight that we did defeat, I looked at like, oh, well done, guys. We managed to get this really, really difficult fight down. It's a really tight damage check. Let's look at the damage afterwards. And it was only on the kill pool where it wasn't just grey. There was a big fat 0, a big 0 there. It might as well have just slapped me. No, I'm just trash. People who died and got res did more damage than I did. It wasn't like 0th percentile. It was like 0 out of 8,000 people. That's how bad I did. So yeah, if you want me as part of your raid team, feel free to add me.
Alex, Fabos TV.
Yeah.
I had a similar one as well. It was Iron Reaver. I was playing Arcane Mage. Arcane Mage being very good in HFC. Oh my gosh, even I'm bringing it up now. But Arcane Mage doing very well that tier, and also being extremely powerful on that second boss, the Iron Reaver in the in that raid series. And I legitimately passed a 4 or a 5.
That actually doesn't surprise me, because that boss towards the end was getting killed so quickly by so many arcane mages with the ring and everything that
makes me feel better.
Like, say that like an average, I can't remember what the DPS used to be back then, but say that an average DPS would be doing 1 million DPS. People were ending that fight on like 8 million DPS. It was insane how high the burst was, not only just for that tier, but towards the end with arcane mages, it was nuts. So
yeah.
Don't blame yourself.
That's a very good point. You know, the longer the fight goes on, the lower your DPS goes, and sometimes you can kill something when you're kind of in the lower end of your cooldowns as well. With your damage kind of being an ebb and flow thing. So if you kill the boss just before your cooldowns come back up, it's going to be the kind of the lowest trough of your damage, let's say. But yeah, no, it was quite impressive because I didn't die. I thought I was playing really well, and I got a 5 percentile.
Damn.
Brilliant.
Well, better than 0. Not even 0th play. It's literally.
That is my favorite story ever.
Man, I swear I'm good at that game that will remain unnamed.
Even though we're talking about various things.
I've generally found
we're
that
back in phase 3.
Yeah, and we have both battle reses available. I know. I can't.
We're trying not to acknowledge it, but also this is very exciting.
That's good to see. Obviously, there is a big. There's a long way to go. There's a long path between now and our prog point. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. they shouldn't do at this point, but it's understandable that they will. You know, so fingers crossed. This is worth tapping back in for sure, as we're heading into phase 3, rightfully pointed out by Jordan, with both battle reses available, Bloodlust as well available, which is really going to help us on our prog point once we're through those second set of portals. But for now, we have to deal with the first set of adds. As you can see, Antarex summoning those acolytes to her side, spawning with a shield that needs to be broken through, and at that point you can start interrupting them. The cast that they send, initially not doing too much damage, but each subsequent cast doing 100% more. Funnily enough, they're not using a weak aura for these kicks. The idea is kick them, please, and that's it. Which
so
is,
none of them get kicked then?
Yeah, well, actually, a surprising amount of them do, which I'm surprised. That's not much of an echo way. If things can be weaker, they normally do, but it seems like they are starting to move towards play the game strats, which is always enjoyable to see.
There are so many things to coordinate when you really think about it.
Yeah, it's best sometimes if it's too coordinated, then, you know, oh, I'm not going to kick, it wasn't my assignment. It's better that people do 2 kicks, because you've got an overwhelming amount of interrupts right now for these ads. But so far, so good in terms of the first set of portals. This upcoming part of the fight can be pretty rough, as we're going to be heading into the 4 ads that have caused them a lot of grief. As you can see right now, the hatchling spawning, doing a ton of damage to them. Reva's cleaving them down as much as he can, as well as Nice Memes. All the melee just having a hell of a lot of fun bursting these ads down. They do spawn goo when they die, so important to make sure that they die nice and stacked up. Just surviving the spawning of those shackles. You can see the 4 ads here going to get absolutely slammed down. The shackles also dragging players around, making it too difficult, unfortunately, for people to survive, getting dragged in towards those web blades. We have lost some players, but both battle reses have now been sent. We're going to be doing the rest of this phase without our druid. No problems. He's sent Mark of the Wild. His job is done. Let's see if we can get through this upcoming portal with 7 of the souls to drag through it.
Yeah, the last acolyte just going down the other side of the room, as they will need to carry these souls with them across the portal. Can't let any of them hit this shadowy wave encroaching on the platform. Ooh, just like that. That was a little bit of footing loss.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seemed to be, I think Meros was trying to do a hero play there, where there was a soul on the ground that needed picking up, but of course he already had that soul. You can't carry more than one at the same time, otherwise you just bung them all on one person and immune, right? So each soul needs to be picked up by an individual player. Unfortunately, either that was Canix's to pick up, or that death caused some sort of, you know, mental confusion, but we can see a little bit of a replay here. You can see on the right-hand side, right there on the ground, I think it was Fragos that was due to pick up. Somehow that he died, unfortunately. Someone was due to go and pick it up, couldn't get to it in time. It exploded. That goes to show, at least it's a nice example of what happens when one of those essences are not taken through the portal.
Yeah, you know, they're just doing a little bit of a refresher, just in case we have anyone tuning in who may not know how Phase 3 works. They're just correctly demonstrating what happens.
Are they doing it for chat? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
They're doing it for the memes. They're doing it for the stream.
This is what happens when you let the soul touch the shadowy Nova.
They're doing it for the highlights, which is fair enough.
Doing it for the Starforge flashback.
Yep. Chris, put it in.
Fix it, Chris.
Chris's Starforge flashbacks have been absolutely fantastic.
I'm
Always a highlight of the race for me. If you're watching, by the way, you can see all of those over on the Echo YouTube channel. They haven't asked me to plug that at all, but some really good videos over there.
I just enjoy watching them.
Yeah, no, 100%.
I watch previous race ones as well on the
100%.
little playlists.
You know, the stuff that goes up on the Echo YouTube channel, very, very cool. So go and subscribe if you haven't already. Really some cool stuff over there.
Having a little bit of editing in some of the weak auras at the moment. It could be that the souls is a little bit off, perhaps. Maybe, you know, if somebody dies, there has to be a system in place where you kind of have backups for various souls. There'll be a backup system.
Especially for that last set. Well, I say especially. I don't even know if you can have it for that last set. Because, you know, we're going to have 10 people in the raid with the vulnerability debuffs. Basically, just to, maybe for the people that haven't been around for too long and maybe not entirely too sure what's going on with that mechanic. Each time one of the acolytes die in the middle, they drop a little soul on the ground, and you pick up that soul, take it through the portal, doesn't hit the wave, thumbs up, we're all good. But by doing so, you get a vulnerability debuff that makes it so you can't really pick up another soul. Tank scan, they can just survive through it, barely, but, you know, you're not supposed to do it. And that stops you from picking up a soul for the rest of the phase. So first off, you're going to have 3 debuffs, then you're going to have another set of 4 on top of that, so you can have 7 on total, which means basically at the very end, for our very first traversal of all the souls, we're going to have 12 souls to take through, but only 10 players who can do it. So if one of those viable players is dead, so because, you know, they haven't picked up an essence yet, but they're dead on the ground, there's not really anyone to back them up, because the tank's already busy.
Ooh, yeah, that's going to be an even tighter check than we initially kind of thought. I didn't really think about it. I knew obviously you couldn't afford to lose anyone because of everything else going on, right? The insane damage check, the insane healing check. But yeah, ferrying the souls, if you have somebody die...
There's one small thing you can do. With a giant DR, you might be able to survive a few ticks. If
Just
you're
to pick it up and take it across.
Yeah, pick it up, take it
Ooh.
across, die, or you can pick it up, blink over, or use an movement ability. I think Demon Hunters can double jump and dash, by the way, over that wave.
Probably.
Cool. You know, you could do that potentially and go over the wall. So, yeah, there are ways that you could potentially deal with it, but at that point, things are so cooked that if you have the mental for that sort of hero play, then, well, you'll probably play in here, in one of the top-end guilds. So maybe we will see that. Who knows?
Yeah, perhaps. There could... there's definitely opportunities for the hero plays, although something that Jesse says a lot, which I always get very excited about the hero plays, but it's a very good point, is that if there is a hero play happening, it means something has gone wrong.
He's
and
such a downer, dude.
You don't have it go wrong.
Why does he have to be so right all the time? It's frustrating.
But, you know, if people do die, we start losing people, especially towards the end. It may be that situation where you have to get the souls across the wave somehow, and you have people sacrificing themselves, classic Echo sack strats. And yeah, you could see some clever use of utility in terms of immunes, for example. But we need to keep getting back there. We need to make sure that we are getting through those final sets with ease, and then find boss damage again.
I have no idea how they've managed to become... They've really hit like a new stride, don't you think? They've managed to pick
got
themselves...
second wind.
Yeah, they've really... they're riding this high as well, consistently getting into Phase 3. We're seeing more Phase 3s than we're not. We're seeing us get there with a lot of people alive. Battle Res is available. The perfect sort of setup that you can get. There's nothing better. They're giving themselves the perfect opportunity to get some really good prog in. Unfortunately, the last couple of times we've got there has led to some issues, but these, I think maybe one of them was, well, whoops, okay, someone trolled, we go again. But otherwise, they have exposed a weakness in their strat. They're taking the time between the pulls to go, right, okay, that didn't work how we wanted to do, whether it be a weak aura or part of their strategy where it's, okay, this small thing, oh, I need to swap my position when we're spreading out, because they've got very, very set positions, how everyone spreads out, leaving those portals. I just couldn't get to the position I needed to go to, man. It was just too far away. Those sorts of things. It's probably the min-maxy stuff that they are doing right now, and more min-maxy in terms of strategy than necessarily in terms of boss damage. I'm more than aware that the 25.5% is still yet to be depleted, but let's deal with the whole seeing the end of the fight thing first.
I keep getting very caught up thinking that, you know, once we get to the end of the fight, we're looking at a boss kill. And I keep getting very excited. I kind of lost in the void. We should be very excited. But there is also the looming fact that the boss is on an extremely high amount of HP. Even for Liquid, who, again, they've been having fantastic pulls, having seen the very, very last part of the fight, the Enrage, and then still having the boss at 15.2%. Which, you know, as they get through, as they find their footing in that final phase, the damage will, you know, come through.
It really will.
It's just going to have to be that consistency. Yeah, the boss is definitely dying 0% for sure. No mythic phase.
Well.
Oh?
What if?
Yeah.
At 15%? Oh? We haven't seen it. 15%'s the number. No, I think it's very safe to say that any sort of idea of a mythic-only phase has been put entirely in the cope territory. Mainly due to the needed sort of... just the length of the fight. Blizzard don't like making really, really long fights anymore. Anything like 10 minutes is normally towards the maximum duration that you would be seeing on a encounter nowadays. Especially an end fight, which is so mechanically intensive. I'd be shocked if they're like, Lamau, you're fighting Xal'atath for like a bunch of time. Like, here's a 3-minute extra thing at the very end. That would be hilarious, don't get me wrong. Like, it would be very, very funny to see. Like, I'm all here for it. Blizzard, if you've done it, you will not hear any bad-mouthing from me. But from the rest of the community, I'm not sure if they'll be too happy.
Yeah, my favorite theory was when we was, I think it was having dinner. I think it was Preach who was talking about it. Like, can you imagine if this was a door boss, for example?
Yeah.
Similar to FF14 fights, you'd kind of defeat the boss and then it would transition into almost a whole new boss. It was the same boss, but it was like part 2 of the fight, a whole new fight, but you get a checkpoint. So once you defeated the first version, you'd then get a checkpoint and have to defeat the second version. But it was essentially a whole nother boss, even though it's the same one.
Yep.
Probably explaining that awfully.
No.
But equivalent in WoW would be the extra boss, as we was talking about before. That would kind of be like, but wait, there's more. That was kind of my favorite thing, because that would be such a spectacle for the race. I don't think it's going to happen, but it is fun to think about that they finally battle their way through Queen Ansarak, and then a whole nother boss appears, or her in her ascended form appears, and there's a checkpoint, and now you have to defeat her, or no checkpoint.
No, production saying no checkpoint.
That would be diabolical.
The thing that would be awesome is that Ansarak dies, and instead of seeing her fall down the hole in the middle, with like, which, you know, has I've seen it so many times now, it's become a little bit of a meme. Instead of seeing that cutscene start, instead the camera pulls out, pans back down towards another part of the instance, the floor opens up, and it's like, go have fun. That would be so funny. It's not going to happen, but it would be so funny. I'm totally here for it. If they ever want to do it, Blizz, I'm pretty sure a lot of raiders would be hungry for it as well.
I think it would be very exciting.
It would be very exciting. Maybe not making the last boss, you know, like 18 minutes long with like 10 mythic phases. That might be a bit much, but an entire secret mythic boss, I don't even know if they could hide it. Honestly, they've got a lot of clever people rooting around into the files of this game. If they're able to sneak that in, I will be incredibly happy.
Yeah, it would. It's very rare that you don't hear anything.
Although
so
I do want to go home at some point.
Although I do miss my bed.
I really miss my bed, and I really miss my dogs.
Oh,
yeah,
man. We've been here for quite a long time. Been here since Heroic Week.
It is what it is. It's what we're here for.
Yeah.
This only happens a few times a year. Don't get me wrong. As much as I miss them, they have to hold on.
Hold.
Because we've got amazing prog to be seeing, and where else is better to be than to be here, watching these guys play so long.
It's so enjoyable.
You remember the scene from Lord of the Rings?
Yes.
When Frodo and Sam are on the volcano, forgotten, the smell of rain and the feeling of grass. That's me with freedom and corn syrup.
Oh, mate. Oh, dear. Well, we'll do what we can. If you have any spare freedom or corn syrup and would like to donate it to Jesse, you can at him on Twitter. What's your handle on Twitter, Jesse?
Fatbots TV.
Fine. Damn, dude, I walked into that one. Feel free to send me that, sure, why not? Corn syrup and freedom. Oh, man.
We just have beans and toast.
We did have beans on toast. It was delicious. It reminded me of home.
Yeah, I was like, oh.
Nice.
Didn't think I'd have this outside of the UK.
That's
Very
all
nice.
good.
Taste of home.
Heading through this intermission, so far so good. I'm happy saying that because nothing can kill people at this point apart from if they fall asleep at their computer. Because we are definitely going to be beating this damage check here. Mini is alive and doing a lot of damn. Players making their way into phase 2, splitting the group into 2. One of the mythic only changes that you're going to be seeing here, apart from, you know, killing ads and moving from bad stuff that's, you know, baseline to the fight, we don't need to worry too much about that, is that people are going to be taking turns at going through this portal. These portals here, normally just for show on lower difficulties, or they're not there at all. But on Mythic, they are angry, and every 10 seconds they will try to explode unless someone passes through them. So each 10 seconds, you're going to see players passing through these portals in order to reset the timer on that bomb. By doing so, they will emerge on the other side with a pretty nasty debuff, leaving a pool on the ground and doing a burst of damage to those on that side. So you're going to be seeing players consistently cycling through it. You can see both the cast timer on top there for the players who have that enabled, as well as the like flashing bomb style, you know, Crash Bandicoot TNT thing going on.
It's such good visual clarity. I love it. I love the fact that they have implemented so many cool animations to make things very, very clear.
Do you think he receives a bop at this point, Canex, in order to make it so he doesn't tank that ad?
It's so that he doesn't get gripped by the rest. Right before the portal.
Oh, is that like a physical, like you can bop that?
Yep.
Cool, didn't know that. Knowledge gained.
The more you know.
And they're using several bops in that phase for that exact reason. It's an early cause of wipe was getting rested at the same moment you were trying to go through the shadow portal.
Makes sense. Fortunately, we do lose Revers here, so that will consume... Oh.
We did
We lost a lot of people already, so no Revers going into this next phase. Those spiders are going to be very happy about that.
We did lose Merez, but got him up with the battle res. We won't have another one.
Until
we do lose Merez again.
Ooh, okay, yeah, no, this is a bin pull, unfortunately. Going to throw this one away. Losing that many players, something obviously catastrophic happened on one of the platforms that we were not privy to. Very easily done. That second platform proving to be a big sticking point during progress. Nowadays, it feels like they're getting through it more often than not, but unfortunately, every now and then, we do have a situation occur which does lead to the demise of one of the sides.
It looks very elegant. It looks like a well-executed dance because they've done it so many times, but this is something that I always like to reiterate, is that just because they've kind of mapped it out, they've practiced, it doesn't by any means that it's easy. They are still incredibly tense moments of the fight, and any kind of misstep or misalignment, for example, going for a portal, stepping out and there being an orb, there's a lot of RNG implemented.
Can we watch Scripe's POV at the moment? Just want to see his camera. Is that Scripe looking over Roger's shoulder? Go back to Roger's POV real quick?
Yeah.
If we could go... Oh, no. I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
That's a raid plan being worked on.
Oh, no. Well, we've got some wine time on the go soon. We will see. Oh, we got the little Balataf up at the moment. That's so cute.
That could be a very positive thing. Sometimes Roger comes up with some fairly... I mean, as you know, right, from Final Fantasy XIV, he can cook a strat.
He can cook a strat.
They've got a new raid plan that gets him some damage.
He can also overcook a strat.
You know, who doesn't like crispy pizza?
I'm actually a crispy pizza enjoyer.
Yeah?
Yeah. Obviously not like, barbecue crispy. Like left on.
How many days was it in the oven?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that might be a little much. Okay. We might be in for something. They might have found something that, well, in all fairness, as much as we're like, no, just keep pulling the boss. If they find something that is going to increase their consistency, or hell, even make the entire part of the fight that they're working on right now a little bit easier, sign me up. That's what we need. We do need a little bit of a switcheroo, or just a bunch of reps, which is what they're sending right now. One of the great things about the way that Echo have got their leadership sort of setup is that while Scripe and Roger are working on cooking in the earlier phases, Merez very much responsible for all of the raid callouts. You've been hearing his very relaxing and calm calls. I think it's because one of the things that it's been brought up in previous races as well, Merez is generally the raid leader during farm. So if you're used to hearing your farm raid leader talk on prog, it almost gives us a full sense of security. Like, as in, it's nice and soothing. Oh, we've done this a million times before. Nothing to worry about. It also helps that he talks in a very, very calm and relaxed manner. No matter what's going on, Mera's always been able to maintain his cool.
And no matter what temperature it is, always having his blankie.
It's because he's so cool.
There you go.
He's a chilly guy. He runs cold.
I very much enjoy the hoodie coat blankie.
You're the one who brought him the blankie, right? You've taken one of the couch blankies, which we're now missing, by the way.
A race without Merez's blankie.
Where is the other blankie?
He needs one. I stole it. I mean, someone stole it.
Is it in the caster room still?
Yes.
We're sat here without a blanket. How am I going to annoy Mike? Apart from just with my presence.
Well, there you go. It's taking up the capacity for annoyance.
Yeah, is what it is.
Yeah, Mike kind of throwing the blankies across the room. No, I don't like it.
Well, we can all be wrong.
As it frequently is.
Oh, dear. He's not even here to defend himself.
I know.
I know. Just thrown him under the bus.
Oh, poor Mike.
There he is. It's all fine. He'll be with us at some point tomorrow.
He's running over
Although
here
I'm
like,
sure
boy.
he's watching right now. He'd be mad not to be.
Mike.
The pulls that these guys are getting are so exciting. It's incredible to see.
Yeah, there's a real energy in the venue as well. Even when we took a few of our little bit of breaks, the players are in good spirits, which is very nice to see after a little bit of a day yesterday.
Certainly was. Watching from Minnie's point of view here, you're going to see him, apart from with this first pull-in, where he hasn't got his breath up at the moment, he's going to be taking that, but from here on out, he's ignoring the next pull-in. You can see him going all the way over to the left side of the room, whilst the rest of the raid generally stays towards the right. This is because when he has his Breath of Cinder goes up, he does not want to leave their boss's melee range, because it will just consistently be draining his runic power, at least if that's how it works, as someone who hasn't played DK in about 4 expansions. But
I'm just going to say yes.
Hell yeah, he likes uptime, that's for sure.
Yeah, you've got to maintain the Breath of Cinder Grace, so it's quite challenging, actually.
Yeah, but with Death's Advance making it much easier for him to do so, and doing a hell of a lot of damage to this shield, as shown to us by Jesse earlier over on the max roll analysis desk. He's like what, 20% above anyone else? It's insane how well he was doing. But nice, we got out of that phase into this one. However, with Zutzi on the floor, it might be a little bit difficult. There's a lot of damage to heal, but we might be able to get him up just in time for that second platform where it's really rough, but with clicks on the ground and Hopeful joining them. It's probably not going to be going anywhere.
We unfortunately lost 2 just coming out of the intermission with the battle res being committed on 1, but with a healer down, that means 1 healer is solo healing one side, which is extremely difficult. There's so much damage going out at that point, and also the dispels to keep up with.
New strat? Never mind. One day. Just skip the first platform. Have we tried that? It's an, you know.
Any skippers?
Just skip.
Have they tried gatewaying straight up to her platform and not doing any of the platforms?
Precisely.
Yeah.
100%. If you set up a gateway in phase 3. Oh, no. I wonder, actually, if
just
as a
outrange
rogue,
the cast.
As a rogue, if you get knocked towards, would you be able to shadow step, or would you like be invisibled?
Ooh.
You might be able to skip up there.
Speaking of cooked strats, I have been watching chat a little bit, and there's one question that would be a really good question if it weren't for mechanic. A lot of people asking, have you tried just kicking the acolytes indefinitely and not killing them, therefore you don't have to carry the souls through? That would be a really good strategy if Blizzard hadn't seen you coming. If an acolyte is alive when the boss jumps into the middle, she eats them. They explode for 8 million raid damage, and they buff her damage by 20% for the rest of the fight.
Yeah,
it is a wipe.
It's if the Nova hits either the ads or the soul that the ad leaves behind. It's both. So they have thought about that.
It's a clever strategy. If they hadn't had that little failsafe in, then you could absolutely see what happened if you just kicked them indefinitely. Maybe no new ones would spawn, or maybe you could keep kicking them forever, but you can't do that. It is a wipe if they don't die.
Yeah, Blizzard doing a really good job of kind of implementing a lot of anti-cheese in the most recent raids of, nope, this is the intended way that you're going to deal with the mechanic, so you are going to do it.
Yeah, it's funny, but like you've also got the root mechanic, which the entire raid is avoiding. I wouldn't even call it cheese, but they are en masse just not dealing with it.
Yeah,
but they've had tech before where, of course, on Tindril, where if you did break out of a route on anything above heroic difficulty, on heroic and lower, it was absolutely fine to do so. But on mythic difficulty, you would spawn an ad, and that ad was actually worse than dealing with the route in the first place. So they know how to de-cheese this particular route mechanic. They have opted not to this time around, which is peculiar. I'm not entirely sure of the point of that.
I suppose it's just.
I don't know. It is what it is.
It could be that the boss HP is so tightly tuned that you can't afford to commit so many cooldowns to every single Silken Tomb set.
That's fair.
Because it overlaps with many things, either the web blades or the venom bombs, particularly the 4th set where you have the 4 venom bombs and then you have the Silken Tombs coming in just after. So you'd have to commit so many cooldowns to break everybody out, which again is going to be very difficult because that's resources that you're taking off the boss. Either people are speccing into more AoE style builds, Ret Paladins for example being a notorious spec for choosing between either single target or AoE.
Yeah.
And then also spending those cooldowns that would have been on the boss instead on the Silken Tombs. So yeah, I don't really know where they were going with that. It's kind of another thing that they added that they didn't necessarily want to be a hard stop. But
like in theory, you could always, and you're entirely right, it does seem like it's tuned around the idea that you do break out of them because there's some overlaps which are just insane. But it feels like that kind of turns it into a non-mechanic.
Yeah.
It feels like quite a good mechanic on Heroic and below, but on Mythic difficulty, it feels just like, oh, well, we've got to make it so that we set up a thing where you can just break out of everything and cheese it, and you got to go gnome. Like, it feels like, you know, it does serve a purpose. It spawns all the webbing and everything, but you could have a equally or maybe more engaging mechanic do that self-same thing. I don't know. I think it's nitpicky, honestly, to complain about. But it is somehow within my nature to see what is otherwise a fantastic boss and go, well, actually, that phase 1 mechanic might not be my favorite. Where?
British.
And jaded. That's a powerful combo.
I just heard the same thing twice.
Oh, man. But yeah, we are heading into the hardest part of this particular first phase, where we're going to be seeing 4 of these green trampolines being set up at the same time as the roots, and then followed up by the web blades, followed up by the detonation of each of those trampolines. A very difficult part in the early part of progress, but still something that they can easily screw up. But here we go. We're going to be popping them one by one. 3 done so far, followed up by a 4th. Everyone able to avoid that Venom Nova and a little bit of Monka Steer, but it is actually controlled. The path, because they place these particular trampolines, so to speak, in a very set way, it means that the waves coming out of them are also pretty set each time they come to this point in the fight. So, both they've got our single battle res available, I do believe.
I believe so. I don't think we haven't lost anyone yet. Yeah, the thing that was catching people off a lot in early prog was the fact that these globules going across the platform do increase in size.
Yep.
So where you would have previously have been safe if it was the smaller size, you are no longer safe, especially if you're, you know, min-maxing your movement, trying to move as little as possible to maintain uptime on your DPS in a very DPS-intensive part of the fight. It can kind of offset you. I don't need to sidestep. Oh, wait, I do, because now it's bigger and now I'm definitely in the way.
100%.
I'm going to start keeping track of boss HP coming out of P1. I think that's going to be really important. So just noting for you that they went into the shield at 63.1. They came out as she went up into her second immunity phase at 62.6. So they found 0.7% DPS in that little gap after her shield breaks before she climbs the web.
You have like 3 seconds or something, right?
Yeah, it's
before
very, very
she's shielded. Yeah.
And that's going to be
Big
something that they
squeeze.
look to min-max as they try to etch away at the end of this boss.
Oh, yeah?
They have to take advantage of these very, very little windows where nothing's necessarily going on, because that's going to make up such a huge amount of difference.
No, you're entirely right. It really will. In the long term, you might as well start practicing now, considering it's a pretty easy thing to start min-maxing, but a very important thing, mind you, to be min-maxing as they're heading up to the second platform, something that is very scary to do, something that they have struggled with a great deal beforehand, as the add combination as well as the damage combination. Basically, it's the fact that you're going to be getting twice as many of those gloom debuffs, because one of the adds is placing out gloom debuffs, as well as the people coming from the portal. So the raid damage is immense, let alone the actual other mechanics going on, which are numerous and also quite evident. If something is swirly, it is bad. Move from it. Largely speaking.
Dodge
but
the fire.
Yeah, as well as the adds that you need to make sure that you break through their shields and kill off in time. Got a couple of adds that you do need to kick as well, but they've done so far so good. Now going incredibly low with all of those little caustic skittering spiders, just applying that really, really nasty damage taken increased debuff, but he was able to survive it. I can't say the same for both Ryson and Zerwo, as both of them have gone down, but we are getting knocked into the last phase. Everyone, we will have everyone alive. Soul dying to, if that was full damage, I'm going to be so sad.
No, well, it could have been, but it was that the Dispel kind of timed out but still did damage to everyone, whereas previously they transitioned out of phase 2 in a way that last hit didn't hit.
Not having Zoa for so long is going to be so rough, but we might actually be able to res him when we get to that 5th set of adds. Sorry, when we have 5 acolytes. I've done it now. The 3rd set of adds when we have 5 acolytes.
I've thrown you off for that, sorry.
No, I was doing it before as well. It's not your fault at all. Because, of course, as Jesse pointed out to us earlier, Warlocks are king of dealing with those acolytes that are rising up from the ground. But hopefully we can get forward through this point. We do have another Warlock in the form of Wolf Disco, who will be able to put out any of the mandatory gateways that we are using for positioning in this phase. Something that is incredibly important is making the most of this space, as so many things do fall off damage, so many things need to be baited correctly. The positioning is like almost mapped out on a second-by-second basis. Each overlap, every player has been assigned a place to go. Let's see if they can make the most out of it, as we need to pick up the first set of souls as we're going to be going through the first portal.
Yeah, carrying them over while getting dragged in, nullifying this by taking the portal or dashing over as well, making sure that they are spreading out these circles once they go through the portal, which is why you will see a lot of the DPS who have the utility to jump over the shadowy wave use it, because then they won't get the circle around them. They unfortunately lose now. They don't have a combat res for, I think, just under 3 minutes, and that is probably going to be a wipe, as in this phase with the tank buster spawning adds, that is going to be very difficult to deal with just with Merez, although they are gaming out of their minds with the hatchlings being dragged back away from the boss.
That is jokes. Let's see if they can survive. Obviously, now being down is probably going to spell the end of this, but they have actually managed to get through. You can see Bloodlust being popped to see if they can get through these 4 Acolytes here and the 3 Shackles being down. Not only 1 tank, which is an incredibly important part of their strategy. Mera's just taking so much damage here, but also their Warlock that is responsible for so much Acolyte damage. Let's see if they can do it. Echo have sometimes been the king of scuff in the past. They really need to make sure they put that crown back on to get through this pool, because it's going to be very, very rough. You can see the portal being placed down on the ground. Not necessarily... It doesn't look like it's exactly in the right spot, but they're still going to make the most of it. You're going to have to get all of these essences off the ground, take them through the portal. Now being responsible for them at this point, not being here is going to make it a little bit rough. Let's see if they can do it.
Yeah, it's once again spreading out on the very few players who managed to cross over
Such
the
a nasty
wave.
overlap. No! Blue pillar!
Oh! Yep, that's where they're taking their shackles, which they are a little bit offset.
Everything is offset by, like, a lot. We have 50 seconds left on the battle res. We have 1 more Infest coming in here. If Meras can do this, then that's insane.
Oh my goodness,
God.
the Ring of Peace! The king of MDI himself!
Okay, so now we know this fight can be solo tanked. How are we going to incorporate this?
Oh, he goes back in!
Of course he's going in. He's got a stun.
Oh
as
my
we're going
goodness.
into the 5
The knockback
Acolytes
comes
here.
in.
This
the
is going to be
hatchling's being
nuts.
finished off.
If they can survive this upcoming Shackles, that'll be immense. There we go. Yeah, that was an incredibly scuffed phase, but they managed to get through so much of it. Shouts to Meras.
He's gaming out of his mind.
And look, he just leans back like, yeah, sure.
No big deal. Just
No
do that on a
issues.
daily basis. Oh my goodness.
That's so funny, man.
Yeah, I do that every day.
What a legend. What an absolute legend. Refusing to let that pool die. Doing everything they can to keep it alive, just to see those 5th set of the 5 Acolytes all at once. That is very impressive.
This boss really reminds me of high-end Mythic Plus. Let's get a little bit of a replay here. As we'll see, Mera's dropping off the hatchlings while also tanking the boss. Any of these hatchlings going into the boss dealing a huge amount of raid-wide damage. So you see the Ring of Peace knocking them back.
Dodging the blades like nothing's happening.
The blades. I forgot about the blades.
Oh, dude, is it my CC? Oh, yeah, no, sorry about that. I'll quickly pop in. Don't worry about the boss's casting. It's fine. I'll just do a quick stun and I'll run away again. Or maybe you just tagged them so they took more damage. I'm not even sure.
Putting Mystic Touch.
Oh, here we go. Look at that. Instant.
Oh my.
So fast.
Every time.
So fast getting that Ring of Peace down. Man, MVP.
It's so impressive. But this fight really reminds me of high-end Mythic Plus, where every single ability can just kill you, and you have to coordinate your defensive so well within the team. And then also you have this insane movement. You have to group everything together to get the most out of your damage dealers, have everything within cleaving distance, to not lose as much uptime on the boss, on the ads that are definitely a priority target. It is just wild to see things like that. That was so impressive.
It really, really was impressive. And Jesse, I believe you have something for us?
I do, because that was the 2nd time he did it that pull. Robin was dead for 2 infests in a row. So I pulled up the review tool so we could get his POV on the first time he did it. Again, cool, calm, and collected. You can see on the timer small ads coming in 1.2 seconds.
Yep.
He's got the boss on him, and here he goes on the very edge of the platform. Infest goes out. Takes it right over here, rolling away from the boss for a moment. Puts the ring down.
He had someone else taunt.
Yeah, a little bit of a taunt there to keep the boss away. Ring down, preventing them from getting in, and then they go in.
So quick.
So quick and well done.
That little call in the moment, that taunt at the exact right second, again really showcases the teamwork happening here.
As I said, King of Scuff. If something's on fire, they're like, sure, we'll just keep going.
Yeah, gaming out of their minds.
It's really, really good to see. Obviously, it'll be better to have an entirely clean pool and get a new best. But any time that they can spend in a phase, you know they're starting to get comfortable, right? When they're starting to do plays like that in a point in the fight where beforehand they would die to anything. Now they're like trolling around with the boss and extending pools way beyond their expiry date.
Yeah, because that would have been a wipe from that
100%.
very first kind of the tank mechanic dropping the spiders. But yeah, absolutely gaming out of their minds. That was so impressive.
Oh, it's
What
really,
a play.
really good to see. Excellent
And
2C
twice.
indeed. Twice. Like nothing's
Let's
going
do it
on.
again.
Yeah. So now they are looking at the review tool, seeing how they can get rid of Robin's Paladin and bringing it. Maybe he just comes in and rep. Why not?
You know, the DPS is easy if you solo tank and 3 heal.
Solo tank, 3 heal. Screw it, 2 heal. Would you just get
What
rid
about
of...
1 heal? Just keep things consistent. 1 tank, 1 healer.
That would be easier.
Easy.
Yeah. Do you think that's possible, Jesse?
Sure.
Nice. Well, we got it here.
Why
Heard it here
have they not
first.
thought of that?
It'll be possible around the same time that it'll be possible anyway because we're 3 or 4 weeks further into the reset.
Oh no.
Despair.
Change the picture. I got to change it. Jesse's completely sunk my hopes and dreams.
All right, well.
Chat, feel free to join in.
Okay, let's have a little bit of a change here.
Yep. A little bit of disparage.
But it's cute, so.
We won't be seeing a one-tank strat anyway from this fight. Because we need to have we separate the groups in phase 2, obviously. So even if you could do phase 1, which I don't think you can, but
oh yeah, because you'd have to send a tank up both sides.
Yep, both sides. So we're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit there. Have they tried sending 20 people up one side? Oh, dude, now I am getting Sylvanas vibes. We're just gonna have Robin solo tanking one side, then to get hot fix, make it so you can't do it at all. But you can see they're definitely doing some sort of review here, getting themselves ready for another pull. Can I see Scripe or Roger's point of view? See if any of them are walking us through. You see them both at their computers. Is Roger yapping? Let's have a little look at maybe Roger's POV, see if he's having a little chat. No.
Do you?
I wonder who is yapping.
Do you have any guesses as to who taunted the boss for that swap?
I'm going to say nice memes.
Nice memes. He's a taunter.
He is, but it wasn't him.
Narco?
Narco the Chad.
Hell yeah.
Bubble taunted the boss so that Mirrors could get the infest away and put the Ring of Peace down to prevent them from... you know, you got a lot of taunts in here. Bubble taunt, Netherwalk taunt. We don't need that tank.
There we go. You heard it here first, folks. So yeah, they're definitely going over something. Maybe we can just cycle through the players, see who might be having a little chit-chat. As you can see them all... Oh, Kush.
Oh, yeah, you can see
just stay on Kush. You can
melee
just...
POV here.
It's so typical of the melee, man. Like, someone's talking strat, they could give less of a shit about what's going on. Just they're texting one another. Just like, dude, when are these range players just going to get the strat, man? I can't even hit the boss right now. That's so funny. Oh, Kush, mate. Making full use of the Secret Lab Titan. Full comfy, full chilling. Oh, that is jokes.
I love how...
And now nice. He just saw Maris saw it and he's like, oh, damn it, man. Oh, no. To do all these melee players. Oh, dear.
Melee brain.
That is funny. Very, very funny.